Chapter 441 The Power of Belief. Why do we have to choose? Why can't we have legendary combat power without breaking through the legend? Fong Bai asked, with a slight smile on his face. The fat man wanted to fight back. And he wanted to say you can do it if you can. But looking at Fong Bai, he couldn't say it at all. Damn. Others say this is delusion. But Fong Bai says this is sharing experience. After a long silence, the fat man silently took off and moved away from Fong Bai, leaving only one sentence. You can't fly. The smile on Fong Bai's face gradually disappeared. And a moment later, a loud shout sounded in the wilderness. Like thunder in a clear sky. Fatty. Die. You can't fly. Boom. The tall and thin man next to him quietly moved away to avoid blood splashing on himself. As for Fong Bai's inability to fly, he had guessed it long ago and was not surprised at all. It's normal to have legendary combat power at the master level. If he could have legendary combat power at the master level, he would rather not fly. Breaking through the legend again with legendary combat power. How amazing is this combat power and potential? You know, no matter how strong the rules are, no matter how terrifying the multiplication area is, everything still has to be based on the base number. 0 times 1 million is still 0. And the basic qualities such as physical strength, energy strength, and mental strength are the most primitive base numbers. After a long time of sourness, the fat man with a bruised face and nose groaned and flew in the sky, while Fong Bai fell to the ground. His consciousness sank into the fantasy space and thought. Although what the fat man just said was not a breakthrough secret method or skill, it was more important to Fong Bai than these. It directly revealed the underlying logic of the legend. And for Fong Bai, this was enough. So the real key is the rules of heaven and earth. And the power of faith is just the medium used to pry the rules of heaven and earth. The rules of heaven and earth refine individuals. And individuals use their bodies, energy, or mental power to accommodate various rules. As long as the behavior of individuals conforms to the rules, the power of the rules will be amplified. Well, the word amplification is not appropriate. To be precise, it should be able to exert the power of the rules in the body. The external performance becomes amplification. The doubts that Fong Bai had thought about before, but did not get an answer were completely solved at this moment. If there are other ways to pry the rules of heaven and earth and directly lead to the purification of the rules of heaven and earth, it can also break through the legend. So the monsters in the wilderness do not need to form legends. Nor do they need to gather the power of faith. As long as they pry the rules of heaven and earth, they can directly become legends. I thought they needed the savages to help them gather the power of thoughts. Fong Bai muttered. And then he laughed himself. After a while, he couldn't help but recall the system prompts he had seen before. The system reminds me that my deeds have spread throughout the Yabong kingdom. The spread of the story is also the gathering of the power of faith for me. Fong Bai knew that the so-called power of faith was very simple and straightforward. As long as you know it, as long as you think of it, it contains the power of thought. Unlike faith, the power of thought exists as long as you think of it or say it casually. And it can be directed not to a person, but to an object, a book, or a method. And Fong Bai silently looked at his title of Mecha Master Pioneer. This title was originally just a line of words on the attribute panel. But with the passage of time, the increase in the scale of Mecha Masters, and the accumulation of knowledge, the power contained in it has become more and more huge. During the trial field period, Fong Bai could have the strength of a half-stepped legend as soon as he wore it. And now, the power gathered in it has increased by who knows how many times. The increase is too large. And Fong Bai doesn't want to wear it anymore. And this is also the power of faith. In addition, the power allocated to the first place in the Red Maple City trial field is also the power of faith. If the more power of faith one has, the more rules of heaven and earth can be leveraged. Then, how do I calculate the power of faith that can give me legendary power simply by blessing? Fong Bai didn't dare to ask. He still had some self-knowledge. Once he said it, the fat man and the tall and thin man would probably feel sour in their mouths. For this kind of thing, it's better to make a fortune quietly. In fact, Fong Bai thought that it was just like that. After all, the profession of Mecha Master has not spread all over the world. If a large number of people in the world change their jobs, not to mention full-time, just part-time is enough. As long as there are Mecha Masters everywhere. People see Mecha Masters every day. And people are beaten by Mecha Masters every day. When mecha masters become a universal profession. When mecha masters become a must-choose profession for everyone when they go out. That's enough. Fong Bai said softly. No. The output is not good enough. The output of iron ingots for cultivation is not enough. We need to make people realize the power of mecha masters. We need to make people realize the amazing profits in the iron ingots for cultivation. As long as there is a profit of more than 300%, there will definitely be people who will work hard to bypass the technical restrictions and mass-produce iron ingots for cultivation. No! They don't need to circumvent the technical restrictions. I will open the production technology to the public at a suitable opportunity. In the face of theory, there are many people who try every means to lower the technical threshold. Only by truly opening it up and letting it flourish everywhere can we create a scene of mecha masters all over the world. Fong Bai carefully calculated that due to the limited output of training iron ingots, mecha masters have only appeared in large areas in Hongfeng City and several nearby cities so far. It has a great impact on the environment of the extraordinary people in several cities. A little further away, the training iron ingots can't be sold at all. After all, iron ingots are not only used for job transfers, but also as training consumables for mecha masters. The iron ingots are not enough to supply the mecha masters in these cities. This is because Fong Bai asked to reserve a certain amount of the batches of iron ingots are only for newcomers to change jobs. Otherwise, the mass-produced iron ingots cannot even leave Hongfeng City. Therefore, the number of mecha masters who change jobs is only about 100,000. And this is only 3 or 4 cities. If it can be rolled out, all the cities of Yabang Kingdom, the other 2 countries next to Yabang Kingdom, or other countries that are not adjacent to it. At this moment, the income that can be brought by monopolizing the iron ingots for cultivation is worthless in Fong Bai view. Set a small goal. First, let the number of mecha masters who change jobs reach 1 million. And the number of people who know mecha masters and are influenced by mecha masters exceeds 50 million. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. From this moment on, Fong Bai was really not in a hurry to break through the legend. Not in a hurry at all. Without any hesitation, Fong Bai, who was originally participating in the research of the mecha project team, immediately began to deploy the projection. In reality, Fong Bai also turned on the computer and entered the forum, and at the same time called Hao Wei. One command after another went out, and at the same time, the research in the fantasy space quietly raised the priority of a small project that had been started a long time ago to the highest level, practicing the automatic manufacturing array of iron ingots. Chapter 442 Formula Key Computing Power. Automatic manufacturing array for cultivation iron ingots. Fong Bai has been researching this array, although he has not had much time to prepare it. It is in Fong Bai research schedule to forge cultivation iron ingots. There are 2 simple steps. The first step is to sense the various conditions of the iron ingot. The second step is to calculate the forging method based on the conditions of the iron ingot, so as to forge the iron ingot into a standard part. The first step is easy. Fong Bai can complete it with his eyes closed, as long as he uses fine vibration to detect. According to the feedback, the data will come out in a blink of an eye, and the array can easily complete this step. But the real difficulty lies in the second step. It is about how to calculate the appropriate forging method. This is not difficult for a forger who is proficient in forging and has reached the 3rd level of refinement. Even if he does not use his brain, he can complete the most standard forging by relying on the instinct of his body. But the array is not like that. The array has no brain, and the array has no static experience. And there are no 2 identical iron ingots in the world. This means that Fong Bai's exhaustive method, which has always been successful, is useless. It is impossible to build a database for all situations and write forging methods one by one to complete forging. It can even be said that any forging data is meaningless, unless the array learns to think. The data of each forging is meaningless. The fuzzy thinking of the human brain is really a good thing. Fong Bai rubbed his eyebrows. It was this step that was completely stuck, so that the cultivation iron ingots could only rely on manual forging, which greatly limited the output of cultivation iron ingots. This caused Fong Bai to delay the completion of this idle project. The array cannot be learned, unless it is. I help the array learn, end the experience with a formula, and directly turn the 3 refining experience method into a formula. Then load the array. Let the array bring in the data and calculate it, and then complete the forging. Fong Bai frowned slightly and thought. In fact, after Fong Bai reached the pinnacle of the 3 refining, he actually felt the edge of some formulas in his heart. Summarize some experience. If it is summarized, it may be a formula. Fong Bai's strongest skill is actually forging. It's just that it's usually inconspicuous and not very impressive. So the formula didn't make Fong Bai hesitate. What really made Fong Bai frown was another thing. Because Fong Bai roughly understood the formula in his mind. He could probably guess the difficulty and calculation amount of the formula. It's no problem for a mage to calculate. But it's troublesome to let an independent array complete this step. Fong Bai even had to match the array with a computing power array. The problem came to the computing power array again. And this problem has troubled countless people in Tiangong Pavilion. It would be great if it could be solved. It's a pity that it has not been solved. Forget it. Figure out the formula first. As long as there is a formula, everything will be easy. As long as there is a formula. The forging array that people can't learn can be realized in a blink of an eye. As for the computing power array, we take it one step at a time and see if the computing power problem can be solved later. If it really can't be solved, then don't solve it. Just throw the problem out with open source. As long as the profit is big enough, they will find a way to make up for this computing power unit. They can even ask a magician to supplement the computing power. After all, the human brain is the cheapest and most convenient computing power unit. I just need to leave a brain-computer interface for the magic array. Fong Bai was immersed in it immediately after thinking. Since the fat man said that the number of rules when breaking through the legend basically determines the potential of a legend, Fong Bai will try his best to do it well. There is one thing that Fong Bai has not realized yet. No one knows what will happen if a belief power enough to be enshrined as a god is used to break through the legend. Because this has never happened in history. The fat man flying in the sky couldn't help thinking. 1 rule is a fake. 2 rules are smuggled. 3 rules are everywhere. 4 rules are relatively rare. And 5 rules are basically unparalleled in the world. Rules repel and conflict with each other. It is difficult to receive different rules at the same time during baptism. So it is often more difficult to baptize with 1 more rule. And the difference is very large. Fong Bai has accumulated so much. But his faith power is a little lacking. However, if he kills a legend this time, it may directly detonate the extraordinary world. Whether others believe it or not is not the point. But at least, he has earned enough faith power. Wouldn't he directly receive 4? No. 5 rules for baptism? This thought emerged in the fat man's mind. And his mouth opened slightly. Unable to speak for a long time. After thinking for a long time, the fat man suddenly gritted his teeth. No. My foundation is not enough. I have to save more. Otherwise, if the gap is too big, how can I raise my head in front of Fong Bai? The fat man glanced at Fong Bai. His eyes firm. As if he had made up his mind. Fong Bai felt the resolute gaze and looked up. Why? So determined to kill me? Get lost. Fong Bai curled his lips and continued his research. In addition to the automatically forged array, Night Crow was also in the research state. There was no conflict in splitting the 2 thoughts. At this time, the shadow element on Night Crow's body caught Fong Bai's attention. Shadow element. Shadow plane. Fong Bai opened his pupil from time to time to take a look at the inner plane that was the same source as the shadow element. This is also an elemental plane, rich in shadow elements. But compared with elemental civilizations such as fire elements and water elements, it is too close to the main material world. It's like the shadow left by the sun shining on the world. As if you can enter it in 1 step. But obviously, this is just an illusion. Although the shadow plane is close at hand. If there is no special shadow secret method or the ability to break through space, then it is a world away. Sensing the shadow elements on the Night Crow, thinking silently, subconsciously mobilized some shadow elements to merge into his body. Took a step forward. And the whole person sank into the shadow of a big tree. The fat man in the sky suddenly lost Fong Bai's breath. Was stunned. But then reappeared. What the hell? What is Fong Bai doing again? The fat man was about to ask. But paused slightly, and immediately gave up the idea. He felt that Fong Bai would say something shocking again. Humph. No question. The fat man suppressed his curiosity, and continued to fly forward. After being squeezed out of the shadow space, Fong Bai subconsciously looked up. He clearly felt that the fat man flew down just now. Why are you going back again? Why don't you come down and ask? Didn't you just escape into the shadow space? Why don't you ask? If you ask, I can still teach you. Fong Bai muttered, missing a fun thing. This made him reflect on whether he was pretending to be too cruel just now, causing the fat man to have a stress reaction again. Chapter 443 Shadow Jump. What a pity. Fong Bai sighed slightly, took another step, and disappeared in the main material world. The shadow space is too close to the main material world. So close that there is no need for a special space channel. Any shadow can be used as a channel to enter the shadow plane. The shadow element is rich in the shadow plane. But it is not without light. The light inside is dim, and the entire plane is covered by shadows. The huge shadows of the trees and mountains are twisted and jumping under the light. And the light is bizarre, as if some monsters are rushing towards them. Maybe this is indeed a life form unique to the shadow plane. A shadow creature. Fong Bai just took a look, walked a few steps, and was squeezed out of the shadow plane and returned to the main material world. But after coming back, Fong Bai was slightly surprised. Huh? The distance and speed are wrong? A little farther. Fong Bai, who noticed something wrong, immediately escaped into the shadow plane again. After being squeezed out, he immediately calculated the time. The distance moved in the shadow plane, and the distance moved in the main material world. Fong Bai came to a conclusion in an instant. The distance is too far. The distance I walked in the shadow space was only more than 30 meters. But after I was squeezed out, the distance to the shadow space was more than 50 meters. This distance is not equal. The moment Fong Bai found this, a word emerged in his mind. Shadow jump. Is this shadow jump? Enter the shadow space, move inside, and then complete the jump in reality, completing a longer jump. And the principle of it. Inner plane. Fong Bai understood the principle after just a simple thought. The key is this inner plane. As far as Fong Bai knows, other planes except the main material world can be roughly divided into two types. The difference between this plane is divided according to the level where the main material world is located. The plane within the main material world is called the inner plane, and the plane outside the main material world is called the outer plane. The outermost of the outer plane is the star world that contains the world. The shadow space is the inner plane closest to the main material world. If the main material world is regarded as a sphere, then the shadow space is inside the sphere, with a smaller surface area. The inner plane is smaller than the main material world, but its position is relative. So the distance moved inside will naturally be magnified to a certain extent. This is how shadow jumps are formed. However, the shadow plane is too close to the main material world. So close that they are almost the same size. In addition to the mental effort and strength required to exist in the shadow plane, this shadow jump is okay to use occasionally. But if you plan to use it for a long time, it is not useless. But it is completely cost-effective. Unless you are like Nightcrow, who is highly compatible with the shadow plane. Entering the shadow plane will not only not help, but will also be strengthened like a tiger with wings. When I fought with Nightcrow, if Nightcrow was not suppressed by the cloud, all his extraordinary powers would be suppressed. Then I would definitely be defeated in the end. Although Nightcrow could not kill me, I would never touch him once, and I could not stop him from doing anything he wanted in front of me. In addition, as long as he escapes into the shadow plane, people of other professions and other attributes will either not be able to catch up, or they will catch up and be suppressed by him. Fong Bai is very clear about his strengths and weaknesses. The strengths are obvious. The defense is extremely strong. So strong that the legendary thief with high attack can only watch him. The attack is barely at the level of breaking the defense. But the shortcomings are also obvious. In front of the legendary professional, Fong Bai's speed is not up to par at all. And the attack is even more so. Although the power is strong, it can't break the legendary armor. This is fine. Fong Bai didn't use the dragon's power when fighting Nightcrow. If he really used it, even if the legendary armor reduction was very high, it might not be able to stop it. After all, even if you only need to withstand 1% of the power, as long as 1% can kill someone, that's enough. Absolute power ignores all the bells and whistles, as long as you are not completely immune to physical attacks. Fong Bai is not afraid at all. But no matter how strong the power is, whether you can hit is another matter. And this is Fong Bai's biggest shortcoming in attack. If these two shortcomings are not resolved, Fong Bai will not be considered to have a true legendary combat power. But to solve these two shortcomings, I can't solve these two shortcomings. Extreme points. This is the core of my strength. And it is also the key to my legendary defense at the master level. If I really add points evenly like a bucket, then no matter how strong I am now, I will only be a mediocre master at most. I can't abandon my core competitiveness. On the contrary, I need to add more extreme points to strengthen my defense. In the future, I want even the legendary level to not be able to cut my oily skin. And I want them to not be able to kill me if I don't resist at all. As for speed and even attack, it is enough to find a way to use external force in the future. As long as I am alive, I can borrow external force unscrupulously. Fong Bai thought in his heart. As for the source of external force, that is naturally needless to say. As the head of Tiandong Pavilion, Fong Bai will not lack external force no matter what he lacks. He kept trying to jump in the shadows and feel the mystery. Every time Fong Bai stayed in it for a short time, he would appear farther away every time. This made Fong Bai look like he was constantly flashing between the shadows, moving forward, and having a lot of fun. While playing, he was also studying the night crows, and at the same time sensing the use of various shadow elements. While thinking, Fong Bai couldn't help but step down, appeared in the sky, came to the fat man, and asked, "How did you fell and jumped?" "You know, I just took a look, fell and jumped." "You have understood the shadow space?" The fat man's heart sank, and he immediately emptied his mind and asked, "Who asked you?" "Oh, I also realized the shadow jump." "Who asked you?" "You're not answering the question." "What? Show me a demonstration?" Okay. Look." Fong Bai flashed, sensing the disappearing and reappearing aura, as well as the slight fluctuation of the shadow element. The fat man finally had no choice. I knew it. I actually thought I could escape the disaster by not going down. I didn't expect that it could come to the door. The fat man was completely silent, and Fong Bai didn't jump when he saw this, and continued to move forward in a happy mood. How can you hide the research results? If you don't tell others, how can others know that you have researched something more powerful? Isn't this like walking in the night in brocade clothes? Fong Bai was immersed in the research, feeling the distance of the shadow jump, and an idea popped up in his mind. Chapter 444 Space Teleport. The distance that shadow jump can jump is very, very short. In essence, I am still running, but I am just running from the main material world to the shadow space. Others can't see it, so they think it's just jumping. This can't be called a real jump. A picture appeared in Fong Bai's mind. A person flashed lightly, and after disappearing, he ran desperately in another plane, and waited until he returned to his light-hearted appearance before going out, thus completing the flash. You look very handsome when you flash, but you are very embarrassed when running in the inner plane. But it shouldn't be like this. Fong Bai thought again, and then shook his head slightly. He had experienced flashing, and it really didn't feel like this. Flashing is more like the power of space carrying people to slide along the veins of space. You can reach your destination in a flash, so there is naturally no need to run desperately. It's not like the shadow plane. But what Fong Bai thought of was not the shadow jump in the shadow plane, but other elemental realms. For example, earth, fire, wind, and water. The elemental world has more, such as thunder, ice, wood, etc. Basically, each element has its own unique elemental plane. All these elemental worlds are elemental planes, and all are inner planes. Among all the inner planes, the source is the four elemental planes of earth, fire, wind, and water, and the four elemental planes are located in the innermost layer of all elemental worlds. If the shadow plane is too close to the main material world, resulting in a short jump time, then what about the four elemental worlds that are very far away from the main material world? How many meters does 1 meter in the main material world correspond to when walking out of the four elemental worlds? If there is a way to directly use the four elemental planes, open the space channel to enter the elemental world, walk a certain distance, and leave at the corresponding position, then can we use a few steps to complete a distance of thousands of miles? Can't we use this principle to conceive a long-distance teleportation array? Thinking, Fong Bai suddenly thought of a question. If I remember correctly, the legendary elemental life crystal cores are naturally connected to the corresponding elemental planes. If it is feasible, can we use this as a basis to lock the elemental world and open up a space channel? Thus, we can complete the construction of the teleportation array? However, this idea was cut off as soon as it emerged, let alone trying to use legendary crystal cores to study and build a teleportation array. He has not yet completed the collection of 4 legendary elemental life crystal cores, and only has 2 in his hand. What kind of teleportation array do you want? You should build the element pool first. After all, the Mage Tower is like a heart without an element pool, without sufficient energy supply. Even if other functions can be used, they can only use the most basic functions, and can only use the low-power version. Apart from other things, the fantasy space is a very realistic example. The time flow rate in Fongbai own fantasy space has reached 1,000 times that of the outside world, which is terrifying. 1 day is 3 years. But what about the fantasy space in the Mage Tower? Even with Fongbai's synchronous update, the acceleration limit of the fantasy space has reached 1,000 times. But so what? No one uses it. Don't you want to use it? I simply can't afford it, because the energy collected by the Mage Tower every day, in addition to maintaining the normal operation of the Mage Tower, is only enough for the fantasy space to operate at a speed of about 50 times for 24 hours. Not enough energy. If the speed is slightly increased, the Mage Tower will go on strike. In addition, there is a space channel function that locks the evil god plane. The Mage Tower itself can open the space channel according to the coordinates, and then use it to go to the evil god's kingdom to pick up garbage, cross out, fight against the evil god's kingdom. But at the speed at which the Mage Tower accumulates energy now, Fongbai doesn't know how many hundreds or thousands of years it will take to open this space channel. By that time, let alone Fongbai, the daylily will be cold, and Fongbai ashes will be gone. So Fongbai is in a hurry to collect 4 legendary crystal cores. Compared to the possible research of the remote teleportation array, the element pool is much more important. Of course, researching in the fantasy space is a completely different matter. This only consumes Fongbai time and energy, and no additional crystal cores are needed during the research stage. Putting this thought aside, Fongbai continued to study the legendary armor on Nightcrow. A mere thief, his body at the master level was as fragile as a piece of paper. But with the blessing of the legendary armor, such a body could withstand Fongbai dozens of tons of punches. If it was a transformation of the body, Fongbai didn't quite believe it. He believed more that it was the baptism of rules. The rules of the legendary armor were attached to it, weakening the attack with the power of rules. This is the fundamental principle of the legendary armor. Fongbai immediately immersed himself in it. The power of rules was integrated into Nightcrow's body and soul, forming legendary armor and legendary resistance. Fongbai could clearly feel that Nightcrow's body had a strong magic resistance, not inferior to armor. The spiritual power that could directly penetrate into the microscopic realm sensed Nightcrow's body inch by inch. Fongbai was not clear about the existence form of the power of rules, but he could sense the breath of rules. This breath was very different from the spell model, and was a different way of existence. But it was somewhat related to the spell model, and was quite profound. But this breath feels familiar. Fongbai couldn't help but look at the lines of the dragon power in his body, and the lines of the pupil technique. The breath of rules was clearly similar to these two complex lines. Fongbai reacted as soon as his mind turned. The sources of the dragon power and pupil technique are the 4th level legendary spiritual medicine dragon blood fruit and clear eye vine. Since they are also legendary, they should also involve the power of rules, and should also contain the power of rules. So the dragon power and pupil technique are ultimately given by the power of rules? Higher than the master? Fongbai suddenly realized that at this moment, with the research of the dragon power pattern and pupil technique pattern, he looked at the rule aura on Nightcrow's body again. The originally obscure rule aura suddenly became clear at this moment. So that's it. Delighted, Fongbai immediately spread out his mental power to fully perceive this rule power that gives legendary armor and legendary resistance. After understanding it, although Fongbai could not say that he had studied it thoroughly, he had already had a clue to start research and could do a basic sorting out of these rule auras. The ancients said that there is no time in the mountains. The same is true for Fongbai, who is immersed in research. In the time flow rate of more than 1,000 times, time passes by year after year, as if it is free of charge. The regular aura on the Nightcrow gradually came out and gathered together. Fongbai saw familiar patterns in it. Outside, the fat man flying in the sky suddenly landed in front of Fongbai, and Fongbai thoughts of controlling his body immediately stopped. Looking forward, the dim sunlight fell on the earth, and a breath of old age, decay, and weakness emanated. Dust Plane? Here we are. Chapter 445 Dust Plane. Is this the Dust Plane? It is a sunny day now, and the sun is dazzling. But just one step away, the plane in front of us is at dusk. A scene of the world fading. Yes, The name dust plane is indeed descriptive. How did it come about? The remains of the gods? It is said that it is a trace left by a god in charge of the twilight priesthood. Thousands of years have passed, and the scars of the world have not recovered. And it has always maintained this twilight scene. And the dangers I told you about before mostly come from this twilight power. It manifests itself in the form of easy aging, fading, and shortening of life. However, the twilight power in the periphery is relatively weak, and there are still some gaps. So we have a chance to go in. Fong Bai nodded solemnly when he heard this, and was shocked by the endless twilight plain. The vast, undulating plain was left with traces by a god thousands of years ago, and it has not dissipated until now. And it is still a restricted area. But why don't the Church of Light and other churches destroy it? Since it is a scar on the world, why don't they try to heal it? This thought flashed through his mind. Fong Bai didn't pay much attention to it, and continued to listen to the fat man next to him. This dust plane is normally peaceful, but the peace is very fragile and cannot be broken. Once it is broken, it will immediately alarm the various monsters inside. And then you will fall into a situation where you will die if you don't take action. And you will alarm more monsters and die later if you take action. It will directly become a Jedi. And relatively speaking, the extraordinary powers such as elements and fighting spirit are the easiest to break the peace. The fat man glanced at Fong Bai and added immediately, the power of qi and blood is also, as long as it is a supernatural power. So it is best to use only pure physical strength inside. The profiteer and I will not fight unless it is a life and death situation. Once you see us fighting, start running immediately, because we will definitely fight to escape. In addition, if we don't fight, you will definitely have to deal with the monsters that attack for various reasons. The profiteer and I will be responsible for finding the way in. Fong Bai didn't know how to find the way, nor did he know where the semi-god medicine was. So he naturally didn't say much. Just cooperate according to the agreement. Anyway, he was hired. Although he is not a mercenary, it is a legendary thunder element life crystal core, which cadre can withstand such a test. Fong Bai stayed aside and saw the fat man took out something similar to the armillary sphere, about the size of a palm, but with many layers. Very delicate. The small armillary sphere began to rotate layer by layer, and the magic arrays under the fat man's feet extended out and turned into tentacles to move forward. Spread out the array. Calculate the feedback of the array. Find the weakest point, and use the most suitable array to suppress the power in the dust plane to open the way? Fong Bai felt familiar after looking at it again, and reacted after a while. This is the way to crack the array. And the same method can be directly copied to the array cluster. Add to that the small computing equipment. And sure enough, this fat guy still has something in his hands. Fong Bai was amazed and immediately started to study. He only knew how to build the array, and had not learned how to solve it. After learning it, let's not talk about whether to solve the array or not. But it's not bad to know the idea of solving the array, and then arrange the array in a targeted manner. Even if it can't stop others, it's okay to stop the fat guy. The dead scourge. Time passed by, and the length of the array drawn by the fat guy had exceeded 2 kilometers. The long area surrounding the dust plane was full of arrays, all of which were arrays used by the fat guy to explore the way. It can be seen that the fat man has a deep attainment in the magic array. But I don't know what his profession is. However, the fat man has obviously found the way. Why doesn't he go in? Is there something I haven't considered? Fong Bai looked at the array under his feet and thought. But before he could look for long, the fat man said in surprise, "Let's go." Profiteer. Fong Bai. Follow. The fat man immediately entered the dust plane from the path Fong Bai had just seen, followed by the tall and thin man. And Fong Bai was at the end. When Fong Bai stepped into the dust plane, the dazzling sunlight disappeared, and there was only the dim yellow light at dusk. Only one step away, but it seemed to divide 2 worlds. Fong Bai looked back, and he could no longer see the dazzling light, and it was a dark dusk, as if there was no way out. In addition, Fong Bai also noticed that the magic array drawn by the fat man began to disappear at the same time, and disappeared without a trace in a short while. Obviously, the fat man had set up a special magic array to destroy the traces. At this moment, except for the chaotic elements of heaven and earth, which showed that the magic array was set up, there was no trace of anything else. Even the chaotic elemental power would only take 10 minutes to half an hour to completely calm down. No one will find anything if someone comes from behind. The fat man's cautious behavior made Fong Bai feel comfortable. It is indeed comfortable to cooperate with such a teammate. And everything will be considered properly for you. Walking on the road found by the fat man. The magic array patterns all the way underground are the looming spell models. This is a way out that the fat man has tried out. And with the help of the corresponding array suppression, the power of the dust plane is almost suppressed to the extreme. And it is negligible. And the magic array under his feet seems to be a little different. The basis of the magic array is still the spell model. And in the core of the spell model, Fong Bai clearly saw some patterns. The power of rules? Legendary array? No. 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 It's more than that. Not just an ordinary legendary array, but also a professional array specially used to suppress the power in the environment and assist in opening the way. Fong Bai's eyesight is so high that the effect of this array emerged in his mind after a few glances. Although he has learned this magic array, it is like learning Chinese characters, and he has learned all the words. Even if you see an unfamiliar word, or even an unfamiliar character that you don't know, you can guess the meaning of the unfamiliar word by recognizing the character, or half of the character. Fong Bai not only understood the purpose, but also saw through some magic arrays. Where did the fat man come from? There are such magic arrays. And what does this fat man usually do? How can he use this magic array so skillfully? Fong Bai couldn't help muttering in his heart. And then he saw the tall and thin man leaving some copper coins along the way, and occasionally leaving some golden awls into the ground. This tall and thin man doesn't look like a serious person. Could they be doing something crooked? Fong Bai followed behind and did nothing. He watched the two people keep making way. And even the fat man was panting, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Chapter 446 Chaotic Field. Tomb Raider? Fong Bai couldn't help muttering, and then looked at the fat man and the tall and thin man. Subjectively, they both looked like thieves. Fong Bai shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He turned to look at the surrounding environment. Most of the surroundings were barren, and from time to time you could see some scrap copper and iron on the ground. And from time to time, you could see a small pool of water. Occasionally there were clusters of shrubs, but they looked yellow, as if they were about to wither. It looked like an ordinary scene, but in Fong Bai's eyes, it made Fong Bai alarm jump. Not to mention shrubs, scrap copper and iron. Even if it was a wasteland, Bai didn't dare to go there, and his alarm jumped. In here, Fong Bai felt that his alarm seemed to be out of order. No matter what he saw, it jumped wildly. There was not even an inch of safe land. This made Fong Bai heart lift. He had a hunch that if he really took a step forward, let alone legendary defense, even a true legend would die here. The power contained in this environment is totally unreasonable. The forbidden power here, the chaotic field. All of this interweaves into a chaotic field. Chaotic and deadly. In comparison, although the field of Thunder Valley is also very dangerous, it is not even worthy of carrying shoes compared to here. Even the Sea of Storms. Hey, it may be a little worse after the storm, but it feels about the same. It seems that the Sea of Storms is also a relic of the gods. A forbidden place? Fong Bai thought about it, and suddenly felt something in his heart. He turned his head and looked back, but saw that the magic circle behind him had disappeared under the erosion of the power of the dust plane. Only the copper coins left by the tall and thin man were left on the spot, emitting a faint golden light, connected to each other, with a knockdown golden cone as the node, showing a looming golden road. Fong Bai now understood the role of the tall and thin man. The fat man opened the way forward, and the tall and thin man left a way to leave. No one is indispensable. It is this power that feels similar to the nature of the fat man's field power. Trading? Merchants? Fong Bai muttered. Could it be that their professions are related to this? If so, the tall and thin man can understand that money opens the way. But how can the fat man understand this magic array skill? Fong Bai shook his head while thinking. If he can figure it out, then think about it. If he can't figure it out, forget it. Anyway, he is just curious about the fat man's profession. And then, he will find a way to restrain him and beat him up in the end. How could he have other bad intentions? Shaking his head, Fong Bai suddenly felt an abnormal vibration underground, and immediately took a step forward and stepped on the source of the vibration. At this time, the fat man in front lowered his voice. Fong Bai, be careful. There is an attack. The fat man just made a sound and saw Fong Bai stepping on it, and then stepped lightly. Bang! With a muffled sound, Fong Bai noticed that the abnormal vibration under the road disappeared. And the fat man waited for a while, and didn't find the attack coming. So he immediately understood, and gave Fong Bai a thumbs up. Reliable. The fat man immediately cleared the way, saying as he did so, "Just now, I really couldn't get around, so I passed through the attack range of the grass. Just now, it was the roots and vines of the grass that attacked from underground, and it was hard to defend against. The blades of the grass are as sharp as magic weapons, and can cut through the third-level armor. If you are injured, the power of dusk will penetrate into the body, and it will become very dangerous. By the way, Fong Bai, how did you find out in advance?" The fat man asked curiously. "Vibration. The vibration of the grass growing below is abnormal." "Very obvious." "Is it?" The fat man was slightly stunned, and the tall and thin man also looked at the ground in surprise. Why didn't they feel anything? "Yes. Can't you feel it?" "Well, how did you attack?" "There was no elemental fluctuation." "Oh, it was also vibration. I used vibration to transmit power directly to crush the leaves that had not grown out of the ground. It was also vibration." The fat man and the tall and thin man were immediately confused. How come they couldn't feel it? Although they were confused, they felt relieved after seeing Fong Bai method. The battle fluctuations were suppressed to the point that they couldn't feel it. This was really reassuring. The fat man's speed of clearing the way was a little faster. Most of the time, Fong Bai just had to follow behind him and rarely made a move. However, since the fat man didn't walk in a straight line, but took a winding path, looking for a way back and forth, he didn't walk fast. Along the way, in addition to occasionally making a move, Fong Bai also looked at the surrounding environment with curiosity. Suddenly, Fong Bai's eyes were attracted by a bush. However, what really attracted Fong Bai was not the bush, but a flower bud that was about to bloom in the bush. The moment he saw the flower bud, Fong Bai's heart moved slightly. Legendary spiritual medicine? The fat man, the tall and thin man, heard Fong Bai's voice, as if he had installed navigation, and reacted immediately and looked in the direction of the convenient site. When he saw the flower, the fat man immediately said yes. Yes, it is indeed a fourth-level spiritual medicine. A fourth-level spiritual medicine unique to the dust plane. It contains a large amount of dust power. For certain people or certain situations, this is a precious medicine. However, in most cases, this medicine is fatal, even because it is similar to another fourth-level spiritual medicine that replenishes the soul. It is often mistaken for the real thing or used as poison. If the dust power inside is taken in its entirety, it is really like an old man hanging himself, and he thinks his life is too long. Those below the legend level will definitely die. It is said that someone has poisoned a legend to death, and it is also said that someone used it as poison to trick a giant dragon into eating it. Although the poison cannot kill a giant dragon with a strong physique, it can also greatly weaken the blood and reduce the magic resistance. And the value is not low. Can it be picked? Fong Bai took a look and immediately felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. The fat man also said immediately, "You can't get through. There is no way through. This area is a dead end." Fong Bai couldn't help but open his pupil to take a look, and almost closed it the moment he opened it. He didn't dare to peek at this dust plane. But at this moment, Fong Bai saw a field that wrapped the flowers inside, without any gaps, and his position seemed to be the gap between the two fields, or some weaker fields, which pieced together a less dangerous way to survive. Fong Bai suddenly realized that he had this eye that could only see the field, and it seemed to be able to lead the way, and it was even simpler, without having to use the formation to test like the fat man, and then calculate according to the unique algorithm to spy on the strength and existence of the field, and then open the way. Chapter 447 Profit. Field. Fong Bai found that this pupil technique was much more useful than he had imagined. While following the fat man, he also observed their actions and arrangements. The fat man's formation can suppress the field, squeeze the field, and form a temporary small field. This is the principle of the road under his feet. And every copper coin put down by the thin tall man was placed in the node of the field. And every golden cone pierced the key node of the field, like a wedge anchoring the field in place. Fong Bai couldn't help but admire the methods of the two. The three continued to move forward, and were submerged in the dust plane in a blink of an eye. Although the ground of the dust plane was not very undulating, and there was no vegetation or obstruction, people's vision would still be blocked by invisible objects, and could not see clearly. At this moment, "Ah!" two loud calls sounded, and a two-headed flying dragon dragged a wooden boat and slowly fell. The flying dragon's huge and thick dragon wings flapped and raised dust and fog in the sky. After the flying boat landed, a group of people walked down from the flying boat. The two-headed flying dragon rubbed the chest of one of the old men with its head affectionately. The old man patted the two-headed flying dragon, turned to look at the others, and there was a sense of majesty in his eyes. If the fat man was here, he would find that this old man was the legendary dragon knight who had chased him before, Duke Bartholomew. At this moment, Duke Bartholomew looked at the group of people in front of him, without saying much, and waved his hand gently. Everyone, let's go! Yes! Everyone responded in unison. And then a group of people pressed down from the wooden boat and walked towards the dust plain together. The majestic Duke Bartholomew looked at the dust plain, and a young man next to him spoke. Father, do you think the prophecy is true? Is there really a magic medicine outside the dust plain? When Duke Bartholomew heard the word magic medicine, his eyes fluctuated slightly, and then he said calmly, if the prophecy is true, then we will never get this news. No prophet will say it. Duke Bartholomew continued without waiting for the young man to speak. But since he dared to say so, it is more or less possible. As long as it is possible, it is worth a try. After all, this is the legendary divine medicine, the only one in the world. If you take it, you will ascend to heaven in broad daylight. The gods will send down their projections to snatch it. But, since no gods have projected yet, it is probably not a real divine medicine, but just a semi-divine medicine. But it is enough for us. And it can even be said to be just right. When Duke Bartholomew spoke, he turned his head to the right, and the terrifying dragon power rose up and rolled over to the right. Chew! A fierce eagle chirp sounded. Although the momentum was not as strong as Duke Bartholomew's, it also supported a piece of heaven and earth. Why is this old man Baseo joining in the fun here instead of avenging his apprentice? The young man next to Duke Bartholomew said with a bit of arrogance in his eyes. Duke Bartholomew glanced at Baseo indifferently, and did not have the opportunity to attack. But the look he gave him was quite strange. This Baseo. Does he feel that his strength has improved? Illusion? Duke Bartholomew frowned slightly. And then he didn't take it to heart. No matter how much this Baseo breaks through, he will not be his opponent. Retracting his gaze, looking at other directions, sensing the breath of old acquaintances, the smile on Duke Bartholomew's face gradually disappeared. He thought that the information about the prophet would be sold to 2 or 3 companies. But he didn't expect that it was sold to at least a dozen companies? Thinking back to the price he offered, which was comparable to a buyout, Duke Bartholomew's face was slightly gloomy. Ah! Cut! Ah! Cut! Who missed me? A person in white clothes with his back to the world muttered. He muttered, leaving the stick in his hand and looking at the direction it pointed to. Bartholomew family? Others have gone too. So they're going. Why do you think so much about me? Buying out for 1 minute is not buying out. When did you say how long the buyout would be? How could you think I could refuse the price offered by others? They're offering too much. The man in white muttered, with a slight smile on his face. The people around him looked at him strangely. In their opinion, this man in white was very strange. And he basically had his back to everyone else. Even the few people who saw the front could only see his mouth and chin. And everything above was shrouded in mist. The man in white with his back to everyone cast a spell slightly, and suddenly let out a light exclamation. It doesn't seem to be a semi-divine medicine? Did I calculate it wrong? Could it be just a legendary medicine? No. It's impossible. But that's not right. No. I have to go and see it myself. The man in white robe's face changed slightly, and without hesitation, he immediately rushed towards the dust plain. Professional ethics. Professional ethics. He can accept that he is immoral, but he cannot accept that he is unprofessional. What on earth interfered with my prophecy? The man in white robe wanted to use the prophecy again, but the result was blank. The man in white robe wanted to make a targeted prediction for the interference. But just as he was about to start, he suddenly shuddered and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. The prophecy stopped immediately. Cannot continue. Continuing will definitely lead to bad consequences. What on earth is it? The man in white robe was curious, but his knowledge and reason told him. Stay as far away as possible. Stay as far away as possible. Never go close. For a prophet, the unknown is always the most dangerous. The unknown. The inability to predict often means death. But I know the danger. But I can't help it. If you stay away from the unknown blindly, everything is known. What's the point of being safe? Even if you are alive? It took only a few milliseconds for the man in white robe to make a decision. Just like that sentence. For a prophet, the unknown is always the most dangerous. But at the same time, it is also the most attractive. And therefore, the most dangerous. The man in white robes took a step forward, and the whole person gradually blurred in the eyes of passers-by, and disappeared in front of everyone bit by bit. On the way, the man in white couldn't help but feel excited. What is it? Is it an object? Or a person? In the sky, a murmur sounded out of thin air. The usually deserted dust plain has become lively, and teams gathered one after another began to move forward. Many people held compasses in their hands and pretended to enter the Yellow River plain. Not long after, screams rang out, adding a bit of blood to the gloomy dust plain. The smell of blood floated, and the murderous intent gradually permeated. The originally dormant field of the dusk plain gradually revived. Chapter 448 Abnormal Movement. What the hell? The fat man couldn't help but yell. How did the danger level rise by several degrees? The multi-layered ball in the fat man's hand spun rapidly, leaving an afterimage, and even began to sweat on his forehead. He stopped, and the hand-painted formation extended and collapsed bit by bit. Fong Bai's face couldn't help but change slightly. Under his pupil vision, the entire field of the dusk plain gradually awakened. The awakening of the field was not the most fatal, but the more fatal was that the field on the dusk plain gradually became active. This made Fong Bai's face look very bad. I'm not afraid of high intensity, but I'm afraid of strong activity. This is like the difference between a mountain and a storm sea. In an unstable Jedi like the dust plain, strong activity often means another point. That is, the changes in the field intensify, and it is easy to merge, swallow, and fight. This means that the originally stable field will become changeable, which instantly makes the fat man unable to move. Blood smell? Damn it. Are you sending people to die? If you can't get it yourself, you're going to kill other people's hopes? If no one gets it, can you accept it? The fat man realized something instantly, and gnashed his teeth. Although he didn't know why a large number of people suddenly began to enter the dust plain, the fat man knew exactly what happened. The fat man knew one thing better. The dust plain itself cannot be predicted. The difficulty of prediction is no easier than predicting a god. Whoever dares to predict will die without knowing how he died. So everyone knows that there are good things in the dust plain, but no one knows where the good things are. Prediction? Impossible. Unless I know. I find profiteers and Fong Bai to discuss, and then the prophet predicts it. Compared to this group of people, it is a coincidence. The fat man is inclined to believe that he met a prophet with real skills. Prophet is a bitch. Don't let me know who you are. The small metal ball in the fat man's hand rotated at a high speed, as if it was about to spark. Finally, the formation drawn by his men finally continued to move forward. Seeing this, the tall and thin man and Fong Bai breathed a sigh of relief and let go of their tense hearts. Behind them, the road opened up was disappearing rapidly. If they didn't continue to move forward, this road would immediately become their burial place. The fat man's forehead was covered with sweat as he drew the formation. The tall and thin man obviously knocked down a lot more golden cones, and it was also much more difficult. Fong Bai opened his pupils again and again, paying attention to the changes in the field. At this time, the magic beast token hidden on his body suddenly trembled slightly. What's wrong? Fong Bai was slightly puzzled. Looking around, there was nothing special. Nothing special. The subsequent tokens did not react at all. What caused the summoning token to change? Fong Bai searched for a long time, but did not find any clues about the sudden trembling of the magic beast token. So he put it down and turned his attention to the field in front of him again, paying attention to the field bit by bit, and at the same time extending his mental power to connect with the fat man. The fat man looked back at Fong Bai with a little doubt. Fong Bai did not explain and directly passed a picture to him. The fat man was slightly stunned. This picture and this line made him feel familiar, but he seemed to have never seen it before. What is this? The fat man scratched his head and couldn't help wondering. But just as Fong Bai was about to speak, the fat man suddenly shuddered and spoke out. Field? The fat man looked at Fong Bai in astonishment, and Fong Bai nodded slightly. Yes. After getting the confirmation, the fat man had no time to be surprised, and immediately put his mental power into the real-time changing picture. The field that could only be described by numbers and formulas actually appeared directly in front of him at this moment. Specific and direct. This feeling made the fat man ecstatic. And he cut off all the arrays used to test the field and collect field data from various aspects. The speed of drawing the arrays by his men immediately increased. And the whole person was relaxed. After the field of the dust plane became active, the pace of Fong Bai and the other three not only did not slow down, but became faster. This series of changes made the tall and thin man unable to react until Fong Bai connected him to the mental network. This field? Fong Bai, you can actually see the field directly? You are too crazy. The tall and thin man was speechless. And the fat man couldn't help but interrupt. Fong Bai, your eyes are amazing. Do you want to be a part-time domain master? I can teach you. With these eyes, your domain master training will surely improve rapidly. Do you want to learn? Anyway, more skills are better than less. The fat man couldn't help but speak out. Oh, by the way, how do you see the field? Can you copy it? If you can, my price will definitely satisfy you. Sure. The effect of the clear eye vine, Fong Bai said casually. And the fat man was surprised. The effect of the Qingmu vine is so good? I will get one later. Wait. The fat man's face suddenly looked strange. And the tall and thin man was puzzled. The Qingmu vine is a third-level spiritual medicine. Although it is called quasi-fourth level, it should not be difficult for you to get it. Right? Why do you look like that? The Qingmu vine, he said, is a fourth-level spiritual medicine, which is promoted from third level to fourth level. Oh! The Qingmu vine is rare, and it is promoted from third level to fourth level. It is rarer than normal fourth-level spiritual medicine. Is there a second one in the world? The fat man sighed faintly. Hey, if I had known that the effect was so fierce, I should have been more aggressive at the beginning. If I had been more aggressive, I might have gotten it. Fong Bai curled his lips when he heard this. It seems that you didn't go all out at the beginning. If you can't beat me, you can't beat me. Don't talk so much. The fat man's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. And he couldn't speak, so he could only keep his head down and move forward. There were many spiritual herbs and precious minerals along the way, but they all grew in dangerous places. Some people dared not touch them at all, and some felt that they would not get their money back if they took them by force. They did not move anything along the way, but just went deeper crookedly. During the period when they were close to the 9 mountains, the breath transmitted from them was creepy. Fong Bai opened his eyes and looked, as if he saw a giant standing tall facing a flaming meteorite falling from the sky, roaring, and the short spear in his hand broke through the air. The tip of the short spear seemed to contain the ultimate dusk light. Fong Bai felt a sharp pain in his eyes with just one glance. And the elemental metals that made up his body seemed to decay. Huh? Fong Bai, what's wrong with you? The fat man and the tall and thin man heard Fong Bai groan, and hurriedly looked back, but saw scarlet blood in Fong Bai tightly closed right eye. After Fong Bai closed his eyes, the feeling just now disappeared, but his body seemed to decay a little. Hearing the two people asking questions, he immediately told them what happened just now. The two looked at each other when they heard this. Chapter 449, Projection of the Ancient God. This is probably the legendary afterimage of the ancient god. The fat man thought for a long time and said, Ancient god afterimage? Well, it is said that in ancient times, there are two kinds of gods. One is the innate god, and the other is the acquired god. The innate gods are born by heaven and earth, and they have the power of heaven and earth. The acquired gods are born by faith and become gods after death. In order to distinguish these two kinds of gods, the innate gods are called ancient gods, and the acquired gods are called gods of faith. This dust plane is a relic left by the battle of gods. It is said that it was left during the war between the innate gods and the acquired gods. So, the scene you saw should be the mark left by the battle between gods and earth. Fong Bai nodded when he heard it, but his thoughts sank into the fantasy space. In the fantasy space, a giant standing tall and holding a short spear faced the flaming meteorite. This is the reflection just now. Fong Bai could not copy, shake, or modify this three-dimensional picture. It was just reflected. Of course, Fong Bai could move it out of the fantasy space and erase it. But Fong Bai did not do so, but left it. Recovering his mind, Fong Bai opened his eyes again. His eyes were still full of bloodshot, but it was no longer a problem. The three continued to move forward. They were not going to the 9 mountains, where the ancient god's projection was located, but just passing by and bypassing it. The Dusk Plain was full of dangers. One step away might attract dangers such as dusk skeletons, dusk vines, and dusk corpses. Or one step out directly stepped on the nodes, where the power of dusk was strong. And the scene decayed. Only by looking at its essence now, and moving directly along the veins of the field can safety be barely guaranteed. The field was twisted and turned. From the 9 mountains near the depths to the periphery near the edge. The field was ever-changing. And the fat man didn't know how to go next. But the only thing that was certain was that they were getting closer and closer to the location where the semi-god medicine would move next. They just needed to arrive within the planned time. As they walked, Fong Bai suddenly spoke. Are there a few people in front? The fat man looked forward and vaguely saw a few figures. The clothes they were wearing seemed familiar. His eyes narrowed, and his pupils turned into a round shape with a square inside. When he saw the clothes of the few people clearly, his face changed slightly. People from the Bartholomew family. Are they here too? What the hell? Why are you so nervous? Did you do something wrong? The tall and thin man was amused when he saw the fat man's sneaky look. But at this moment, Fong Bai also raised his eyebrows. His legendary water element life crystal core was stolen by the fat man from the Bartholomew family. The cautious fat man rolled his eyes when he heard the tall and thin man's words. But he was no longer worried. He straightened his back and said casually, Yeah, I did do something. Then why aren't you panicking? The guy who came here isn't a legend. Why should I panic? Besides, I did the work in front of you. What does it have to do with me? Bud? The thin tall man opened his eyes when he heard this. I was wondering why I felt that many people were asking about me recently. And I thought something happened to me. It turned out that you, the bastard, framed me. The thin tall man was immediately anxious. And the fat man didn't feel guilty at all and cursed back. If you hadn't sold me fake goods, would I have been exposed? Is it my fault that I sold fake goods? Okay. You can go out and say that I framed you. And I admit it. I go out and say that you sold fake goods. And you have to admit it. Okay? Hey. Haven't I made it up to you? And I was also deceived by a bastard. Forget it. Let's be even. When it comes to fake goods, the thin tall man immediately got angry and quickly pulled the fat man. After holding him, seeing the figure approaching from a distance, the tall and thin man hurriedly tidied his head, and his thin face instantly became round, and his body twisted and became several dozen centimeters shorter, instantly like two different people. More importantly, the aura emanating from his body changed. If Fong Bai had not been watching from the side, and had the mental connection to confirm that the mental characteristics had not changed, Fong Bai would have thought that he had changed into a different person. Awesome. A little way. For emergency use in the rivers and lakes, the short and thin man said in a naive manner, with a different look, voice, and way of speaking. This made Fong Bai look around at the two people, and he was really curious about their origins. Judging from their methods, they were definitely not unknown people. Maybe in the underground world of thieves and assassins. These two people were also well-known people. Anyway, they were definitely not serious people. At this time, as the people approached, they gradually saw clearly. The number of people coming was huge and dense. And if you counted carefully, there were nearly 100 of them. Some of them have scales of various colors on their arms, eyebrows, and faces. They are wearing black tight clothes, with a condensed aura and full of murderous aura. They are elites at first glance. Those with tokens are the Dragon Guards, who have been trained by Bartholomew's family since childhood. They have dragon blood flowing in their bodies. Strong blood and strong bodies. Each of them has experienced hundreds of battles, and has been killed in the underground boxing ring. It is extremely difficult to deal with them alone. And they are also extraordinary troops. Once they are formed, 10 people can slaughter thousands of troops. Huh? Fong Bai was puzzled. The fat man glanced at Fong Bai and recalled the player army that suppressed the legend before. Just when I didn't say it. You know they are very difficult to deal with. If they are forced into a corner, they can transform into dragon beasts. There are a total of 20 people here. If they are formed into an army, they will be quite difficult to deal with. Under the gaze of the 3 people, 20 dragons guarded a young man. The young man was wearing dragon armor, and there was a bit of arrogance between his eyebrows, as if he was high above. On the periphery, the chains held by the dragon guards were linked to a series of captives, who were hunched over and looked numb. The captives tried to find the way forward one by one. And from time to time some were injured. And from time to time some became old. Behind the dragon guards, some were treating the captives. And there were also several people dressed as array masters, who were silently calculating. Fong Bai glanced at the captives, and found that there were no players. But he still looked at these people with displeasure. At this time, a dragon guard also found Fong Bai and others, walked to the side of the young man in the center, and pointed in the direction of Fong Bai while speaking, indicating, "Sir." The young man looked in the direction of Fong Bai and the other two, and when he saw Fong Bai, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Player Fong Bai? He was the one who attacked cousin Odysseus? After the young man finished speaking, a dragon guard next to him nodded and then said softly, "Yes, sir. But sir, it is not advisable to take action in the Dusk Plains. Otherwise it will be very troublesome if the power of Dusk riots." Chapter 450. I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want. I've heard of your name for a long time. When you get out of the Dusk Plain, you must come to my house as a guest. We will definitely treat you well. The young man bowed slightly to Fong Bai, and then led his people away. Looking at his departing back, Fong Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. "Want to kill him?" the fat man said on the side. Not really. Not really. I just don't like him. We have no grudges. Why would I want to kill him?" Fong Bai said casually. And the fat man shrugged his shoulders, and continued to move forward. However, as they moved forward, the three of them gradually felt something was wrong. They encountered other people more and more frequently. And it seemed that the closer they were to the location of the semi-god medicine, the higher the density of people. The discovery of this made the fat man's face gloomy immediately. The matter was already very obvious. This could not be a coincidence. It was also impossible that someone had predicted the location of the semi-god medicine. There must be a shameless prophet who locked him and got some information in turn, and then prepared to intercept. Be prepared for battle. These crap prophets are good at nothing, but they are all professional at stirring up trouble. I'm afraid it won't be easy to fight them. Before the fat man could react, he saw Fong Bai said solemnly, "Fatty, have you noticed that the further we go, the more stable the field becomes? The danger level is decreasing. If it goes on like this, it won't be long before we don't need to open the way at all and can move freely." The fat man's face changed when he heard this, and he immediately sensed it carefully. After a moment, he said with a grim face, "The formation device is definitely the top formation device. At least the top level of the 4th level. A set of 4th level legendary equipment far exceeds the ordinary. Someone spent a great price to arrange a set of 4th level formation devices here to forcibly suppress the dust power in this area. For this reason, this set of formation devices will be corroded by the dust power." The fat man clenched his teeth. What a big move. What a big move. You are going to take advantage of Fatty. Right? Relying on the power of numbers. Knowing that the number of people is meaningless in the face of the terrain of the Dusk Plain. You will suppress the power of Dusk at all costs. Okay. Okay. I was wondering why I saw so many large teams. So that's it. Fong Bai's face beside him also became solemn. Among the many people he met, he has seen legendary level existences more than once, and can exert legendary level combat power. There are 2 or 3 teams he met, let alone those he didn't meet. Although he is strong, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and random punches can kill the master. So he can't help but be solemn. If he is not careful, Fatty and the tall and thin man may die here. You want to fight, right? Then fight. Fatty, you may not be able to beat them. Have you forgotten the dragon guards? Have you forgotten the group of archers? They are all legendary combat power. Although I am strong, I can't stand the large number of people on the other side. Before Fong Bai finished speaking, Fatty spoke up. You can't use extraordinary power. Huh? You can't use extraordinary power. What is the Dust Plain? It's a relic of the gods. How can they suppress the entire Dust Plain? Those few churches of the true gods may not be able to suppress it even if they invite real artifacts. How can this group of people be qualified? They only suppress the power of Dusk within a certain range. The outer Dusk power, Dusk skeletons, etc. The core Dusk ravens, ancient god projections, etc. are all normal. Fighting is fighting, or general elemental power fluctuations. It can be suppressed and cannot be transmitted. But once there is a legendary rule fluctuation, a legendary element fluctuation, If the ancient god projection is attracted, no one will survive a slap. The fat man sneered. So, this is a melee where extraordinary power is prohibited. Even if a fucking legend comes, it must be a melee where magic is prohibited. Fong Bai couldn't help but be silent for a while. And the next moment, he straightened his back. If that's the case, then I'm invincible. You guys can do whatever you want. The fat man sneered at the words and looked ahead. He wanted to see if the prophet had predicted Fong Bai's situation. However, what he didn't know was that when Fong Bai was talking, the magic beast token on his body trembled from time to time. But Fong Bai stopped when he checked it. The trembling was very weak. At this time, before Fong Bai could think carefully, a voice suddenly came from the side. Poochie. He is so funny. Saying that he is invincible. Poochie. I have never heard of such a funny thing. Have you heard of it? No. No. I haven't heard of it. A mere master. I don't know where the tone comes from. It's so funny. It's simply not necessary. Fong Bai was a little unhappy when his thinking was interrupted. He turned his head and looked at the few people with a subconscious indifferent look. 1 second. 2 seconds. And the few people who were laughing suddenly stopped laughing, facing Fong Bai in different eyes. They couldn't help but shudder. It felt like an electric current was running through their scalps. And they couldn't laugh anymore. It was not until Fong Bai and the other two left that they came to their senses and looked at each other, their eyes full of lingering fear. We really met a master. One person muttered to himself. No matter how good he is just a master. We will deal with him when we get out. Yes, we will find someone to deal with him when we get out. The group of people recalled their performance just now, and they all said angrily, Master? So what if he is a master? Masters who are not from noble families or powerful forces are worse than dogs. A group of people cursed angrily. But when Fong Bai was there, no one dared to speak. Fong Bai, who directly left these people behind, and moved forward quickly with the fat man and the tall and thin man. They seemed to have completely entered the sealed area, and the road was smooth all the way. The field was calm, and there was no ripples. And the dusk vines, dusk skeletons, and other animals and plants formed by the power of dusk also disappeared, as if they had escaped into the earth under the suppression. The dusk plain seemed to have turned into a plain and barren plain. Along with it came an increasing density of extraordinary people. In addition to the forces that came after hearing the prophet's news at the beginning, there were also many other forces that came to join in the fun without knowing what was going on. Why can't you predict it? How could it be? The prophet in white turned his back to the crowd, but his heart was full of doubts. He predicted again and again, but nothing came out. No response. Could it be that these people have some treasures in their hands, which directly increase the weight, resulting in poor prediction results? Forget it. It doesn't matter. There are more than a dozen families, forces, and several legendary combat forces. How can we lose? How can we lose? The man in white with his back to the people said proudly, took a step forward. His figure was ethereal, and when illusions intertwined, he appeared in the distance. And at this moment, nectar fell from the sky, and a fragrance slowly floated in the dusk plain. Chapter 451 Medicinal Fragrance. Medicinal fragrance? Outside the dusk plain, a group of people were shocked when they smelled a fragrance coming from the dusk plain. Is there really a magical medicine in the dusk plain? In the past, it was said that the smell of medicine was smelled outside the dusk plain, and it was suspected that there was a magical medicine growing deep inside. At that time, the incident caused a great sensation. I don't know how many people entered the dusk plain to try to pick the magical medicine. However, the medicinal fragrance only lasted for a few days and disappeared without a trace. And it is unknown how many people died inside. In front of the bloody corpses, people barely regained their sanity and stopped their steps to die. Unexpectedly, the medicinal fragrance will float again today, and it can be smelled even outside the dusk plain. Just smelling the medicinal fragrance will give you a refreshing feeling, and the medicinal power is shocking. The prophet is really right. There is indeed a magical medicine outside. The people who stayed outside looked at each other immediately, and everyone saw the vigilance in each other's eyes. The next moment, one person spread out, and under communication, a large net was formed to surround the entire dusk plain. At the same time, a series of spiritual lights shot out and rushed directly to the clan lands of each family. Soon, a series of human figures fell, and horses neighed and dragons roared. and the wind and clouds surged. Everyone in the dust plain was also shocked, smelling the fragrance of medicine and feeling the surging vitality in their bodies. Everyone rushed directly to the direction where the fragrance came from without any hesitation. Fong Bai and Fatty looked at each other. He could see that Fatty's face was still not very good. Although this situation had been expected, it was too different from what he had planned at the beginning. At first, Fatty only planned to come in quietly, take away the semi-god medicine quietly, and make a fortune in silence. But how did things turn out like this? Although Fong Bai was still very confident, others were not vegetarians. Everyone knew that the power of elements could not be used in the dust plain, and everyone brought strong men or means that were inclined to melee. This means that they had inadvertently reduced Fong Bai's advantage to a great extent. Even Fatty suddenly thought of something, and his heart rang. Forget it, Fong Bai. Just do your best. In this battle, neither I nor the profiteer can play a big role. If you want to grab the semi-god medicine, grab it. If you grab it, keep it for yourself. Just give me a few whiskers when I need it. If you don't want to grab it, we will retreat. Although you are a player, there is no need to die in vain, the fat man said after a long silence. The tall and thin man looked at the fat man in surprise, and Fong Bai was also quite surprised. What's wrong? The fat man sighed. You can smell the fragrance, right? Yes. What's wrong? I remembered a rumor about the fragrance of divine medicine in the dust plain. What's wrong? There are often rumors about the fragrance of divine medicine in such divine relics and forbidden areas. There are indeed a certain amount of legendary spiritual medicines, semi-divine medicines, and even real divine medicines growing in such places that are rarely visited by people or even biological forbidden areas. This kind of rumor happens at least 8 times a year. Is there a problem? Yes. It's a big problem. This time a prophet predicted it in advance. The location has been locked, and the legendary array has been set up. Even the legends are already guarding outside and have smelled the fragrance. Some old legends will go crazy. The tall and thin man suddenly shuddered when he heard this. And Fong Bai immediately realized a problem. Or think of a knowledge point. That is, prolonging life. Most divine medicines have this effect. The only difference is the strength of the effect. For old legends whose lifespans are approaching, they have a high probability of rushing into various restricted areas and ruins to fight for their lives. If they lose, they will die a few days earlier. If they win, they can live for dozens or hundreds of years. Maybe there will be another chance to break through. It's just a guess. When the news that this place has been hammered and the road has been completely paved was learned by this group of old legends. Can the semi-god medicine also prolong life? I said no. Do you believe it? The fat man asked back. And Fong Bai naturally had the answer in his mind. He looked at the group of people running towards the smell of medicine again. Fong Bai immediately understood that this group of people were no longer the protagonists. And they were not even the appetizers. And when the real old legends flocked in, unless they directly transferred 100,000 troops, otherwise the iron would be broken. Fatty, if I escort you there, how long will it take to collect the demigod medicine? A long time. The area near the demigod medicine is the most dangerous. If it can move here, it means it is not suppressed. Under the shroud of the demigod medicine, the extremely rich dust power is not suppressed. If it calms down, I can break the dust power in a few hours and collect the demigod medicine. But the others will not let us collect the medicine. They would rather delay and let the old legend behind them come over. And they will not let us do it. Absolutely impossible. Because time is on their side. Fong Bai fell silent immediately after hearing this, which meant that there was no room for tricks. The only way to take away the semi-god medicine was to rely on absolute strength to snatch it. But want to suppress a group of desperate old legends? I dare not do this in my dreams. The wisest way is to turn around and leave the center of this vortex. But, although I didn't plan to come at the beginning, I came. If I just leave like this, Fong Bai is somewhat unwilling. His eyelids drooped, and the fine lines were reflected in his eyes. Fong Bai in the fantasy space and Fong Bai in the projection of Tiangong Pavilion stopped at the same time. Thinking quietly, the fat man and the thin tall man were in a very bad mood, and they didn't pay attention to Fong Bai's expression. But suddenly heard Fong Bai say, I've never been afraid of anyone in the flesh. And the gods are here. You have to take 2 punches from me before you leave. Isn't it just a legend? Damn it! The fat man and the thin tall man looked at Fong Bai. their eyes full of astonishment. They had already decided to leave. The only thing he was thinking about was how to find the prophet and how to retaliate. Why did Fong Bai suddenly want to fight again? Fatty profiteer. I need some time. Have you really decided? The fat man looked at Fong Bai with a complicated expression, wanting to persuade him. But he was also attracted by Fong Bai aura at the moment. Are you sure? The legend whose extraordinary power is completely suppressed by the forbidden magic circle, and the legend whose elemental fluctuations are restrained are two different things. Although the fat man was attracted by Fong Bai aura, he was not very optimistic, and did not think highly of him. If it was just some legendary combat power, or one or two old legends, he would still think highly of Fong Bai. But now it is destined to be more than one or two. A lone tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves, let alone a lone wolf facing a pack of tigers. This is no longer a question of whether or not to think highly of Fong Bai. Chapter 452 title, Rune Pioneer. Have some confidence in me. After Fong Bai pondered, his heart gradually calmed down. You said that the forbidden magic circle suppressed the legend. But didn't it suppress me? Feeling the demon beast token that trembled from time to time. And the 10 seconds that could be summoned at any time. Demon beast. Demon beast. This is enough to explain the problem. Combined with the murals at the time. Although there was no summoning, it was obvious that this was a real god-level combat power. 10 seconds of god-level combat power. If you are not happy, you will flatten the dust plane. Although Fong Bai didn't want to waste these 10 seconds. But we may not succeed. But I guarantee that you will not die. Fong Bai paused slightly after speaking, and then continued. I will not die either. The fat man's face changed slightly when he heard this, and then calmed down. I brought you here, so I will naturally not leave. Swindler. What about you? The tall and thin man looked at Fong Bai quietly, and spoke after a moment. I am not optimistic about this action, but I am optimistic about you. You have potential and will not die. Which almost means that you will definitely realize your potential, and will not die prematurely. So, I have invested in you. What do you need now? Fong Bai smiled at the two of them and said, I need some time. After a while, Fong Bai and the other two had come to the edge of the legendary array suppression, and stopped in a hidden corner where no one was. The fat man simply arranged a hidden camp and hidden means, and then looked back and saw Fong Bai sitting cross-legged. He was slightly puzzled. He could not think of any way to immediately improve his strength to the point where he was not afraid of legends. But he did not ask aloud, but waited quietly, alert and waiting. At this moment, Fong Bai immersed his mind in the fantasy space. 2 runes were suspended on the table in the fantasy space. The runes gave off a wave. If the fat man felt it here, he would be surprised to find that this was actually the legendary regular rhythm. Or in other words, this is the best feature to identify legendary strongmen. Those who have not been baptized by heaven and earth will not be legends. Those who can be baptized by heaven and earth and have the rhythm of rules must be legends. But at this moment, the rhythm of rules that symbolize legends is quietly suspended on the table. And Fong Bai has a deeper understanding and mastery of them. 2 runes, respectively. Legendary armor. Legendary resistance. Fong Bai whispered. This is the biggest gain he has gained from studying Night Crow. This really makes Fong Bai very grateful to Night Crow for opening up a new world for Fong Bai. Directly let Fong Bai research the 2 runes of legendary armor and legendary resistance. But this is just the beginning. Not all of Fong Bai gains. Runes, Fong Bai cannot control, nor can they be engraved. This is like a privilege of heaven and earth. Or because the control is not in Fong Bai hands. Because the first rune that Fong Bai mastered, that is, the real name rune, Fong Bai, can be mastered and freely drawn. It's just that this rune is equal to Fong Bai, and will not bring Fong Bai even a little extra power. However, Fong Bai had no way to engrave the 2 runes of legendary armor and legendary resistance that could bring extra power to Fong Bai. At least under normal circumstances. Fong Bai looked at the bookshelf area in front of him that was more than dozens of meters long and wide. It was already filled with notebooks and draft papers. The notebooks were already thick with Fong Bai writing. In the fantasy space where one day was like 3 years, Fong Bai had an idea and deduced and calculated countless times before finally coming up with these 2 runes. And in the end, he deduced and calculated countless times, combined with the mode of the element model and the algorithm of the true name rune, calculated and deduced little by little, and finally summarized a simpler and more complex pattern. The simplicity lies in the low difficulty, and the complexity lies in the large content. Perhaps, legendary armor and legendary resistance should be called rules. And these are the real runes. The rules are the power of heaven, controlled by heaven. And the effect is extremely powerful, generated naturally by heaven and earth. The runes belong to the power of man, imitating the rules of heaven, interpreting the rules of heaven with human principles, although not as great as the rules, but controlled by man. This is called the real armor rune. Resistance rune? Fong Bai was not in a hurry, as he had plenty of time in the fantasy space. First, he meditated to empty his mind, and then he combed through the 2 runes in the fantasy space. After the combing was completed, he opened his eyes, and the mental power and the power of the inner space surged out. The 2 combined, under precise control, outlined a pattern on Fong Bai's body. There were no nodes, no energy channels, no spell structures, no blanks, no spell models, only a beautiful pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4. One pattern after another fell. One pattern after another formed, complementing each other. With each stroke, the power of the inner space and the mental power were consumed bit by bit. As the lines were drawn, a magical power gradually brewed on it. At this moment, the world seemed to have fallen into silence. Fong Bai drew one stroke after another, and gradually a rough and exquisite rune appeared on Fong Bai's body. When the last stroke appeared, boom! A thunderbolt scared the fat man. When the fat man was muttering strangely, his mental power suddenly swept over Fong Bai, and the next moment he suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at the tall and thin man, but at this moment the tall and thin man's expression was exactly the same. And Fong Bai also opened his eyes slightly at this moment, because there was a system prompt in his ear. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player for pioneering runes and obtaining the upgradable title, Rune Pioneer. Looking at this system prompt, Fong Bai felt a little confused because he didn't have time to carefully feel the changes in his body. He was familiar with pioneering. But this? Pioneering? Developing a new profession? But I didn't develop a new profession. I just developed runes. Can I get a title for this? Or is it the same level as the Mecha Pioneer? So the Pioneer rune category also has a title? Fong Bai couldn't help but think about it, and then opened the attribute panel, looking at the second title on the title column, and was about to open it to check the attributes, but was interrupted by the fat man before he opened it. Fong Bai, have you advanced to legend? What legend? No! After Fong Bai finished speaking, he realized that his body was emitting a rule fluctuation similar to that of legend. Similar but not used. Obviously, this was a fluctuation of runes. After careful perception, the fat man was able to distinguish it, and he was relieved. Fortunately, Fong Bai didn't rush to break through the legend in order to grab a semi-god medicine without considering his future potential. Otherwise he would have lost a lot. But since it is not the baptism of the legendary rules, then, if it's not a legend, then what is it? Chapter 453 Mastering Runes. If it's not legendary, then what is it? The fat man just asked when he saw Fong Bai's mouth curl up slightly. He immediately felt something was wrong. And then he heard Fong Bai say, "It's nothing. It's just a rune created by imitating the rules of legendary armor and legendary resistance. The rune contains the power of rules, and it can also have a similar effect. Well, you can think that I have legendary armor and legendary resistance. But I haven't been promoted to legendary." The fat man and the thin tall man were silent for a long time. And the fat man spoke after a while. "Isn't this cheating? How can we play this? It's not fair at all. If you are promoted to legendary like this, what's the point? Isn't it unfair? Do you want to learn?" Fong Bai suddenly said. The fat man. The thin tall man's voice suddenly stagnated, and his eyes widened. "Learn? Isn't it unfair?" The fat man was serious as if he was not the one talking just now. "We learned it based on our own abilities. Why do you say it's unfair?" "Yes, I'm learning it too." "Bullshit. With your relationship with Fong Bai, are you worthy? I'm qualified to learn it." The fat man immediately started to quarrel with the thin and tall man, and Fong Bai looked at him with amusement. For knowledge like runes, this brand new knowledge system, Fong Bai would naturally choose to spread it out on a large scale, so that more people can learn it and more people can study it. This is both public-spirited and takes care of private interests, which is the most appropriate. So if the fat man and the thin and tall man really want to learn it, Fong Bai will naturally teach them. As long as the two of them can learn it, it's fine. Letting the two quarrel, Fong Bai looked at the attribute panel again and clicked on the title. The attribute of the title is only one, with very few words. Title: Rune Pioneer Unique. Effect: Master all runes. As the saying goes, the fewer words, the bigger the matter. At this moment, Fong Bai was really shocked. Although this effect does not directly increase combat power, it is stronger and more important than increasing combat power by any amount, which surprised Fong Bai even more. There are 6 words in total, and the meaning couldn't be easier to understand. Master all runes. What are runes? Runes are a concept created and defined by Fong Bai, which refers to the pattern of imitating rules to depict rules in a specific combination. Anything in this box is a rune. With the experience of the title of Mecha Pioneer, Fong Bai can better understand the value of it. This means that as long as someone creates a new rune, no matter who it is, whether he hides it or not, whether he uses it or not, whether he publishes it or not, these runes will be known by Fong Bai, and he will learn and master them. It's so amazing. At this moment, Fong Bai wanted to teach the fat man and the tall and thin man. The more people who learn, the better. And the more geniuses, the better. His upper limit is the sum of his upper limits plus all geniuses and all ordinary people. The excited Fong Bai spent some time to calm down and looked at the exquisite runes drawn by the power of the inner space inside his body. A rune fell, and the effect enveloped the body, and the area occupied was only the size of a basketball. Although the effect is weaker than the real legendary armor, it has reached the level of legendary defense. For the first time, Fong Bai has the ability to reduce defense by percentage. There is still space on the body, but Fong Bai has just learned the way of runes and does not know how to stack armor. Now if I draw the armor rune again, it will be the same percentage of physical defense reduction, which is meaningless. So Fong Bai drew a resistance rune on his body again with the power of inner space, along with the fluctuation of the power of rules. After armor, resistance also has the ability to reduce the effect by percentage. Armor and resistance reduce damage by percentage. My body is immune, reducing damage below a fixed strength. In the future, any attack that hits me will first pass through the armor, resistance and damage reduction, and then be borne by the body after being reduced in proportion. If the attack strength after damage reduction cannot break the body's defense, it is equivalent to immunity. And my current armor and resistance ratio is roughly about 50%. Fong Bai heart was pounding. With the effort of 2 runes, the body's tolerance doubled. Sure enough, knowledge is the primary productive force, although it is not as good as the legendary armor and legendary resistance. But it is enough for the time being. After all, it is just a rune, not a rule. I will find a way to stack runes in the future, even if it is not stacked to 90%. I have to work towards 70 or 80. However, Fong Bai also understood that it is not so easy to stack up. But Fong Bai is still very interested. The thing of stacking defense itself makes people feel happy. However, the armor and resistance runes at the moment are also temporary runes, which Fong Bai drew with the power of inner space. Once the power of inner space is exhausted, the runes will naturally disappear, because Fong Bai has not found the right drawing materials. The power of inner space, which can be removed at any time, is the best choice. In addition, the power of the inner space drawing runes on the body also brought Fong Bai an unexpected surprise. He opened his eyes and stood up, and a sense of stagnation emerged. After taking the dragon blood fruit, the weight of 33 tons reached 52 tons after the half-step for refining with thunder. Fong Bai himself had already adapted to the weight of 52 tons. But at this moment, the already heavy body seemed to be about 100 tons heavier. The weight directly increased by 2 times. And Fong Bai was a little uncomfortable for a while. 150 tons. This is the unexpected surprise brought by the power of the inner space drawing runes. This is the blessing from the inner space. It seems that part of the weight of the inner space is directly added to Fong Bai together with the runes during the transformation process. At the same time, it gives Fong Bai the corresponding power of the target weight. Huh? Fong Bai took a long breath, adapted to the surge in power bit by bit, and sensed his own magnetic field and field bit by bit. As early as in the Thunder Valley, the two had merged into one and became so powerful that the fat man and the tall and thin man who were arguing next to Fong Bai felt a little creepy, and their hair stood on end. The sudden increase in weight also made the magnetic field stronger, and the thunder power flowing in the body made the magnetic field more active. Electricity and magnetism are inseparable. The integration of thunder power is a very high degree of strengthening for the magnetic field, as if a qualitative change is about to occur. But after careful perception, this feeling is like seeing flowers in a dream, which is not real. However, after some perception and calculation, Fong Bai's mind emerged with an answer. Not enough weight, not enough density, and not enough magnetic field strength. It seems fast, but in fact there is still a big gap. If it continues at this pace, the height and body shape remain unchanged, and the magnetic field should undergo the first qualitative change when the weight reaches about 360 tons. Fong Bai said softly, I don't know what will happen to the magnetic field of qualitative change. Chapter 454 Where are the people? It won't be too long after the fourth refinement is completed. Fong Bai collected his thoughts and quickly familiarized himself with his changing body. At the same time, he controlled the projection in the Tiangong Pavilion to teach runes to Su Shiping, Chi Peng and others. The rules of heaven and earth are all-encompassing and all-inclusive. Naturally, they are not limited to armor and resistance. Using subtle runes to draw the mysteries of the rules of heaven and earth is a grand road. While Fong Bai was drawing runes, teams rushed to the half-body medicine in the dust plain. In the middle of an open space, nearly half the size of a football field, a golden bead was suspended above several leaves. A series of energy golden chains extended from the golden bead, one end connected to the golden bead, and the other end tied to the stem of the plant. And above the golden bead, there was a faint flickering altar. If Fong Bai were here, he would find that this altar was exactly the same as the altar that Fatty had arranged before. But what Fong Bai didn't know was that if he hadn't decided to take another gamble, when he turned around and left, the golden bead would have turned into ashes in a short time. As for this ginseng doll of the semi-god medicine level, it can run wherever it wants. And it's best to run to the core of the dust plain and hide for hundreds or thousands of years. However, these golden beads still extended chains to lock it in place. At this time, the green leaves shook, and the elemental essence that almost turned into substance fell on the leaves. Between the shaking, a stream of fragrance was emitted, drifting with the wind, and everything around was peaceful. Smelling the fragrance of the semi-god medicine, the blood in the body surged, and the body seemed to have endless strength. The fragrance of the medicine alone had such an effect, which made them even more greedy, and they wanted to rush in and pick this semi-god medicine now. But after the quiet and peaceful area in front, more than a dozen corpses were scattered around. The corpses had completely dried up, as if time had been drained out. It's not that they didn't want this semi-god medicine, but that their minds were awakened by death. The one who rushed in headfirst was already dead. Now the people who stayed behind seriously have begun to collect information and prepare to open the way to collect herbs. But at this time, a voice sounded, and everyone turned their heads to look, but only saw a tall back. The man in white with his back to everyone spoke. Semi-god medicine? Ginseng doll? What good luck. I can actually encounter a ginseng doll of semi-god medicine level in this dust plain. Not only that, but I even arranged a means to lock the ginseng doll to prevent it from escaping. But these are in front of you. And with your full efforts, they will all change hands and become wedding clothes for others in vain. The man in white said with a smile, looking at the half-body medicine with a look that seemed calm. But if you look closely, you can see the excitement hidden in it. But why haven't they come yet? Haven't they arrived yet? The man in white suddenly thought of something and started looking for it. For him, he didn't need mental power, and his strong premonition could let him find the person he wanted to find. Even if he didn't know whether the person he was looking for was a man or a woman, tall or thin, as long as he met him, he would know that this was the person he was looking for. But what puzzled the man in white was that he didn't find anyone. Hasn't come yet? The person who arranged so many methods hasn't come yet? The man in white was puzzled. Could it be that he ran away directly after seeing such a big scene? No. It's impossible. Let's assume that he was willing to give up the semi-divine medicine and all the arrangements before. When he left, he would definitely not let the previous arrangements continue to operate. It's impossible to do charity completely. Right? The man in white whispered softly, and his feeling told him. The person hasn't left yet. This point suddenly made the prophet's mouth slightly raised. That's right. Otherwise, wouldn't the stage he set up be without the protagonist? The man in white silently calculated in thought, and someone asked behind him, Mr. Prophet, you are here too? The man in white with his back to the crowd was the prophet who predicted that a divine medicine would be born here. Although they came before, they didn't believe it completely. They just tried to guess whether there was a result or not. And there was still some doubt in their hearts. But at this moment, when they really saw a semi-divine medicine appear in front of them, they were immediately excited, and all doubts were swept away. There was only shock and excitement in their hearts. And they had more respect for the prophet when they saw him. The prophet, who could predict the birth of the divine medicine in the ruins of the gods, would instantly become a guest of honor of all families in the capital, including the royal family. Instantly became an upper-class figure in the capital. Thinking of this, there was a little more awe in his tone, including the children of those big families. However, the prophet didn't pay any attention to them at all, but surrounded the semi-divine medicine and continuously released the prophecy. But he couldn't predict anything, as if he was blocked by something. This feeling made the prophet a little uneasy, and the unknown was the most dangerous. After thinking for a while, the prophet called everyone back. Looking at the representatives of more than a dozen families and forces in front of him, the prophet pointed to the golden bead above the semi-divine medicine and said, the golden bead that locked the semi-divine medicine and prevented it from escaping was not set by me, nor by you. The prophet's firm tone made everyone stunned, and they looked at each other immediately after they reacted. They thought that one of them had taken action to fix the semi-divine medicine. But since it was not, at that time, this semi-divine medicine was discovered by someone with me. I notified you, and the other party should have come and taken action. But unfortunately, I didn't find them here. They couldn't have not come, and they couldn't have come later than you. So there is only one possibility. They are still hiding in the dark. Everyone's eyes condensed slightly when they heard this. As people who can discover the semi-divine medicine, they are hiding in the dark and spying. This is not good news. If you are not careful, the semi-divine medicine may be taken away by them who prepared it in advance. Everyone looked at the prophet immediately after hearing this. The prophet said after a slight pause, join hands, clear the opponent out first, and then compete for the semi-god medicine with your own ability. The prophet said in a deep voice, but his words made everyone silent. They are competitors, but now they have to join hands to deal with an enemy who is nowhere to be found. Everyone quieted down and gradually looked at the 7 people in the innermost circle. A son of the Bartholomew family, the eldest disciple of the legendary Baseo of the Archer Association, the 3 commanders of the Sword King mercenary group. These 7 people are currently the 7 most powerful parties in the Dust Plains. They all have legendary means in their hands. In the end, how will it be decided by these 7 people? The prophet also looked at these 7 people, his brain working at high speed, when he saw that the 3 commanders of the Sword King mercenary group were a little hesitant. The prophet immediately spoke. Chapter 455, The Way of Legend. Your ultimate goal is still for this semi-divine medicine, right? The prophet said. And the others looked at the prophet, who was asking knowingly, wondering what he meant. The prophet did not waste time, and talked to everyone individually. After a moment, everyone agreed to the prophet's proposal to join forces. It didn't take long for the forces to unite and form a big net to surround the divine medicine. At the same time, there were also formation masters who arranged formations to suppress the semi-divine medicine to prevent the semi-divine medicine from escaping directly after losing the suppression. But at the same time, the formation masters also took the opportunity to test the dust power outside the semi-divine medicine. And their eyes were always on the semi-divine medicine. Looking at this scene, the prophet sighed. Everyone has their own ideas. Everyone has their own interests. And people's hearts are not united. So this alliance will not last for a few days. The Bartholomew family and the legendary Baseo all rely on the family behind them, the association, and the strong follow-up support. Although they also hope to snatch the semi-god medicine before the elders come, so as to gain more resources. But in the case of an unclear situation, they definitely hope that the time will be delayed as long as possible. The longer the time, the more people will come behind them. The Sword King mercenary group has only the legendary Sword King behind it. Although the Sword King is strong, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. It just so happens that the strength of the Sword King mercenary group in the Dust Plain is similar to that of the Bartholomew family, the Archer Association, and other people. There is a success rate in snatching the magic medicine. When the reinforcements come, The longer the time, the lower their success rate will be. And finally close to zero. He will definitely find a way to stir up trouble, and wait for an opportunity to compete for the semi-god medicine. This point, even if I promise something, I can't stop it. At most, it will delay for a while. The prophet is also a little helpless. No matter how good a lobbyist is, he is still subject to interests. The process of persuasion is nothing more than promising benefits or helping others analyze the pros and cons, and adding some rhetoric to guide emotions to a certain extent. But with the demigod medicine in front of him, it is useless to talk about the pros and cons. The prophet frowned slightly, but in fact, he already had the answer in his heart. Go! The farther he goes, the better. His plan was not for the demigod medicine. Although the demigod medicine is good, it is not what he can get, nor what he wants to get. All he needs is a successful prophecy, whether it is for his career or his status. This is the fundamental reason why he sold it as soon as he came to the conclusion of the prophecy by accident. He doesn't need to get involved in this mess at all. As long as the demigod medicine appears, it doesn't matter whether the Bartholomew family, the Archer Association, or the original couple get it. They have no impression of him. He shouldn't have ended up. It's still time to get out now. But it's too late, the prophet said softly. When he entered the dust plane, it was too late. Because he could successfully predict the appearance of the semi-divine medicine and use it to intercept it. It was not a big increase in his prophecy attack. Nor was it a coincidence or accident. It was inevitable. He was not fighting for the semi-divine medicine at all, but the person who first discovered the semi-divine medicine. This matter was related to the legendary way, and he had no choice but to leave. The teams of the 15 forces under my command can mobilize 7 legendary combat forces, and it only takes 3 days, which is enough for the legendary reinforcements of the major forces to enter the dust plane and enter this suppressed position. It doesn't take long to reach the dust plane. The journey may be far, but in this emergency, the formation master or space master will definitely be asked to construct a teleportation formation. The time to travel outside the dust plane can basically be ignored. What really takes time is the time to enter this suppressed area from the edge of the dust plane. Don't look at the legend. It is more powerful. But because of the characteristics of the dust plane, the more powerful, the more difficult it is to move. 3 days is the fastest time. 3 days is a hurdle. According to the prophecy at the beginning, that person is a small team. Once the legend comes, there will be no chance. So we must take action within 3 days. Even if this small team is a legendary force. What's the advantage? 7 against 1. The advantage is mine, the prophet said softly. Although his voice was small, it contained amazing confidence. 1 day later. Damn. These pig teammates. The prophet looked at the group of forces that had already begun to set up suppression arrays to prepare for picking semi-god medicine, and couldn't help but curse helplessly. They didn't waste any time. This day's effort was completely spent on testing and preparation. After a day, they stopped acting. While preparing to pick, they interfered with others and cleared the field at the same time. In an instant, there was a chaotic battle. The son of the Bartholomew family. There is a team of people hiding in the dark and watching covetously. Mr. Prophet, let's not talk about whether he is still there or not. Even if he is, what does it matter? There is no team as large as ours in the area near the dust plains. And what are we afraid of if they are hiding in a small scale? Not to mention that we want to take action? No. It is the Sword King mercenary group that can't wait and dare not wait. Instead of waiting for them to take the initiative, we can only take the initiative. The son of the Bartholomew family said politely, without any rebelliousness. Except for not listening to the prophet. He listened respectfully to everything the prophet said. The prophet had no choice but to find the third commander of the Sword King again. When the third commander saw the prophet, although he was also at the peak of the master level and half a step to legend, he still said respectfully, Mr. Prophet, I know you are worried, but there are no enemies in the dust plains that are more difficult to deal with than the Bartholomew family and the Archers Association. Even if the team you mentioned comes, it will only change from 2 main competitors to 3, and the probability will not change much. The probability of us grabbing it is still very high. But once we wait for 2 or 3 days, the legends will come, and our Sword King mercenary group will get it. And then my probability of getting it will be 0. Being able to become the third commander among the rebellious mercenaries and convince everyone. It can be seen that the third commander is not a good person. But at this moment, no matter how the prophet persuaded, he listened and responded with a smile. But he just didn't listen. If he listened, damn, these pig teammates. After leaving the third commander, the prophet couldn't help but grit his teeth and repeated this sentence again. After his persuasion failed, the battle next to the semi-god medicine became more chaotic and more intense. Because although they need 3 days for the legends to arrive, there is only 2 days when they can really succeed. The last day is used to escape. Except for the top families. Everyone else counts as one. It is not the end if you grab it. You still have to take it home. Even for some. Even taking it home is just the beginning. Chapter 456 Heavy Tanks. The capital is not a harmonious homeland. And the magic medicine is not a cabbage. At least in the capital. Or in the entire Yabong kingdom. No one has heard of any force that has the magic medicine. Not one. Not one. The birth of a magic medicine. In the restricted area. In the ruins of the gods. Is fine. But once it is obtained by someone, it will definitely be a bloody storm. Thinking of this, the prophet sighed. Before, he was ecstatic about the value of the semi-god medicine. And the effect of practicing the legendary way was very strong. But at this moment, the semi-god medicine was too precious. So that all his plans had no competitive ability in front of the semi-god medicine. Nothing can stop them from competing for the semi-god medicine. The previous short piece was just that they also needed time to test the dust power outside the semi-god medicine. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. When the prophet was silent, the profiteer ran back from outside excitedly. Good news. Good news. Their alliance collapsed. Good guys. A melee. Can't be stopped. Can't be stopped at all. You hit me. I hit you. You sabotage me. I sabotage you. The prophet ran from here to there and couldn't stop them. He could only watch them fight. You and I saw. It was definitely a wonderful scene, the profiteer said. And the fat man who was learning runes next to him was immediately happy when he heard it. But then he said with an attitude of control. Hee. See. What did I say before? This damn prophet can't suppress their desire for the magic medicine. I said before that they will definitely fight. The profiteer curled his lips when he heard it. And Fong Bai also laughed. The fat man patted his chest and said firmly, justified, as if it was not him who scolded the prophet yesterday. But Fong Bai was also very happy to hear the news. During this day, he completed the drawing of armor and resistance runes, and successfully sorted out the solidity runes at the rule level, and successfully drew the 3rd rune on his body. Solidity. The solidity rune once again greatly improved the strength of Fong Bai's body. In addition, Fong Bai also completely controlled the changes in his body during this day, and successfully recast a piece of armor with gold. The dark gold full-body heavy armor is as high as 2 meters and 3 meters. And the front armor is several tens of centimeters thick. There are 3 runes of armor, resistance, and solidity. Although the rune effect cannot be superimposed at present, it does not mean that Fong Bai cannot draw it on other items. It is also drawn with the power of the inner space. In addition to the full-body heavy armor, Fong Bai also constants these 3 runes on a medium-sized tower shield that is taller than him. When the power of the inner space reaches its limit, the solidity rune is also drawn on a dragon-tendon iron bow and a long-handled pumpkin hammer. At this point, all the runes have been drawn, and the power of the inner space has also reached its limit. However, the price paid for this was that heavy armor, tower shields and other items once again carried the 200-ton weight from the inner space. And all of this weight was actually borne by Fong Bai. And unlike the body, Fong Bai did not obtain the strength that matched the weight. This brought a huge burden to Fong Bai. Fong Bai finally endured the weight of more than 350 tons and successfully adapted to it. At this moment, Fong Bai stood in place, under the setting sun at dusk. His body, which was as tall as 2.3 meters and like a heavy tank, stood in front of the fat man. And the fat man was shrouded in shadow. The shock brought by this was simply beyond words. At this moment, Fong Bai's dull voice sounded again. I am invincible. You can do whatever you want. The same sentence brought unparalleled persuasiveness at this moment. Let's go. Fong Bai took a step forward, and the ground trembled slightly. And the ground was broken. The weight of more than 350 tons was pressed on an area as large as a foot. And the ground was broken. Fong Bai tried his best to control the power and tried to disperse it. Even if it reached the limit, it would still spread out, so as to keep his body from sinking into the ground and walk normally. He no longer had the strength to ensure that the ground would not break due to the weight. Bang! 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 In the rhythm of the earth breaking, Fong Bai, Fatty, and the other three stepped into the suppressed area again. Without stopping at the periphery, they rushed directly to the core area where the semi-god medicine was located, and they were discovered not long after they appeared. The person who discovered it notified the major forces fighting in the core area as quickly as possible. The moment he heard the news, the originally extremely frustrated prophet slightly raised his mouth. Finally, I took the bait. At the same time, the fighting among the major forces stopped, and in just a moment, all the forces were squeezed into one under the call of the prophet. No one and nothing could stop them from fighting for the semi-god medicine. This made it impossible for the prophet to talk to them. But similarly, as long as he didn't interfere with their fight for the semi-god medicine, the prophet didn't need to talk about anything. When Fong Bai and the other two walked to the core area, everyone had already deployed their formations and surrounded Fong Bai and the other two from behind, looking at the dense crowd. Not to mention Fong Bai. The fat man didn't have any waves in his heart at this moment. But at this moment, the fat man had become as thin as a bamboo pole, and he was completely different from before. No one could connect him with the fat man. A group of people surrounded them together, but they surrounded them without attacking. A familiar voice came from the back of the crowd. Finally, you're here. I thought you weren't coming and were going to stay back. But I heard that you were wearing heavy armor and holding a heavy shield. Are you going to fight as a heavy armor warrior? Not a bad idea. But do you know that my dragon guards are one of the top heavy armor warriors in the capital and even the kingdom? It's ridiculous to show off your skills in front of an expert. Listening to the words of the young master, the dragon guards, who were silenced, looked at the armor on Fong Bai body, and then looked at their own heavy armor. Heavy armor? No, I'm not. Young master, don't take us with you if you want to show off. A group of ordinary dragon guards looked at Fong Bai speechless. The dragon guard captain who followed the young master heard what the young master said and immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, young master. I will definitely let him see what the top heavy armor battle is." The dragon guard captain and the young master finally walked from the back row to the front row and finally saw Fong Bai standing there. The dragon guard captain paused and took a step back subconsciously. Before he could react, the dragon guards around him subconsciously moved away from him, as if to say, "If you can do it, go ahead. Don't take me with you." The young master, who was just so arrogant, was speechless when he saw Fong Bai. For a moment, only the prophet's smug voice sounded in the core area. He turned his back to everyone, and his white clothes fluttered in the wind. Fell into the trap. Right? Do you think they really fought? Ridiculous. Just a show to lure you in. Don't cooperate too much. The proud prophet turned his head to see the expressions of the others, and when he saw Fong Bai, Chapter 457. Oh, it's full again? Ah? The prophet looked at the little giant surrounded in the center. The huge and heavy armor, the heavy shield, and the pumpkin hammer of the TV version that is as big as a real pumpkin. Just standing there is as unshakable as a mountain. What's more deadly is that the armor also exudes a breath of legendary, 4th level legendary equipment, or a complete set of armor, tower shield, and hammer. The prophet gritted his teeth and said that his mouth began to sour just by looking at this set of armor. It's against the sky. At this moment, he didn't need to emphasize anything anymore. Whether it was the son of the Bartholomew family, the eldest apprentice of Bajuo, or the 3 commanders of the Sword King mercenary group, they all reached a consensus in an instant. This person must be eliminated first at all costs. Otherwise, if he enters a melee state, he will be invincible in defense wearing legendary heavy armor, and he will almost certainly be the final winner. In large-scale battles, heavy armored warriors have too much advantage, and can be said to be absolutely invincible. Except for being expensive, there are basically no weaknesses. He is not a legend yet. I don't believe he can always use this set of 4th level legendary equipment. Don't talk about the moral code of the rivers and lakes. Go together and wear him out, one person said, and the others heard it without any hesitation or trickery. If this heavy armored warrior came out half a day later, they might really fight in a group. But at least now, they still have the basis for cooperation. Go. Consume him remotely, one person shouted, No one was ready to reserve strength for others. But no one was going to rush hard. When they saw this set of armor and this heavy tower shield, they understood that there was no possibility of breaking the defense before this person's strength was exhausted. When they were about to take action, the fat man and the tall and thin man ran away, leaving Fong Bai on the spot. This was what they had discussed long ago. They didn't have heavy armor to wear, and they couldn't afford it. As for Fong Bai, he looked at these people quietly, listened to their words, and couldn't help laughing. Heavy armor, tower shield, hammer, and runes on his body all need power to maintain and drive. But he uses the power of the inner space. Although the inner space is only 10 meters in radius, as an independent space, it has the ability to recover. Although it cannot draw more runes, if it is just maintained, it can last forever. For Fong Bai, the only consumption may be the additional 300 tons of weight brought by the power of the inner space. This requires him to use physical strength to maintain, and his blood is always consuming. Although he specializes in body strength, has strong blood and strong recovery ability, he still can't maintain it while recovering and consuming. The blood in his body is still decreasing bit by bit. Fong Bai silently senses it. If I wear armor, hold a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other, and charge and fight with all my strength, I estimate. Fong Bai looked at the group of people and said softly, it will probably be exhausted in a day. Right? This duration is a bit dangerous. Fong Bai muttered, and immediately stood in place, sat down, and the buckle inside the heavy armor was immediately stuck, and he stood in place by himself, and the weight disappeared. The tower shield opened the bracket and stuck it on the ground, and he didn't need to hold it anymore. The pumpkin hammer was hung on the armor buckle. Oh! How come my blood and chi are full again? Fong Bai was happy, and the overflowing blood and chi made him feel safe. It's still more comfortable to use the physical body. If I change to energy flow and mental force flow, I don't know how long it will take to recover after the power is exhausted. Physical strength is the most durable and easiest to recover. It's just too heavy, and it's a problem to keep sinking. Fong Bai looked down at the boots and tower shield that had sunk into the ground, and sighed slightly. In front of the weight of more than 350 tons, the soil was as soft as a swamp, ignoring the arrows and spears that rained down like rain. These attacks could not even leave a scratch on the armor, and the impact force they carried seemed so weak in front of 350 tons. After a busy time, Fong Bai used gold to build a huge support on the ground, using dozens of square meters to carry it. He finally stood firm, enjoying the sense of security with his blood overflowing. He looked up at the people in front of him, and in their wide eyes, he reached out and took off the bow behind him. An iron bow as thick as an adult's arm appeared in Fong Bai's hand. The 2-meter-long bow body seemed just right in the hands of Fong Bai, who was now 2.3 meters tall. The empty string drew the bow, and as soon as it was pulled, elements gathered to form an arrow phantom. But Fong Bai frowned. You can't use the power of elements. Fong Bai always remembered that this was the dust plane. The biggest danger was not the enemy, but the ubiquitous dust plane. Once the power of elements was used, I am afraid that the whistling power of dusk in the next moment would kill him on the spot. The power of dusk is divine power. Legends would die if they were hit like this. He dispersed the elemental power and pulled out an arrow from the inner space. It was a metal arrow as thick as a thumb, and the tip of the arrow was large and heavy. He drew his bow and put his arrow on it. The iron bow that could not be pulled to a full moon in the trial space slowly opened at this moment. The iron bow made a creaking sound, and it seemed as if there was a roar of a dragon in my ears. Roar! Swish! The arrow instantly turned into a black light and broke through the air. The storm it brought up was like a dragon rushing towards the dragon guards of the Bartholomew family. If they were to fight, they would naturally give priority to those they knew. The locked dragons widened their eyes. They were covered in heavy dragon scale armor, and could not see the change in their expressions. However, in an instant, under the leadership of the leader of the dragon guards, they instinctively formed a formation, and the power flowed together, and finally turned into a dragon scale that appeared in front of them. Boom! The dragon scales trembled, and a thin crack appeared on them. The arrows instantly shattered, and the fragments burst out, sweeping away the other forces of the vassal dragon guards nearby. 4 or 5 people were directly beaten into dice. As for the dragon guards themselves, they were not injured. The next moment, everyone around the dragon guard shouted, "Scatter! All scatter. They all dodged instantly, avoiding them like snakes and scorpions. Fong Bai glanced and actually killed a master. Then he looked at the dragon guards, who were unharmed, and curled his lips. The damage is still a little bit short. The iron-tied dragon tendon bow is only a third-level equipment, although it has been pulled up by means of 3 refining, solid structure, and solid runes. Its level is still not legendary, and the real damage is only close to legendary. In Fong Bai opinion, it can't deal with real enemies, and can only clear miscellaneous soldiers. Well, it means masters. There's nothing we can do about the speed. But the long-range means are still a little bit lacking. Fong Bai sighed. The long-range means are poor, which has always been his weakness. It's also the price he paid for his physical body and defense. He has long wanted to find a way to solve this, but he has not been able to make up for it so far. Although he has already had an idea and is working on solving it. At least for now, he is still constrained by it. Chapter 458 Bloody Battle. We still have to speed up the progress. Fong Bai's eyes reflected the initial shape of the mecha frame in the Tiangong Pavilion, and he whispered softly, his body defense is invincible, but his speed, long-range attack, etc. are all shortcomings. Based on this, he will naturally find a way to solve it. Originally, the armor was used as a solution. The body only needed to ensure the immortality of the core, and the armor provided all the necessary accessories. At first, he did achieve this. Extreme speed flight, long-range attack, strength amplitude. The dragon scale armor has proved its practicality with real combat results. Now it is just because Fong Bai's body is too strong and too heavy, resulting in the small-scale armor no longer being able to carry Fong Bai. And the weapons loaded on the small-scale armor can't deal with today's enemies. Fong Bai will naturally target larger and stronger armor. Or call it a mecha. Fong Bai armor can't carry dozens of tons. But the mecha with a weight of hundreds or even thousands of tons is naturally not a problem. Legendary weapons, magic arrays, etc. cannot be accommodated by armor that is only 2 or 3 meters high. So use 10 meters, 20 meters, and 50 meters to accommodate them. However, even a 50-meter high machine body still finds it difficult to accommodate high-level spell models and magic arrays. It was not until the emergence of rune technology that they saw a new solution. In fact, after the rune technology was passed back, the overall plan and manufacturing plan of the mecha had been initially formed. The mecha era is just around the corner, so close that it seems that one step can step into it. And Fong Bai, as long as it does not increase to hundreds or thousands of tons in a short period of time, he can fly. Fly. He can also, to fly. But these are all later stories. Fong Bai still has this set of heavy armor that is useless except for defense. Fong Bai is still a heavy armor warrior with short legs and short arms. The heavy armor warrior looked at the enemies, who had already scattered, ignoring the attacks that were completely tickling. You run. Fong Bai tilted his head, put away the longbow directly, and then raised the tower shield and walked towards the demigod medicine. Run if you want. I'm not here to kill anyone, Fong Bai muttered, and the others saw it and immediately cried out inwardly. Lure him. One person couldn't help but say. And as soon as he finished speaking, the people around him immediately looked at him with idiotic eyes. Lure him away? What to lure him with? Do you really think he is a monster with no IQ and no brains? However, there were still people who kept provoking Fong Bai from behind and attacking Fong Bai from a distance. But Fong Bai just ignored them and walked towards the semi-god medicine. Boom! 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 One step at a time. One step at a time. Every step seemed to crush the earth. But it also crushed their hearts into the ground. With their hearts sinking to the bottom, they all let out a faint sigh. Dragon Guard. Stop him. Sword Guard. Go. Black Tortoise Shield Warrior. Go. In a flash, 3 extraordinary armies immediately rushed towards Fong Bai. And on the ground of the slapping ground, a bow was taken out of his hand. The legendary aura was rippling on it. 4th level legendary equipment. A group of archers formed a battle formation. Their auras condensed into one. They drew their bows and put arrows on them, but did not shoot. On the other side, a man took out a jade tablet, which flashed with spiritual light, and pointed at Fong Bai. One by one, they showed their best skills. Without holding back, the real battle began. Standing in the center of the battlefield, Fong Bai looked at the teams one by one. without stopping at all, and continue to move forward. Those who stand in my way will die. No one replied. Only silence. 3 teams. 2 heavy shields and 1 leather armor. They attacked in just a moment. Although they were heavy armor, their movement speed was not slow at all. They rushed to Fong Bai in an instant. The next moment, iron nets, grappling hooks, and iron hammers came directly to Fong Bai. The cooperation was layered and tacit. The top and bottom lanes attacked together, leaving no one behind. In an instant, Fong Bai felt a suffocating sense of oppression. Not bad, Fong Bai said, and then ignored everything. He stomped hard, and the ground broke. He rushed to a dragon guard in an instant, holding a pumpkin hammer and falling down with a bang in the air. As I said before, hit the familiar first. But in just a moment, Fong Bai felt that their breath was connected as one, like a crawling dragon, and the rhythm of its scales dispersed hundreds of tons of power between heaven and earth, while the dragon guard just stepped back slightly. This effect made Fong Bai eyes flash with a trace of surprise. A real legend would not be so easy to receive his hammer. This dragon guard's attack and defense have reached a high level in the legend. But it's normal to think about it carefully. It's not as flexible as the legend, and it's not as diverse as the legend. If the most basic attack and defense are not as good as the legend, then why fight with the legend? But sorry, I just warmed up. Now come again. In the sound of ding-dong, Fong Bai ignored the various forces in his body, ignored the vibration in his body, and ignored all kinds of attacks. If the legend can beat him, then why does he need this 40 to 50 centimeters thick armor? Inside, the dragon roared. Ah! The dragon pattern of the dragon power was activated, and the terrifying power surged out of Fong Bai's body. The nearly 500-ton punch force turned into 12 times the original at this moment. Although the dragon power only increases strength, it is not like the real rule field after the legend that directly increases all attributes and combat power. But in Fong Bai's opinion, the dragon power is not worse than the comprehensive increase of the rule field, because his body strength can withstand this 12-fold increase without reservation, and he will not be successfully torn apart by a single blow. In just a moment, the surging power filled Fong Bai's body. Fong Bai's mouth corners slightly raised, and the pumpkin hammer in his hand fell again under the 6,000-ton force. Boom, boom, boom. The compressed air was constantly compressed and stacked under the pumpkin hammer, and the ripples were visible to the naked eye. The same hammer fell on the dragon guard again. When the pumpkin hammer fell, the expressionless dragon guard's face suddenly changed. The illusory crawling dragon only lasted for a moment before it shattered, and the heavy hammer landed on the heavy armor of the dragon guard. Bang! With a slight sound, the heavy armor shattered, and the dragon guard inside exploded into a blood mist with a bang. At the same time, all the dragon guards turned pale, and scarlet blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. This scene made everyone silent. Even the great disciple Baseo, who was drawing his bow and arrow, was frozen at this moment. The next moment Fong Bai rushed into the dragon guards and killed them indiscriminately. The dragon guards, whose military momentum was broken, gathered again, but they were still shattered by Fong Bai's heavy hammer, and exploded into a blood mist in the middle. However, in a moment, Fong Bai killed more than a dozen dragon guards, and only a few remnants fled in panic. Chapter 459. Go to hell. It's your turn. Fong Bai smiled and instantly called another group of heavy armored shield soldiers, but he found that they had already run away. He turned his head and looked at the sword guards wearing leather armor and holding big swords. But the sword guards were also hurriedly called away by their 3 commanders. At this moment, after paying the price of the destruction of the dragon guards, everyone regained their composure, and their backs were covered with cold sweat. The legendary extraordinary army or means are crucial to any force present, and they belong to the power of the clan. If there is a chance to compete for the semi-god medicine, they will not blink an eye even if they all die. This is also the reason why they have the opportunity to bring out these inherent forces. But if you go to die knowing that you will die, it is not the soldiers' lives that are being sent, but their lives. They can regenerate after death. But the soldiers in the legendary extraordinary army are really dead after death. Before, I only thought that Fong Bai had strong defense, so it didn't matter if I sent someone up. But at this moment, everyone calmed down and raised their hands to move away, except for the son of the Bartholomew family. He was completely anxious. Red fever. Kill him! Kill him quickly! He will not be able to hold on for long. How could he have such power? There must be a great price. We can't give up all the previous efforts. Quick! Do it together. He can't bear it, he said angrily and fearfully. But no one did it. What a joke. Fong Bai. This bitch. Always kills a team and then attacks others. Instead of beating you and then beating him. If they continue to fight like this, who knows who Fong Bai will kill first? Even if Fong Bai's strength is running out and he can be exhausted to death, who will be the next to die in the face of death? Even the few dragon guards who ran out didn't listen to him. The dragon guard's leadership status was higher than his. And before, it was just that the command was in his hands. But now, under the obvious command error, they obviously won't obey orders anymore. Even if they return to the family, no one will say anything. The annihilation of a supernatural army and its crippling are two completely different things. If this group of dragon guards were really annihilated, no matter how many young masters were killed, they would not be enough. The dragon guards not only did not hit Fong Bai, but directly covered the young master's mouth, turned around and left without any hesitation. The scene returned to silence. Fong Bai looked at the group of people indifferently, and then turned to look for them. But to Fong Bai's surprise, the prophet, who was there before, actually ran away and could not be found. He ran fast. After a quick look, he saw that he did not dare to speak, and walked directly to the semi-god medicine. Bang! 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 Fong Bai's footsteps were extremely heavy, and the earth was broken by it, as if he was stepping on their hearts. When Fong Bai walked to the edge of the Power of Dusk, the fat man and the tall and thin man came out from nowhere and came to Fong Bai. Awesome, the fat man said to Fong Bai. And then he looked at the semi-divine medicine imprisoned by the golden beads excitedly. Without any hesitation, he started to build an altar on the spot and quickly built a road inside. At this moment, a javelin shot directly at the fat man. Fong Bai raised his tower shield and blocked the javelin instantly, looking up at the man who was more than 100 meters away. The man looked at Fong Bai and said nothing, but a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fong Bai sighed, and a staff fell into his hand out of thin air. The next moment, a silver light appeared on the surface of the staff. Fong Bai disappeared from the spot in a flash and appeared in front of the man. So funny? The sneer on the man's face had no time to be restrained, and fear emerged in his heart. The pumpkin hammer that was instantly enlarged was reflected in his frightened eyes. I admit it, bang. This man had no use for any defense, and he was blown into a bloody mist with just one blow. The people around him scattered instantly, and only the fat man's complaining voice sounded. Flash is also a space spell, and there are also space element fluctuations. Don't use it carelessly. It's fatal. Okay, I won't use it if no one interferes. But if someone interferes, I will kill him first. Fong Bai's indifferent voice sounded, and the others were silent as death. They looked at the staff in Fong Bai's hand that was fixed with the flash spell, and their hearts were chilled. Originally, they only thought that Fong Bai moved slowly and had weak long-range attacks, and planned to delay time by harassing him. But they didn't expect Fong Bai to run slowly, but actually use flash. The staff with flash is used to run away. How can it be used to attack, chase and kill? Hey! Don't play like this. The group of people became silent, and then sighed, and could only leave reluctantly. And their eyes were still fixed on the semi-god medicine. Full of reluctance, Fong Bai returned to the fat man again and watched the fat man set up the road. The power of dusk here is too strong, so there is no way to find a way out. You must build a road in the middle, open up a passage, and then go in to collect it yourself or use your mental power to grab the semi-divine medicine and bring it out. Fong Bai looked at it, turned his head to look at the person who left, and said, Fatty, hurry up as much as possible. These people will definitely not watch us pick the medicine away. It's already the fastest. If you change someone, you won't be able to do anything in half a day. That's me. Otherwise you can only watch. Fong Bai didn't say anything, while paying attention to the changes in the surrounding situation. He felt the rich dust power outside the semi-god medicine. This dust power is too strong. It is simply a fatal dose. If you run in directly, even if the legend comes, you will die. Fong Bai's heart was lifted, but he could only wait, and the tall and thin man next to him had already started to hit the golden cone on the ground, and the fat man's hands began to have afterimages. However, at this moment, a crisp sound rang out, Crack! Fong Bai looked around and saw a flag projected in the air. The flag was huge. But the flag was already shabby, and the flagpole was already rusty. Obviously, under the erosion of the power of dusk. Even the legendary array weapon can't hold out for long. But normally, it will definitely be no problem to hold out for a few more days. However, at this moment, a hand appeared under the projection of the array flag and grabbed. The fat man glanced at it. Damn it! The thin, tall man's movements became faster and faster. Fong Bai's face sank slightly. The next moment, the flag was pulled up, and the projection disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a voice sounded. Want to collect magic medicine? Dream on! As the voice fell, the array flags in the other three directions emerged one after another. After losing balance, they creaked directly under the erosion of the power of dusk. The next moment, swish! A flagpole shot towards the area where Fong Bai was. Before it arrived, cracks appeared on the surface of the flagpole, and it seemed that it was about to crack. But just before the crack, rays of light bloomed along the cracks on the surface of the flagpole. Go to hell! Chapter 460 Dusk Storm. The light inside the formation flag bloomed along the cracks, and was completely released. Boom! The formation flag exploded, shining like a dazzling light like a small sun. And the terrifying power swept across. The earth shattered and shook, and the terrain was damaged and changed. The explosion of the formation device was still a little distance away from Fong Bai, and the aftermath swept, but was stopped by Fong Bai, and did not interfere with them at all. But the elemental power above the legendary level swept and spread out. At this moment, the fat man, the tall and thin man, and Fong Bai all had gloomy faces. Although it was expected, it still brought out the anger in his heart when it actually happened. Especially the fat man. Originally, this was just an ordinary herb collection. Just that the spiritual medicine was of a higher level. But I didn't expect that someone would snatch the herb collection. And after finally saving it, someone would rather not let anyone get it, and overturn the table. Listening to this voice, Fong Bai clenched his fists. Bartholomew. Outside, young Master Bartholomew sneered at the explosion of the formation flag and the extreme power of the Yellow River that gathered in an instant. With the explosion of the formation flag as the core, a terrifying dusk plane quickly took shape. This is what he just did. Looking at the devastating storm, he sneered. Go to hell. Go to hell. His eyes were full of resentment. The dragon guard was destroyed. And he was also destroyed. In the dust plane ahead, families and forces cursed in fear and fled madly. They left late, and had not left the influence of the dusk storm. And at this moment, a powerful anger sounded, like a dragon's roar. Which bastard blew up the formation flag? The terrifying might swept across, and the legendary pressure made people feel awe-inspiring. But even as powerful as the legend was fleeing madly at this moment, young Master Bartholomew was still sneering madly. But he could sense the breath of this legend. Wait, it seems to be from their family. No, not only that. The next moment, he saw legends fleeing frantically, like drowned dogs. Young Master Bartholomew suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. He seemed to see a figure digging a hole and lying in it. And then, he didn't forget to pat the soil and fill it, saying happily, Okay. It wasn't certain just now, but now it's dead. Right? In the dust plane, Fong Bai turned his head to look at the fat man. Fatty, how long will it take? The fat man stopped his movements with a complicated face and shook his head. It's too late. At most there will be a few tens of seconds before the dusk storm comes. The profiteer's tricks can only last for a dozen or 20 seconds at most. Bullshit. Do you look down on me? The profiteer said angrily. Then how many seconds can you last? At least 25 seconds. The fat man curled his lips. Is there any difference? If you don't run, you really can't run. Fong Bai looked at the terrifying storm that connected the sky and the earth not far away. From time to time, people were caught in it, and could only hold up defenses to try to survive. But no matter what defense there was, it seemed to be non-existent in front of the power of dusk. They could only watch the people inside, and the energy age and decay together, and finally turn into ashes without any resistance. The overwhelming storm was like a monster roaring in his ears, as if it would completely devour him in the next moment. Fong Bai even saw the faintly formed projection of the ancient god in it, which made Fong Bai immediately retract his gaze, fearing that the projection of the ancient god would be attracted. Fong Bai. who lowered his head, suddenly asked, "Fatty, will your means of locking the semi-god medicine disappear in the storm?" The fat man who was arranging the means of escape was a little puzzled, but still spoke out. "If exposed to the storm, it will definitely not be able to withstand it. But it will definitely be fine next to the semi-god medicine. The semi-god medicine will not be affected by the storm. In fact, if we can get in, it is the safest place in the entire dusk plain." Fong Bai immediately understood, but looking at the gradually dimming golden beads and chains, he said immediately, "Then can you strengthen the lock and break the lock of others at the same time? I want to take another gamble." The fat man, the profiteer, turned his head and looked at Fong Bai. "At the worst, we won't die." "Really?" A glimmer of hope rose in the fat man's eyes again when he heard this. "Of course. But the premise is that you have to keep your own lock and break the lock of others." "That's easy. Even if you don't say it, I will get rid of the lock of others. If we can't get it, they can't get it either." After getting Fong Bai's affirmative answer, the fat man immediately became energetic again. For Fong Bai, he now has blind confidence. With his understanding, he naturally knows that Fong Bai will never say something he is not sure of. And his heart is determined immediately. Fight! Then Fong Bai saw that various means of locking were broken one by the fat man's hands. And the fat man's own became brighter and brighter under the effect of an altar. And from beginning to end, there was no elemental fluctuation in it. Fong Bai couldn't help but marvel at this technique. The fat man's method really reached the extreme in terms of hiding his breath, breaking the formation, and locking. This formation inheritance is not serious at first glance. Whose formation inheritance would require extreme concealment? After a while, the fat man finished all the arrangements and immediately turned his head to look at Fong Bai. At this moment, the dust plane is already within reach. "Don't resist," Fong Bai said. And then the mental power, with the power of the inner space, swept away. He, the fat man, and the profiteer all disappeared on the spot. The dust storm swept through, and all traces left by people under the dark storm were annihilated in it. The mental power that Fong Bai left deliberately was also swept away. Only the semi-divine medicine emitted fluorescence and swayed slowly in the dark storm, which was very conspicuous. In theory, as long as someone can move freely in the dusk storm, and the pupil technique can penetrate the dusk storm, he can easily lock any divine medicine or semi-divine medicine in the dusk plane. Music. The dusk plane became silent, leaving only the strange whimpering and whistling of the storm, as if there was a monster roaring in it. At the same time, everyone outside retreated dozens of miles from the dusk plane, looking at the terrifying storm that stretched from sky to earth in the dusk plane. No one dared to approach. They set up rituals one by one to sense something. When the last trace of the sense disappeared without a trace in the dusk storm, they immediately cursed. "You must be locked up even if you die. You are not a son of man. You are not a son of man." One after another, the forces roared, wishing they could rush into the dust plane to rescue those people immediately, and then crush their bones and ash 100 times. 100 times. Suddenly, someone thought of something and roared. "Also, who just removed the array device? And who blew up the array device? Who? Who?" The old legend of the Bartholomew family could not help but roar and questioned. The son of the Bartholomew family standing next to him trembled and sweated profusely. Chapter 461 Ancient Manuscript. The son of the side branch of the Bartholomew family did not pass away peacefully. In the inner space, the fat man, the profiteer, looked at the small space he was in, and looked at the altar in the space. It seems a little familiar," the fat man muttered in his heart, but he couldn't remember what it was. "It looks like an ordinary decoration in some ancient ruins. In which tomb have I seen it?" The fat man began to recall in this direction. The memory failed. He had been to too many tombs, and had seen too many tombs. This altar may have only been seen in a hurry. Now he can't remember it. He shook his head slightly, moved his eyes away from the altar, and swept across the land beside him. There was a small tree in the middle of the land. The tree was not tall, only more than 1 meter, but the roots were vigorous, and the cracked bark was like dragon scales. The breeze blew, and the leaves blew as if there was a dragon roar. And in the red leaves, a red fruit was looming. The fat man was startled at first, and then recognized it. Dragon blood fruit tree. Dragon blood fruit. Fong Bai. Is this the 4th level legendary one in the trial field? Yes. Fong Bai nodded. You actually raised it? Didn't you say it couldn't be raised? The fat man swallowed slightly as he looked at the dragon blood fruit tree. This is not a fruit tree. It is clearly a golden mountain that lays golden eggs. A fruit tree that can continuously grow 4th level legendary dragon blood fruits. Fong Bai can completely use it to create a top inheritance force. I really want to grab it. The fat man couldn't help but touch the brick. And then he still endured it. He is so familiar with Fong Bai. How could he snatch Fong Bai away? He restrained himself with strong willpower. And then glanced at a small pond next to him. There was a lotus with a few petals missing. Level 4 dream lotus? Hiss. The fat man was breathing rapidly, holding a brick in one hand, and looking at the back of Fong Bai's head. What are you looking at? Fong Bai turned his head and looked at him. His eyes dangerous. The fat man was shocked when he heard it. And he woke up completely. Can't snatch it. I can't beat it. This thing is pure meat. Even if you sneak attack. Even if Fong Bai is asleep and let him hit it. He can't beat it. The fat man finally calmed down. Under Fong Bai's gaze, he silently put down the brick and looked up at the sky. Ahem. The sun is so big today. The weather is so good. Your storage equipment is really high level. This is a pet bag? Huh? The fat man suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait. What level of storage bag can be intact in the dusk storm? The fat man was startled and his eyes quickly scanned. Even when he saw the dragon blood fruit tree just now, his eyes were not so serious. After a long time, the fat man finally looked at Fong Bai with 3 parts of shock, 3 parts of disbelief, 1 part of shock, and 3 parts of verification, and said word by word, Inner space? You actually know the inner space? Fong Bai looked at the fat man in surprise, and answered the fat man's question with a rhetorical question. The fat man had no opinion on Fong Bai's difference, but just looked around and couldn't help but take a breath. Only the tall and thin man was still looking at the 4th level dragon blood fruit tree. The 4th level fantasy dream lotus was envious. Seeing the fat man's reaction, he immediately asked curiously, What is the inner space? The fat man did not answer the tall and thin man, but looked at Fong Bai seriously and spoke out. How could I not know? The legendary mage's holy land evolved from the inner space. And this is mentioned many times in the murals. How could I not know? I originally thought that the inner space cultivation method had completely disappeared along with the burial of the ancient mage civilization. But I didn't expect to see it on you today, the fat man said softly. At this moment, the fat man looked at Fong Bai again, and suddenly remembered the description on a mural. The legendary inner space. The fat man paused slightly when looking at Fong Bai, and continued until Fong Bai asked, The inner space is a step to becoming a god. The mage who possesses the inner space will inevitably become a god and have an endless lifespan. Before Fong Bai reacted, the tall and thin man next to him suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the fat man in disbelief. God? Yes, God. As the fat man was talking, he suddenly rummaged in his storage ring, and then simply poured out a pile of debris. These debris were a bit mean, and Fong Bai's mouth twitched slightly when he saw them. This damn fat man really digs up everything. The fat man searched for a long time, and when he found a piece of paper, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Found it. He took the piece of paper and handed it to Fong Bai. The paper looked very old, but Fong Bai took it and found that it was very intact, without a single tear. It felt new and old to Fong Bai, and it looked like it was from last week. Last week? What? The fat man didn't understand what Fong Bai was saying, and looked at Fong Bai in confusion, then ignored it and said directly, This is a manuscript I found in an ancient ruin. I don't know who the manuscript came from. There should be a name on it, but for some reason, the name is Mage. There shouldn't be a person called Mage in this world. Right? This should be a metaphor. None of this is important. What's really important is the content above. You can read it yourself. Fong Bai looked at it after hearing it. The text above is the same as the current text. Well, it's more like last week's. Successful. The sound of rules from the inside out. Consciousness, soul, mental power, and body. During the transmission process, there are more and more noises in the sound of rules. And the baptism effect is getting worse and worse. But even so, my legendary mage body can be shaped. What if the order is reversed? If the warrior also condenses the illusory space, condense and materialize in the flesh. Let the sound of rules in the flesh There are many deduction hand-drawn pictures next to the manuscript. But like the text, they come to an abrupt end. What's next? Fong Bai's heart was pounding when he saw the illusory space. Seeing the words condensed and materialized, Fong Bai's heart was immediately lifted up and his nerves were tense. Below? There's nothing below, the fat man said. And the next moment, he saw Fong Bai's eyes widened. And he immediately said, there's really nothing below. I only got this page. Fong Bai just felt very angry. Very angry. When he saw the illusory space, he connected it with the fantasy space. This is very likely the same thing, combined with the information he got from the wild bear before. The inner space is something that every ancient magician has, and everyone can condense it. And from the fat man's manuscript, this inner space is not only something that everyone has, but it is also the key to breaking through the legendary magician. In addition to the normal breakthrough path, it actually records the inner space legendary breakthrough method of the warrior side. Fong Bai kept flipping through the manuscript. Don't flip it. No matter how much you flip it, there's nothing below. Chapter 462 Her Picking. Don't turn it over. No matter how much you turn it over, there's nothing below, the fat man said. And Fong Bai sighed faintly. Ah, this is just a small record in the middle. Not only is there no legendary breakthrough method for inner space warriors in the back, but there is also no legendary breakthrough method for inner space mages in the front. It's not up or down. And it makes Fong Bai feel uncomfortable. Are you sure you didn't just make this manuscript last week? Oh, so this is what I meant last week. The fat man suddenly realized and shook his head. I'm not going to the profiteers to clear the garbage. How could I forge it? Why would I lie to you? You're not buying it. The tall and thin man next to him, ? Fong Bai focused his eyes on the manuscript, feeling the ancient atmosphere on it. Is it really true? Fong Bai looked at the content on it over and over again. Feeling excited? Ancient mage civilization, Fong Bai murmured softly. And suddenly thought of something. Illusory space. Materialization. The key is not the power of faith. The power of belief. Right? Making the illusionary space? This is the real use of the power of faith. Not directly using it to pry the rules and break through the legend? Fong Bai's thoughts seemed to be a little clear. But there were too many missing contents. And his thoughts were closed again. What is it? Fong Bai frowned and finally sighed faintly. Hey, fatty. Where did you find this manuscript? In a relic of ancient times. But I only found this one. There are no other ones. And after I broke open the relic, I dug 3 feet into the ground and even dug out the floor tiles and sold them. After all, that is also a floor tile full of ancient atmosphere. So I am very sure that there is no second manuscript in it. Obviously, the fat man knew what Fong Bai wanted to say and answered directly. He butt cleaned the ancient tomb and crossed out the relics. And there is no way he would miss any items. Questioning this is simply the greatest insult to him. Fong Bai couldn't help but shake his head and sigh when he heard it. Yes, it is extremely difficult for a single sheet of manuscript from this ancient wizard civilization to remain. It is not easy to find even one sheet, let alone several sheets that happened to be obtained by Fatty. Fong Bai guessed that this sheet was probably obtained by someone after the ancient wizard civilization, and circulated among different people, and finally fell into the ruins for some reason. When Fong Bai was disappointed, Fatty said, but I also found a mark in the ruins, and behind the mark is a secret realm. I have seen that the secret realm has not yet reached the opening time. According to my speculation, the opening time of this secret realm is theoretically soon to open? Fong Bai's eyes lit up. No. Theoretically it will take a long time to open. But in reality, soon to open? No. In reality, it will still take a long time to open. Fong Bai was silenced by Fatty, and resisted the urge to hit him. At this time, the profiteer stuffed a few sheets of paper into Fong Bai's hand. What? Huh? Fong Bai didn't pay much attention at first. But when he saw the content above, his heart suddenly contracted and pounded. The fat man also leaned over to take a look. And when he saw the content clearly, he was immediately full of surprise. Swindler, you actually have it here? How did you find it? I found it in the floor tiles you sold me. The fat man's eyes widened suddenly, and he was immediately anxious. How is it possible? A treasure originally belonged to him, and the treasure was small. He actually sold the floor tiles at the price of stone bricks without knowing it. This is the real shame. The fat man couldn't help but get anxious. Why didn't you call me when you found something? You sold it to me. You didn't pay the money. And why didn't you tell me when you sold fakes? The tall and thin man said faintly, and the two immediately quarreled, while Fong Bai stood here as if he didn't ask, and his attention was already focused on the few pages of manuscripts in his hand. The contents of them are connected, which shows that they should have been a manuscript. It resonates in the body, tempered by the sound of rules. This should give birth to an incomparably powerful body, with extremely high physical strength and spell resistance. However, it is difficult for warriors to condense fantasy space. But melee mages have some opportunities. Although this method will lead to some shortcomings in consciousness, the invincible body is enough to make up for it. And even the weakest consciousness is a real legendary consciousness, which can kill the consciousness of other legendary professionals in seconds. The text is plain, but Fong Bai sees in it the unparalleled confidence in the mage profession. The ancient mage civilization is indeed desirable. Fong Bai continued to look at the manuscript. However, it is also a difficult problem to construct and materialize the illusory space deep in the consciousness inside the body. Fong Bai looked at the calculation process below, and he was more excited than ever before in his heart. And then he followed the ideas in the manuscript to study. In the manuscript, the structure of the virtual space shocked Fong Bai. The virtual space is naturally illusory, and does not exist. But the virtual space is real. What is illusory is its existence, and what is real is its structure. With the deduction of a world, from micro to macro, a world is constructed with fantasy, and it is operated, one by one, one by one. Fong Bai heart was excited, looking at Fong Bai immersed in it. The thin tall man couldn't help but speak out. You really didn't make this up? I saw that the content above is so outrageous. I thought you made it up to trick me. The fat man said angrily. Why do you think so? I would do such a thing. You haven't done it? The fat man paused slightly. Would I make it up so outrageously? The thin tall man nodded immediately after hearing this, and agreed with it deeply. That's right. So, is this really true? As soon as the voice fell, the hearts of both of them couldn't help but beat violently. The legendary breakthrough method of the ancient wizard civilization. The divine path to eternal life. His. The two looked at each other, and immediately realized a problem. They have encountered a great opportunity. Without any hesitation, the two immediately approached Fong Bai, one on the left and one on the right, and followed Fong Bai to watch. The storm outside was howling, and there was no life. Only the semi-god medicine was emitting a faint fluorescence, and it was all destruction. In the inner space, the three people were all quietly learning and comprehending. It was just that the fat man and the thin tall man stared at each other, and their eyes were dry. Only Fong Bai was really infatuated and studying deeply. Nearly 3 days later, Fong Bai, who noticed that the dust storm outside had subsided, took the initiative to interrupt his study, and took the fat man and the thin tall man out of the inner space, and came to the semi-god medicine. Fong Bai was in high spirits, while the fat man and the thin tall man were spreading red bloodshot and were listless. But seeing the semi-god medicine still gave him a slight shock. It was time to pick the medicine. Chapter 463 Planetarium. It's not easy. Fong Bai looked at the ginseng in front of him, sniffed it with his nose, and a refreshing fragrance surrounded him, making his whole body feel comfortable. General injuries and general diseases can probably be cured by smelling the medicine. Carefully taking out the ginseng, Fong Bai saw the ginseng trembling. The spirituality contained in the semi-divine medicine is too strong. So strong that it is almost a living being. But fortunately, the real spirit has not been born yet. Otherwise, I would never be able to trap it for so long. At this stage, it is just a little instinct. The fat man introduced it to Fong Bai, and seeing Fong Bai's curiosity about the spirit of this spiritual medicine, he immediately added another sentence. By chance or if the growth time is too long, high-grade spiritual medicine may give birth to a spirit belonging to a living being. This spirit is similar to the soul, but different from the soul. But it will also give the spiritual medicine a certain amount of wisdom, and gradually grow. The spiritual medicine that gives birth to a spirit is called the king of medicine. And it is possible to break through the boundaries of spiritual medicine, even if it cannot break through. Its medicinal properties are far superior to those of the same kind. It is 3 times, 4 times, or even 10 times better than the spiritual medicine of the same grade. It is the best spiritual medicine. And after becoming the king of medicine, the spiritual medicine will give birth to some instinctive spell-like abilities, such as gathering spirits, escaping underground, holding back breath, plant control, accelerated growth, and medicinal power condensation. It is very common. If the opportunity is good, or the spirit is more aggressive, it may even develop in the direction of Warcraft. And it is naturally gifted and grows very fast. It can be said to be the darling of heaven and earth. However, this situation is very, very rare. And there have been few cases found throughout history. The fat man pointed at the semi-god medicine and said, "It's still a little short. But if we follow the plan, it will be almost there." Oh. Fong Bai nodded after hearing this, feeling that he had learned a lot of little-known facts. This fat man really knows a lot. He is simply an all-round player. Looking at this semi-divine medicine quietly, Fong Bai suddenly had an idea in his mind. "Hey, fatty, if I kill the evil god again and gather all the baptisms from heaven on this semi-divine medicine, can it break through and become a real divine medicine?" The fat man was about to say no. But when he recalled the several fourth-order legendary spiritual medicines that broke through in the trial space before, he suddenly didn't dare to guarantee it. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head. "I don't know." Fong Bai didn't hear the negative answer. His eyes lit up slightly, and he smacked his lips. The fat man looked at Fong Bai quietly. He suspected that Fong Bai was thinking about something very dangerous. He casually put the semi-divine medicine into the inner space and lifted the confinement. The confinement was lifted, and the semi-divine medicine disappeared the moment it touched the soil. However, as the master of the inner space, Fong Bai naturally knew the whereabouts of the semi-divine medicine. Has it mastered the underground escape? Is it because the grade is too high? The semi-divine medicine is unique. Or is it really about to become the king of medicine? Forget it. It doesn't matter. It's already in the pot anyway. It doesn't matter. No matter how bad it is, it's still a semi-divine medicine. After putting away the semi-divine medicine, Fong Bai looked at the fat man and said, "Fatty, when you need to take this semi-divine medicine out, come to me, and you can take some away at that time." "Okay." The fat man nodded, and he was not polite. As for the tall and thin man who didn't play any role, Fong Bai didn't mention him, and he didn't say anything himself. He was invited by the fat man, and the fat man would naturally handle the settlement. And Fong Bai didn't need to share the semi-divine medicine with him. As for the value of the manuscript, after thinking for a moment, Fong Bai took out 6 petals of the dream lotus under their envious gazes. After the agreement, Fong Bai wiped out the aura, and the fat man also disguised the traces. The fat man made Fong Bai realize that he was not as good as him in just a few moves. The aura he wiped out was definitely cleaner than the fat man's, but too clean. The fat man did it just right, which made Fong Bai sigh that every profession has its own specialty. What is professionalism? This is called professionalism. He did not deny it on the surface, but quietly learned in secret. After making some arrangements, he turned around and left, and soon disappeared on the outskirts of the Dusk Plain, while the unwilling major forces and major families had just entered the Dusk Plain. When they arrived at this position again, the daylily was cold, and they were destined to return disappointed. Only the prophet in white turned his back to the major forces, looking into the distance with a faint look in his eyes. He felt it. He felt it. The other party was not dead. Damn it. You dare to predict me. Do you really think I have no temper? The fat man grabbed the multi-layer brass ball that he had used for calculations before, cursing. What's wrong? That bastard is targeting me again. The fat man saw that Fong Bai and the tall and thin man didn't understand. So he said immediately, "Don't you think it's a coincidence to pick herbs this time? We met so many people as soon as we arrived? Or we were intercepted by the prophet. I thought it was the legendary prophet who predicted it when I told you about it. I didn't say anything. The legendary prophet, to be honest, is really not to be messed with. But I didn't expect that he wasn't a legend, but a master-level bastard. How can a master-level person predict me? Although I am not the leader of a powerful force, nor am I a legendary demigod, but I have countermeasures. But this bastard can still predict. He must have used some high-level equipment or some medium. From that moment on, I was on guard. And now I have caught him." The fat man sneered. And at this time, the profiteer looked at the multi-layered brass ball in the fat man's hand and suddenly wondered. "Hey, wait. I didn't notice it before. Now you remind me. Why does your thing look so much like a planetarium used by a prophet? However, planetariums are usually larger. usually 1 or 2 meters in diameter, and only 3 layers. Yours is a little smaller, with 5 layers. It is said that the computing power of a planetarium increases exponentially with each additional layer. It is also said that the construction site and materials of a planetarium are very demanding, with extremely high requirements for the address, magnetic field, air visibility, material purity, casting technology, etc. And a movable planetarium is unheard of and unseen. If it really exists, it must be a treasure of the prophet's lineage. By the way, Fatty, it seems that there has been no prophet in your family for several generations? Cough, cough, cough. The fat man who was just so aggressive suddenly became weak, coughed a few times, and immediately removed the altar he had just prepared and the teleportation array pointing to the core of the dust plane. Let's go. Let's go quickly. If we're late, they might catch up with us. The fat man laughed, and Fong Bai next to him raised his eyebrows, looking at the brass ball in the fat man's hand with a strange look in his eyes. He couldn't even see the magic of this brass ball. A celestial globe? It looks a bit like a celestial globe, Fong Bai muttered, and then followed the fat man into the depths of the dust plane. Needless to say, the outer periphery of this side was full of people, and it was definitely not easy to get out. For safety, they could only continue to go deeper, then touch the edge of the inner circle, and then go out from the edge of the other side. Although it was far, it was at least safe. Chapter 464. I want them all. It's so hard. The fat man groaned. He was dizzy from reading the manuscript. The text part is easy to understand, but the derivation process, result, and construction method seem to be as confusing as a heavenly book. Indeed, it's hard, Fong Bai also said solemnly, and the fat man felt that he had met a soulmate. Really? You think it's hard too, right? Is this thing real? Can people learn it? It's also commonly possessed by ancient mages. Is this realistic? Ah? Fong Bai looked at the fat man in surprise. You haven't learned it yet? The fat man didn't react for a moment. Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean I haven't learned it yet? I haven't learned it yet? The fat man thought he had heard it wrong. And then he saw Fong Bai nodded seriously. Yeah. You haven't learned it yet? You learned it? Fong Bai didn't say anything, just looked at the fat man quietly. The fat man was silent after seeing this. After a moment, he said, Fuck. I actually believed your lies. Didn't you say it was difficult? Yes, but I didn't say I couldn't learn it. This is indeed the most difficult time I have ever learned. Besides, learning is easy, but architecture is difficult. Well, architecture. The fat man suddenly didn't want to talk anymore and just ignored it. Easy? He actually heard the word easy? The fat man took a deep breath and wanted to stop Fong Bai. Then he looked at Fong Bai suddenly, and his face changed greatly. Fong Bai? Can you teach me? The fat man said flatteringly. Sure. It's a bit difficult to learn by force. It takes 17 or 18 times more time than learning by following the train of thought. The fat man heard this, and said that he didn't want to ask Fong Bai how he knew the difference in learning time. Fong Bai continued to speak. Look, let's follow this line of thought and follow the deduction. You may be a little confused here, because the person who wrote the manuscript skipped a few steps. After all, it can be seen from this that it is well known. Fong Bai saw that the fat man's face was a little dark, and immediately skipped these adjectives. So, I will write the skipped steps for you to see. Fong Bai wrote quickly, and the tall and thin man next to him did not speak, but he listened attentively with his ears erect and eyes wide open. After studying for a long time, the three of them exited the inner space and continued to move forward. This place is close to the depths of the dust plane. Every step must be taken carefully and calculated. If you take a wrong step by accident, you will walk towards a road leading to the depths of the dust plane. Fong Bai was simple. He went back to the city directly. The fat man and the tall and thin man. It seems that if I put the fat man and the profiteer into the inner space, they will not die, and I will take them away. Fong Bai suddenly felt relieved when he realized this, and then looked at the nervous fat man and the tall and thin man, thought for a moment, and gave up the idea of telling them, and continued to study. Whether it is runes or illusory space, neither of them is simple, and they all require a lot of time to study, although his time is more than 1,000 times that of others. But shouldn't he work harder? Otherwise, Wasting 1 minute will waste more than 1,000 minutes. Most of the day, the fat man took 10 steps at a time. And every step he took was exhausting. He needed to enter the inner space to rest for a while after walking a distance. In the inner space, after resting, Fong Bai can also teach them the condensation of the illusory space. Although it is very difficult to learn. Neither the fat man nor the tall and thin man is shaken at all. It would have been fine if it had not been confirmed before. But now the real inner space is right in front of them, which has been completely confirmed to be really awesome. And there are people teaching them. So they will naturally seize the opportunity and try their best to learn. And Fong Bai did not hide anything, and completely imparted his understanding and feelings to them, teaching them in the most understandable way. In this process, he also chewed the knowledge again, which often allowed Fong Bai to gain some new insights. At the same time, looking at this manuscript, looking at the two methods of materializing the virtual world, and looking at the pros and cons of the two methods. Obviously, the person who wrote the manuscript materialized the virtual space with consciousness as the core. And the consciousness was the strongest and reached the peak. And materializing the virtual space with the body as the basis. The body is the strongest. This is just his idea and deduction. Fong Bai's idea is actually very simple. No matter what choice he makes, it is better to have them all. He wants the strength of consciousness, the strength of soul, the strength of mental power, and the strength of body. Simply put, I want them all. For others, this may be wishful thinking. But for Fong Bai, I was born with a fantasy space, deep in my consciousness, and even a small inner space has been formed. I can completely condense a fantasy space again and materialize it. So I naturally have two. One body and one consciousness. Two-way fluctuations. In addition, I have the two titles of Mecha Master and Rune. And the power of faith is abundant. Once the idea is born, it is out of control. And the thinking becomes more and more in depth. For Fong Bai, this is the truly perfect legendary body. This will be the most perfect legendary breakthrough. Perfect. Powerful. No loopholes. Even the power of the inner space in the future will be twice that of others. And the source of power will be twice that of others. As long as this effect can be achieved. It doesn't matter if the path in the middle is a little rugged and it goes a little slower. In addition, Fong Bai also discovered something during the learning process. Although his inner space has been condensed, it did not form a false space when condensed. There was no deduction, no underlying structure, and it was condensed abruptly. Although it is indeed the inner space condensed in this way, it is also difficult to grow to the world level. If the inner space is divided into qualities, this is roughly the worst category. This is also the fundamental reason why this inner space is 10 meters in radius from the beginning, and it is still 10 meters in radius after so long. If it is really the inner space manifested by the illusory space in the manuscript, the underlying rules and logic may be imperfect, but it is absolutely smooth and definitely forms a positive cycle. Once that kind of inner space is formed, it can grow by itself and has endless potential. But formed by internal chaos, no logic, and the constraints of the underlying rules can only be called space. Fortunately, it can be made up. But it takes more energy and more resources to define the underlying rules, to straighten out the logic of the inner space, and to build a positive cycle belonging to the space. In fact, Fong Bai is now starting from the domain and the cycle. It is also effective. But it is just that the macro affects the micro, and the efficiency is too low. To correct it, you still have to start from the bottom. Just as Fong Bai was thinking. There was a loud noise, and the terrifying elemental fluctuation swept like a stormy wave. Boom. Chapter 465. I am an exception. Boom. 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 Fong Bai mental power only found countless terrifying energy attacks falling from the sky towards the dusk plane. In the explosion, the elemental power in half of the dusk plane boiled up. What followed was a complete riot in the dusk plane. The next moment, Fong Bai mental power was wiped out, and the terrifying dust storm swept across the entire plane. A big scene. A completely big scene. There must be more than one legend taking action. There must be multiple legends to cause such a scene. The fat man's face was particularly ugly. Although they thought we were dead, and although they didn't know that we got the demigod medicine, this did not affect their use of the mechanism of the dust plane and the power of the dust to thoroughly clean the dust plane. In this way, it doesn't matter whether we died at the beginning or not. and whether anyone got the demigod medicine, let alone legends. Even demigods can't survive in such extreme conditions. That is, we have inner space. Fong Bai interrupted the fat man before he finished speaking. You can't survive even with the inner space. The level of the dust power is very high, and the space is not inaccessible to it. The dust power can attack the inner space, Fong Bai said lightly. Within the attack range of the dust power, the best result is that the owner of the inner space is a player, and he dies before the dust power breaks through the inner space. The fat man was suddenly startled and looked up at Fong Bai. You mean the inner space is being attacked by the dust storm? Yes. The fat man took a deep breath, and the next moment, he was happy. Then you are going to die. Or I can help you. Very soon. Definitely very soon. The fat man was eager to try. And Fong Bai curled his lips. You said that you can beat me to death when I am completely defenseless. I lose if I get a scratch. The eager fat man was stunned when he heard the words. And he couldn't laugh for a while. And he couldn't say a word for a long time. Then you will die at the hands of the dust power. No need. Isn't the inner space under attack? What if it is breached? Didn't you say that the best way is to die and leave? Oh, I was talking about ordinary people. I am an exception. Fong Bai flipped through the manuscript and said calmly. The fat man and the tall and thin man, they just felt something hit their faces. Wait until the storm is over. I can teach you about the illusory space, Fong Bai said. And the fat man and the tall and thin man nodded. And in the void that Fong Bai sensed, a wisp of dust power swept through, destroying everything within the range, and blowing continuously on the space barrier of the inner space. One after another. Continuous, chaotic and violent. But it could not leave any trace on the space barrier. Fong Bai's eyes moved to the source of everything. Demonic beast altar? Outside, there was a violent storm, and all creatures were in desperate situation. Inside, there was a gentle breeze, and the water was calm. He patiently studied the illusory space in the inner space, and at the same time controlled the projected body to conduct research in the Tiangong Pavilion. In fact, it made no difference to Fong Bai whether he was inside or outside. Fong Bai even had an idea that if there was an excellent projection spell, as long as he stayed in the inner space, would it mean eternal safety? But thinking carefully, this was not very realistic. Time passed by minute, and more than 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. After confirming that the storm had subsided many times, Fong Bai, the fat man, and the tall and thin man came out of the inner space, looking at the dust plains that had returned to calm and the terrain had not changed at all. The previous storm seemed to be an illusion, but the three knew that this was what had just happened. Without staying too long, they quickened their pace and continued to move forward. 10 days later, the three of them left the dust plains. The moment they stepped out of the dust plains, the three of them fell into a dream. Finally, I'm out. Fong Bai. Where are you going? Me? I'm going to a place to strengthen my body. I feel my physical strength is still a little lacking. Can I get stronger without breaking through the legend? Yeah. Why not? Who said that if you want to become stronger, you must break through the legend? The fat man looked at Fong Bai and remembered the outrageous scene when he fought with Fong Bai, when he thought that Fong Bai's body could continue to become stronger and harder. His mouth twitched slightly. It's really outrageous. And with such a strong body, he will also study various rules and runes, and can also set up defenses for himself at the rule level. Recently, he seems to be learning how to stack defenses. Damn. Will anyone be able to kill him in the future? Can strengthening the body be the answer to this era? The fat man suddenly recalled the feeling of oppression under the military cloud, and his expression suddenly became wrong. And then, he was shocked. Fong Bai actually locked the answer to the era at a glance, and then put it into practice? Then should I also strengthen my body in the future? The fat man pondered. But he didn't know that the cloud energy of the extraordinary army was also developed by Fong Bai. Fong Bai didn't lock the version answer at a glance, and then work towards this direction. Fong Bai created the version answer out of thin air. The fat man and the tall and thin man left separately while thinking. In the 1 month in the dust plain, Fong Bai taught everything he could about the content of the illusory space, and the rest depended entirely on everyone's understanding. At this moment, Fong Bai also felt it was outrageous. Each virtual space is a set of underlying rules that conform to logic and can form a positive cycle. It is equivalent to building a world from the microscopic level, and there must be no loopholes, and it can operate normally. This means that every field of the world is understood. The operating logic of the world is also understood. And there must be a huge computing power to deduce and calculate. Is this thing really a must-have for mages in ancient civilizations? Everyone has it. Is the ancient mage civilization really so outrageous? So, am I so bad? Fong Bai even fell into self-doubt, and shook his head slightly after a while. No. I must make two. I want to condense the most perfect virtual space and forge the most perfect legendary body. I can't compare with the most powerful sages, but I can't be better than the most ordinary legendary mages. Right? Fong Bai made up his mind. But he didn't seem to realize two problems. First, no matter what era, the word legendary mage has nothing to do with the word ordinary. Second, the perfect inner space materialized by the illusory space is the foundation of the gods. Once condensed, it means eternal life and becoming a god. Fong Bai simply felt that something was wrong and started to compare himself. It can't be worse than an ordinary magician. Right? However, this is not a bad thing. Chapter 466 Extraordinary City. Let's go! Fong Bai identified the direction and then left directly. Although the dust plain is still some distance away from the capital, it is also within the radiation range of the capital. Relatively speaking, this area is indeed much more prosperous. The wilderness has basically been developed and matured, or has been enclosed by forces and turned into a back garden. After walking for a long distance, I didn't sense any magical beasts, and there were no attacks from alien races, which was quite rare. This is the hinterland of human territory, and there is no need to worry about the harassment of magical beasts. As for Red Maple City, it is an area close to the border in the north. Although it is quite prosperous economically, it is still not at the same level as the capital in terms of foundation. At least it is unable to clear the wilderness between towns, and there is not enough manpower to cultivate and occupy it after clearing it, especially the latter, in the absence of sufficient population. Even if it costs a lot to clear it, it will not take long for it to be occupied by magical beasts and alien races again. And magical beasts and alien races will once again become a local nuisance, in addition to hindering communication. Although the monsters and aliens dare not attack the city, it is common for them to attack town farms when hungry. However, things gradually improved after the density of players in Red Maple City gradually increased. No monster area can remain intact next to the player's main city. If they will breed again, it is simply not fast enough. Fong Bai kept moving forward in the direction of Thunder Valley while thinking. And as he left the radiation area of the royal capital, the shadow of the wilderness gradually appeared on the land, and the shadow of monsters and aliens gradually appeared in the uninhabited places. While walking, he would occasionally determine the position along the official road, and then continue forward. At this time, Fong Bai phone rang. Fong Bai was on his way as usual in the game, and in reality, his body controlled the call. Hello. Hao Wei. What's up? The foundation of Red Maple New City is almost completed. Do you want to come to the ribbon-cutting ceremony? I don't have time. I won't come, Fong Bai said casually. And Hao Wei on the other end of the phone showed a trace of helplessness when he heard it. After thinking about it, he still said it straight to the point. Then do you want to check the city foundation on the spot? During the time when Fong Bai was away, the construction progress of the city foundation was followed by the project team. But the data would be synchronized to the Tiangong Pavilion in real time for Fong Bai projection review. But to be honest, Fong Bai hadn't been there for a long time. When Fong Bai heard this, he immediately realized that the ribbon-cutting ceremony was just a byproduct, and this was the main thing. And then he curled his lips and said, "This is the first day you know me. If you have something to say, just say it directly. I have several threads in my mind that are all studying. I don't have time to think about these things. So don't say that I don't understand when the time comes." Okay. No problem, Hao Wei said repeatedly. Just now, he was mainly saying that he was used to it, and he hadn't called Fong Bai for a long time. So he said it casually. Well, okay. I come over. Fong Bai hung up the phone and smacked his lips. It's finished? Thinking about it, he counted with his fingers. Well, it's been several months now. With the extraordinary speed, we can work all night long. Plus the development of some semi-automatic constant equipment. It's almost the same. Extraordinary city, Fong Bai murmured, and couldn't help but look forward to it. They in Tiangong Pavilion have great expectations for this extraordinary city. This is not just for defense. Otherwise Fong Bai and his team would never invest a lot of manpower and material resources to participate in its construction. If it really succeeds, Fong Bai immediately turned around and rushed towards Hanfeng City. At the same time, Su Shiping, Qi Peng, Ding Xiu, and other pillars of Tiandong Pavilion, who received the news, were also moved and began to arrange a schedule to go to Hanfeng New City. But what they didn't know was that on the border of Yabong Kingdom, the legendary Black Wolf, who was heavily disguised, quietly appeared in a caravan leading to Hanfeng City. When Fong Bai arrived at the foot of Hanfeng New City, it was just dawn. The dark city wall stretched out beyond the field of vision like a long dragon. This city gave people a huge feeling like a crawling giant beast. This city has not yet completed the final packaging, and you can still feel obvious element fluctuations. With a sweep of mental power, the terrifying element fluctuations made Fong Bai realize his own insignificance. Every brick and every inch of the ground contains rich elemental power. The elemental power contained in a single brick may not be much, but when thousands of bricks are connected together and integrated under the effect of the magic circle, Fong Bai can only be amazed. This has essentially formed a natural field, or it can be called an artificial natural field. The energy contained in it is no less than that of a mountain, a lake, or a river, and it is even more magnificent. Fong Bai realized that the existence of this energy level alone will subtly affect the surroundings and affect the occurrence of some things. For example, the stability of space, and the improvement of status, etc. After standing outside and sensing for a long time, Fong Bai slowly walked into the city. The first thing he saw when he entered the city was a wide avenue that was wide enough for 8 carriages to travel in the same direction. It was straight and magnificent, although there were no buildings on both sides of the road at the moment. He could already imagine the grand scene after all the shops were built here. Looking around, there were large tracts of open space behind the city wall, which belonged to the military area. Going further inside, Fong Bai saw a winding river flowing in the city. In his perception, the purification array, early warning array, water control array, and other arrays of the river were operating normally. And the reserved farms on the side also had reserved interfaces, which could be installed with functional arrays such as lighting, temperature, moisture, watering, fertilization, accelerated growth, and insect repellent in the future. Farms, pastures, residential areas, commercial areas, industrial areas, seaport areas, etc. Each different functional area has arrays or interfaces with different functions. What is the same is that the bottom of these areas are all connected by a unified array formation, forming a super large array formation cluster. At this moment, many array formations are in the testing state, and Fong Bai can vaguely hear some magician's words in his ears. Hurry up. Hurry up. Test quickly. The pavilion master will be here soon. We must complete the test before he arrives. Let us let the pavilion master see our ability, and then I will take credit for you all. Fong Bai couldn't help but smile when he heard it, and immediately took advantage of this test time to test and deduce these arrays one by one. At the same time, he suddenly had an idea and tried to use the principle of constructing a false space to deduce and calculate the underlying logical rules of Red Maple City. At the same time, his eyes also fell on the two most fundamental systems. The array clusters of these two systems are the foundation of the entire extraordinary city, and their related arrays are spread throughout the city, without any omissions. One of these two is the generation and storage of cloud gas, and the other is Chapter 467. Secret? Fong Bai raised his lips slightly, and with a sweep of his mental power, he found that Hao Wei and others were all at the core of the Qi and Blood system, which was the city lord's mansion. They were conducting some small-scale scattered tests there, and Fong Bai walked over immediately. As soon as he walked over there, he saw Hao Wei coming out. Fong Bai, why are you here? Didn't you say you would arrive tomorrow? You didn't even send a message in advance. The map is not very accurate, so the distance is much shorter than I estimated. Fong Bai shrugged helplessly. Without satellite scanning and positioning, the map's error is too large, even for extraordinary maps. It is easy to produce errors if there is a little bit of strong elemental fluctuation interference or secret interference. Not to mention the meter-level navigation in reality. Even the 100-meter and kilometer-level navigation requires some luck. Hao Wei was a little amused when he heard this. After exchanging a few words with Fong Bai, he walked towards the inside, and said as he walked, "How about it? Isn't this design layout good? Everything about this red maple new city and Chaofan was designed and checked by the relevant project team of Tiandong Pavilion. But the city layout that is not related to the project team was designed by experts invited by Hao Wei and others. Fong Bai thought it was clean and good. The relevant drawings are also archived in Tiandong Pavilion. Although they cannot be copied according to the terrain and resources, they may be used as references in the future. Not bad. You spent a lot of manpower and material resources. Right? Just built the roads and some simple building frames. Of course, we mobilized tens of thousands of players. And the funds involved are all in the billions. Hao Wei counted them in awe. And Hao Wei was actually quite emotional when he spoke. Under his efforts and some coincidences, the funds for a project under his command were actually in the billions. And the funds flowing through his hands every day were tens of millions or hundreds of millions. Unknowingly, he had reached this point and had such a status. In addition to his emotion, Hao Wei did not forget to take Fong Bai into the city lord's mansion. When we got here, the ground was paved with elemental metal, and the magic arrays on it were densely packed and very compact, overlapping one after another, filling the magic array. In addition, runes appeared near the core. They were not overall runes such as armor and resistance, but rune strokes that constituted such overall runes. By this means, the spell structure was replaced to build the effect of the magic array. Although this rune stroke could not directly mobilize the power of rules, like armor and resistance runes, it had many advantages such as small footprint, high density, and high support strength. After several revisions, the core of the Qi and blood system still chose the new rune strokes. There was no way. This advantage was too unique. Fong Bai glanced at the core structure, and it was imprinted on his eyelids. He had participated in the development of this structure and played a leading role. But he did not draw and stabilize it. The mental power scanned aside, and the entire core was taken into Fong Bai mind. After deducing it once, he nodded. No problem. What about the outside? Hao Wei's heart was beating fast. But I still held back my expectation and asked, what about the outside? I just checked the outside, and there is no problem. You can enter the encapsulation program and test run it. Fong Bai not only looked at it once, but also deduced it again using the deduction method of the virtual space. This extraordinary city is indeed completed. Although there are still many minor problems, they are harmless. Fong Bai has no intention of pointing them out at all. If problems break out, let the people below deal with them and solve them. After all, it is the first time, and it is an accumulation of valuable experience. Fong Bai direct pointing out is not necessarily a good thing. Okay. Fong Bai gave an order, and this extraordinary city immediately entered the encapsulation program. Under this program, the open source array was blocked and disrupted. The open and active elemental power became silent, and the city gradually restrained its breath and turned into a mortal object. This step took a whole day. When it was completely completed, Fong Bai handed the command to Hao Wei, looking at the people in front of him, looking at the hundreds of thousands of logistics players who had been waiting outside the city for a long time, and looking at the tens of thousands of natives who followed. Everyone, enter the city in the order of reservation. Creaky. Accompanied by Hao Wei's order, the capstan connected to the heavy city gate turned, and the gate slowly opened. One team after another, the players and natives entered the new city, and then installed a plan to go to the designated areas one by one. Experienced players and natives quickly used various raw materials to build houses, warehouses, factories, shops and other buildings in the planned area. It took more than 100,000 people 2 hours just to enter the city, and it took several hours to reach the designated areas. During this period, everything was carried out in an orderly manner, and soon this empty new city became bustling, building houses, cultivating fields, selling goods, forging, transporting living things. One caravan after another loaded with goods poured into Xinjiang as originally planned, providing a steady stream of materials for the construction of the new city. And in the movements of these people, the blood and spirit that naturally overflowed from their bodies sank into the earth and flowed along the veins in the earth. Occasionally, there were problems with nodes, and the responsible members immediately repaired and replenished them, with small problems being solved one by one. Time passed little by little, and the blood and spirit flowing in the new city gradually became vast. At this time, Su Shiping, Qi Peng, Ding Xiu, and others appeared beside Fong Bai. Fong Bai nodded slightly at them. And as soon as they came, their spirits covered the whole city and observed the situation of the new city. At the same time, the projection desktop on the table of the city lord's mansion also showed the operation of various magic arrays in the new city and the filling of blood and spirit. At the same time, deep in Hongfeng City, the magic array with a solid rune core was slowly operating, and under the action of the rune, the scattered spirit was gradually integrated and became meticulous. Gradually, a wisp of spiritual power that was integrated into the solid rune penetrated the blood and chi, the elements of heaven and earth. Buzz! A wisp of cloud was formed silently, and then sank into the city, and began to nourish the city. When the projection showed that the first wisp of cloud was successfully formed, everyone laughed and relaxed. The most critical step was completed, and the next step was just to repeat this process continuously, without any difficulty. This was indeed the case. Under the gaze of Fong Bai and others, wisp after wisp of cloud was formed, stored in the city, and nourished the city. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, more than half of them were extraordinary people. The blood and spiritual power revealed in their every move were a huge number. After completing the breakthrough of zero, the cloud was formed rapidly like a reservoir that broke its dam, and it was stored, continuously strengthening the city itself, making its material more superior and more extraordinary. Chapter 468. Why not a legend? After the clouds are generated, they will be stored inside the city, constantly nourishing the city walls and foundations. In this state, the materials of the city itself will all be maintained at the level of elemental materials, and they will gradually surpass elemental materials and become stronger and stronger after a long period of nourishment. Undernourishment, the damage to the city will completely repair itself. In other words, as long as there are people living in this city will not only be as good as new, but also become stronger and stronger. And once you encounter an enemy, you can raise clouds. Under the suppression of clouds, the extraordinary will not be obvious, and physics will prevail. In theory, it is a complete military battle. Team, compete for equipment, not invincible, but can bring down the lofty invincible legend to the point where a group of ordinary people can be surrounded and killed. Even if these ordinary people suffer heavy casualties, it doesn't matter. Being able to kill is enough. Which means that the world has returned to the level where a common man can still splatter blood 5 steps when he is angry. This will be a key turning point in history. In the future history, the record of today must be the wheel of history rolling forward. After Fong Bai said this, Hao Wei and the others suddenly felt great, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere was unusual. They couldn't help but straighten their lapels and expressions, and the scene suddenly became solemn. But Fong Bai didn't react at all. Fong Bai, why aren't you nervous at all? This is a node that will be recorded in history. What are you nervous about? Fong Bai glanced at Hao Wei. If this is a photo in the future history book, then do you know what will happen if you quickly flip through this history book? What will happen? It will become my TV series. Fong Bai's whole body seemed to be shrouded in holy light. Remove it. Fong Bai waved his hands repeatedly, and Shi Peng behind him reluctantly cancelled the holy light special effect. But it's still a little insufficient now. Fong Bai looked at the gradually abundant clouds and said, What? The will of the elements of heaven and earth is forcibly rendered with runes. Although it is feasible, it is inefficient. So the clouds can only be stored and used when needed. And it is impossible to achieve normal opening. If these tens of thousands of people can really unify their will and directly use their will to penetrate the blood and chi, and the elements of heaven and earth form clouds, the scale will be 1,000 times or 10,000 times larger than it is now. It is completely possible to achieve normalized coverage of luck. And its coverage will also increase several times. With the power of clouds, plus propaganda, it should be feasible to reversely render the protection or solid consciousness. Right? Su Shiping said beside him. And Fong Bai nodded when he heard it. It will definitely work. As long as there is a consensus, there is a chance for it to form. As long as a certain number of people are committed to this will, the speed of cloud formation will increase dramatically. But this requires our city lord Hao to work harder. Hao Wei nodded. But then he realized Fong Bai's address and rolled his eyes. What does a city lord like me mean to you? You, Fong Bancheng, have to decide? Hey, don't talk nonsense. Although our Tiandong Pavilion occupies half of Hongfeng City, we don't participate in any management work. All the power is controlled by you. Bullshit. It sounds good, But it's just taking benefits without working. Hao Wei laughed and scolded, then looked at the presidents next to him. Brothers, we have to start the propaganda work. Hey, it's easy. A large number of journalists are in place. A large number of my public account soft copywriters are in place. My UC shock department has applied to go into battle. Just wait for the newspapers to be issued and the projection screen to be put into use. Hao Wei also nodded, looking at the gradually abundant cloud gas reserves. He couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy. If I could come to Zunchuanchi to try the waters. Where do so many legends come from? Fong Bai laughed and scolded, but was interrupted by a burst of alarms before he finished speaking. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. High energy reaction detected entering the city. Energy assessment completed. Human legend. Identifying. Database empty. Identification failed. Please identify manually. The desktop projection light flashed red, and the prompt sound rang continuously. And before everyone could say anything, the alarm sounded again. Ding ding. Ding ding. High energy reaction detected. Checking the city wall. Evaluating. Energy evaluation completed. Wolf-shaped Warcraft legend. Alarm. Alarm. Warcraft invasion. Is there a cloud? Is there a cloud? Looking at the two huge red dots on the desktop projection, Fong Bai was speechless, and looked at Hao Wei with everyone else. And Hao Wei was also confused, and then looked at Fong Bai. Don't look at me. You are the one shouting. You saw that yourself. I. A human legend? A legendary Warcraft wolf. How can it be such a coincidence? Most likely it is the follow-up of the Black Wolf Bandits. After all, the Canner tribe was completely wiped out by us. A president said that they were not unfamiliar with the information of the Black Wolf Society. After the battle ended, they were ready to face all kinds of revenge. Hao Wei took a deep breath and said, Since you are here, let Hongfeng City test the waters. In fact, in the normal design, the magic array of the new city should discover the legend in advance, then raise the cloud to suppress the legend, and then use various city defense weapons to kill the legend outside the city. However, since the new city is still in the testing stage, and the testing has just begun, many magic arrays have not been opened, so that the legend was not discovered until it entered the city. And under normal cloud conditions, the Warcraft Wolf is not qualified to climb the city wall. As a supernatural city, how can the city wall of the new city be so easy to climb? But since they have entered the city, it's their bad luck. Hao Wei immediately used the mental connection spell to dispatch it before the cloud rose. At this moment, their supernatural army is not in the city. But Hao Wei has no intention of mobilizing the supernatural army. The supernatural army can form clouds by itself. And there is no suspense in suppressing legends with talents. This is completely untested. To the new city. So all the players that Hao Wei dispatched were ordinary combat players, who could not form clouds, and had no talent. The only unusual thing was that each of them wore thick heavy armor of the second level of refinement, holding thick tower shields, iron nets, chains, spears, grappling hooks, crossbows and other equipment, and they all had the mecha master profession. Unconsciously, the player's styles seemed to have been completely distorted by someone. But to be honest, the mecha master profession is indeed cheap and easy to use. At this moment, the Black Wolf, who had left the caravan, seemed to have a smile on his face. But his eyes were extremely cold. Since he became a legend, no one dared to provoke him like this. No! Any person or force who dared to provoke him would be completely crushed by him. The indifferent voice of the Black Wolf sounded. Let's start with this new city, and let the world know. Legends cannot be provoked. Chapter 469 times have changed. If you dare to provoke, you will have to pay the price of blood. In an instant, the momentum of the Black Wolf instantly soared into the sky, and the wolf howled on one side. Two legendary auras stirred the wind and clouds, and looked at the heavy armor players around him with disdain. Ants. As soon as the voice fell, wisps of clouds rose, gathered in the sky, and turned into thick clouds covering the sky. The world was quiet. The projection on the table in the city lord's mansion disappeared, and the mechanical operating table at the bottom was revealed, which was used to mechanically control the closure of the clouds. Hao Wei glanced at the workbench, and then looked at Fong Bai curiously. Fong Bai. How dare he do that? Doesn't he know that Night Crow has died here? Fong Bai couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and then guessed. He thinks he's very strong? There are 2 legends. Do you think it's great? Not really. At least he should be more cautious. How can he do such a big thing? Is it possible? Hailang heard about Nightcrow being killed by us, but he didn't believe it at all. As a legend, he naturally knows how powerful legends are and where the gap lies. Will he think it's fake? It's like if you heard that a small country defeated the American army on the front battlefield. Do you believe that this small country has explosive combat power? Or are you more willing to believe that there is a conspiracy and other big countries are secretly attacking? As other big countries, are you afraid of this small country? Everyone thought briefly, and suddenly had nothing to say. Fong Bai said after a long silence, but let's be prepared that Hailang has other backup plans. I just don't believe that a great legend can be solved so easily. Fong Bai said aloud. This is not normal. Hao Wei nodded secretly, and felt that Black Wolf could not be so careless. He looked at Fong Bai and immediately transferred the extraordinary army over. Fong Bai was also ready to take action. And then he watched the battle. This battle lasted for a long time. It must be said that the Black Wolf legend was very powerful. With the help of the Black Wolf, he relied on his strong body to charge among the players. He was different from the fragile Night Crow. As a warrior legend, his physical strength accounted for a large proportion of his strength. Even the pure steel mecha master wearing heavy second-level heavy armor and holding a heavy shield could only withstand 1 or 2, 7 or 8 times under his attack. But even if he couldn't kill them, Black Wolf could still rely on his strong power to pick them up and charge in the battle formation. At the beginning, he didn't even plan to break through, until he found that the players with heavy armor and heavy shields were like a vast ocean, and finally chose to break through. Then he saw the heavy city gate, towering, and the fixed crossbows on the city wall flashing with cold light. The city wall, which was not usually high, seemed to be a punishment from heaven at this moment. The heavy crossbow, which did not cause any elemental damage and only relied on the crossbow to charge, posed a certain threat. After being locked in the city, the battlefield became a meaningless war of attrition. A steady stream of players swarmed in, fighting from day to night, and then from night to day. Finally, the exhausted Black Wolf fell to the ground with his eyes straight, and the next moment he was caught in the iron net like a ball. Fong Bai, who was yawning, was shocked when he saw that Black Wolf and his horse were finally caught. It's over. That's it? Fong Bai looked at Hao Wei, and Hao Wei also looked at Fong Bai, staring at each other. So this Black Wolf really didn't have a backup plan, but was simply brainless? Hao Wei was silent. Then, the casualties were counted, and all were summarized. 1,700 deaths. Hearing this number, Fong Bai smacked his lips. Without much reaction, a group of players died 1,000 times, and completed the feat of a professional-level player beating a legendary player. Fong Bai felt that the legendary player had no style or weight. With more than 1,000 deaths, any small guild could gather tens of thousands of people, and it would not be difficult to die 1,000 times. Legend? That's it? A guild leader next to him said, and Hao Wei shook his head after thinking about it carefully. One person killed nearly 2,000 people under the siege of tens of thousands of heavy armor, heavy shields and pure steel bodies. If Black Wolf led soldiers instead, and became a super warrior, then he could chase and kill 10,000 people with 1,000 people. If they were the natives who would really die, then 1,000 people could chase and kill 100,000 people. It's just that Black Wolf. Well, I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he couldn't bring people here. After all, this is the Yabong Kingdom. Bringing people in below the legend level may be different from bringing people in above the legend level. He didn't lead soldiers. If he led soldiers of the same quality, the result would be completely different. And he had rushed to the city wall many times, but was blocked by the height of the city wall, the crossbows on it, and the city defense tools. Otherwise, we will definitely not be able to stop him, and he will rush out. Ordinary players without talent are still a little bit short in this aspect. In the future, they will either train their talents or develop corresponding equipment to solve the problem of being picked up. But in general, Hao Wei smiled and raised his hands. In the first battle of the new city, 2 legendary figures were captured. The first trial run of the extraordinary city Hongfeng City was a perfect success. As soon as the voice fell, the city lord's mansion immediately fell into a sea of cheers. Fong Bai, Su Shiping and others also raised their mouths slightly, revealing a smile. The success of Hongfeng City also means that they have a successful technological breakthrough in application. And it is also a perfect training for the outer cabinet. Similarly, this is also a voice of the Tiandong Pavilion to the times. The times have changed. But in addition, they are looking forward to another thing. Not just the clouds. Fang Bai, Su Shiping, Qi Peng, Ding Xiu and others looked at each other and quietly left the scene in the carnival. The few people who left the city lord's mansion appeared in another area. Here, a wall surrounds half of the new city area. And there is a name here. Tiangong Pavilion. To be precise, it should be called Tiangong Pavilion Red Maple Outer Pavilion. Stepping into it, you enter a building, which shows the specifications of the array that is not inferior to the city lord's mansion. After entering it, follow a staircase to the underground. And there is a huge basement nearly 100 meters away from the ground. On the ground, the spiritual power that is condensed to almost liquefaction flows slowly. Under the clouds, the spiritual power will be suppressed and cannot be extended. But it still exists in essence. Just like the blood and fighting spirit still exist in the body. But it cannot be released or displayed. After nearly 100 meters of land, and nearly 100 meters of elemental materials, the suppression effect of the clouds has been negligible. And the spiritual power has become active. Chapter 470 Computing Center. Finally, my mental power can be used. It is really uncomfortable under the suppression of the cloud. This is simply the biggest betrayal of Chaofan. Su Shiping couldn't help but speak out. He used a lot of mental power in his work and life. And he felt very uncomfortable in the cloud environment. He even had to walk and drink water with his hands. Hey, don't. Chaofan's body was not betrayed. But other Chaofans. Fang Bai said happily. Under Chaofan, his strength might only drop by 1, while other strengths might drop by 5, 6, or even 9 out of 10. This made him feel too comfortable under the cloud. The thicker the cloud, the more secure he felt. And only in this way can we complete the counterattack of the weak against the strong. Otherwise, how can we compete with those who have practiced for decades or even hundreds of years? If they have the same talent, it is difficult to overtake on the track. It is better to turn over the table and force them to come to our track. That's right. Su Shiping also nodded. And while talking, he expanded his mental power. And Fang Bai did the same. Under this heavy earth, they walked towards the center of this secret room. And the endless liquid mental power on the ground flowed towards the center along the array pattern. If the specifications of the array above are similar to those of the city lord's mansion, then the specifications of the rune array here have completely surpassed the city lord's mansion. And it is the best project in the entire Red Maple City. Soon everyone walked to the center. And there was a little light in the center of the dark secret room. Walking over and taking a look, diamond-shaped crystal cores larger than basketballs were suspended in the air at different heights. In the center, a diamond-shaped crystal core as big as a water tank emits a faint warm silver light, shining down, as if directly illuminating the spiritual world. Counting carefully, there are dozens of crystal cores here, all suspended in the air, slowly rotating around the core crystal core, each of which is crystal clear and whole. And in it seems that there is a series of numbers and a series of runes rolling quickly. So far, no basketball-sized crystal core has been found in the world, let alone the size of a water tank. These crystal cores are naturally recast by Tiandong Pavilion using technology to melt crystal cores. Each one means the pinnacle of craftsmanship and contains extremely high technical content. But at this moment, everyone did not care about the appearance of these crystal cores at all, and was not surprised at all, because these crystal cores were originally made by them. What they care about is the constant structure inside the crystal core. And what they care about is the structure of the entire crystal core. In a space of dozens of square meters, crystal cores rotated in the air, and the liquid mental power in the channels at the bottom flowed into them. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the air in front of them seemed to be twisted and wrinkled. And Fang Bai and others' mental power was slightly dizzy. And their ears were buzzing. The buzzing sound lasted only for a moment. And then all sounds were lost. It rotated silently in the air, floating up and down. In the darkness, it was like a galaxy flowing. And countless data flowed and calculated in it. If you go back to the position where you enter the secret room, there is a sign on the side of the door, which reads, Red Maple City Basic Computing Center. The site returned to the inside. And under the gaze of several people, this huge computing power architecture rotated at high speed. After a while, ding! Self-test completed. Ding. Red Maple City Basic Computing Center is operating normally, and the computing power interface is turned on. At the same time, a projection rose in front of everyone. The projection was the control page of this computing center. When Fong Bai tapped it lightly, the page also changed accordingly. It's just the interaction between the hand and the projection. Just observe the position where the hand clicks and then correspond to the screen. With the allocation of computing power, this can only be regarded as a small trick in the application field. And there is no technical difficulty. After Fong Bai operated it, he looked at the others and couldn't help but smile. Su Shiping, Chi Peng and others, who were originally a little nervous, finally breathed a sigh of relief and laughed when they saw Fong Bai smile. The smiles became more and more intense. Soon, the secret room, which was located 100 meters underground and completely isolated by elemental materials, was filled with everyone's happy smiles. After a long time, the laughter slowly faded. Fong Bai and Su Shiping looked at each other, and their eyes were still full of joy. Finally it worked. Yes, we have been researching the computing power architecture for so long and mastering the smelting technology for so long. But this should be the first time to run it at full power. Right? Su Shiping said with emotion. Yes, for the first time. Even the computing power unit storing the trial space architecture did not dare to operate at full power. Not to mention this computing power array composed of dozens of large computing power units and a computing power core. The mental power stored here is enough to operate for 5 or 6 hours. Right? This is only a few 100,000 people. If the players in the main city of players, the players in Red Maple City, and the natives move here, it should be more than enough to supply this computing array. Right? There will be a lot left. By the way, isn't the power we calculated a little more modest? Modest? The power is too low. Damn. I actually had such an idea. I really haven't fought such a rich battle. Not low. Not low. This is basically the limit of our architecture. No matter how many computing power units there are, if the architecture is not advanced enough, it is useless to waste internal energy. The current one is the optimal solution. And the normal power operation does not mean that it is enough when it is running at full load. There must be a margin. Besides, at worst, we can use the characteristics of the mental power being compressed and liquefied under the cloud to fix it and take it away, and use it as mental power energy. How can you still complain about too much mental power? This thing is a core resource. The core resource that truly determines our ability. Fong Bai said with emotion. To be precise, for them, the real core resource is not elemental gold, elemental materials, or spiritual medicine, but computing power resources. Among all resources, their demand for computing power resources is always the highest priority. From the beginning of condensing spell slots to improve computing power, optimizing spell slot structure to improve computing power. Many mages use computing power units to jointly improve computing power, to now using extraordinary cities to build computing power arrays. The core is all for computing power resources. And the mental power that can provide energy for the computing power array can naturally be called a core resource. Indeed, Su Shiping looked at this system, which is another core system of the Qi, blood, cloud and Qi system in the extraordinary city. Few people know that it is the will that runs through the Qi, blood, and the elements of heaven and earth. And the mental power is just the carrier of the will, not a rigid need. Except for a small amount of mental power consumed in the Qi, blood, cloud and Qi system. Most of the remaining naturally scattered mental power is gathered here. At this moment, Fong Bai connected the mental power to the computing power array. Chapter 471 Unit, Boundary Array. Start calculating. Fong Bai said silently in his heart, and his mental power was connected to the computing power array, as if the computing array had become his own brain. Instantly, he felt that his brain had become more responsive, and no matter what he dealt with or thought about, he was very fast, without a trace of lag. Multi-digit addition, subtraction, multiplication and division had no reference value, and the calculation of runes was also carried out quickly. Everything was extremely fast and smooth, and Fong Bai was far from reaching the limit of his computing power unit. After thinking for a moment, Fong Bai remembered that the trial space structure data inside the Tiandong Pavilion was imported into this computing power array. At the beginning, thousands of mages in the Tiandong Pavilion conducted the 31st deduction of all the data in the trial space under the series connection of the computing power unit. and successfully deduced the 6th level structure of the trial space array structure. At that time, everyone's mental power was exhausted, and almost everyone fainted directly. If there is any way to test the computing power of the computing power array well, it must be the array structure of this trial space. Fong Bai immediately imported the data into it, but did not import the array diagram. He only imported the raw data one by one, and after setting the parameters, he had an idea. In an instant, the first layer was successfully deduced. After a few seconds, the second layer was successfully deduced. 10 seconds later, the fourth layer was successfully deduced. 1 minute later, the fifth layer was successfully deduced. Half an hour later, the sixth layer of the trial space array diagram slowly emerged on the projection screen. Everything was very easy, and there was no pressure at all. Fong Bai was stunned when he saw this. What is the trial space array diagram? It is a great creation of the ancient wizard civilization. It is the fundamental reason why Tiangong Pavilion has made rapid progress in the field of arrays, and even manufactured master-level armor. The all-encompassing trial space array diagram is like a reference book that contains everything, leading them to go further and further on the road of arrays. This is the knowledge of the first level of foundation. Every deduction of it is like standing on a gold mine to dig, and any result is an endless treasure. At the beginning, it took several hours for all the mages of Tiangong Pavilion to deduce the sixth layer, exhausting everyone's mental energy. And this was only half an hour. Fong Bai did not hesitate, and continued to preside over the deduction immediately. But he stopped not long after he started. The computing power is indeed enough, but the people are not enough. The deduction of the trial space array requires huge computing power, but also requires key choices. Unless a formula is directly summarized to complete the summary of the entire array, there is no need for human participation, and it can be deduced with enough computing power. But if not, it still requires human wisdom and inspiration to participate. It was different before the sixth layer. Before the sixth layer, Fong Bai already had a standard answer, and he only needed to bring it in, just to test the computing power. But it was different from the seventh layer. There was no choice to deduce further, and the process of deducing from the fifth layer to the sixth layer was preset again, and the deduction started again. However, while starting the deduction, Fong Bai directly increased the operating power of the computing array to full capacity. Buzz! The buzzing sound of the mental power field. Blue light bloomed on each computing unit, and the consumption of liquid mental power directly increased several times. Countless data flowed through each computing unit, and the dense data flow was dazzling. Under full load operation, only 10 minutes and 51 seconds passed, and the array diagrams of the first to sixth layers of the trial space slowly appeared on the projection screen. Fong Bai took a deep breath. The others around him were also shocked when they saw it. The deduction of the sixth layer was completed in 10 minutes. Everyone thought that the computing power of the computing array would be very strong, but they didn't expect it to be so strong. Even Fong Bai didn't expect it. After a moment, Fong Bai spoke. In reality, the unit of computing power is generally based on the number of calculations per second. But our computing power array is different from real computers. It can not only calculate data, but also perform fuzzy calculations. It is impossible to describe computing power simply by the number of calculations per second. We often use computing power to deduce magic arrays, runes, spell models, structures, etc. The computing power required for the deduction of the sixth layer of the trial space is fixed, and the so-called magic array is also strongly related to the field of our use of computing power. In order to calculate the sixth layer, we used the computing power of more than 1,000 people in series and exhausted it all. This is also the time for the qualitative change of our Tiangong Pavilion, plus the epoch-making commemorative significance of this first computing power array. Therefore, I decided to use the red maple computing power array as the basic unit, and the computing power required to complete the calculation of the sixth layer array diagram of the trial space in 10 minutes and 51 seconds as the basic measurement unit of computing power. Named it the boundary array. The computing power of the red maple computing power array under full load operation is the standard. A boundary array. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, everyone looked at the computing power array and memorized this computing power unit in their hearts. Boundary array. This unit will inevitably affect the world and become a unit that students will be familiar with in the future. But in fact, when they thought of naming a unit, they didn't think of this. But one side. One white. One side white. One F. One B. TSK. The computing power unit was originally invented by Fangbai, and Fangbai played a core role in the construction of this computing power array. This naming is very appropriate. Isn't it the same as the naming logic of Ian and Inyo? When everyone thought of this, they shook their heads slightly. Fangbai knew what they were thinking without asking. He just heard some of them whispering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have named it immediately, and made a final conclusion. Don't think about it. It's impossible. It's impossible even if you are beaten to death. Su Shiping heard this, and smacked his lips with regret. Okay. One Rum Array. It's a really good name. And it's easy to remember. Let's call it 1J. Su Shiping said something against his will. But he liked the computing array more and more. He just felt it, and found that the computing power of this computing array is only a basic unit. But this 1J computing power is enough for the total computing power required by all current projects. Not only enough, but even far more than 1,000 times. Without any hesitation, several people immediately started writing applications, applying for the use of computing arrays and computing resources. What? The original plan? No. Cross it out and add zeros. Add until there is no room on the paper. After a while, their computing power applications were brought to Fangbai one by one. Fangbai, who was generous just now, was preparing to approve a large number of special approvals. But his mental power swept his eyes, and stopped behind the demand. Scanning his eyes, everyone immediately smiled shyly. Get lost. Get lost. If you need anything, ask me for approval. I won't approve anything. Also, what computing power are you applying for? Move the network cable over first, or no one can use the computing power. Chapter 472 Spiritual Network. In addition, the Red Maple branch needs a person to guard here. Fangbai glanced around and saw that everyone took a step back. His face darkened, and he said immediately, for those who are stationed, the computing power quota will be doubled, and it will be limited in use. Step. Everyone took a step forward in unison. When they heard the uniform footsteps, they were stunned and looked at each other. Hiss. Sparks flew between their eyes, and only Fangbai looked at Ding Xiu, who was pinching the electric spark special effect with a dark face. It was him who just created the holy light special effect. Under Fangbai's dark face, Ding Xiu pinched off the electric spark. The smell of gunpowder gradually became stronger. Fangbai smelled the familiar smell, reached out and plugged his ears, and continued to study the computing power array. The people next to him first argued verbally, not cursing, but communicating the difficulties of their respective projects and the computing power required. The person who said it raised the difficulty and said that computing power was necessary. The opponents retorted and proposed other solutions, believing that it would be solved without computing power, or so much computing power. Several people spoke very quickly, not only sparks flashing in their eyes, but also sparks colliding in their thoughts. Everyone was extremely skilled, and this quarrel mode had been played out countless times in Tiangong Pavilion. However, there were several people who thought about solutions to each problem together. No one could stand it. Finally, Qipeng started, and they entered the second stage. Die for me. Only the strong are worthy of using computing power. You dare to pull my hair? Take my explosive fireball technique. Buzz. Armor fusion. Damn. Put on equipment. Right. It makes everyone different. Flame dragon armor. Fusion. Xingtian armor. Fusion. Tiga armor. Fusion. Damn. What a mess of heresy. Beat him. Boom 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 boom. The earth couldn't help but shake slightly. Fangbai was studying the computing power array, as if he didn't notice it. A moment later, Su Shiping, who had a slightly better foundation, came over in tattered armor, ignoring the wounded armor warriors holding his feet, and said proudly, "The weak are not worthy of the garrison, so I have to do it." Fangbai reached out to cancel the spell that blocked his ears, and assigned Su Shiping authority on the computing array. At the same time, he was given the management authority of the array in Tiangong Pavilion, and the array management authority in the computing center below. Okay, let's rotate once a month. In addition, there is space upstairs. The project team Yuli can choose to move in or not according to the situation. Anyway, once the network is connected, it will be convenient to contact the network. As for you, Fangbai looked down at the bruised and swollen people, pointing to the iron ant colony that had been transferred over. Come on. The network cable hasn't been connected yet. If you don't connect to the internet for a day, you won't have any computing power to use when you go back. Ah, it's a little short. I haven't played it yet. Several people stood up. Fong Bai looked at the familiar armor images, and his mouth twitched slightly. It's okay to have familiar armor, but the most outrageous thing is that Ding Xiu actually made one in the shape of Tiga. It's a little bit of a metal tough guy style, but the similarity is also quite high. Aren't you afraid that others will come to you to collect copyright fees? What copyright fees? Armor? This is our armor. Do they have armor? The most unscrupulous Ji Peng said casually, not caring at all. Then several people followed the blood and digging holes. Okay. We go back down. Yeah. After that, several people walked into the hole made by the iron ants and began to arrange the warming array to stabilize the spiritual power flow channel. In this process, the originally dug channel will be sealed again with the elemental materials formed by the warming, with the mental power flow path as the vein, the computing power unit with a preset mechanism as the node. They divided into 3 roads in total, extending the mental power network towards the location of Tiangong Pavilion in 3 different paths and different directions. As long as it is connected, information can naturally flow in the link of the computing power unit. This kind of link will naturally form a network mode. Although the current information flow rate is not fast, it causes a considerable delay. The farther the distance, the greater the delay, and real-time control cannot be achieved. But sending emails, text chats, voice chats, and video chats are naturally still no problem. And remote borrowing of computing power is naturally no problem. However, this network has just extended the first line. After they left, the control array sealed the gap that had just been dug to avoid defense loopholes. After doing this, Fong Bai turned his head to look at Su Shiping and spoke. Besides this computing center, there is also a research lab. You'd better do any research underground. The thickness of 100 meters of elemental material is enough to block the suppressive effect of the cloud, so as to avoid being interrupted by the sudden rise of the cloud when you are doing the experiment. Zhang Zhong has done this kind of thing before, so you are not unfamiliar with it. In addition, there are only computing power arrays and defense arrays arranged below, and no other arrays. There are no basic life-sustaining arrays such as air, wind circulation, humidity control, bacteria disappearance, sunlight, etc. And there is no illusionary light and shadow array used to render the environment. If you want, make it yourself. I don't need to say more about this. Listening to Fong Bai chattering, Su Shiping suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He seemed to have forgotten something. Wait! Su Shiping had a flash of inspiration in his mind. That thing. The next moment, Fong Bai said, now the technology of the first generation of armor has basically matured. According to our original plan, we can now enter the preliminary sales preheating settlement. We need to collect elemental metals and various natural treasures in batches according to the original goal, establish peripheral tasks, and a contribution value exchange system. At the same time, we will build momentum for our next research work to a certain extent. Su Shiping listened to these things that he had heard at the meeting a long time ago, and he was yelling. The computing power array is too tempting. He was in such a hurry to grab it just now that he actually forgot about it. Outrageous. Far from it. He knew that Fong Bai heavy bait must be bad. Is it too late for me to regret it now? Fong Bai smiled. Guess? Ah! Red Maple City is the first and only extraordinary city built so far. And the Red Maple Branch Pavilion here will also serve as a window for us to contact the outside world. Next, the cultivation iron ingots and other items will be put here for sale. And the first Tiangong Mission Pavilion will be established here. To establish the first armor combination experience store, we need to rely on the computing power center to establish a website for receiving, recording tasks, and contribution values. Fong Bai patted Su Shiping's shoulder earnestly, and spoke in his expression of despair. Thank you for your hard work, Pavilion Master Su. Chapter 473 Primary Extraordinary City. You are a dog. Su Shiping looked at Fong Bai dimly. Fong Bai pretended not to hear him, patted Su Shiping on the shoulder, and left immediately. Come on. After Fong Bai left, Su Shiping looked at the computing power array in a tangle. The temptation of using the computing power array with priority and doubling the share is indeed great. But there are so many jobs arranged. He was reluctant to give up the extra share, but the work was too much for him. Fong Bai, You are tired. Destroy it. Su Shiping emptied his mind, and after a while began to conceive the whole plan. At the same time, he divided a part of his mind to start thinking about the editing of the web page and connected the computing power unit with mental power, and started to work. Although the Red Maple branch seems to be only one person, for Su Shiping, who has already mastered multitasking, his work efficiency is higher than that of a team combined. Quick thinking and multitasking. In Fong Bai words, this is called that. Chosen worker? Fong Bai muttered, turned around and ran away. There are so many things to do here. If you don't run away, do you want to be caught and work? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If you still have to work, what's the point of being the pavilion master? Leaving the territory of Tiangong Pavilion. The new city is still under the suppression of the clouds. Probably because he is worried that the living Black Wolf will escape. After all, he is a legend, and he can't use his skills under the clouds. So he can be caught. But once the clouds are removed, it's hard to say. However, the city gate has been opened. Without saying hello to anyone, he went against the flow of people at the city gate and left the new city directly. Looking back at this towering new city, it is like an awakened beast, with great power. As soon as the new city was established, a legend fell silently in it. Well, a good sign, Fong Bai muttered, and thought about it carefully. There is no spiritual power under the cloud. No various observation spells, props, and only eyes can be used. And Black Wolf is always surrounded by players. And the city is mostly full of players. And Black Wolf came quietly. Speaking of which, Black Wolf really didn't make a single bubble. Even if he died here, no one would know. Fong Bai muttered. But speaking of which, even if others knew, it didn't matter. Black Wolf didn't have any backers. Even if he was a black glove, it would be a waste if he died. Fong Bai retracted his gaze and turned away. He was very satisfied with this extraordinary city. It was like a vibrant seed that would soon take root and sprout. The construction team of the new city will be very popular soon. Well, notify them to expand the scale as soon as possible. And also let the mages in the construction team analyze and summarize the construction experience. It is best to streamline, standardize, and modularize the construction process, or reduce the technical difficulty, and hand it over to the outer cabinet for construction. The researchers in my cabinet can spend some time on a large-scale experiment called building a supernatural city. But they must not fall into repetitive labor without breakthroughs and innovations because of building a city. Well, maybe let them compile a city-building technical manual. Only authorize the technology, and not be responsible for the specific construction? Well, called casting the Holy Court? Fong Bai laughed, then shook his head slightly. It sounds good, but the name is too high and does not live up to the name. Well, let's call it a simpler city-building manual. Fong Bai muttered, and looked back at the new city again. Well, the primary supernatural city. Before the voice fell, the projection far away in the Tiangong Pavilion made corresponding arrangements for it, using mental power to notify the corresponding personnel to deploy. Fong Bai thinks this efficiency is still a bit low. We still have to wait for the mental power of Hongfeng City to arrive, and then build a local area network with computing power units. When there is a network, it is still a mental power network that can be online 24 hours a day, which is convenient for everything, including communication. It is convenient, without the need to use language. A communication method with low information density, with a scan of mental power, information, and even related feelings can be communicated directly. Thinking, Fong Bai walked quickly and rushed to Thunder Valley. This time Fong Bai did not take the wrong road. From time to time, he relied on the official road to correct the direction. It didn't take long for him to reach Thunder Valley. However, unlike the previous deserted scene, Thunder Valley at this moment was in full swing. Fong Bai sensed the fluctuations of several scans as soon as he went there. After a while, Zhang Zhong came over. Master, Zhang Zhong, wearing armor, walked over, and the armor on his body turned into stars and drifted with the wind while walking. Well, Zhang Zhong, Li Lei, how is the situation? Fong Bai nodded to Zhang Zhong, then looked at another weak person next to him. Li Lei, a veteran member of Tiangong Pavilion, was responsible for the exploration of magnetic crystal ore, the establishment of the mine, and the mining work with Zhang Zhong. At the same time, They also studied the special geographical environment of Thunder Valley. We have just started. During this period, we mainly install and debug lightning-inducing and lightning-storing equipment according to your requirements. However, since we cannot reach the top, the debugging situation is definitely not accurate. You have to wait for the pavilion master to move the equipment up and debug it yourself. The equipment is already at the foot of the mountain. As for the magnetic crystal mine, because of the abnormal magnetic field and abnormal element fluctuations, mental power cannot detect it. Therefore, the reserves are unknown. Our main work now is to customize anti-interference, mineral mining, and refine semi-automatic magic arrays based on the characteristics of magnetic crystals in the environment of abnormal magnetic field, abnormal elements of heaven and earth, and frequent lightning strikes in Thunder Valley. After the magic array is developed, semi-automatic minerals only need 2 or 3 mages to preside over the mining work. If it is based on the computing power unit, fully automated mining can be achieved. In this case, only 1 mage needs to be left to solve problems when they are found. This is the current design drawing. Li Lei showed Fong Bai a dozen design drawings. Fong Bai found that although he said that he had just started, but in fact, the magic array framework has been built, and it only needs a little improvement to enter the array stage. This is not a single formation, but a series of formation clusters. Among them, detection, mining, excavation, movement, smelting, anti-interference, and other formations are all available, connected in series, and quite exquisite. Fong Bai roughly pointed out a few hidden problems, and returned the formation map to Li Lei, saying, "You should have been out for a while." And the pavilion has now updated a rune technology. Although the threshold of rune technology is high and the layout is difficult, it completely surpasses the formation structure based on the spell model in terms of anti-interference. So runes should be able to take this formation to a higher level. Fong Bai told Li Lei a few more runes as examples. Li Lei nodded in surprise, and wrote down everything Fong Bai said. After chatting for a while, Li Lei left. Fong Bai looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky and suddenly had an interesting idea. Chapter 474, Controlling Thunder. Hey, Zhang Zong. Let me ask you something. Fong Bai looked at the heavy thunderclouds in the sky and suddenly smelled something out of curiosity. Have you ever propped up the cloud in the Thunder Valley? As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, he saw Zhang Zhong's mouth twitching slightly, and his face was slightly afraid. Fong Bai immediately realized that they must have tried it, but the consequences were not very good. The cloud met an opponent? Fong Bai couldn't help but shudder. The cloud actually appeared something that it couldn't suppress? The cloud is not invincible. Fong Bai has known this for a long time. There is no such thing as absolutely invincible, and the cloud is not possible. Fong Bai knows that there must be something that the cloud cannot suppress, and it will definitely appear in the future. So his philosophy has always been that if the cloud can't suppress it, it must be that the cloud is not strong enough and not heavy enough. If the cloud of 500 people doesn't work, then 5,000 people. If the cloud of 5,000 people doesn't work, then 500,000 people. If the cloud of 50,000 people doesn't work, then 500,000, 5 million, or even 50 million. The extraordinary city is a product of this concept, which uses absolute numbers to achieve qualitative changes and suppress everything, forming a safe zone. This is to crush the things that restrain the clouds with numbers. After all, no matter how much you restrain, you have to use the basic law. However, Fong Bai did not realize that it would appear so early. With a thump in his heart, he asked immediately, "The clouds can't suppress the thunderclouds?" Zhang Zhong relaxed in Fong Bai's rather nervous question, and then shook his head. Yes, and no. The clouds should be able to suppress the thunderclouds. But the clouds didn't rise. Fong Bai was stunned when he heard this. And then he breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help asking curiously, "What's the situation?" Zhang Zhong's face darkened slightly, and then he said, and when he finished speaking, Fong Bai suddenly realized, under the thundercloud, the clouds just rose up as if they stimulated the thunderclouds, and in an instant, the thunder was hit, and directly split the unformed clouds with a complete number. Then he also chopped the source of the cloud, Zhang Zhong and others, until they were all burnt black and hairless. They didn't die, nor did they suffer multiple injuries. After all, their strength was no joke. But thousands of thunders came down. Although the strength of each one was not high, it also made them feel good. Fong Bai was completely relaxed after hearing this. The cloud had not yet taken shape, so there was naturally no question of whether it could be suppressed. It was as if he intended to suppress all natural enemies with complete numbers. Under the Thunder Valley, the scale of the thunderclouds had reached a level that ignored the restraint relationship. The so-called natural enemy. Not only would it not shrink, but would make them more excited? Fong Bai thought for a moment, then said to Zhang Zhong, "Do more. If you can hold up the clouds under the thunderclouds in the Thunder Valley, you will be awesome. As for the thunder, this thunder contains a lot of thunder elements, but the power is not great. For us Mecha Masters, it will not kill us, but it will bring us great benefits. So it doesn't matter if it strikes a few more times. Don't you see that I am also looking for thunder to strike me?" Fong Bai patted Zhang Zhong on the shoulder and said earnestly, then turned around and left, and started to climb the mountain directly. In the process of climbing the mountain, all the debugged equipment was loaded into the inner space. The equipment made uniformly with pure elemental metal constant array and 3 refining technology will definitely not have any problems in terms of strength. Fong Bai tried it, and could withstand a few attacks even under legendary strength. As for thunder, it is not a problem if it is quickly transferred. For refining, Fong Bai murmured in a low voice. Without any hesitation, he went straight up the mountain. Thunder struck one after another, hitting Fong Bai like a tickle. In front of the legendary defense, these thunderbolts could not cause any damage to Fong Bai, nor did they cause any interference to Fong Bai. While climbing at full speed, Fong Bai soon reached the edge of the mountaintop. Looking at the open space on the top of the mountain and the pool of azure lightning liquid, a sense of crisis entangled Fong Bai's heart. Thunderbolt. The lightning element is the most damaging in the legend. This legendary thunderbolt has the ability to hurt Fong Bai, and only the thunderbolt that can hurt him can play a tempering role. Boom! A thunderbolt struck down and exploded in the thunder pool, but it did not cause any ripples in it, only adding a little bit of thunder liquid to the thunder pool. It was even like Fong Bai illusion that the thunder liquid did not seem to have any changes. Fong Bai slowed down his pace and then stepped into it. The moment he entered the range of lightning, a thunderbolt was instantly conceived and fell. Boom! Fong Bai was hit hard, and the fragmented thunderbolts filled his body. Whew! Fong Bai took a long breath, exhaled a puff of black smoke, exhaled a few thunderbolts, and then stepped forward again. With each step, there was a thunderbolt. Fong Bai's body was slightly injured by the continuous thunderbolts. The thunder is stronger than before, but the stronger the better. Fong Bai installed the equipment one by one under the thunder. As soon as the equipment was taken out, it would inevitably attract thunder. Fong Bai found that the thunder seemed to be locked according to the domain. The thundercloud has its own unique field, and as long as there is another field in the thundercloud field, it will cause rejection reaction, which is manifested in the outside world as thunder. And the stronger the thunder field, the stronger the thunder will be. In this case, it is sad that no matter how they try to converge their breath or become invisible, they cannot avoid the field. Everything has a field, whether strong or weak, but it must exist. It is easy to converge elements, but it is not easy to perceive the field, let alone converge it. Although Fong Bai can observe the field, he is not sure how to hide the field. He shook his head slightly, put down one device after another, and finally connected them with energy channels. Even the energy channels are pure elemental metals. Finally, after all the connections were completed, Fong Bai appeared in the center of the device, and in front of Fong Bai was a flat anvil. When all the connections were completed, with a buzzing sound, Fong Bai instantly realized that the nearly 100 devices were all connected together, and the fields merged one by one, and soon the entire device turned into a huge field. Then, Fong Bai infused his blood power and fighting spirit into the device bit by bit, and the initially formed field merged into it. Buzz, the blood, fighting spirit, and solid prototype fields resonated with the solid structure runes inside the device, and Fong Bai breath also merged into it. The next moment, boom, a thunderbolt struck the device, and the thunder circulated, and after a few seconds, it passed through the device and hit Fong Bai. Boom, another thunderbolt struck, and this time it took more than 10 seconds to fall on Fong Bai, and the power was weakened a lot. Seeing this, Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. It's done. Chapter 475. For Refined Body Forging. Ding! 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 In the thunder-forbidden area where mental power could not extend, The most primitive iron hammer appeared in Fong by hand again. Although he had not used the iron hammer for forging for a long time, the familiar feel of holding the iron hammer was still there. He had forged too hard before. So hard that swinging the hammer had become an instinct for him. Even if he lost all his memories, he could still rely on instinct to perform dazzling forging skills. One hammer fell after another, like a remote control, controlling the thunder to blast out from the equipment at the same rhythm and frequency and fall on Fong Bai. There were distinctions between light and heavy. After a while, a special charm gradually echoed, and Fong Bai seemed to have thunder rolling in his body. One after another, thunder fell on Fong Bai like a forging hammer, and Fong Bai seemed to have turned into an iron ingot, being tempered by the thunder. In Fong Bai body, thunder and lightning bombarded each other, turning into fragments inside his body. One after another, thunder collided with Fong Bai body like a dump truck. Again and again, and each time was just right, as if the rough dump truck turned into a precise crusher, crushing the thunder in front bit by bit, and also bombarding Fong Bai body. Fong Bai gradually became hot, and his skin was slightly red. As the thunder continued to fall, Fong Bai also turned red little by little, just like the metal sheet connecting the two ends of the battery, red and transparent in the high temperature generated by the current. In this process, Fong Bai body's solidification was completely broken, and under the thunder, his injuries became more and more serious. Fong Bai was like a divine iron that was finally burned red, and entered the forging process. Boom, 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 boom. Legendary thunders fell quickly, and the domain power contained in them destroyed Fong Bai body wantonly. The thunder that could only stay on the surface finally broke through the barrier and blasted into the deep of the body. From macroscopic to microscopic, the thunder spread rapidly in the body like a tree diagram, branching, and the more it branched, the faster it spread in the cells, and even directly touched the cells. Boom! Thunder again and again. This thunder not only bombarded Fong Bai body, but also bombarded Fong Bai soul. Fong Bai red body left the mark of thunder when the thunder struck, and his soul reflected it when the thunder spread. Thunder was like a continuous impact of waves, and Fong Bai was like a hard reef, smashing the waves again and again. In this process, the thunder power accumulated in Fong Bai body became more and more terrifying. Gradually, these thunder powers gathered in the center of the collision, and the magnetic field was unified, overlapping with Fong Bai's own magnetic field. Fong Bai's magnetic field has already been combined with his own domain. Although this part does not belong to Fong Bai, the thunder that is also part of Fong Bai's body has gradually merged into the domain. The fusion of magnetic fields and magnetic fields. The fusion of magnetic fields and domains. The accumulated thunder power gathers in the center of the magnetic field and rotates slowly. As time passes, thunder falls one after another. After an unknown period of time, a thundercloud slowly rotates in Fong Bai's lower abdomen. The thunder falling from the outside world directly merges into the thundercloud, and then turns into a thundercloud that completely falls on Fong Bai's body. While his body is numb, it is already covered with fine thunder marks, and a violent force surges in Fong Bai's body. As soon as his eyes are opened, a thunder bursts out from his eyes and smashes a huge rock in front of him. Quietly, the structure of thunder has been entangled with the solid structure and merged together. You have me and I have you. When all the thunder poured into the thundercloud and then spread from the thundercloud to the whole body, the body gradually cooled down into numbness, and the power of thunder was imprinted inside Fong Bai's body. Fong Bai slowly raised his hand, clenched his fist, and the legendary thunder flashed, and a punch fell. Boom! The thunder roared, and the ground exploded, charred black. Fong Bai's mind moved, and his mental power also spread out, turning into thunders that spread on the top of the mountain. When he thought, the mental thunder struck. At this moment, Fong Bai's body and soul had been endowed with the legendary thunder attribute, and he was in charge of thunder like a god. The fourth refining completed, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment emerged in his heart. Staying in this thunder valley, Fong Bai felt as comfortable as staying at home. The powerful legendary thunderbolt could not cause any harm to Fong Bai. After being absorbed by the thundercloud in his body, it turned into thousands of tiny thunderbolts that continuously tempered Fong Bai's body, merged into Fong Bai's body, strengthened the body's magnetic field, and returned to strengthen the thundercloud at the core of the magnetic field. Or maybe there is no domain at this moment. and there is only the fusion of the domain to form the powerful magnetic field of the thundercloud. And the body. 52 tons. 55 tons. 57 tons. 58 tons. 59 tons. 60 tons. The body has just completed the transformation. And the cells are hungry for the power of thunderbolts. After swallowing, the cells inside and outside become stronger and stronger. The cells squeeze each other like pomegranates. And the density is getting higher and higher. The body density continues to increase. And the weight grows by tons. At the same time, the strength that matches the weight also surges rapidly. As the thundercloud continues to absorb the power of thunder, Fong Bai's strength is constantly increasing even when he stands still. The power of thunder is the source of his growth. And there is a place where the power of thunder is more concentrated and more massive. Fong Bai came to the side of the thunder pool and looked at the thunder liquid inside. It seemed ordinary in terms of mental power. But Fong Bai knew how much thunder power it contained. If he could take a bath in it, he would usher in the most terrifying growth. Fong Bai habitually scanned the thunder pool with a fantasy space, and then jumped in to absorb it in the fantasy space. Bang! Fong Bai died. What the hell? Fong Bai was stunned, and immediately reviewed the game, but found that the thunder power in the thunder pool was indeed huge. So huge that he absorbed a lot of thunder power as soon as he entered it. Then, the thundercloud was blown up first. And then, he exploded. This terrifying speed made Fong Bai's scalp numb, and he immediately prepared to take out a drop of tear liquid to try to absorb it. But the thunder liquid exploded as soon as it left the thunder pool. Just like the gas compressed under endless high pressure suddenly appeared under no pressure, and instantly turned into endless thunder and exploded. The thunder was absorbed by the thundercloud. And then the thunder liquid in the thunder pool also followed the thunder into the thundercloud. Bang! Fong Bai died again. After trying many times and dying many times, Fong Bai's heart was completely calm. Unless he could use his huge stomach to suck the entire thunder pool dry at once. Otherwise the thundercloud would automatically absorb the thunder liquid, and he would be blown to death immediately. If he didn't operate the thundercloud, he would be blown to death as soon as he entered. It was an extremely tragic death. Chapter 476 Legendary Thunder Crystal. Boom! In the fantasy space, Fong Bai exploded into thousands of pieces, each of which was an absolute treasure. The legendary thunder element metal, with its inherent domain power, was the most adept at attacking thunder attribute domain power, and also had extremely high growth and strength. It was simply the perfect legendary equipment. A semi-artifact casting material. Even if it was only the size of a fingernail, it was enough to be listed in the top auction and sold at a sky-high price. If anyone could kill Fong Bai and take away the body, it would definitely mean getting rich on the spot. And if Fong Bai could be killed, sold, and then resurrected, ahem. How could I have such a shameless idea? Isn't this a scam? Can I, Fong Bai, do such a thing? I'm not that fat guy Bard. Fong Bai muttered, and withdrew his thoughts from the fantasy space, looking at the priceless thunder pool that was just around the corner. It's better not to absorb this thunder liquid. Fong Bai muttered. The amount of thunder contained in this thunder liquid that has been accumulated for who knows how many years is simply too terrifying. And there is a state similar to high pressure in it. Anything that enters will become a low pressure area of thunder power. The thunder liquid in the entire thunder pool will pour out. Legends will all turn into ashes. Not even a slag will be left. However, looking at this pool of thunder liquid, Fong Bai stared at the thunder cloud in his abdomen. And he had already made a plan in his mind. Stay here first. I will come again, Fong Bai said softly. Although the thunder cloud in the abdomen is located in the abdomen, it is not in the abdomen, but forms a small space standing on the flesh. Theoretically, the normal 4 refinements will not form this small space, let alone this thunder cloud. This is a preparatory means prepared by Fong Bai for the later stage of cultivation. Thinking of this, Fong Bai looked at the thunder pool again. Now the thunder liquid in the thunder pool contains too much thunder power, which makes him unable to absorb it. Now he hopes that there will be more thunder liquid in it. The endless thunder in the thundercloud spread to every corner of Fong Bai's body, constantly tempering his whole body, without stopping every minute and every second. After a while, Fong Bai's body weight was already 72 tons. After entering the 4th refinement, the body strength will have a sudden surge, and it will not stop until it is perfect. When the increase slows down, that is the real completion of the 4th refinement. However, the speed of this surge made Fong Bai feel a little uneasy, and he had an ominous premonition. Not that bad. Right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I only weigh a few dozen tons. How can I jump to hundreds or thousands of tons all of a sudden? Impossible. Even if the increase in the fourth refinement is greater, it can't be this big. I know it in my heart, Fong Bai said secretly, encouraging himself. But for some reason, he still felt a little uneasy in his heart. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fong Bai shook his head repeatedly, forcibly moving his attention away from this, and then took a long breath. But he still couldn't help but pay attention to the growth of his body strength. Looking at the growing body, Fong Bai couldn't help thinking, forging is also a way to transcendence. The first and second refinements are still ordinary, but the third refinement is already transcendental. From the first to the fourth refinement, the elements of heaven and earth are involved, and the body grows rapidly. This is a transcendental path. Well, this is the path of a mecha master. My mecha master changed it from the transcendental path of objects to the transcendental path of people, Fong Bai said softly, and while thinking, his attention was quietly diverted from the weight problem. And then Fong Bai returned to the lightning control equipment again. He had one more thing. Although the forging technique has been transformed from the transcendence of object equipment to the transcendence of human beings, the forging equipment has not weakened its transcendent ability at all, and even made it stronger. Fourth refinement. This means that he already has the ability to forge fourth-level legendary equipment. As soon as the thought came to him, a thin golden rope appeared in Fong Bai's hand. The rope woven from the vines of Qingmu vine is naturally an excellent equipment, even reaching the level of legend. However, in Fong Bai's opinion, as a forger, he had a piece of natural material that had not been forged as equipment in his hand, which was simply the greatest insult to him. However, Fong Bai did not start forging in a hurry, but launched a comprehensive mental scan. After the soul had the thunder attribute, Fong Bai's mental power would not be hurt by thunder below the legendary level, and he could even directly perceive it in this thundercloud. The moment the mental power went out to perceive, the vision suddenly became clear, and the situation of the entire mountaintop and thundercloud appeared in Fong Bai's mind. In this case, although the thunder crystal can be integrated into the thunder, and it is difficult to find it hidden in the thundercloud, it still cannot be hidden from Fong Bai's already subtle mental power. One after another, the thunder crystals flew towards Fong Bai out of thin air. Level 2. Level 3. Level 3. Level 3. Level 2. Level 3. Level 3. Level 3. Level 3. Level 2. Level 2. Level 3 occupies the vast majority of the thunder crystals here, while level 2 is less. Fong Bai did not want these level 2 thunder crystals at all, and threw them away wherever they came from. Only level 3 thunder crystals gathered in front of Fong Bai, and in a blink of an eye, there was a bright and shiny area. But Fong Bai continued to perceive, and suddenly, Fong Bai was refreshed. A tingling sensation spread in Fong Bai's mental power. Pain? Thunder? Fong Bai immediately shuddered. His eyes widened, full of surprise. For a body and soul that has completed the fourth refinement of legendary thunder, thunder below the legendary level cannot have any tempering effect on him at all, nor can it cause any harm. The only thing that can cause damage is legendary thunder. But legendary thunder has been bombarding his thundercloud. Fong Bai shuddered, stepped on the ground, and burst out in that direction. The sudden movement and magnetic field change attracted dense, legendary thunder to strike Fong Bai on the spot. Boom! Boom! The thunder struck, and Fong Bai's thundercloud expanded and contracted. The legendary lightning turned into fine thunder power to temper Fong Bai's body, and Fong Bai also appeared in the perception area. In front of Fong Bai, a blue diamond crystal was embedded on the surface of a stone. There was no impurity on the blue crystal. It was extremely pure, like the top gemstone. Electric sparks flickered on its surface, and the thunder element fluctuated slowly. Under the perception of mental power, the fine thunder struck Fong Bai's mental power, giving him a slight tingling sensation. The thunder below the legendary level can hardly hurt Fong Bai's mental power. Only the legendary level can hurt Fong Bai's mental power. Fong Bai was immediately shocked and excited. His mental power pushed the thunder into the thunder crystal. Buzz! The deep and prison-like sea of thunder was imprinted in Fong Bai's mind. Chapter 477 Refining Equipment. Thunder Element Realm? Fong Bai felt the seemingly endless thunder element and couldn't help but whisper. This space, that excludes other elements and only has pure thunder elements, can only be imagined by Fong Bai as the thunder element realm. as a kind of inner plane. The thunder element realm is not as important as the four element realms of earth, fire, wind and water, but it is also a genuine element realm. And this thunder crystal can actually connect directly to the thunder element realm. Isn't this the legendary thunder element life crystal core? Fong Bai couldn't help but say. The thunder crystal is the crystal core? No. This is clearly different. But the legendary thunder crystal can also play a similar effect, connecting to the thunder element realm internally, under the condition of a certain output speed. The thunder elements contained in it are equivalent to endless. The effect is basically equivalent to the legendary thunder element life crystal core. Fong Bai put it away, and scanned and searched the land inch by inch with his mental power. But then he only found some third-level thunder crystals. That is, master-level thunder crystals. After searching for a while, Fong Bai even went to the tops of several other high mountains to search for it. But not to mention the legendary thunder crystal. Even the thunder pool did not appear, and the density of the third-level thunder crystal was much lower. Is this mountain the real core? Fong Bai couldn't help but say, and immediately returned to this mountain again. He never found the second fourth-level legendary thunder crystal, which made Fong Bai feel quite a pity. There are several mountains here. If there is one on each mountain. Swish. Forget it. I'd better not dream. Fong Bai cleared the pity in his mind and returned to the lightning-inducing equipment again. But it was not for body forging, but for refining equipment. In other words, the fourth refining finally returned to its original job and began to refine equipment. Fong Bai muttered in his heart and took out the golden rope he had put away before. As a spiritual medicine, the wood-attributed vine is inherently very malleable. At the same time, its toughness is far beyond Fong Bai imagination. After a little thought, several ideas emerged in his mind. Now with runes as an advanced means of spell models, it takes up less space, has lower requirements for the framework, and only has higher requirements for the matrix material. This gives him more freedom of choice when forging. Vine, wood attribute, is naturally very tough and has a certain self-recovery ability. The forging goal should be to try to bind and seal. No matter what, the lethality will be insufficient. So let the strengths be longer, so that the advantages of this material can be brought into play. In this way, Fong Bai sorted out the rune choices in his mind. Some runes were researched by him in the fantasy space year after year, accounting for about half. The other part was researched by the members of Tiangong Pavilion during this period, and was directly mastered by Fong Bai. The title effects are all domineering and begin to show their grandeur. Therefore, Fong Bai has compiled a book on the initial interpretation of runes and put it in the exchange manual. Although the price is not low, many people have chosen to exchange. Although there is no degree of fruit yet. With the spread, the future is promising. Sorting out the runes one by one, rather than a rune. It is better to say that it is a combination of runes. The twisted rune lines together form a complex rune that can exert its effect, depending on the number of rune lines. Its effect, drawing difficulty, and required space are also different. After a while, several runes emerged in Fong Bai mind. Solidity, growth, soul absorption, paralysis, and nothingness flame. Exactly 5 runes. Just right. After Fong Bai practiced one after another in the fantasy space, suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his thoughts turned into hammers and fell. Boom! A thunderbolt fell from the device along with the thoughts on the rope woven with vine fibers. Boom! 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 One hammer after another. One thunder after another fell. The surging thunder power surged on the vines, and the enrichment of energy made the vines gradually overheat. At the same time, a nothingness flame burned at the end of Fong Bai mental power, covering the vines and slowly burning them. Silently, the vines, as slender and supple as dragon whiskers, spread out, swaying slowly in the thunder, emitting a green glow, and remained undestroyed in the thunder. Fong Bai felt the extremely high strength and extremely rich wood element power, and the extremely strong vitality in it. Fong Bai even suspected that it could take root when it fell on the ground. But taking root was useless. Fong Bai knew that the drop of eye-clearing liquid in it would take a long time to accumulate, breed, and feel the rules of heaven and earth to form. And it also required a special environment and rules. After a drop was squeezed out, the original organization was destroyed, and there was no ability to condense again. Otherwise, Fong Bai could still distinguish between a 4th-level equipment and a 4th-level legendary spiritual medicine. so as not to waste the natural resources. Although the material of a single filament is qualified, it is thinner than a hair. Fong Bai cannot carve runes on it now, so he must weave it first. Fong Bai first used the power of thunder and the flame of nothingness to temper and warm each filament bit by bit to ensure that there was no gap at all. This step took more than a day, which was completely a slow process. After ensuring that the first part was completed, he thought about it, and all the vine filaments were intertwined and entangled with each other under the guidance of mental power. Each entanglement would be compressed to the extreme. At the same time, Fong Bai also took out a few third-level thunder crystals and crushed them directly, and then used the power of thunder and the flame of nothingness to turn them into thunder magma bit by bit. Just like the lubricant in the braided steel cable, the thunder magma completely sealed and filled every gap during the weaving process of the filaments, and completely turned them into a whole. In this process, the power of thunder fell one after another, and in the process of thoroughly compacting it, one fine rune after another was also formed inside the weaving. Solid gross soul-absorbing thunder void flame runes interlocked with each other, forming a perfect cycle, circulating back and forth inside the woven rope, and continuously extending, carving on walnuts. This is something that a spell model can never do. At most, a spell model can cooperate with projection, engrave the projection and spell nodes together, and then activate the projection to project the spell nodes, so as to form a spell model and release the spell effect. But this also requires at least the space of a projection spell model, so it limits the miniaturization limit of the spell model. However, at this moment, this limit did not appear in the runes. Engraving bit by bit, embroidering with the most violent thunder in the thumbtack rope, while also ensuring the state, structure, and the continuous surging fluctuations inside it. Gradually, a suction force came out from the already woven position. Chapter 478 Legend appears. Waves of thunder elements were attracted by the suction and swallowed by the braided thin rope. Next came the wood element. Waves of thunder elements and wood elements gathered under the suction, becoming larger and larger as time went by. In the blink of an eye, a small elemental vortex was formed. A large number of thunder elements and wood elements poured into it, but the rope, which was only as thick as a little finger, swallowed them like a bottomless pit without any delay. In the process, the suction force became larger and larger, and the vortex swept, and even a faint elemental storm swept up. The terrifying elemental storm even formed a substantial wind sound in Fong Bai ears, and faintly saw small blue and green light. All of Fong Bai perceptions were filled with almost substantial thunder elements and wood elements. In the sky, the heavy thunderclouds that had not dissipated for countless years were actually gently shaken at this moment. The increasingly violent elemental storm continued to expand, as if it had turned into a big mouth and bit down hard on the thundercloud. The heavy black thundercloud turned into thunder elements and continued to flow into the thin rope along the storm, while the wood elements continued to gather under the suction of the storm, under the influence of the inertia of gathering. Gradually, the wood elements within a radius of dozens of miles began to gather in the direction of the Thunder Valley. Under the influence of the suction, it continued to accelerate, like a storm. This time, the world-class wood element storm swept completely. Within the range of the storm, and near the storm, the monsters opened their mouths and roared in the direction of the elemental fluctuations. One by one, the extraordinary people also walked out of the room and looked up at the direction of the Thunder Valley. Some people were suspicious, some were curious, some were shocked, and some couldn't help but show a bit of greed. Some people whispered, "Which old monster in the wilderness mountains is about to break through the legend? Or is there a legendary treasure coming out?" Some places revealed a wisp of breath, and then fell into silence again. Some wealthy mansions hidden in the mountains opened their doors, and a proud young man from the Washington Palace walked out of them. The treasures of heaven and earth are obtained by the strong. The road to legend begins today. Let's go! Yes! An old voice responded in the dark. There was also a low roar from the bottomless black crack, and the mountains trembled. A moment later, the eagle soared into the sky, breaking through the sky, and after the legendary spread, all the beasts crawled. In a blink of an eye, the wind and clouds surged, and Zhang Zhong and others in the Thunder Valley looked up at the heavy thunderclouds that were slightly twisted and rotating on the top of the mountain, and couldn't help muttering, "What kind of tricks did the pavilion master do again? Wait, why do I say again? Zhang Zhong muttered. And Li Lei frowned beside him. Why is this fluctuation a bit like the fluctuation of absorbing elements when forging extraordinary equipment? Just the scale? Although it is impossible to spread the spiritual power in the Thunder Valley. Looking at the range of the twisted thundercloud and the degree of rotation, a rough estimate is made. Although Zhang Zhong did not see anything, he saw Li Lei like this, pondered for a few seconds, and then, Li Lei turned his head and looked at the colleague who had just worked with him, and said, "You also saw it?" Zhang Zhong's face did not change when he heard it. "Didn't you see it too?" "That's right. They are all common sense questions," Li Lei said. Zhang Dong. Li Lei did not notice the strangeness in Zhang Zhong's expression, and said with emotion, "The Pavilion Master is the Pavilion Master." Looking at the scale, the third level extraordinary equipment must not be able to withstand it. It must be the fourth level legendary equipment. Li Lei was full of emotion. And then he thought again. But isn't the Pavilion Master's 3 refined forging limit the third level master level equipment? Maybe it's a coincidence. But this forging method and the level of the equipment are similar in corresponding. The first refining barely corresponds to the first level equipment, only slightly inferior. The second refining barely corresponds to the second level equipment, only slightly inferior. The forging equipment of the third refining is basically directly benchmarked against the third level extraordinary equipment, without any difference. And now, Li Lei looked up at the fluctuations in the sky and said softly, "So the Pavilion Master just got the rune. And now he has broken through the forging method to the legendary fourth refining, and successfully forged a legendary equipment?" Zhang Zhong next to him was slightly stunned when he heard this, and muttered in his heart when he listened to Li Lei's words. "Is that the case?" Zhang Zhong suddenly realized. Then Li Lei continued. "But the elemental fluctuations are too big. And this is a wilderness mountain range. Although it is only on the edge. But it is still very likely to attract powerful monsters and powerful professionals. The equipment is not yet formed. And the Pavilion Master may not be able to distract himself. We must not let anyone interfere with the Pavilion Master's forging. Zhang Zhong. Be alert and prepare for battle." Zhang Zhong quickly captured the key words. He understood this. This is true understanding. All. Zhang Zhong long roar sounded under the thundercloud. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Zhang Zhong directly. Zhang Zhong did not dodge at all. The armor that emerged silently on his body blocked the lightning. Buzz armor fusion. The matte black heavy armor had clear lines. A four-sided giant spear in his hand flashed coldly, and a metallic sound sounded in the armor. Prepare for battle. Clang! 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 What responded to Zhang Zhong was the metal collision caused by the armor fusion. Each piece of matte black heavy armor had clear edges and corners, and was terrifying and ferocious. The sense of killing went straight to the sky. Zhang Zhong looked at the 200 soldiers behind him, and Li Lei next to him looked at the armor, with stars in his eyes. This armor is still handsome every time you look at it, and the scene of collective transformation is simply trembling. It is worthy of being his second favorite new equipment. And he even bought a set for himself. But even though he was watching, Li Lei couldn't help asking, "Zhang Zhong, if there is no cloud in the Thunder Valley, will it have a big impact on the combat effectiveness?" "It has a big impact. And the legend can't be killed." Li Lei listened to the words and looked at Zhang Zhong, who was only a master, without any surprise or doubt, but frowned slightly. What if a legend comes? The fluctuation of the fourth level equipment. Although we can't encounter a legend under normal circumstances. But it's better to be safe than sorry. What can we do? We can't leave the Thunder Valley. If the distance is too far, we can't defend this mountain at all. Others can just go around. We can only defend here. As for what to do, if a legend really comes, just fight. It's impossible that the group of cowards under Howwei can kill the legend. I can't kill it. Right? Zhang Zhong said so. But his eyes were still full of solemnity. He had never fought a legend before, and didn't know how terrifying the legend was. But he couldn't show his cowardice. Legend must be very strong. Right? What if I can't beat him? Zhang Zhong thought to himself, silently calculating his own fighting power. Will I be killed by legend? Chapter 479 Auxiliary Program? Get ready. Zhang Zhong and Li Lei looked at each other, and said nothing more. Enter an underground building in the mining area and press a button on a table. Buzz! The screen flashed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, The picture of Thunder Valley appeared on the table. In Thunder Valley, optical, infrared, and magnetic field sensing arrays were actively or passively operated, and the entire area was included in the picture. Amid mechanical sounds, crossbows entered the preheating state. Zhang Zhong looked at this scene without moving his eyes. Although they were wearing armor and carrying cold weapons to fight, it did not mean that they could only fight with cold weapons, as they have modern military concepts. Coupled with the powerful development capabilities of Tiangong Pavilion and the endless experts in various fields, their combat methods have never been single. That is, the thunderclouds here are too thick. Otherwise the high-altitude satellites would have risen long ago. Do you really think their technology is a joke? It's a pity that the development time here is too short, and it has not been fully managed, so it is not stable yet. If it was a battle at Tiangong Pavilion's home field. Zhang Zhong shook his head slightly and pulled the projection to the minimum with both hands. After a while, half of the Thunder Valley, Thunderstone Town, and a large area of wilderness appeared on the desktop. Reach out and click. Switch the element map, and choose to overlap. In an instant, the map became colorful. Different colors represent different elements, and the depth of the color represents the concentration of the element. Looking at it, it is clear at a glance. On the projection, the dark blue and purple thunder element slowly rotates, and the green fluctuation representing the wood element covers the entire map in a vortex. And the projection map can't even accommodate it. Li Lei murmured as he looked at the scale. This affected area has been dozens of miles in radius. Right? Is the fluctuation of forging legendary equipment so large? Li Lei slightly widened his eyes. Doesn't that mean that the forging of legendary equipment is no secret to anyone? The flow of elements in this range cannot be concealed at all. This is no longer an element fluctuation, but a process in which a certain element is emptied in a place and elements from other regions flow to it. It is impossible to conceal it, unless you prepare your own elements to meet the needs of the equipment. But only elements within a radius of dozens of miles are enough. How can you prepare for this? This thought flashed through Li Lei's mind. And then, he continued to pay attention to the thunderclouds in the sky. The fluctuations became more and more intense, and it was obvious that the forging had entered a critical stage. On the top of the Thunder Valley, the rope had been woven, and a light golden rope several meters long and as thick as a thumb was suspended in front of Fong Bai. The lines on the golden rope looked mysterious and unusual. And in the sky, when Fong Bai deliberately triggered it, the thunder blasted on the golden rope like a storm. The power of thunder surged inside it, and with the forging again and again, it completely integrated its interior, crushing the massive elements that had just been swallowed, turning them into energy and integrating them into it. Fong Bai quietly felt the fluctuations. This forging was also a big breakthrough and test for him. The details that needed to be dealt with in the fourth refining were like waves. One wave pushed the other higher. But if one wave was not connected, it would inevitably fall from the sky. Even Fong Bai needed to concentrate and use the time difference of the fantasy space to deal with it. If we can access the computing center and have massive computing power support, forging should be much easier. Right? Well, a simple link is useless. We must accumulate comprehensive data of the 4 refinements, then form a database, and edit the corresponding auxiliary programs under the algorithm and the stick of the auxiliary program. The difficulty of the 4 refinements will definitely be reduced by more than one level. It is not much more difficult than the 3 refinements. The key is the equipment and environment required for the 4 refinements, or finding a natural forging environment. In addition, if you want to forge legendary equipment through the 4 refinements, it is best to connect to the elemental world in advance. The massive elements of the elemental world can meet the absorption and consumption before the legendary equipment is formed. Otherwise, once forged, at least a lot of people will come to watch. But speaking of it, connecting to the elemental world is also easy to attract elemental life. Elemental life. Fong Bai smiled, then looked up. The twisted thunderclouds and the unprecedented elemental fluctuations in the sub-high range naturally did not escape his eyes. If this fluctuation continues, the legends in the wilderness mountains and the legends nearby will definitely be alarmed. The masters will naturally be alarmed. But Fong Bai will naturally not take them into account when thinking about the problem. Although he is just a master. But he is still just a master? Sensing this crazy fluctuation, Fong Bai pondered. Fong Bai knew that there were legendary monsters in the wilderness mountains, and even knew that there were more than one. He occasionally discovered the rule fluctuations left by legendary monsters. And he also heard about the human legends outside. Since you're coming, then come. I haven't seen you yet. I live in the wilderness and mountains, so I have to say hello to my neighbors. When reaching legendary strength, there is no difference in intelligence between Warcraft and humans. And it is a question of who is smarter. As for strength, different Warcraft, different professions, and different people are very different. So there is nothing to compare. There is no such thing as the same level of Warcraft must be stronger, and the same level of human profession must be stronger. Each has its own wins and losses. Fong Bai retracted his gaze and focused his mind on the golden rope. He didn't care about the rest. Even the reminder WeChat sent by Zhang Zhong in reality was just glanced at, without much reply. Isn't it just preparing to fight a legend? What's the big deal? It's the same as who can't beat it. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder fell at once, and again, in Fong Bai's eyes. Every time the thunder fell, the almost overlapping fields on the golden rope would become more integrated. Little by little, the fusion of every two fields can make it stronger. As the overlapping fields become fewer and fewer, the aura emanating from the golden rope becomes more and more powerful. Faintly, like the pattern of pupil technique, like the pattern of dragon power, a new and mysterious pattern seems to emerge on the golden rope, and then shatters. Condensation, emergence, shattering, condensation, emergence, shattering. As the field fusion becomes stronger, the pattern will last longer. A little stronger, a little more. The former is close to the field, and Fong Bai naturally knows that the latter is the pattern of rules. The field carries the rules. If the field is not strong enough, even if there are rules condensed, it can't carry it. Then even if the power of faith brings the baptism of heaven and earth and the reward of rules, it is impossible to carry the rules to break through the legend without a strong enough field. It is even more impossible to carry multiple rules and break through the legend. So the field is so important, Fong Bai pondered. And during the forging, he drew inferences from one instance to another, and he had some new insights into the road to legend. Then, another hammer fell. Boom. Chapter 480 Characteristics of the Forger. Boom. Another series of thunderbolts fell, turning into a giant hammer that fell into the golden rope. At the same time, the inside of the golden rope was getting bigger and bigger like a tsunami, and the higher and higher waves continued to wash Fong Bai's body. Forging is a process of tempering the body and strengthening the physique for the forger. Generally speaking, the more equipment forged and the higher the level, the stronger the body of the forger will be, and the power will increase accordingly. According to Fong Bai's perception, if the level of the forged equipment is high enough, the forger may have a chance to obtain certain properties of the equipment and share some of the power of the equipment. This undoubtedly touches on the extraordinary of the forger. Thinking of this, Fong Bai couldn't help laughing again. The Mecha Master is the extraordinary of the forger. If you can't forge, basically practicing is a problem. And forging advanced equipment, this is a part of the Mecha Master's practice. A process. Fong Bai completely put aside other distractions, and completely integrated his whole body and mind into this forging, and completely devoted himself to this practice. At this moment, there are masters from the outside world rushing over. For the masters, the Thunder Valley is basically no threat as long as they don't go deep into it, and the edge can be completely ignored, and they can just rush in. Feeling the elemental fluctuations, he rushed directly towards the high mountain shrouded in thunderclouds without hesitation. However, when entering the Thunder Valley, he still landed on the ground and ran wildly, or rushed towards the valley at a low altitude. In this process, a master-level Beast King also appeared quickly, and the number far exceeded that of professional masters of humans. This place originally belongs to the Wilderness Mountain Range, which is close at hand. After these beasts entered the Wilderness Mountain Range, whether they could fly or not, they quickly landed on the ground or flew quickly at a distance close to the ground. In the process of rushing, they did not cause any disputes, and rushed directly towards the source of the elemental fluctuations without interfering with each other. Fighting before seeing anything is simply the stupidest move. The moment they appeared, small red dots appeared on the projection in front of Zhang Zhong, without missing a single one. Watching this group of people, the beast came to the bottom of the mountain, and Zhang Zhong turned and walked out, and Li Lei immediately took over the projection and defensive measures. In just a few thoughts, Several crossbows locked these people and beasts. Through the perception array of the projection, these people were locked, and several crossbows rose from the ground, and locked and rotated with the rotation of the base. Buzz! In an instant, the 2 people and 5 beasts stopped their feet, and the elements vibrated. In an instant, a stream of elements swarmed around them, and turned into a dense shield. And those magic beasts gathered the power of the elements on their bodies, covering their bodies with a layer of light golden light. Magic beasts are not good at defense. Nor do they like defense. Because defense means passively being beaten. And this often means death. The 2 people and 5 beasts stopped their feet, and instantly became alert. And a low roared. Who is it? It's me. Zhang Zhong, who arrived first, said. And his sub-black armor did not emit any fluctuations. He walked away step by step, and the aura of killing rose. When the 2 masters saw Zhang Zhong armor, they were slightly stunned, and then they reacted the next moment. Supernormal army? You dare to be so arrogant without an army? You think. Before he finished speaking, the younger of the 2 masters instantly appeared in front of Zhang Zhong, grinning. Supernormal army? If you had the whole army, I might be a little afraid. But you dared to appear in front of us alone and remove the lock. Otherwise, squeak, squeak the dagger, as a second-level supernormal equipment, scratched the armor on Zhang Zhong's neck, leaving almost no scratches. And Zhang Zhong inside didn't even feel anything. The next moment, the iron fist wrapped in the armor hit the belly of this master. Bang! In an instant, this master flew backwards at a faster speed, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Bang! The master broke a huge rock and started coughing violently, with streams of dark red blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Others looked at Zhang Zhong as if they had seen a ghost. Zhang Zhong didn't even look at the master again, or he didn't take him seriously at all, and just said lightly, My master is practicing on the top of the mountain, and no one is allowed to disturb him. No visitors are allowed, Zhang Zhong said lightly, and his voice immediately made these people, beasts, stern. Before the fight, they would not pay attention to anything he said, but after the fight, they could immediately listen to Zhang Zhong's words. Even the monsters looked at the master who was punched out and calmed down a lot, and restrained their beastly nature. Such a master-level strongman is so powerful alone. And this is as a member of an extraordinary army. How strong can such an extraordinary army be? And such people have to respectfully call him master. Add to that the huge element fluctuations in the sky. 2 words emerged in their minds at the same time. Legend. The master who was knocked out was shocked when he heard this, and immediately endured the injury, and bowed his hands respectfully and asked, I didn't know that master was in the mountain. I'm sorry for the offense. Please forgive me. Zhang Zhong glanced at him lightly, and his eyes swept from another person and a few beasts. The scene was silent, and drops of sweat appeared on the forehead of another master, and those beast kings roared uneasily. Tap, tap, tap. Finally, with the sound of neat and powerful footsteps, the earth shook slightly, and thunder followed in the sky, as if 200 heavenly soldiers stood neatly behind Zhang Zhong. The neat heavy armor on their bodies made them full of killing. Although Zhang Zhong is also a mecha master, he is not Fong Bai. As a master, he naturally flew over at the first time. The others came running and just arrived now. This made these masters and beast kings completely lose their luck and prepare to leave. Just at this time, 2 figures came fast and slow, and appeared in front of them in a blink of an eye. One was a handsome young man with a noble aura. The clothes he wore and the long sword hanging around his waist were all luxurious. Obviously, this young man was either rich or noble, and he was followed by an old slave, who looked a little strange. After the young man arrived, he looked up at the thundercloud spinning in the sky, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Not bad. It's predestined with me. Such a big commotion must be a good thing. I just want to break through the legend. Just right. After the young man finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Zhong lightly and said, You are very good. Surrender to me? Chapter 481 Meteorite Family. A question mark slowly appeared on Zhang Zhong's forehead. After carefully identifying and confirming that this young man was really just a master, he was immediately happy. I, Zhang Zhong, have practiced hard for many years, and finally encountered the legendary nobleman show of pretending to be cool and getting slapped in the face? Am I dreaming? I see people saying that they have encountered it on the forum every day. But I didn't expect that I would encounter it today. A deep voice came from a heavy armor holding a huge shield next to Zhang Zhong. Zhangde. He is a descendant of a big family. High and mighty. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Kneel down and pledge your loyalty quickly. If you don't pledge your loyalty, I will take my brothers to pledge their loyalty. Fuck you. This is my father's. No one can take it away. Zhang Zhong laughed and scolded. And the young man opposite them showed a hint of displeasure in his eyes when he heard it. There are many barbarians among the players. This is true. Immortality is indeed enviable. But do you really think that immortality is invincible? Humph. In the face of absolute strength, everything is a lie. As soon as the voice fell, the rapier in the young master's hand came out, shaking like falling stars. Dozens of starlights gathered on the tip of the rapier, making it particularly dazzling. The old man behind the young master showed a trace of satisfaction in his turbid eyes. And at this time a cry of surprise sounded. Falling Star Sword Art. He is the young master of the legendary family Meteorite family. Not only did he learn the Falling Star Sword Art, he condensed dozens of starlights at a young age. Hiss! A master next to him exclaimed. And the other beastmen couldn't help but look. Falling Star Sword Technique draws the power of starlight. The more starlight, the stronger the power. The starlight is so strong and penetrating that it is a rare sharp attack method. It is said to be a simplified pre-version of the forbidden technique of Meteorite. Hiss! The so-called forbidden technique is said to be a technique that can injure gods in the hands of legends. Almost like Taoism. The young master couldn't help showing a hint of pride on his face when he heard this. Falling Star Sword Technique is a master-level top sword technique, which is rarely learned by people in the family. And he is the only one who can reach this level of attainment. The elders commented that no one below the legend can stop it. And even the legend can be injured if he is careless. Although the man in front of him has thick armor. Ding. With a light sound, the condensed dazzling starlight bloomed completely. But when the starlight dissipated, the young master showed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Zhang Zhong glanced at the young master and looked down at the wound. Broken skin? Yes. It's really strong. Zhang Zhong rubbed the wound. The heavy armor was broken. And the skin was also broken. The power was indeed impressive. He expressed his sincere praise for it. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Your strength is indeed very strong. You are the strongest one among all the people I have met. You are shamelessly praising your opponent. A whisper came from somewhere behind him, which made Zhang Zhong's face stiffen. When the young master heard Zhang Zhong's humiliating words, his face instantly turned red, and the starlight shone. In an instant, the dazzling starlight fell on Zhang Zhong's eyes, throat and other vital parts. But before the starlight dissipated, an invisible wave broke out on Zhang Zhong's armor. Buzz! Infrasound! The young master's ears were buzzing. His brain was dizzy. And the next moment electric sparks flashed. And his whole body was paralyzed. Slow light. Human immobilization. Mental shock. Local muscle strengthening blessing. Local strength amplification. The young master only felt that his mind and body had lost all perception. When he regained perception, a high-frequency vibrating mechanical fist fell on his stomach with great force. A look of fear appeared in his eyes. And the breath of death was so close to him. He suddenly realized that death was so close to him. Save me, my friend. It's over. Hearing the voice, the calm old man said, and an invisible binding force blocked Zhang Zhong's fist. Discovering this power and finding that he was fine, the young master gasped for breath, narrowly escaping death. Recalling the embarrassment just now, fear, and anger. Kill him! Several Warcraft Beast Kings and Master-level professionals around trembled. And they all realized one thing. Strong. Legendary strong. At the same time, Fong Bai, who was forging on the top of the mountain, was happy. Legend? Hey. Zhang Zhong deserves a beating. If he can't raise the cloud, Zhang Zhong should not be able to beat Legend. So, Fong Bai looked at the golden rope that was about to take shape, full of expectation. Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong. Hold on for a while. Hold on for a while. You just finished. Now it's my turn. Fong Bai's mouth slightly raised, almost turning into a curled mouth. But in just a moment Fong Bai slightly widened his eyes. Wait! Wait! Zhang Zhong. What are you doing? Li Lei. What are you doing? You civilian staff. Go back. Go back quickly. Fong Bai was anxious. And for a moment, the speed of forging could not help but speed up a bit. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, watching the legend take action, Jiang Biao and others who were still laughing at Zhang Zhong with a playful smile showed a hint of a grim smile. And the murderous aura rushed straight to the sky. Legend? I'm fighting against a legend. Before he finished speaking, a stream of blood and she instantly turned into a pillar and rushed into the sky, turning into a layer of blood and chi cloud in the sky. The blood and chi cloud is different from the cloud gas. It only hovered over Zhang Zhong and others, and the suppressive force was very small, and did not cause the passive counterattack of the thundercloud at all. Although the cloud gas could not condense, the blood and chi cloud had no problem at all. The huge blood and chi poured into Zhang Zhong's body the next moment, making Zhang Zhong's whole body swell up instantly, and the armor on his body moved with it. Zhang Zhong, who was 2 meters and 4 meters tall, stood in front of the young master, and the shadow directly enveloped him. At the same time, a complex rune in the core of the armor, shaped like a giant dragon, slowly operated. Although the inability to raise clouds means that the opponent cannot be suppressed and talents cannot be activated, it also means that all the magic arrays and runes prepared in their elemental armor can function normally. The power of the dragon. The power of blood and chi. Roar! Like a giant lizard roaring. The blazing arrogance enveloped the mechanical fist that was only slightly smaller than a basketball and fell towards the young master again. The threefold increase in the rune version of the dragon's power, plus the overall blood and chi blessing of 200 soldiers, instantly caused the power to collide to the extreme. Ping! The invisible force blocking the young master was broken, and the fist blessed by the terrifying arrogance fell towards the young master. No! The young master shouted in a lost voice, and the astonishment in his eyes became extremely strong again. But the fist did not fall in the end. It appeared in front of the young master silently, and raised a rotten hand to hold the fist. Young man, the killing intent is a bit too strong. Do you know the truth that hardness is easy to break? The young master behind the old man floated away, and landed hundreds of meters away. The old man floated in the air in front of Zhang Zhong and said calmly, "You are a powerful, extraordinary army. Let me teach you today. What is respect and order?" Chapter 482 Bombarding Legends. Not bad. The seemingly fragile old man lightly caught Zhang Zhong attacks again and again, giving people a very awkward feeling. The old man quietly looked at the man in front of him, passively continued to attack, and there was no ripple in his heart. The next moment, Jiang Biao and others surrounded him. The old man didn't take it seriously at first, but when the blood cloud formed again in the sky, the domain was slightly suppressed, and the power of all skills and means related to the elements was reduced to about 80% and 70% of the original. The next moment, a whistle sounded behind him, and the old man turned to block it. But at the same time, a long spear stabbed behind him. The blood of 200 people all gathered between the few people in the front row, and they could even be freely allocated according to needs. Originally, there was only one Zhang Zhong, but at this moment, the old man felt that he was half surrounded by 200 Zhang Zhongs. The old man, who was a little disdainful, showed a trace of surprise in his eyes. Not bad. Not bad. Indeed, if you were to surround an ordinary legend, you might really have the ability to surround and kill them. But unfortunately, you met me. After probing for a long time, the old man finally made a move, and the domain was unfolded. Buzz! 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 The blood cloud and the domain collided again and again, blocking the coverage of the domain. Fighting the power of the domain? The legendary extraordinary army is so close to the family, and the family has not received any news yet. No. It must be reported to the family as soon as possible. The players who were not paid attention to before have become a force to be reckoned with. We must pay more attention to them, or even eliminate them. Thinking of this, the old man's eyes, which were originally calm and indifferent, were completely murderous. He didn't expect that he actually had such a strong murderous intent. This may be that he himself did not realize a problem, and he had begun to worry subconsciously. Exterminate? How to eliminate players? Inexplicable despair and inexplicable fear enveloped his heart in an instant, making the murderous intent in the old man's chest more and more surging. Finally, he stopped holding back, and a thin sword on his waist instantly came out. Swordsman! Clang! Domain! Clang! The stacking of two rule elements instantly quadrupled the old man's strength. This is the real strength before and after the domain is unfolded and after the legendary rules are met. How come you only have 2 elements? Oh no. Only one. Legendary domains are the same as legendary armor and legendary resistance. They are basically built in. So when you break through the legend, there is only one rule that is truly condensed. Swordsman. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, this is your professional rule. And you should not have all of them. You, or this young master's profession is definitely not a swordsman. So you are a little weak? Recalling some of Fong Bai's previous words, Zhang Zhong saw that there were only 2 elements and spoke subconsciously. The old man's movements paused slightly, and the shadow brought by his head down made it difficult to see his face and eyes. It's just that Zhang Zhong felt that this murderous intent was a little bit strong. A little bit. Feeling this murderous intent, his mouth sagged, and he couldn't help asking again. By the way, do you know the falling star sword technique? Before he finished speaking, Zhang Zhong instantly sensed the terrifying sword light bursting out in front of him, and the threat of death loomed in his heart. Under the threat of the legendary angry blow, a thought flashed through Zhang Zhong's mind. It's really not the falling star sword technique. Don't you really know it? As the words rang out, the wheel on Zhang Zhong's waist had been quietly pressed down by his hand. Ka. A projection emerged, and the gold element of the elemental metal instantly formed layers of armor plates in front of his forehead, with a solid structure and a high-density posture according to the projection. There were even legendary armor and legendary resistance runes on it. Ding! One after another, the armor plates were penetrated and shattered, and the thin sword penetrated like a broken bamboo. Zhang Zhong felt like a sniper rifle armor-piercing bullet hit his forehead, knocking him back. But he didn't die. Falling on the ground, the drowsy Zhang Zhong said subconsciously, "Hey, not dead." The moment the words fell, the old man was completely blown up. The rapier in his hand was obviously good at being light and agile, but at this moment it seemed to turn into a heavy sword, and turned into a sniper rifle's armor-piercing bullet that burst out again and again, piercing the armor again and again. But they were not afraid at all. They were not under the clouds, and they could not use the projected preset armor. If they were outside, they had projected armor plates, weapons, and equipment designed by a special person in their belts to deal with different situations. They could condense them at any time and repair them unlimitedly. Other heavy armored soldiers were just heavy armor, and breaking the heavy armor would lose their meaning. But for them, if they only broke the heavy armor, it would only be the beginning. In the military formation, they only needed a teammate's cover, and they only needed to take a step back to be submerged in the military formation. When he appeared the next moment, he was already intact. 200 people wrapped the old man and swarmed up, without the slightest fear of cowardice and fear of death. Even the old man's legendary pressure could not have any deterrent effect on him. Are you kidding? They have survived the training of the god-level dragon power. Would they still be afraid of this pitiful pressure? To be honest, this old man is indeed weak. It's sad to be sent out to follow a junior. The old man has been killing red-eyed among the 200 people. There are people surrounding him from all sides. It's dark inside, without a trace of light or a trace of gap. And the people who are closest to the old man, who can directly attack the old man, and who can be directly attacked by the old man are all blessed by the blood cloud. Looking at this crazy scene, looking at the old man who has been completely surrounded, the master-level beast kings and master-level professionals next to him are all running. I just hate that I don't have an extra leg. And I just hate that I can't run fast enough. Is this level of battle really something they can watch? Or this kind of close-up watching? No one noticed that the seemingly crazy, uncommanded 200 people had already been completely connected by spiritual links. They are like a complete collective, and can perfectly complete every instruction. Under such fine control, the old man seemed to be killing people indiscriminately. But not only did he not kill many people, he was also surrounded by players, and quietly approached in one direction. In the army, Zhang Zhong attacked continuously, and parried the old man, while controlling the army through the mental connection like driving an arm, and controlling the army extremely finely. Although he usually behaved like a careless person, if anyone really underestimated him, he would not even know how he died. It's almost there, Zhang Zhong whispered in his heart. And on the other side, he murmured while driving the huge tracked vehicle at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. It's almost there. The tracked vehicle was rough and simple, and only the hull with a diameter of 200 millimeters on the top, was full of justice, and the highly dense fine runes in it emitted a faint light. Fong Bai, who had been paying attention to the bottom and speeding up the forging speed as much as possible, was anxious. Hurry up. Hurry up. Faster. No. No. I'm going to miss it. It was robbed. Chapter 483 equivalent. Why am I not a rule? It's over. I was really robbed. Fong Bai couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Zhong and Li Lei moved too fast. Li Lei, a civilian staff member, directly drove out the tank test model that was transported to the magnetic crystal mine. This time it was really late. In desperation, he had to calm down and continue to forge his golden rope. At the foot of the mountain, the old man thought he had broken through, but he didn't realize that he was being controlled in the direction of breaking through. The loopholes and weaknesses that seemed to appear inadvertently were all traps set by Zhang Zhong and others under the telepathy. On the other side, Li Lei pressed a button. Click, click, click. The gears turned, the machinery ran, and a spell fell to the ground, turning the ground directly into hard rock. One by one, the brackets fell, fixing this behemoth like a crab. Rather than calling it a tank, perhaps the name of self-propelled artillery is more appropriate. Li Lei, who was sitting in the cab, overran the control again and again. The metal on the behemoth kept surging and rolling. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a metal fortress as big as half a basketball court, and the supporting iron pillars were firmly rooted in the earth. After deployment, Li Lei pressed a red button. Start charging. Buzz! Behind the behemoth, in a huge cavity, several fire elements that were almost compressed to liquid were transformed into elemental power again, and they permeated the inside of the passage in an instant. Inside the passage as an energy pipeline, runes lit up one after another. Buzz! 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 The surging fire elements poured into the passage, and were quickly compressed under the effect of the runes. 10 pressed 1. 10 pressed 1. 10 pressed 1. The energy flowed one by one, and the runes inside the machine also lit up one by one. Compress. Keep active. Intensify. Explode. The seemingly conflicting runes put the compressed fire elements into a very contradictory state. Each level of the barrel is almost compressed into 1 by 10. And when it comes to the last shot, when it comes to the barrel that is 200 millimeters thick, the fire element has turned into a crystal clear appearance. Like crystal. But anyone can sense the surging energy in it. And everyone can sense its danger. And it can explode at any time. For this, even Li Lei, who is sitting inside, is sweating profusely. This thing will explode. It is no joke. It has indeed exploded. And more than once. Fong Bai once prohibited them from conducting experiments inside the cave. If this thing explodes, Li Lei will not be left. But at this moment, this surging and dangerous fluctuation is completely blocked by the thick shell of this metal fortress. This unfolding is a metal fortress. One shot will consume several cubic meters of semi-solid fire element power stored in the fortress. Only one shot. The caliber of up to 200 millimeters is not developed by Fong Bai. It wasn't even Fong Bai idea. Fong Bai had no involvement from the beginning to the end. Even all the runes needed inside had nothing to do with Fong Bai. These were all completed by Chi Peng, and a large number of real-life weapon experts participated. It is said that as far as Fong Bai knows, they are all leveled. These people came up with this idea together and perfected this creativity together. When Chi Peng came to Fong Bai to approve the project, he said something in person, which made Fong Bai particularly impressed. That sentence was, "Rules are needed for killing? Then energy is not a rule. And quantity is not a rule. Then equivalent is not a rule. How can there be a rule that can't kill people? If it can't kill people, then there must be only one rule. Not enough equivalent." I'm afraid that no rabbit in the whole flower family can refuse this sentence. And Fong Bai couldn't either. Therefore, this huge project was successfully approved by Fong Bai. This project is divided into two versions. One is the cloud version, and the other is the element version. This is the element version. Inside the metal fortress, Li Lei was surprised to find that the power was successfully charged without any problems or explosions. He quickly used the locking system to lock on a player in the army, who formed a beacon with magic. The beacon was not formed on the old man, and there was no way to form it on him. It could only be formed by external force or on his own people or objects. When the crosshairs were aligned and the prompt sound of successful locking sounded, Li Lei's palm on the button slammed heavily. Fire! Strong. Li Lei's elemental vision was blasted, and he felt a shock all over his body, and the ground under his feet was broken in the recoil. And that section of energy column like a ruby instantly appeared in Zhang Zhong army formation. In the area where the players were most densely packed, there was no evacuation, no avoidance, no giving way. But they rushed forward and hugged the old man tightly, and the blood cloud completely dissipated in an instant. A strong sense of crisis enveloped his heart. A fatal crisis. The old man went completely crazy and tried to struggle, but it was too late. As a swordsman, he was not good at group battles or breaking through. He was a swordsman, and he was just a swordsman. He didn't even have a second rule element besides the domain. It was useless. The ruby-like beam of light had already hit the player. Under the collision, the ruby-like crystal shattered. Cracks emerged, and the stable runes given to it by the barrel disappeared completely. The dense runes inside flowed, and the rune name was burst. Boom! The dazzling light was like a sun born on the earth, and it was impossible to look directly at it. The dazzling light even suppressed the brilliance of the sun, and the thunderclouds that never dissipated above the valley were also torn open. The flames and light swallowed everything within the range. The earth, the hills, Zhang Zong, Jiang Biao and others, including the legendary old man. The light was deeply imprinted on everyone's retina and slowly dissipated. A black and gray dust cloud slowly rose, and lightning and thunder flashed around. Like a doomsday scene, the world lost its sound. A hawk flying at high speed uttered a series of frightened chirps, stretched out its claws, and suddenly braked. The small mushroom cloud was reflected in its vertical pupils, and it panicked, turned and ran, falling by on the top of the mountain. There is another legend? Excited .jpg. Huh? Why are you running? Disappointed .jpg. Fong Bai, who was holding the golden rope, was disappointed. And then he looked at the small mushroom cloud with a sigh. If the explosion rules and destruction rules have concrete forms, they must be in the shape of mushroom clouds. They really figured it out. Fong Bai muttered in a low voice. Energy and equivalent are indeed a kind of rule. Fong Bai smacked his lips. A little surprised. He knew that after the shot, there would be no chance to make a move today. Alas. Forget it. It's not a loss to sit and watch this explosion. As Fong Bai muttered, time passed by minute, and the mushroom cloud slowly dissipated. But the next moment, everyone lost their voices. Chapter 484 Not dead? How is it possible? Not dead? Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but feel their hearts shrink suddenly. Several masters who were frightened to death, and the Beast King also said in disbelief. Legend? Legend? Can legend survive such a terrifying explosion? Legend is so terrifying? Everyone widened their eyes and said in disbelief. Only the young master who had just had a dull look and fear in his heart suddenly laughed wildly. Ha! I knew it. I knew it. Legend? How could legend die like this? I knew it was impossible. Definitely impossible. How could legend be beaten to death by you lowly people? You will never know how powerful legend is. The young master shouted as if he was venting his fear and despair just now. And in the dispersing mushroom cloud, on the crystallized ground, a hunchback person staggered out. Ahem. Ahem. The thin figure with a face as white as gold paper and a body as black as a chapped body walked out slowly, coughing softly. I survived? In the silence, the old man raised his hands upwards, and anyone could hear the excitement of surviving in a desperate situation and surviving by chance, as well as the wild laughter. Boom! The gap in the thundercloud opened by the mushroom cloud closed, and a thunderbolt fell. The black figure flew to the side, bounced twice on the ground, and disappeared. Fong Bai, who was about to go out, was stunned. He died in the state of soul. Zhang Zhong and others were stunned. Li Lei in the metal fortress was stunned. The laughter of the young master also stopped abruptly. Dead? Fong Bai's face turned black. Damn. Trash. Trash. I have never seen such a weak trash. There is only one professional rule and one legendary rule, both of which come with the breakthrough. Are you a trash? How can there be such a weak legend in the world? The Night Crow was stronger than you at the beginning. Bah. You are also worthy of being called a legend? A half-stepped legend can kill you. Fong Bai cursed angrily. The dead Night Crow? ? Down the mountain, When he found that the old man legend was completely dead, or was killed by a thunder that was so weak that it couldn't be weaker, he stomped on the ground and laughed. Laughed like crazy. He was so happy that he didn't care that he was also killed. They took a legend away. Dead? The group dropped 1 level? It's worth it. The group dropped 2 levels. Finally, we can fight legends. I wonder who dares to scream at us in the future. Zhang Zhong said excitedly. He glanced and saw that the countdown to resurrection was almost over. So he spoke out immediately. All of them will be resurrected in the nearest town. Leisure Town is very close to us. Return to the team immediately after resurrection. Yes. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, corpses turned into white light and broke through the air. Their resurrection points were all in Tiandong Pavilion, which was too far away. Naturally, it was more convenient to choose the nearest town to resurrect. To be honest, their bodies were still there in the mushroom cloud. But some were blown away by the mushroom cloud, and some were hammered into the ground. The defense is indeed strong. And to be honest, their armor and weapons are all formed by their own gold elements, and are also regarded as part of the body. They will return to the body with resurrection. Only some chips that store armor data are taken to drive the armor's magnetocrystalline engine. That's all. So for them, dying once is basically the price of losing 1 level. What equipment will be dropped? Well, as long as you don't bring equipment, there will be no equipment to drop. After they left and resurrected, Li Lei struggled to walk out of the metal fortress that was basically half abandoned. The ground where the metal fortress was located was broken. The barrel was broken. The runes were worn. The energy was exhausted. The machinery was shattered. And so on. Although this priceless cannon was extremely powerful, it only had the power of 1 shot. However, Li Lei was not heartbroken or sad at all. On the contrary, he looked at a chip in his hand with a happy face. The actual combat test data left by the bombardment legend. These 10 cannons are not as good as the light data in it. Li Lei was very happy. Carefully put away the chip, and turned to look at the foot of the mountain. The frightened young man fled at the fastest speed in his life. And several masters and beast kings also left in fear. Seeing this, Li Lei, who had already spread his dragon wings to prepare for a charge, had no choice but to put away his dragon wings and retreat his armor. Although he was a civilian, if there were no combatants now, his combat effectiveness would be enough to fight. Palm Thunder, portable electromagnetic railgun, power-assisted iron hammer, high-frequency high-heat knife, and combat auxiliary system cannot be tested. Damn it. Why are you running? What is there to run for? Li Lei shook his head slightly, ignoring those beast kings and masters. Even if they were given 8 more courage, they would not dare to come to this Thunder Valley again. But that young master was different. Li Lei thought in his heart. And a projection slowly unfolded. After marking the red dot where the young master escaped, the data was sent to Zhang Zhong and others who were rushing over here. At this moment, Zhang Zhong, who had just taken off and was flying towards the Thunder Valley in the posture of a giant combined glider, received the news above Leisure Town and immediately led his troops to chase in the designated direction in the air. That is, the magnetocrystalline engine and the chip-storing auxiliary equipment were lost. Otherwise they could chase the young master in the posture of a propeller fighter. However, although they could not form an engine and a propeller, the familiar gliding alone allowed them to chase at high speed. During their pursuit, Li Lei walked slowly to the old man's shattered body, took off a ring from the palm of his hand, and picked up half a rapier. The power of this shot failed to directly vaporize this legendary old man. This was insufficient power, which was a little short. But this also brought a lot of benefits. That is, the spoils were not completely blown away by a shot. Otherwise, Li Lei would have cried. A legendary warrior. How much is the stuff on him worth? The price is so high. Anyone would cry. Should we consider the issue of controlling power in the future? Li Lei began to think about this problem in a rather serious manner. This is no joke. Forget it. Let's think of a way later. Now let's think of a way to kill the legend. With the goal of evaporating the legend. We will consider accurately killing the legend later. But keep the spoils. After all, it is difficult to increase the power. But it is always easy to reduce the power. Li Lei muttered. On the top of the mountain, Fong Bai sat on a stone in frustration. Crushed the stone, smashed the ground, and let the legendary thunder fall on him. After a while, he sighed. There will be many opportunities in the future. While muttering, he opened the attribute panel of the golden rope. Chapter 485. Name, unnamed. Level, 4th order legendary, semi-finished product. Introduction. Forged by legendary forger Fong Bai in Thunder with 4th order Qingmu Vine. 3rd order Thunder Crystal and other items. Fong Bai looked at this familiar panel quietly. And the introduction disappeared with a thought. This is the privilege of the forger, who can freely choose whether to display the introduction or the forger. After closing it, others can't see it. Fong Bai then cast his eyes on the level above. 4th order. This is within Fong Bai expectations. The Qingmu Vine can reach this level by simply weaving it into a rope. After being forged by him with the 4 refining method, it will naturally not become worse. 4th order legendary. This is a forge. Therefore, the description of him in the introduction is a legendary forger. But the semi-finished product displayed after the level. Fong Bai thought about it for a while, and a possibility emerged in his mind again. This golden rope may be at the 4th level, but it is definitely not legendary. It is neither world-renowned nor circulated. It has reached the level, but it has not reached the legendary level in terms of characteristics. Fong Bai tried it, and found that the power of faith in the title could not be transferred. So he gave up the idea immediately. With a thought, the golden rope was taken into the thundercloud space, and together with Fong Bai body, it was continuously strengthened and tempered by thunder. At this moment, Fong Bai body weight has reached a terrifying 100 tons. Even so, Fong Bai body weight is still soaring. After completing the 4th refining, it seems to have broken through the limit of potential. Next, it only needs continuous tempering to continue to grow. And Fong Bai, whose volume is only about 0.06 cubic meters, weighs a full 100 tons. In other words, the weight per cubic centimeter is about 1,600 grams. The density of gold is 19.32 grams per cubic centimeter. Excluding the cavities in the body, Fong Bai real body tissue density has reached 100 times that of gold. This is just the beginning. Fong Bai clenched his fist slightly and stepped down the mountain. The legendary thunder crystal has been placed in the core of the thundercloud in Fong Bai body. The thunder crystal connected to the thunder element world provides endless thunder elements at a certain output power, which is then transformed by the thundercloud into thunder to temper Fong Bai body. Bang! 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 Fong Bai walked down the mountain with heavy steps. During the process of going down the mountain, each step was quieter than the previous one. After walking 100 or so steps, Fong Bai walking returned to silence again. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, he took the storage ring and rapier handed over by Li Lei. Fong Bai took a rough look. Rapier. Level 3 equipment? Is this a legend? Fong Bai couldn't help but wonder. A legendary person is still using level 3 equipment. Poor guy. Is this really a legend? Fong Bai couldn't help complaining. And when he opened the storage ring, he wanted to complain even more. Oh my god. How can there be such a poor legendary person in the world? It's so sad to be so weak. Fong Bai muttered, and immediately decided the fate of this ring and rapier. When I return to Tiangong Pavilion, I will throw these into the treasury. Whoever wants them can take them. At this time, Fong Bai sensed a familiar breath quietly flying. The Battle of Legends has already started. The previous perception must be the fluctuation of the birth of a legendary treasure. Maybe it's a legendary elixir. It's best if the two legends lose both, so that I can go over and pick up the leak. It's best if... The fat man's tone suddenly stagnated, looking at the familiar person in front of him. Fong Bai? Unlucky. The fat man turned around and left. But just as he was about to leave, he found that Fong Bai had already blocked him. How could the fat man not understand this time? Obviously, he had been discovered long ago. Reluctantly appeared. Fong Bai. Why is it you again? Fong Bai couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. What do you mean it's me again? I was running in the hills to forge equipment, and you came one after another. And you blamed me? Right? I haven't asked you yet. Why is it you again? I sensed that there might be a legendary treasure here. Wait. What do you mean just now? What do you mean you forged equipment here? The fat man suddenly reacted and said in astonishment. Ah, you didn't know you were here? I was just about to ask you. How do you know I forged a 4th level legendary equipment? The fat man was confused and didn't react for a long time. You mean? You forged a legendary equipment? Coincidence? What coincidence? This is clearly my strength. Give me the materials. I can still fight. Hiss. The fat man was stunned. 4th level legendary super equipment. Can you fight? Forging master? Ah. What's the problem? As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, the fat man's face instantly became flattering. Fong Bai. I still need a set of armor. A set of weapons. A set of protective gear. And a set of... Stop. 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 Turn left. I don't know you. Hey. Fong Bai. Don't leave. We can talk. Everything can be discussed. The fat man didn't want to leave immediately, and followed Fong Bai, not leaving his side. Fong Bai was helpless and couldn't help but say, "Do you know how the legend was killed just now? How was he killed?" The fat man was curious. Fong Bai showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth and shouted loudly, "Li Lei. The shells are charged." The moment the voice fell, the fat man disappeared from the ground, and it took a long time to emerge. But he was surrounded by a circle of golden ropes before he saw half a person. Crackling. A series of electric sparks flashed, and the fat man felt his body numb. And the golden rope was directly wrapped around his body. The dense golden ropes were wrapped around, and the skin was slightly tingling. The fat man saw that the roots were directly pierced into the skin. The next moment, the elemental power in the body of the horrified magic circle was being devoured. And the same was true for the mental power. All these powers poured into the golden rope, and then continuously released thunder to paralyze his body. In just a moment, the fat man's body and mental power were all sealed, leaving no room for struggle. The fat man suddenly realized that the golden rope absorbed the power in his body to maintain operation. Unless he was drained dry and the golden rope lost its energy supply, he would not be able to break free. He had the ability, and the golden rope also had it. No, that's not right. This golden rope is still absorbing the elemental power between heaven and earth. Damn. Even if he died, the rope would not loosen. Isn't this a rogue? The fat man couldn't help but sneer, and suddenly realized something at this moment. The equipment was rogue equipment. The 4th level legendary equipment that had just been forged. At this moment, if you feel it again, you can feel a breath of rules. Fuck. Fong Bai. You actually tied me up with the 4th level legendary equipment. Do I deserve it? The fat man couldn't help but swear. Chapter 486 Permanent Building? Am I worthy of it? The fat man couldn't help but swear. But Fong Bai didn't react for a long time, and he didn't get loose at all despite his desperate struggle. On the contrary, as time went by, the roots on the rope spread more and more, and they went deeper and deeper. In all the places where the roots spread, the fat man lost all control and all perception, and the feeling of paralysis filled his body. This rope is like a vine, one section after another, and each section can spread out dense roots. The fat man can clearly feel that he is being swallowed up inch by inch, falling into darkness inch by inch. When this rope fills every corner of his body and makes him lose all perception, he will fall into eternal darkness and eternal sleep. Well, there are two types. One may still be alive, and the other is really sleeping forever. Horror! At this moment, the fat man has only this thought in his mind. Under fear, the fat man finally gave up struggling. Hey, it doesn't struggle. It doesn't grow anymore. Even the roots shrink back a little. The fat man suddenly had an idea. Fong Bai, you are such a genius. The roots shrink back a little. This 4th level legendary equipment is simply terrifying. Once you are tied up, you will die, or it will be completely sealed. It is an exquisite design. The roots shrink back a little, and the fat man completely understands it. He immediately started talking. On the other side, Fong Bai came to the almost half-destroyed metal fortress, looked at it for a few times, and shook his head slightly. This thing consumes too much energy, has too much recoil, and requires too high material strength, he said after a moment of silence. Why must it be mobile? You want to run before you learn to walk. I personally think that the construction specifications of the permanent turret can avoid the embarrassing situation of the base collapsing after one shot. Energy can also be stored in energy depots and directly transported using energy channels. Finally, the most critical issue is the strength of the material. Currently, the core parts of the gun body are all made of 3rd order metal, and the remaining parts are all made of 2nd order metal. It is unlikely to find a 3rd order elemental metal with higher strength while the properties of the metal remain unchanged. And it is not realistic to upgrade to the 4th order legendary metal. In my opinion, The third order elemental metal is used as the main structure, and the runes are used to connect the earth veins. That is, the ground veins. The ground veins can nourish ordinary metal materials. Elemental metals. Of course, it can, and the upper limit can even be better, judging from the current nourishment speed. After the construction is completed, 1 to 3 months of careful nourishment can basically meet the actual combat requirements. If it can be nourished for 1 or 2 years, this material may be able to make another breakthrough. And then the runes in the cannon can be upgraded again on the basis of the material to strengthen its power again. And this kind of nourishment requires earth veins, which can be solved as long as the permanent turret is built. Basically, there are only benefits and no harm. The only problem is that it cannot be moved. But relatively speaking, the issue of whether it can be moved has little impact on us for the time being. Li Lei was thoughtful. Seeing this, Fong Bai did not say anything more. He stretched out his hand and recalled the golden rope, and then looked at the metal fortress that occupied half the size of a basketball court. No matter how many shortcomings there are, no matter how many problems there are, the achievements and potential it shows can cover up all these problems and shortcomings. This cannon really released a terrifying power that was enough to kill the legend just now. To be honest, it is really powerful. At this time, in the sky, a hang glider brushed the edge of the thundercloud and slid towards the area where Fong Bai and his team were. Rumble. Rumble. The hang glider made entirely of metal instantly attracted the most thunder in the air. The dense thunder instantly blew up the hang glider, and the 200 people from the pavilion fell down like dumplings. And one by one, the iron lumps were hit by the dense thunder in the air. Rumble. Rumble. The iron lumps fell to the ground one after another, and it took a long time for them to walk in front of Fong Bai with dusty faces. However, although they looked dusty, they were in a very happy mood. They were still discussing in front of Fong Bai, and were particularly excited. Fong Bai found that under the leadership of Zhang Zhong, this group of bastards relied on their strong defense, and liked to die more and more. They didn't take the usual path, and they did whatever was stimulating. As long as they didn't die, they would die. Fong Bai couldn't figure out why the Tiandong Pavilion army had become so distorted. When they were handsome, they were indeed handsome. But when they were evil, they were really evil. Forget it. Just be happy, Fong Bai muttered. And then he didn't intend to care about it, and turned to look at the depths of the wilderness mountains. Speaking of which, even the meteorite family from the outside world has come. Why are there no monsters coming out of this wilderness mountain? There must be a legendary beast inside. Could it be that you didn't feel it? Fong Bai muttered, somewhat puzzled and somewhat regretful. Legendary beast. From the body to the crystal core, everything is good. Ahem. Not because of this, but mainly because he is very curious and interested in the legendary beast that has given birth to wisdom. Since it is highly intelligent, is there a possibility of communication? Judging from the area and element concentration of the wilderness mountain range, there must be a large number of mineral deposits, precious spiritual medicines, and spiritual plants inside. Spiritual medicines and spiritual plants are fine. They will be eaten by monsters. But the mineral veins are not necessarily. Many mineral veins in the outside world have been developed, and there are definitely many in the uninhabited areas. If you can communicate, you can try to trade. In addition, the crystal cores and skeletons of legendary beasts can also be traded. After all, different monsters must have their own disputes. The end, plus the lifespan issue. There must be legendary monsters dying in the depths. So, why don't you come? The best situation is that the legendary monsters come out. After all, if he takes the initiative to go in, Fong Bai is afraid of being beaten. After all, because of the great power of humans, and because humans take the initiative to divide. When facing humans, all monsters are one race, collectively called monsters. To compete with humans, all races except humans are basically called monsters, and then beaten by humans. Humans think so, and the various monster races think so too. So as a human who enters the depths of the wilderness mountains without authorization, it is very likely to be considered that humans want to invade the mountains. Why don't you come? In the depths of the wilderness mountains, the goshawk that was flying back suddenly shuddered. Danger! Danger! So dangerous. The goshawk dispelled the sense of danger, came to the deepest part of the wilderness mountains, and dived towards a huge abyss. Chapter 487 Searching for the Black Wolf. Chirp! 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 Deep in the wilderness, surrounded by mountains. A crack lies on the ground like a scar on the earth. Dark inside. Bottomless. In the depths of the abyss, a goshawk cries. A legendary eagle, with a pair of eagle claws that can tear tigers and leopards apart, is the most docile here. Legendary battle. Very dangerous? In that case, Xiaoshan, you go. Yes. A dull hum. A moment later the ground shook, and a small mountain slowly stood up. Boom, boom, boom. When Xiaoshan moved, the ground shook. At the same time, outside the Red Maple New City, several mercenaries with weapons came to the city gate. Compared to before, this place is already very lively, with caravans constantly coming in and out, and a steady stream of materials being transported in to supply the busy construction sites in the city. Construction. Construction. This is a city scale, all-encompassing construction. In Red Maple New City, construction has become the main theme, and there are countless players and natives. Arriving at the city gate, looking at the bustling city, the leader Ross looked at a map and was slightly puzzled. Why is there a new city here? It's not on the map. I'm afraid it was built by players. I heard before I came here that players in Red Maple City are particularly rampant, and the nobles of Red Maple City do not apply for support from other nobles. So the scale of players here is getting bigger and bigger. This is a new city built directly, and it is not an ordinary town, but a real city with magic arrays and facilities arranged. This person stared at the city wall, feeling the elemental fluctuations hidden deep in it. Although the magic arrays are hidden very deep, and it is impossible to identify which magic arrays they are definitely internal magic arrays. A bunch of useless trash. They can't even handle a group of players. If you can't handle it, just beg for mercy earlier, and stop others from helping, Ross said disdainfully. His family wanted to take the initiative to help, but was rejected by these noble families. Although they are not strong, their relationship is not weak at all. Moreover, as nobles, when enjoying the benefits of the noble class, they must obey the nobles of the noble class even if they are stronger. Other lords are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of other people's territories without authorization unless the lord takes the initiative to ask for help. The others didn't say much. Ross is a legend. Ross can say these words, but they can't. So they paused for a moment and spoke out. Sir, this new city has a high population density and high mobility, and there are a large number of players. The wolf bandits were killed by the players here, so the black wolf that sneaked in should still be hiding in the city, hiding its tracks by hiding in the crowd, and looking for opportunities to attack. After all, players can be resurrected. Revenge is definitely not something that can be ended by killing one or two. We can take this opportunity to capture the black wolf. This new city hides the black wolf, but it can also hide us. Ross nodded silently when he heard this, and someone next to him asked, Sir, should we inform the player managers here about our entry into the city? We will definitely make a big noise if we take action later. And I heard that Night Crow died here, at the hands of these players. Poochie, you actually believe this? Night Crow is a famous legendary thief, ranked high in the Thieves Guild. You told me that such a person was killed by a group of ordinary players who have not reached the legendary level and have no background at all. And he couldn't run away? Ross said with a sneer on his face. And then he became serious again. Night Crow didn't run away. So there must be something fishy here. There must be someone else here. There must be someone else's plan. And this group of players is just a cover-up. I guess even this Black Wolf understands this. Otherwise, he would be a veteran legend if he could kill Black Crow. How dare he come? Ross said directly after he finished speaking. Let's go. Enter the city. And catch the Black Wolf first. Yes. The man took out a pointer and pointed it straight into the new city, pointing out the direction of the Black Wolf. When the few people entered the city, when the scanning wave came from the city gate mountain, a stream of light flowed, wrapped it in it, and skipped the scanning array. In the city lord's mansion, the projection table was beeping. Ding, ding, alarm, high energy reaction found. Unreported legends entering the city found. Unreported legends entering the city found. The city lord's mansion reacted quickly, and the information was reported to Hao Wei in an instant. And Ross walked straight forward with a group of his men, without noticing at all. Ross looked down on these players from the bottom of his heart. Of course, or feared them, but he himself didn't realize this. For him, It's not like he hasn't killed players before. And it's not like he hasn't come into contact with them. The player has no strength and no background. Even if he can be resurrected, it is just a matter of killing a few more times. What he really fears is the legend behind the player. Or other big forces. Otherwise, how is this new city built? Keep a low profile and leave after catching people. Should we leave people out of the city before we start? If we fight a legendary battle in the city, it's okay. I'm also a legend. It won't be a big deal if some players and untouchables die. Okay. Several people walked straight forward. Some people gathered as they walked. Gradually, the team became dozens of people. As they got closer and closer to the direction they were pointing to, the aura of these people became more and more unified. Passing one construction site after another and going deeper, they soon came to a building. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion, Hao Wei looked at the red dot on the map and spoke. Has the cluster of warring arrays not been repaired yet? A legend has sneaked in again. When we found out, we had already entered the city and didn't even have time to close the gate. President, we are missing a material. Tiangong Pavilion is gone to get it. We can repair it as soon as the material arrives. Hao Wei nodded and looked at the projected map, looking at the location of the red dot. That was the area where Black Wolf and Warcraft Black Wolf were imprisoned. They went straight there, and the direction was extremely obvious. Or they didn't cover up at all. Are you here to rescue Black Wolf? The Black Wolf Club actually has a second legend and a team of extraordinary troops? Why have I never heard of it? And there is no relevant record in the information I have inquired. Is it hidden so deeply? Based on the financial situation of the Black Wolf Club and the procurement of materials, it is possible that there is a small-scale hidden force. But with such a large scale, there is also a legend. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unless it is an ally. Chapter 488 Unsolvable Combination. But Hao Wei was very puzzled by a question. Knowing that Nightcrow died here, Black Wolf and his mount Black Wolf also fell here. How dare a legend come to you? A mere elemental supernatural army? Your Calabash brothers didn't even come to save Grandpa like this. Who gave you the courage? Hao Wei mobilized a group of elite talents to surround him, while mobilizing heavy armored infantry to cooperate, and couldn't help but wonder. He thought that he didn't hide anything about Nightcrow or Black Wolf, and even helped spread the news to a certain extent. Theoretically, it is impossible for this group of people not to have heard of this news. So you just don't believe it? No matter what others tell you or remind you. You think it's a conspiracy theory. You only believe what you want to believe, and think everything beyond common sense is a lie. A trap set by others, immersed in your own experience and cognition. Like an ostrich who never raises his head? And who gave you the courage to enter the sealed area built with cloud storage? Hao Wei was silent. He couldn't help but start to wonder if he was the protagonist. If he wasn't the protagonist, why did each of these people seem to have a halo of intelligence reduction? Send one by one. The clouds formed silently in the sky of Hongfeng City. Looking up, thick clouds slowly formed. Then, under the effect of the magic circle, they slowly sank into the city and the nearby land. After a while, the clouds disappeared without a trace. But the suppression effect still existed. The moment he felt the effect of the magic ban, Ross's face suddenly changed, and his first thought was, oh no. I was ambushed by the people behind the player. He actually dared to attack the border guardian. Ross retreated instantly and wanted to escape. But just when he turned around, he found a dense crowd of heavy armored infantry. Player? Humph. How can you stop me? Ross said disdainfully. Even if I am suppressed by the magic ban, I can still sweep you. The weapon could not be taken out of the storage ring. Ross suddenly stepped forward and punched down. Boom! The legendary body punched the tens of centimeters thick three-refine heavy shield with full force, making a loud noise. A strange force acted on him, making his posture stable, and only slightly retreated. How is it possible? Ross roared in disbelief and rushed out again. Boom! 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 Ross tried his best to lift up a dozen heavy shield infantry with one talent, and forcibly tore a hole in the army formation. The soldiers behind followed closely with a sharp arrow formation and tried to support. But they were crushed the moment they came into contact with the heavy armored infantry. When the heavy tower shield, which was tens of centimeters thick, turned over, it was like the sky falling. Professionals, who could not mobilize the elements of heaven and earth and could not release their fighting spirit were like plasticine in front of the iron lump of the Mecha Master. Like a hot knife cutting butter. Dozens of extraordinary army members knocked down the captives in an instant. And Ross, who had some back support, became a lone soldier. Ross kept holding back his strength to guard against the sneak attack of the legendary Strong, who might be hidden among the players. He thought that the Night Crow must have died like this before. But when he looked around, all he saw were players. That would be fine. What frightened him was that all the players in front of him were like solid iron lumps. Although they were wearing heavy armor, his strength could shake them all into meat paste. But they were not injured at all. In addition, there was the ability to keep a fixed posture. They really had the ability to surround and kill him alone and exhaust him to death. He was going to die. A sense of despair surged in his heart. No! You can't kill me! No! Ross was captured alive. How is that possible? Hao Wei was not surprised by this result. Speaking of Mecha Masters alone, this profession is not strong. And it is terrible that it is biased. The defense is invincible at the same level. The strength is extremely high. The ability to attack remotely. The ability to mobilize energy attacks. The ability to attack elements, etc. cannot be said to be weak. Basically nothing. This profession is very easy to be targeted. At least in the naked state. Even Fong Bai can't get around this problem. Although the cloud system is also very strong. It is actually just like this. If you can't give birth to talents, the opponent can beat you. Even if you give birth to talents, it can only play an advantage. And there will be no absolute restraint. At least at the talent level. It is impossible to open up a crushing gap. And the two sides can fight back and forth even if they fight. But when the two are combined, they actively use their own advantages to create an environment that can play to their strengths. Pull the opponent into a familiar area. Create an environment where only melee physical attacks are possible. And allow you to use a profession that is invincible in melee physical attacks. An invincible combination is born. There is no solution except to crush them directly across levels in an extraordinary way. Of course, the combination is unsolvable. Which does not mean that they are invincible. It is very simple to deal with it. If you can't beat them, then join them. Whether it is a Mecha Master or a cloud system. There is no high threshold. Anyone can change jobs. And the training fee is just some training iron ingots. That's all. The same is true for the cloud system. As long as you learn the method, spend time and energy, and put aside the talent, ordinary clouds can be summoned casually. In the same cloud, fighting with the same Mecha Master profession. No one is afraid of anyone. Thinking of this, Hao Wei's mouth curled up slightly. Change your job. Everyone. If you don't, we will kill you with the cloud system and the Mecha Master. But if you change your job, I really hope that your rule can continue and your class can survive. It's a very simple and clear question. Choose one of the two. This is a naked conspiracy. As long as the cloud system and the Mecha Master profession are fully deployed, the gap in strength opened up by the extraordinary will be narrowed again, or even eliminated. However, there are not many natives who realize this problem now. And they are basically still in the cloud prison. People from the border guardians of the Yabong Kingdom? You are here too? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Even if you don't know that I died here, you pigs should know that Night Crow died here. Right? Ha ha ha. You are laughing to death. Who gave you the courage? Ha ha ha. Black Wolf looked at the cellmate who was imprisoned next to him and laughed immediately. While Ross in the cell next to him couldn't recover for a long time. But what he said reached Hao Wei's ears. Border guardians of the Yabong Kingdom? Wait. They are here to hunt down Black Wolf. Not to save him. Chapter 489 Human Relationships and Accidents. They are not here to rescue Black Wolf, but to capture Black Wolf. Well, it turns out that they have precautions against legends outside the country. And these precautions are quite strict. No one may care if legends come in and out casually. But it will be very troublesome for legends to come in. Even if they sneak in, they will be hunted down after being discovered. And this method is quite powerful. It is not only information intelligence, but also can directly track Black Wolf's whereabouts. No wonder Black Wolf came with only one person and one wolf, and did not even bring a subordinate. Bringing fewer people is useless. It can only slow down the journey. Bringing more people will expose you faster. In someone else's territory. No matter how many people you have, it will be useless. You can only find a way to hide. Hao Wei completely understood. And he figured it out? But his head hurt a little, thinking that if they came to rescue Black Wolf, it would be understandable. At worst, they could be killed together with Black Wolf as fertilizer. But it was not the case. They were here to capture the Black Wolf. They were regular soldiers, the border guards of the Yabong Kingdom. A supernatural army led by a legend was captured alive by them. Hao Wei had a toothache. This thing turned out to be a hot potato. No matter how he handled it, it was inappropriate. Why am I so unlucky today? It would have been fine if I had discovered it in advance and blocked him out in advance. Now that he's been caught, is it possible that he's dead? No. It's a big problem. This is different from a legend without a background. It's okay if he's dead without a background. But it's different if he's dead with a background. This is not about taking revenge. It's about human relationships. It can't become an accident. Black Wolf can be dead. It doesn't matter. But this Ross. Let's not talk about his own family. Let's just say that he led the extraordinary army to guard the border as a border guardian. This represents the kingdom of Yabong. Once he's killed, it's not a problem of one family or one clan. It's directly provoking the largest violent organization in Yabong, which is composed of countless families and forces. There are so many legends in the entire kingdom. How can the kingdom of Yabong be so stable without repressive things? Can't provoke. Now beating him up and catching him is just a fun. Once he's killed, the nature will change. I'm afraid it will become a big fun. But since it's still in the fun stage, Hao Wei's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said softly, "It's not that there is no room for maneuver. I remember there was such a rule when the Yabong Kingdom was just established. In Thunder Valley." At the same time, Fong Bai was unaware of the various changes that happened in the outside world, and did not adjust his plan. He just quietly tempered his body and studied the magnetic field. The magnetic field emitted by the body is getting stronger and stronger, and has completely merged with the domain. It contains a lot of power, but Fong Bai has not found a way to use it yet. The domain in the natural environment contains extremely strong energy. In general environments, such as mountains, rivers, lakes and oceans, and the earth, these environments integrate extremely large domains, which accumulate tremendous power, but are dormant in them, circulating gently, operating gently, without any aggression or lethality. Only in the case of landslides, floods, tsunamis, earthquakes, and under drastic changes, will the accumulated power change, vent in an instant, and burst out with a terrifying power that destroys the world. In the face of such terrifying power, if the legend does not flee in despair and dares to confront directly, it will definitely be crushed directly. There is no suspense at all. And in the magnetic field, the energy flows in the coil, and it depends on how I use this power. Continue to compress? Or cut the magnetic field to generate electricity? Fong Bai seemed to have a hint of inspiration in his mind, but it was fleeting and disappeared without a trace. The increasingly powerful magnetic field must contain extremely terrifying power, and there must be a way to use it. But it will take some time. Fong Bai tried to control the magnetic field that was completely out of his control with his thoughts and mental power, and tried to feel it with his mental power. But it felt more and more illusory. Energy must exist, but it cannot be sensed or called upon. This should be a question of skill. The mountain field must collapse to transform its power into destruction. The river field must be transformed into a flood, and the earth field must be transformed into an earthquake. So, how can the power of the human body field be transformed? Collapse? Fong Bai shook his head. How can it collapse? The source of power of my human body field is mass and density. It can't be that I will collapse because of mass. Right? Not that. Not that. Although my density and mass are high, they are still within the scope of understanding. It's still a long way from collapse. Fong Bai thought and muttered. Density. Mass. Magnetic field. Gravity? Radiation? Several concepts popped up in Fong Bai's mind. But he had no experience in these fields. He had only heard of these concepts briefly, and was still at the high school level. The defense brought by density and mass is only an external manifestation, and the powerful mental muscle strength is just an accessory. The real power is still hidden deep in the body, and has not been developed. It's like making a piece of uranium or into a machete. Although it has high density and hardness, this knife can kill people. And it also comes with radiation damage. It looks good, but it is not really used in the right place, and has not been developed for real use. Fong Bai thought about it, and immediately projected it in Tiannong Pavilion through the local area network to collect relevant teaching materials and documents such as radiation, gravity, and high-density materials. Since he is different in this area, then learn it. Just study each field for 30 years first. Fong Bai smacked his lips. 1 day is 3 years, and 30 years is only 10 days. It takes 1 or 2 months to learn this knowledge. Fong Bai thinks it is still very worthwhile. With his current memory, thinking speed, calculation speed, and learning speed, he can only say that he is not very good at learning. Not to mention creation. Just learning. He can crush anyone in reality and history. Just as Fong Bai was thinking, he suddenly found that the earth was shaking slightly. Fong Bai looked up and saw the mountain in the distance trembling slightly, as if it was falling. On the mountain, countless birds and beasts fled frantically, and nothing else could be seen. Earthquake? No. It's not right. Fong Bai noticed something was wrong and immediately opened his pupil technique to look over there. When he saw it clearly, Fong Bai suddenly opened his eyes wide. A towering mountain field was moving slowly in this direction. Heavy, slow, but unstoppable. Like the sky falling. Chapter 490 Mountain Giant. How is it possible? Fong Bai's eyes were full of disbelief. But no matter how much he disbelieved, the things in front of him would not change. The field is not an ethereal existence. Although it is invisible and intangible, it relies on matter. Its strength is closely related to the total amount of elements and material mass of its composition structure. Matter determines the field. But at the same time, the field also reflects the material. No matter how unbelievable it is, you have to believe your eyes. That is, a mountain is moving and approaching this side. And suddenly, Fong Bai noticed a line of sight, and traced back to see the mountain field. Move? Line of sight? The mountain has life? The next moment, Fong Bai's ears faintly rang with a deep muffled sound. Little eagle, a little guy has found us. I'm here. You go. Shoo! An eagle cry resounded through the sky, and the wind howled. The next moment, Fong Bai found a black eagle rapidly enlarging in front of him. In a blink of an eye, it changed from a small black dot to a goshawk with a wingspan of more than 10 meters and fell. Feeling that breath of legend, Fong Bai immediately understood that the real master of this wilderness mountain range had come. It's not that he won't come, but he came slowly. What came was not just a legend, but a truly terrifying existence. He retracted his pupils and didn't look again. Since he knew that the other party was conscious, it would be impolite to look at him again. But even so, recalling his momentum was still frightening. A mountain with life. This is a mountain. Even if it is the most ordinary earth and stone structure mountain, even if it is only 100 meters high, it still means a terrifying mass of millions of tons to tens of millions of tons. And being able to move means that it is strong enough to withstand tens of millions of tons of terrifying body strength. The combination of these two. Even if Fong Bai has not seen it with his own eyes, he can imagine its terrifying strength. Just one move is enough to cause devastating damage. No need for any moves. A jump. Tens of millions of tons of weight can crush any legendary domain. Moreover, since the mountain has life, how could there be no other means? Fong Bai's heart was pounding. This kind of existence was really a terrifying existence that he could not understand. Demigod? Fong Bai didn't know if demigod was enough to describe the other party. He only understood one thing. I can't beat him. There was only one thought in my mind. Big is strong. Heavy is strong. Not big enough and not heavy enough. You don't even have the qualifications to speak in front of the other party. Mecha. Only Mecha. Huh? Fong Bai looked at the legendary goshawk approaching, restrained his mind, but still couldn't help asking. That's master level chick? Strange. How did you find me and His Excellency the Mountain Giant? The goshawk tilted its head and looked at the little guy in front of it, sensing the little guy's breath. And its erect pupils were full of doubts. It can't speak, but communicates with Fong Bai by emitting mental fluctuations. Fong Bai quickly captured the key words in his words. Your Excellency the Mountain Giant. The Mountain Giant. Hearing this name, Fong Bai took a deep breath and recalled the field that was like a mountain collapsing. That field seemed to be able to turn from a towering mountain to a landslide at any time. And the power seemed to be able to transform and explode at any time. The momentum was terrifying. But although there were all kinds of thoughts in his mind, He didn't show it on the surface. He looked up at the goshawk in front of him, and replied in the same way of mental fluctuations. Did Lord Mountain Giant ask you to come find me? Yes. We are here to find the man who just created such a great momentum. Lord Mountain Giant asked me to come find you. Is it you? It doesn't seem like it. How could a little chicken like you create such a powerful wave? And the previous legendary battle was clearly a legendary battle. How come you are the only little chicken of the master level left now? The goshawk kept calling him a little chicken. And Fong Bai was nervous. Suddenly, I also understood why the goshawk came now, knowing that the previous legendary battle must have come a long time ago, and immediately ran away when he found something wrong, and went back to call a big guy to support him. Cowardly? Looking at the huge body of the goshawk that seemed to be made of divine iron, Fong Bai restrained this thought. If it spreads out with the mental wave later, it will be a lot of fun. Although the goshawk is not aggressive now, it may not be the case later. I was not the one who caused the legendary battle, but I was the one who caused the fluctuations before. Do you have any questions? Fong Bai found that although the intelligence of this goshawk was not low, it was not very wise, so it was a little difficult to communicate with it. Nothing. Just according to the covenant. I warn you that legends are not allowed to go deep into the mountains. You are not allowed to hunt monsters above the master level, and you are not allowed to hunt monsters on a large scale. Well, I am a master. After all, I am just a little chicken at the master level. The goshawk, which was combing its feathers, was stunned. Its mission was to see whether it was a legendary monster or a legendary human. If it was a monster, it would be taken to the core area or warned on the spot not to step out of the wilderness mountain without permission. If it was a human, it would be the opposite. Warning not to step into the wilderness mountain without permission. But no one said what to say when encountering a master-level chick. What to do? The goshawk recalled the previous fluctuations, and did not dare to be rebellious. He did not know what to say, and his momentum could not help but weaken by 3 points. Wait. I go back and ask. Wait for me. The goshawk flapped its wings slowly, and sand and rocks flew and the wind howled. Wait. Fong Bai shouted hurriedly. What's wrong? The goshawk stopped its wings, tilted its head, and looked at Fong Bai in confusion. Fong Bai looked at him. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, and when he recalled the field that seemed to be able to transform into a landslide at any time, he immediately made up his mind. No. I must meet this mountain giant. Fong Bai sorted out his thoughts and whispered. Legendary goshawk. You see? You have to ask. And you have to come back and tell me. If I say something, you may have to go back and ask again. Back and forth. It's so troublesome. Don't you find it annoying? How about this? You just take me with you, and let the mountain giant talk to me directly. The goshawk was stunned, and couldn't help but stop, subconsciously combing his feathers with a bird. Seeing this, Fong Bai suddenly felt that this legendary goshawk was quite interesting, silly and cute, making people unable to help. Ahem. He couldn't bear to fool him. He said while the iron was hot. Are you still afraid that I will hurt the mountain giant? How is that possible? The goshawk said without thinking. And Fong Bai continued to speak immediately after hearing it. After a few words, Goshawk, who was a little weaker, thought for a moment, and then hesitantly agreed under Fong Bai urging. Okay. I take you there directly. But you can't be rude in front of His Excellency the Mountain Giant. Otherwise, I will definitely be scolded. It's done. Fong Bai was happy, but he couldn't give Goshawk too much time to hesitate, so he urged him immediately. Okay. No problem. Let's go. We can't keep His Excellency the Mountain Giant waiting for too long. Chapter 491 Goshawk. Let's go. As soon as the goshawk finished speaking, the wind whistled, and it turned into a black shadow and broke through the air in an instant, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Fong Bai tapped his toes lightly on the ground, and the whole person burst out. But after walking for a few seconds, he found that the black shadow that was already on the horizon was rapidly enlarged in front of him. Why are you so slow? The goshawk tilted its head and looked at Fong Bai. Fong Bai couldn't help but be silent when he heard it. He wanted to say something but couldn't. After all, the one in front of him was a legendary monster, and it was an eagle that could fly. His speed was indeed a small fry in front of it. After all, I'm just a master-level chicken. After a long silence, Fong Bai came out and said, and the next moment Fong Bai saw a hint of realization in the eagle's face. Facial position. And eyes. So that's how it is. You make sense. I take you there. The goshawk didn't even say hello to Fong Bai. It grabbed Fong Bai's upper body with one eagle claw and flapped its wings. The goshawk was slightly off the ground. And it almost fell down because of carelessness. Why are you so heavy? Fong Bai smiled shyly but politely. In reality, a car is about 1 ton or 1.5 tons. And a heavy tank is about 70 or 80 tons. So how can he be considered heavy? It's just equivalent to about 100 cars. Or 1.5 heavy tanks. The goshawk looked at Fong Bai as if he had seen a ghost. And then he got serious. He grabbed Fong Bai with 2 claws at the same time and took off in the howling wind. Although the speed was still very fast, it was obviously slower than before. The sharp eagle claws grabbed Fong Bai's upper body, but did not break the skin. But it made Fong Bai a little itchy. Feeling the long-lost high altitude and looking down at the earth, Fong Bai felt extremely happy. The goshawk could actually take him flying. If he could fly by catching it, did that also mean he could fly by carrying it on his back? Fong Bai's eyes lit up. In this way, wouldn't it be equivalent to knowing how to fly? In the future, he would use the legendary goshawk as a means of transportation when he went out. Wouldn't it be more impressive than flying by himself? Wouldn't no one wonder why he couldn't fly? Wouldn't no one wonder why he couldn't fly? Suddenly, the goshawk shuddered, looked around suspiciously, and finally looked at Fong Bai. Were you thinking of something bad just now? No. No. Absolutely not. How could it be possible? Let me tell you. I, the goshawk, am a legendary beast. Invincible in the wilderness mountains. If you dare to have any bad thoughts towards me, I will peck you to death. No. No. How could it be possible? You just fly well and pay attention to flight safety. Fong Bai shook his head hurriedly. And the goshawk glanced at Fong Bai. I don't think you dare. Well, no. No. Fong Bai smiled. And then looked at the scar that was obviously caused by a snake bite. Although the wound is healed, the scar is still on the hard skin cuticle of the eagle's claw, making the eagle's claw extra hideous. Fong Bai suddenly said, Hey, Eagle King, do you usually fight with your claws? Hearing Fong Bai address, the goshawk shuddered suddenly. Hey, what's the use of calling Eagle King? You can't call him that in front of the mountain giant. Fong Bai understood what he said. He had to call him that even if he wasn't in front of the mountain giant. After the goshawk finished speaking, he continued, Besides, what do you use if you don't use claws? Wings? How can you ask such a stupid question? The goshawk looked at Fong Bai with extremely surprised eyes, as if he had never seen such a stupid beast. I mean, why don't you put a layer of weapon on your eagle claws, and then attack with the weapon? Hee. What's the use of weapons? Eagle claws are my best weapon. My eagle claws are indestructible. There is nothing more powerful and sharper than my eagle claws. Ah, indestructible. Then, Mr. Mountain Giant? The goshawk looked at Fong Bai with disbelief, and then waited for a long time, but still didn't dare to brag. Just said angrily, Except for the mountain giant. You are indestructible. Oh, but you can still get bit by snakes? Humph. I beat that stinky snake badly. Huh? Wait, what do you mean by that? The eagle suddenly felt something was wrong, and reacted, and asked immediately, Do you have a weapon that can block the teeth of that stinky snake? That stinky snake is also a legend. Although its teeth are not as sharp as my eagle claws, they are not much different. Fong Bai expressed doubts about this difference, but did not show it. Instead, he smiled and said, Didn't you find that your eagle claws didn't scratch my skin? That's because I didn't use enough force. I was very careful. You will know how powerful it is when I release the force. During the exchange, Fong Bai felt that the force on the eagle's claws was a little stronger, but Fong Bai still stood still. The power continued to expand. The field expanded, and the elements were added. Crack. The tip of the eagle's claw made a crisp sound and flew out. The scene fell into dead silence for a while, and only the whistling wind was heard. Fong Bai was stunned. It actually broke. This legendary eagle is absolutely extremely fast. But no matter the power it showed at the beginning, or the physical strength it just showed, it's a bit laggy. A bit biased. Fong Bai spoke for a long time. Eagle King. Did your eagle claw have hidden injuries during the fight with the stinky snake? And it has not been able to heal? Ah. Yes. Yes. That's right. There is still a hidden injury. It is relatively fragile. So it broke. But your body is still quite strong. Otherwise my eagle claw would not be broken even if it had hidden injuries. The eagle said hurriedly. And asked after pondering for a long time. That's it. Is your weapon suitable for me? I don't have it. But I can make it. Tailor-made according to your eagle claw. And directly make a set of claw-shaped weapons. Directly covering the claw. Let your claws have stronger defense and sharper attack. Can it block the teeth of the stinky snake? Can the teeth of the stinky snake break my skin? Fong Bai asked instead of answering. And the eagle's eyes lit up and asked hurriedly. Then how can I make this weapon? Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly when he heard the words. And seeing the eagle's anxiety, he was no longer anxious. Although I am a 4th level legendary weapon master. Although I don't make a move easily. And although others have to pay a sky-high fee just to ask me to make a move. This does not include the labor cost of making it. And the ownership of the excess materials. But Fong Bai looked at the eagle and smiled. Chapter 492 Earth Spirit Essence. But? Fong Bai smiled and glanced at Goshawk. Which made Goshawk's heart tremble slightly. Since it was the Eagle King who asked me to do it. I naturally have to give the Eagle King face and do it. If it were someone else. At least, they would have to find countless people to ask for help and pay a huge fee. Goshawk was immediately happy when he heard this. This little chicken is really a good person. As for the labor fee, I will give you the lowest discount and charge the least fee. After all, forging still takes a lot of my time and energy. Time is priceless and energy is priceless. You only need to prepare 3 sets of raw materials for me. And then let me test the data. I will give you a perfect equipment. Speaking of this, Fong Bai quickly added, Hey, don't think I took 3 portions of your raw materials. Forging 4th order legendary equipment has a high failure rate. Even though there are 3 portions of materials. But if all 3 portions fail, I will have to give you additional materials to help you forge it. I might even lose money by then. You little chicken, are such a good beast. No, you don't need to give me additional materials. If you fail, just ask me for it again, and I go prepare the materials. How can I let you give me additional materials when you help me so much? The eagle said with emotion. And Fong Bai's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. Oh no, the price is too low. Listening to the eagle's words, Fong Bai sighed in his heart, and then said aloud without changing his face. No. Although the failure rate is high, 3 portions are enough. I can't let you pay so many materials because of my problem. I will do my best. Okay. Fong Bai felt a little regretful, and then sighed in his heart and said secretly, Forget it. It's low. I don't know if the stinky snake in the goshawk's mouth can communicate. I don't know if it needs armor. Can it block the eagle claw? The full body soft armor of the eagle claw weapon. That would require a lot of materials. And the effect would only need to be able to block the attack of the eagle claw weapon of the current version. If I charge, I increase it several times, but I can't charge it any lower. And it just so happens that the higher I charge others, the more valuable it is that I only charge such a low price here at the Goshawk. Isn't it? Won't the comparison for the Goshawk come out? Fong Bai muttered in his heart. Just treat it as a billboard. It's a little cheaper. Continue to chat with the Goshawk, making the Goshawk happy like coaxing a child. Because of Fong Bai, the Goshawk was slower than before. The distance that could be reached in a few flaps of wings took a long time to reach after the man and the beast reached a deal. When Fong Bai found that the huge mountain domain was getting closer and closer, and even rushed towards him, he knew it. Fong Bai's heart was slightly throbbing, looking at the mountain located between several peaks below. This mountain seemed a little abrupt at first glance, but if you look closely, it is harmoniously integrated into the mountains. Only the 2 completely different vegetation at the junction made it look a little abrupt. In the perspective of the pupil technique, the domain of this mountain went straight to the clouds, far exceeding the domain of the nearby peaks. Even these peaks are higher than this one, so that even people without pupil techniques can find the extraordinary of this mountain at a glance among the mountains, as if it had sensed the arrival of the Goshawk. This mountain, which was only 100 or 200 meters high, trembled slightly, and the field moved abnormally, gradually turning into a landslide. Fong Bai was terrified, but greedy, watching this transformation process eagerly, and even reluctant to blink, not daring to miss a single bit. At this time, Fong Bai noticed that there was a young muntjac at the foot of the mountain. It was not a demon beast, but just an ordinary animal. However, it seemed to be unaware of anything and felt nothing in the landslide-like shaking of the mountain. And it was still walking in the mountains easily and naturally. At this time, Fong Bai suddenly noticed that there was not even a flying bird startled in the woods on this mountain. As Fong Bai watched, without affecting the mountain at all, the mountain seemed to be constantly folding and hiding inside. A gray giant over 100 meters tall stood in the middle of the mountains. The gray rocks that made up its body were not smooth and somewhat plain. But it was this plain rock over 100 meters high that made the legendary goshawk admit that his claws could not break it. The surface was clearly all rock. But when I recalled the transformation from the mountain to the giant posture just now, it was gentle. Yes, this word is very appropriate and very suitable. Gentle. Thinking of the posture it showed at that time, Fong Bai suddenly realized why it was called a mountain giant, not a rock giant. Looking up at the huge rock giant, Fong Bai was terrified by its body alone. It was impossible to imagine how terrifying it was. When such a body weighing hundreds or even tens of millions of tons moved, it would unleash such a powerful force. Fong Bai knew at a glance that this was an existence that he could not resist. Master? Did you cause the legendary vision before? Fong Bai felt a heavy feeling when he heard the voice. It felt very strange. The weight of the voice. Muffled. The mountain giant looked down at the little guy, and suddenly found something, and was a little surprised. Hey, you little guy. Fong Bai found that the mountain giant looked at him with a little more interest. It was as if he had found something interesting. Not bad. Not bad. Although your strength is a little weaker. Your physical strength has reached the legendary level. According to the covenant, from now on, you are not allowed to enter the depths of the wilderness mountains at will. Hunt legendary monsters, and hunt master level and lower monsters on a large scale. Once discovered, you must hunt them to death. The muffled voice fell, and for a moment Fong Bai seemed to be facing a landslide. A terrifying pressure. Fong Bai even felt that he would be crushed into meat paste in the next moment. This feeling flashed by, but it was very clear and memorable. Obviously, this is a warning. After the mountain giant finished his routine, he paused slightly and looked at Fong Bai, as if thinking about something. A moment later, a palm-sized stone flake fell off the mountain giant, stained with the strong breath of the mountain giant. When you hold this stone, you can come to the depths of the wilderness mountains to find me. A drop of yellow viscous liquid flew out of the mountain giant's hand with a buzzing sound and floated in front of Fong Bai. This is a drop of earth spirit essence, given to you, according to your human evaluation standards. This should be a 4th level earth element treasure, which can be used to forge equipment and temper the body. It can break through the limits of the body and connect to the earth veins. But the price is that the weight of the body will increase a lot. The mountain giant said in a muffled voice. This drop is for you. If you break through the legend, come to me. I will give you another drop. Chapter 493 Authority. Fong Bai was quite surprised and happy when he heard that it was a 4th level legendary treasure. But when he heard that it would become heavier, Fong Bai instantly caught the key words. Heavy? Fong Bai looked at the mountain giant. For some reason, the mountain giant gave him a kind and secretly tempting feeling. It became heavier, and it couldn't fly. It became heavier, and it couldn't fly. Fong Bai looked at the huge body of the mountain giant, weighing millions of tons, tens of millions of tons, and suddenly realized it. It must really be unable to fly. Fong Bai suddenly sensed a trace of crisis. No, don't like to fly. As if he noticed what Fong Bai was thinking. The mountain giant looked up at the legendary goshawk flying in the sky, and the giant rock hand subconsciously broke off a corner from the mountain next to it and weighed it in his hand. The goshawk suddenly shuddered and flew higher immediately. However, the sense of crisis did not decrease, but became stronger. After a while, the mountain giant lowered his head and looked at the little guy below, and said in a muffled voice, This is very good for physical training. It can directly connect to the earth veins. As long as you step on the ground, you can continuously use the energy of the earth veins to train your body. The physique will continue to become stronger, although it will also become a little heavier. But in the face of absolute physique and strength, these are insignificant. The mountain giant's voice was so loud that it made Fong Bai ears itch. The mountain giant's attitude was very gentle. But it was gentle enough to make him feel a little scary. Oh my god. He can really be rescued. If he gets heavier, he will probably become Ghidorah, even if he wears a mecha in the future. In addition, this drop of Earth Spirit Essence can make you feel the mystery of authority. Are you confused about this now? Fong Bai was still a little puzzled. And the next moment, he heard the mountain giant say, "Just like you're spying just now." Fong Bai was shocked instantly. Not because the mountain giant discovered his spying. He had known this for a long time. But because he understood what the mountain giant said about the mystery of authority. The mystery of authority refers to the transformation of field power. The mountain giant's voice was loud, like thunder. But the words he said were like the devil's temptation. Seductive. Looking at this drop of Earth Spirit Essence as heavy as a mountain. Fong Bai's heart was pounding. It? Yes. The mountain giant nodded, looking at Fong Bai more and more pleasing to the eye. Although Fong Bai is still weak and pitiful now, it finds that Fong Bai has extremely high potential. Fong Bai has a high possibility of walking on the same path as it. Therefore, it has become more patient with Fong Bai. Fong Bai can no longer refuse. The mountain giant saw this scene, and his expression softened a little. Then he turned and left, waving to the goshawk at the same time. Little eagle, let's go! Chirp! The eagle's cry resounded through the sky, and the legendary eagle flapped its wings and left, leaving only a spiritual wave. Little chicken, I'll be back after I get the materials. Don't forget our agreement. Fong Bai watched the mountain giant leave, watching the mountains retreat in front of it. And in the sound of the earth shaking, it walked towards the depths of the wilderness mountains at a seemingly slow, but actually fast speed. Fong Bai finally released his mental lock on the demon beast token. If the mountain giant dared to make any other moves, the demon beast would descend in an instant. Although it was only 10 seconds. You have to know that to deal with the mountain giant, this is a demon beast that can destroy a city with one claw. It is suspected to be a god-level existence. The demon beast on the mural is scarier than the mountain giant. And if it is in proportion, the demon beast is even taller than the mountain giant. Right? Fong Bai muttered. Although such a huge body has many inconveniences. If it is placed in a war, such a beast will always be the most terrifying combat weapon. One statue is enough to turn the tide of the war. Thinking of this, Fong Bai murmured softly, this mountain giant should be a demigod. Right? It seems difficult to describe it simply as a legend. And with a body of this level, ordinary legends are like ants in front of it. The tonnage of a strong person may not be high, but the tonnage of a high person must be strong. There is no doubt about this. Million tons. 10,000 times mine. Fong Bai felt a yearning in his heart. But his thoughts turned and he began to think about another thing. The mystery of authority. Fong Bai looked down at the brown-yellow drop of liquid in his hand. He looked as if he saw a mountain and a piece of land. He had a feeling that if he really threw this drop of Earth Spirit Essence on the ground, maybe a mountain and a piece of land would grow directly here. Level 4? Level 4 is the legendary level. But Fong Bai did shake his head slightly after sensing it for a moment. I'm afraid it's close to level 5. Far beyond the normal level 4 spiritual medicine. Fong Bai first collected the Earth Spirit Essence and stored it in a vacuum. In reality, he contacted Su Shiping, who was in Hanfeng New City. He asked him to ask the white-robed priest of the Church of Light what exactly this Earth Spirit Essence is. Although Fong Bai did not doubt the mountain giant, he would definitely not trust it without reservation. That would be pure stupidity. Su Shiping's message came quickly, and Fong Bai got a reply on the way back to Thunder Valley. There is indeed such a thing as Earth Spirit Essence. It is a 4th level legendary spiritual medicine, which is very rare. Earth Spirit Essence is often born deep in the earth, at the core of a large earth vein. The pressure at the birthplace is extremely high, and even legends cannot survive. It can only be obtained during the turbulent eruption of the earth vein. If taken directly, the Earth Spirit Essence will temper the body, allowing the body to absorb the energy of the earth vein and receive the energy of the earth vein anytime and anywhere. Su Shiping paused slightly here, and then continued. This is a bit similar to the effect of the incomplete ground film that Fei Rui gave us before. However, in terms of effect and value, let alone the incomplete ground film, even the complete ground film is not worthy of the Earth's spiritual marrow. Earth's spiritual marrow. This is the spiritual marrow of the Earth. The bone marrow. This absorbed earth vein energy will be easy to merge with the body. While increasing the strength of the body, it will also increase the weight of the body and increase the connection between the body and the earth. There is even such a saying that only 1 drop of Earth's spiritual marrow is needed. Even an ordinary person without any strength can gain legendary strength under the continuous fusion of Earth vein energy. Of course, the premise is that ordinary people can withstand the fusion of Earth's spiritual marrow and live long enough to avoid dying before they can become legendary people. Although this is a fallacy, it is enough to illustrate the powerful effect of Earth's spiritual marrow. Su Shiping sighed. And then he talked about the specific method of identifying Earth's spiritual marrow. Fong Bai identified it according to the method and found that the mountain giant gave him a drop of Earth's spiritual marrow. And the quality was quite high. As Su Shiping was talking, he asked casually, "What? Do you have any clues about the Earth's spiritual essence?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Shiping suddenly reacted and shuddered. Chapter 494 Fei Rui's Message. "Yeah," Fong Bai said casually. "Someone sent it." Beep beep beep. The call was hung up. And Su Shiping on the other side pressed his heart with his hand, full of relief. It was a close call. Why don't I learn from my words? Why am I still so mean? Can you ask this kind of question proactively? No. You can't meet Fong Bai or contact Fong Bai during this period of time. And Fong Bai? Hang up on me? Fong Bai raised his eyebrows and laughed immediately. I didn't want to do anything. But you don't even have the basic trust in me? It's unreasonable. Am I that kind of person? Fong Bai immediately edited the text message on his mobile phone and clicked to start. Su Shiping, who was still in shock, subconsciously picked up the phone when he heard the message prompt. He just picked it up and thought it was not good. So he put it down quickly. But he was a step too late. The change of the gyroscope made the phone wake up the screen. And the sensitive face unlocking also captured his face. After unlocking, 3 text messages appeared. Huh? How do you know someone gave me a drop of Earth Spirit Essence? I didn't want it. But he insisted on giving it to me. What do you think? Is he up to something? Su Shiping, fuck. Fong Bai whistled happily. Just now he said something was missing. But he didn't expect Su Shiping to bump into him. This is considered to be complete. Whistling. Thinking at the same time. Since it is the real Earth Spirit Essence. The effect is indeed like this. And the side effects are also like this. Then, Fong Bai felt that in front of the mystery of authority, he really didn't like flying very much. Yes, he was born not to like flying. Not to fly. And even if the mecha currently designed can't take him flying, then he can design a stronger and more advanced mecha. Right? As soon as he figured it out, Fong Bai mentality was instantly adjusted. Use? It's a gift from others. It's a waste not to use it. As for whether the mountain giant will leave any means on it. First, Fong Bai thinks it's unnecessary. Second, as a player, Fong Bai is not afraid of this. When resurrecting, all the unfavorable factors and unfavorable conditions on his body will be cleared without leaving any. He may not believe in himself, but he can definitely believe in the resurrection mechanism. He ran forward with ease and joy, lightly tapped his toes, and shot out in the trembling ground. With a huge momentum. Like a cannonball. There is no way. The body is too heavy. Sometimes it is not light at all. Cultivation also requires physics. However, Fong Bai ran out of the gap in this run. The distance that the goshawk took him to fly for a while. He ran for most of the day and still hadn't reached it. One is the speed difference. And the other is the tortuous route of climbing and descending the mountain. There is no way. I can only say flying. No. 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 I don't like flying. Isn't it better to keep my feet on the ground? It's much safer to keep my feet on the ground. Otherwise, what if I fall down and make a hole in the ground while flying? Won't it damage the flowers and plants? And I just don't fly now. I just don't like flying. Not that I can't fly. Won't I be able to fly after developing a mecha with higher performance in the future? Fong Bai shook his head and ran forward with expectation. Flying, something that a master can do, is not worth mentioning. He firmly believed that he could fly. There is no problem of not being able to fly. No! Fong Bai ran for a long time and entered the Thunder Valley. Climbing to the top of the mountain again. Feeling the familiar thunder strike. The progress of body forging returned to the familiar speed and made rapid progress. Fong Bai felt comfortable and immediately took out the Earth Spirit Marrow and prepared to use it. According to Su Shiping, as long as he integrated the Earth Spirit Marrow, he could keep getting stronger while standing on the ground. Now being struck by lightning can also make you stronger. If you stand on the ground under the thundercloud, wouldn't that be double the happiness? Fong Bai was ready to merge. But just as he was about to start, he suddenly stopped. Wait, did I forget something? Fong Bai scratched his head. And suddenly he remembered. I forgot. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, in the Thunder Valley, the fat man who was tied up like a dumpling widened his eyes. He stared at Fong Bai, who appeared next to him, extremely excited. So excited that he couldn't speak. Well, the roots grown from the golden rope have sown his mouth. The energy in his body has been completely drained. There is no way. The more fiercely he struggles, the more the golden rope consumes. The more the golden rope consumes, the more energy it drains from the fat man's body. So it was all the fat man's own fault, causing the golden rope to start draining blood. Me. I forgot. Fong Bai quickly put away the golden rope, stuffed it into the thundercloud in his body, and continued to be tempered. The fat man fell to the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to get up, and suddenly felt dizzy again. Not only energy, blood, but also mental strength was drained. The overall forging idea of this golden rope is Fong Bai's typical extreme bias route. At the cost of completely giving up killing, the binding and restraint were taken to the extreme. It can even be said to be a kind of seal. After putting away the golden rope, Fong Bai couldn't help laughing again when he saw the fat man's weak appearance. Hearing the laughter, the fat man raised his middle finger to Fong Bai despite his weakness. Fong Bai grinned. Oh, by the way, fatty, do you have any news about the legendary Earth Element Life Crystal Core recently? No. Do you really think that the legendary Element Life Crystal Core is a big carrot that can be sold on the street? How can there be so much news? And how can there be so much stock? The ones on the market have long been collected by those mages. If they have a little clue, they will dig 3 feet into the ground, just like crazy. Oh, forget it if you don't have it. Please keep an eye out for it when you have time. Fong Bai chatted with Fatty from time to time, and waited until Fatty's condition recovered a little before turning around and leaving. Returning to the top of the mountain, looking at the golden rope flashing with electric sparks under the tempering of thunder, a sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. But then he took out the Earth Spirit Essence, but stopped just before using it, and took out a token instead. Fong Bai had forgotten about this token, and now he remembered it when he saw it. This is the certificate left by Fei Rui when he accepted him as a follower. It is also Fei Rui's identity token in the Mage Tower. When Fong Bai took it out, it was flashing red and vibrating slightly. With a sweep of his mental power, a message emerged in his mind. Fong Bai, there will be a hunt to the Fire Element Realm in a month. At the Fire Tower. Come quickly. Fei Rui. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows when he saw the news, and a smile appeared on his face. Finally here. When the trial battlefield just ended, he and Fei Rui agreed to call him to go with the Fire Element hunting activity. He was short of a legendary Fire Element Life Crystal Core. He waited and waited, and finally got it. Fei Rui is still reliable. Chapter 495. Evil Intentions. Fei Rui is still reliable. Fong Bai said happily. As long as I hunt a legendary Fire Element Life in the Fire Element world and get another Crystal Core, I will have 3 Crystal Cores. As for the Earth Element Life Crystal Core, Fong Bai pondered slightly. There will always be a way, Fong Bai said softly, then put away his thoughts and looked at the Earth Spirit Marrow again. Without hesitation, he took it directly. Although the Earth Spirit Marrow looks like a liquid, Fong Bai found that it is actually a solid when he took it. It is similar to the glue that has just solidified. The surface is condensed, and the inside is still in a gelatinous state. Soft, but very heavy. It didn't melt in the mouth. Fong Bai felt like he had eaten a lump of iron when he ate it, and it fell directly into his stomach. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be smashed into a stomach puncture. But in Fong Bai's case, only the stomach moved a few times. When Fong Bai energy touched it, after a while, suddenly, like a dam bursting, a terrifying flood rushed out, making a roar. The surging power of the earth veins instantly swept Fong Bai's body, integrated into every cell, and reinforced every component of the cell. It formed a gap between cells, just like a city wall built outside each cell, protecting each cell tightly. Upgraded from a thatched house without walls to a stone house with earth and stone walls. And this step not only happened at the cell level, but also went deep into the more subtle particle level. The reinforcement and growth of particles. The filling of empty areas. Fong Bai's body was filled with the power of the earth veins. And the weight of his body was also soaring at a very fast speed. 120 tons. 130 tons. 140 tons. 150 tons. 160 tons of earth vein power continued to pour out, raising the overall density of Fong Bai's body by one level. Finally, the power of the earth spirit essence flowed to the legs, little by little, leaving complex lines on the bones, muscles, and membranes of the right calf. Not long after, a regular line was engraved on Fong Bai's right calf. When Fong Bai stepped on the ground, he seemed to sense the terrifying power rushing through the deep underground like a river. It was a huge force that was enough to completely crush the mountains. The rivers hidden deep in the earth surged and intertwined to form a complex network. The reflection of these networks formed mountains, valleys, plains, and cliffs on the surface. Whether these underground networks affected the terrain, or the terrain affected the underground networks, no one knew. Fong Bai felt the surging river rushing through the depths of the earth, and his heart couldn't help but surge. What kind of river is this? This is clearly the energy of heaven and earth materialized. The rune materialized. Just when Fong Bai was intoxicated. Suddenly, this perception disappeared without a trace. And he could only feel the power of the earth veins pouring into his body at a speed that his body could withstand, continuously strengthening all cells and filling all the tiny gaps that could be filled. And the perception of the earth veins only stayed on the surface. Some of the earth veins nearby, and the veins hidden deep in the earth could not be sensed at all. Fong Bai took a deep breath and understood in his heart that the fleeting perception just now was the memory of this earth spirit marrow. It was the last connection of this earth spirit marrow, because this earth spirit marrow was born from the one just sensed, located in the deepest and largest earth veins of the earth. If you still want to have the perception just now, either strengthen the connection with the earth veins to a level similar to that of the earth spirit marrow. To achieve this step, there is only one known way. Fuse the earth spirit marrow. In addition to increasing the connection with the earth veins, if you want to sense this feeling, another method is to fuse the earth spirit marrow. Use the feeling of that moment to sense. Anyway, no matter what, you can't avoid the earth spirit marrow, and you have to fuse more earth spirit marrow. And this can't avoid the mountain giant. And Fong Bai will become heavier and heavier. And even possible. Damn. If I go down the road of earth spirit marrow, won't I become like a mountain giant? Fong Bai was stunned. But he looked down at his body. His body didn't grow taller or bigger. And there was no sign of any mutation. He didn't hear Su Shiping say that fusing the earth spirit marrow would turn into stone. So, it is likely that the weight will change. But the volume and body state will not. And there is another point. Fong Bai silently recalled the mountain giant breaking off the top of a mountain and looking at the goshawk eager to try. The last point is that you can't fly. No way. No way. There will be no one who can't fly after reaching the legendary level. Right? Fong Bai now clearly understands it. Let alone legends. Some people cannot fly even when they reach the level of demigods. Suck. Fong Bai finally understood what the mountain giant was planning. They just want you to not be able to fly. There is no bad intention. Fuck. Fong Bai suddenly felt very angry. He could completely understand the mentality and thoughts of the mountain giant. But he could not accept it at all. Thinking about it, Fong Bai felt helpless. Fong Bai would actually get a great opportunity because of this one day. And it was given for free. After breaking through the legend, there will be another opportunity. Fuck me. Forget it. Forget it. Let it go. Fong Bai helplessly restrained his mind. He really had no temper for the mountain giant's behavior of spending money, or directly spending the 4th level legendary spiritual medicine. He could not have any bad feelings. Rich man. Rich man. Can't afford to offend. Really can't afford to offend. He shook his head slightly, and continued to sense. Since the mountain giant said that it contained the mystery of authority, it probably contained the mystery of authority. But he hasn't discovered it yet. Hasn't realized it yet. That's his problem. Authority. What is the meaning of authority? Fong Bai said softly. Authority, as the name suggests, is a kind of authority. The gods hold authority, just like they hold the authority of the world, which is equivalent to an administrator account, and can modify certain rules and certain contents within the scope of authority. This is authority. When I looked at the mountain giant before, I was looking at the field. I was looking for the way the field accumulates power and transforms it into the destructive power of the field. The mountain giant said that I was pursuing the mystery of authority, and I could find the answer here. Does that mean? Fong Bai suddenly opened his eyes. Is this authority? Fong Bai thoughts were instantly unblocked. Everything has a field. Mountains, land, lakes, rivers, volcanoes, and even the world. These fields contain extremely terrifying power. Just like the world field. It naturally contains the power of the entire world. Chapter 496, The Power of the Earth. But this power is safe and harmless. It just exists. Just like the power of the mountain field and the power of the river field. It is usually quiet and without any waves. But in some cases, landslides, tsunamis, floods, and the collapse of the world will completely transform this completely harmless power into a destructive force. If this way of transformation is called power, then the master of power can freely choose to release this power. So it is produced. The anger of the mountain god causes landslides, and the anger of the sea god causes tsunamis. The anger of the volcano god causes volcanic eruptions, and the anger of the thunder god causes the bombardment of heavenly punishment. The anger of the creator god causes the collapse of the world. This is power. The power to control the world. The content that can be controlled by a single power may be relatively small and monotonous. But if different powers are mastered, combining the powers together, cross-cooperating with each other, and forming a composite power, it seems that there are more things that can be done. At this moment, Fong Bai felt extremely shocked. The corner of the god slowly dissipated the mist in front of him. So the demigod is the initial mastery of a certain authority. But the authority is still relatively simple. Just like a word, which needs to be composed into a word. No, it cannot be described in this way. This description is wrong. Perhaps it should be said that it is like it is all relatively simple. Like a broken puzzle. Although it has mastered considerable power, the existence of power is still relatively simple, and has many shortcomings. This is the demigod. When the demigod masters different powers, gradually piece together these broken puzzles, gradually perfect them, and successfully combine them into a composite authority. Maybe it can be called a god. Fong Bai murmured. This is the way of the gods. I just don't know. Is the source of the power of these gods authority themselves? Or the mountains, waters, rivers, and heaven and earth in this world? If it is the latter, then what should I call someone who masters my own authority? There is doubt in my heart, but I have not yet obtained a result. This is destined to be a question that you must try yourself to get the answer to. So, the power and revelation contained in this earth spirit essence is the domain of the earth? Or can it be called the power of the earth? Fong Bai kept recalling the fluctuation of the earth veins he felt just now. The feeling of the influence of the earth veins and the terrain, entangled with each other. So, only a certain fluctuation of the earth veins can cause the terrain to change. The power released when the landslide occurs. The power contained in this field will naturally undergo a devastating transformation. It can be a landslide or an earthquake. Just some operations are needed. Fong Bai immediately understood that this power belonging to the earth is already within reach. What he needs now is to keep chasing earthquakes, chasing landslides, and capturing a trace of fluctuations deep in the earth. To put it more elegantly is, feel the world. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. He understood. At this moment, the mountain giant, who was still on the way back to the mountains, was in a very happy mood. The perception of the earth veins contained in the earth spirit marrow is actually the most precious treasure. That is the opportunity to break through to the demigod level. I did not lie to you. It does contain the mystery of authority. But the prerequisite for breaking through to the demigod level is to be a legend. Without the power of the legendary domain, there is no legendary level to initially involve authority with the domain. Without controlling authority with the domain, how can you get involved in the mystery of authority? However, the earth spirit marrow is also of great help in breaking through the legend and forming the domain. When you become a legend, you will be eager for the perception in the earth spirit marrow. So, come to me obediently. When you break through the legend, I will give you the earth spirit marrow to comprehend. If you can't comprehend with 1 drop, then 2 drops. If 2 drops are not enough, then 3 drops. The more the better. Until you comprehend the location of the mystery of authority. The mountain giant laughed as he thought about it, and his muffled laughter resounded through the mountains. In the laughter, the mountain giant's body unfolded and turned into a peak. turning into an inconspicuous peak among the mountains. But this time, he did not fall into a deep sleep, but waited awake. Presumably, Fong Bai would come to him soon. After all, looking at Fong Bai's appearance, although he had not yet condensed the domain, he was already standing in the transformation. Only one drop of Earth Spirit Essence was needed to condense the domain. And as long as Fong Bai did not comprehend the mystery of authority, he would surely come here impatiently, unless Fong Bai comprehended it at a glance. But how could that be possible? It was unrealistic, and he himself had spent many years at the beginning. The mountain giant waited expectantly, and he hated waiting awake most on weekdays. He was used to sleeping, and used to growing up in sleep. But at this moment, he was not troubled. Fong Bai, little one, I remember your name. Chiu. The goshawk looked at the mountain peak below in confusion. Why did the mountain peak shake after the mountain giant came back? Is he practicing some tricks? The goshawk shook his head in confusion, then flapped his wings and rushed towards the direction of Thunder Valley. It doesn't matter. Go find a little chicken to forge weapons. In a flash, the goshawk turned into a black shadow and flew away at a high speed. The king snake that was winding in the shadows of the mountains below slowly straightened its body. The legendary aura on its body also slowly emanated. It had just hidden its aura and wanted to sneak attack the goshawk. But it didn't expect the goshawk to suddenly speed up and fly away. What is this dead eagle doing? The king snake muttered, then lowered its snake head again, silently swam towards the goshawk's nest, and slowly hibernated. He wanted to wait for the goshawk to come back, and then give the goshawk a hard time, so that he could see how powerful he was. At this moment, the goshawk, who was flying in the sky, laughed. After making the weapon, I go find that damn snake and give him a hard time. Let him see how powerful I am. He flew towards the Thunder Valley at a high speed with great expectations, and then crashed into it after lowering his altitude. The sharp eagle eyes scanned through the thunderclouds, and after catching Fong Bai's figure, he swooped down like a raptor hunting a rabbit. But just when he was about to get close, Fong Bai raised his head and looked at the eagle. At this moment, Fong Bai's eyes revealed a sense of the vast land and the towering mountains, which made his figure seem to become extremely tall, and thunder burst out in it. It seemed that he was not crashing into a person, but a heavy mountain covered with thunder. He seemed to see himself being grabbed by a pair of hands in the next moment, falling hard to the ground, and going back and forth between heaven and earth, just like before. Shoo! The eagle screamed in fear, broke suddenly, and then crashed into the ground in front of Fong Bai, prostrated himself. Chapter 497 Elemental Gold. Sure. The goshawk flapped its wings and retreated repeatedly, its cold and upright pupils full of fear. The original chick Fong Bai seemed to have turned into a giant at this moment. It seemed that he would be caught and beaten to the ground in the next moment. Fong Bai was a little surprised to see the goshawk's appearance, and then he reacted and quickly restrained his breath. But although the breath was restrained, the power in his body was still surging. Stepping on the ground, a constant stream of power flowed into his body through his feet, and even gave Fong Bai a feeling that he would never be exhausted as long as he was down to earth. And in this process, a constant stream of power flowed into Fong Bai's body and merged into his body, increasing the mass of Fong Bai's body every minute and every second. These were not illusions, but Fong Bai's perception of the changes in his body. Glancing at the runes on his calf, it seemed to be somewhat similar to the pattern of the magic circle that warmed the elemental materials in the bronze wall. Just a thought flashed through his mind, and at this time, the goshawk had stood up, looking at Fong Bai in doubt. Fong Bai looked at the hawk and was not panicked. Originally, the hawk might have caught him and carried him to the sky. Now, as long as he didn't want to, the hawk couldn't lift him up. His connection with the earth had already been established, so it was not easy to separate. This was because he had stayed there for too short a time. If he stayed in one place for a long time, Fong Bai would grow directly on the ground, and the speed of the earth energy pouring in would become faster and faster. Yu the hawk suddenly felt a little embarrassed in front of the little chicken, and immediately stood on the ground with his chest straight, and grabbed a net bag of metal with one claw and handed it to Fong Bai. The net bag woven by the old vine was filled with metal ores of various colors, and some claws. Well, there is no storage equipment even if it is a legend. Fong Bai's mind moved slightly, but he was not in a hurry at the moment, but stepped forward to check. There is no doubt that these ores are elemental materials. Although Warcraft may not necessarily forge, they are naturally sensitive to elements. They will naturally treat materials enriched with elements differently. They also know that this is valuable. Fong Bai looked around. There were some elemental stones, and some elemental metal ores. Pick out the elemental metal ores, and return the elemental stones to Goshawk. There were dots of golden light on these elemental metal ores. He sensed the elemental concentration and distinguished its properties. After a moment, he was slightly surprised. Elemental refined gold? Fong Bai checked it immediately. After a moment, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide after getting the result. Legend has it that elemental refined gold is gold, which is the gold transformed from gold ore into elemental metal ore. However, unlike the soft nature of gold, refined gold is naturally extremely hard and sharp. Although it has a big shortcoming in toughness, it is still one of the best weapon forging materials. Third level elemental metal refined gold, because it only needs to be mixed with some mountain copper to form an alloy to increase toughness. This equipment will not be weaker than the 4th level legendary weapon in terms of physical properties. And mountain copper is only a 3rd level master level elemental metal. Compared with other elemental metals, mountain copper is not rare, and some of them are stored in Tiandong Pavilion. In fact, Fong Bai thinks that refined gold is an excellent material for industrial knives. Looking at this pile of ore, Fong Bai estimated that it was not enough to forge eagle claws for the Goshawk. After a moment of hesitation, Fong Bai spoke. These are not elemental metals, but elemental stones. They cannot be used to forge weapons. Although these are elemental metals, they are still just ores, and not much can be extracted. In this way, you bring 5 times the amount of refined gold ore, and I will bring a portion of mountain copper myself to forge a quasi 4th level weapon for you. Okay. The Goshawk nodded subconsciously, and then spread his wings and left. Standing on the ground and facing Fong Bai at a close distance always gave him a feeling of uneasiness, making him obey Fong Bai orders. Although he knew that Fong Bai would not hit him when facing a threat, when he felt that he might not be able to beat him, he naturally softened. Seeing the Goshawk leave, Fong Bai looked at the refined gold ores again, and at the same time used projection to exchange a piece of mountain copper from the treasure house of Tiandong Pavilion and asked someone to send it over. 3rd level refined gold? There are so many refined gold ores here. There must be a refined gold elemental metal vein deep in this mountain range. Otherwise, there would be no way to get so much ore. It is impossible for someone to send this ore to the Goshawk. Right? It's useless even if they send it. Fong Bai immediately became envious. This is the first elemental metal vein he has heard of so far, except for the magnetic crystal vein. It's a top-grade 3rd level metal material like refined gold. After a moment of silence, he shook his head slightly, and a thought moved. A flame gushed out, and a fire lotus slowly formed. The ore with many gold dots on the surface flew up directly from thin air and landed in the fire lotus. The high temperature was blazing, and at the same time, thunder was flowing between the ores. Under the dual power, the ore melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, impurities, then refined gold. Fong Bai mental power directly merged into it, perfectly separating them at a microscopic angle. In the flames, drops of gold beans emerged, naturally exuding a sharp aura, and it felt slightly stinging to look at them with the eyes. Fong Bai grabbed it with his hand, and his palm felt slightly stinging. If it were an ordinary person's palm, it would probably be bleeding. But Fong Bai only felt it. Weighing the refined gold, it was not heavy, high strength, naturally sharp, and ordinary weight. Fong Bai mind quickly emerged with data, and finally shook his head slightly. This material is simply amazing. Sharp. This refined gold is definitely an external manifestation of the sharp structure of the gold element. If there is a 4th level refined gold, then it must contain the sharp rule. Fong Bai mind was working quickly, and he had already begun to think about how to forge this equipment and which runes to use. If you want to plot against this elemental refined gold vein, the equipment forged by the Goshawk for the first time is the top priority. It would be best if you can not only stay on the claws, but also improve its strength in all aspects. You can try it. Fong Bai thought of a possibility, and his heart moved slightly. While Fong Bai was thinking, the Goshawk, who had just flown out of the Thunder Valley, was a little distressed. It's still not enough. I have taken out all the ore in my house. If I had known, I would have dug a little more. Where can I find ore now? Refined gold ore? The Goshawk was already regretting that he had agreed too quickly just now. and did not ask carefully if there were any other ways. He was too cowardly just now. The goshawk was embarrassed to go back and ask again. Suddenly, the goshawk had an idea. Hey, that stinking snake can burrow underground. I remember it dug a lot at that time. It must be in its nest. But, forget it. Just fight. Although fighting in the stinking snake's nest lost the geographical advantage, and might be a little dangerous. But the goshawk still went resolutely. Chapter 498 Alloy. It would be nice to have 4th level refined gold. Pure 3rd level refined gold. Although it can fully achieve the physical properties of 4th level equipment under the 4th level refining method. But in terms of characteristics and spirituality, it is far inferior to the real 4th level legendary equipment. Fong Bai thought, just like his golden rope. If it is only 3rd level material, even if he forges it to this strength, it can only bind and entangle at most. And it is impossible to take root and absorb. This is due to the original activity and spirituality of the material. And his runes just take advantage of the situation to bring it out to the fullest. It still needs 4th level refined gold. Fong Bai shook his head slightly and closed the curtain to study again. When he stood on the ground, he no longer needed to eat. The endless earth vein energy poured into his body, which was enough to supply Fong Bai body consumption. In addition, the sky was completely dark with thunderclouds, and the sky could not be seen at all. It was always dark, and only the mental power could perceive it today, so that Fong Bai's perception of time was a little blurred. When he woke up from his study again, he saw the hawk landing in front of him, holding a large basket full of ore in its claws, and the top one was shining like gold. 4th grade refined gold? Fong Bai suddenly widened his eyes and said in disbelief. He had just said that there might be some, but he didn't expect to see it now. Where did you get the 4th grade refined gold? And there are so many 3rd grade refined gold? Fong Bai glanced at it, not to mention 5 times the amount before. There are 10 or 20 times. I picked it up, the hawk said with a guilty conscience. But Fong Bai didn't care at all. All his attention was focused on the 4th grade refined gold ore. The golden stripes on this piece of ore made him feel stinging just by looking at it. Hiss. Fong Bai touched it, and his fingers felt slightly stinging. If it was an ordinary legend, it would have broken the defense just now. If this is forged into a weapon, use this 4th level fine gold as the blade. Even if a legend comes, it will be like cutting melons and vegetables. The general armor rules and resistance rules can't stop this level of sharp rules at all. This is simply the strongest spear. At this moment, Fong Bai's whole mind was focused on this 4th level fine gold. But at this time, Fong Bai still restrained himself slightly and turned his head to look at the eagle. Are you interested in changing your skin and becoming stronger by the way? Ah? Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Without saying anything in detail, he started to smelt it directly. The fire shone. The thunder roared. A little bit of golden light bloomed, gathered, and turned into a pool of liquid suspended on one side, which did not solidify in the high temperature. And next to it, a huge piece of mountain copper was suspended next to it, turning red in the flames, and quickly melting in the legendary thunder conduction. Electricity turns into high temperature, which is no worse than flames. Under the flames and thunder, 2 balls of liquid boiled rapidly, and some flew up and intertwined under the precise control of mental power. In this process, several other metals participated, under the control of mental power that was enough to involve the microscopic field. Mountain copper, refined gold, and several other elemental metals slowly merged in strict proportions, without any difference. This alloy formula came from a declining noble family, from a noble young master who didn't feel sorry for selling his father's land. However, when I first got this alloy formula, it was still relatively rough, and it was later improved by Tiangong Pavilion to reach its current level. However, it was used less before due to the limited amount of refined gold. But even so, this alloy is also very important in Tiangong Pavilion. After a while, a new elemental metal alloy slowly emerged. The originally golden elemental refined gold did not become dim after being integrated into mountain copper and other materials, but became more dazzling. It seems to be synonymous with gold. It seems to be a sharp embodiment. Dazzling and eye-catching. Boom. Bang. Boom. Bang. Boom. Bang. The deafening thunder and the heavy and orderly hammer sounds echoed on the top of the Thunder Valley again. And they did not stop for several days. There was only a goshawk with a wingspan of more than 10 meters beside him. Suddenly one day, a dazzling golden light burst out and pierced through the clouds directly. Dazzling and dazzling, followed by a whistle. Whoosh whoosh. The terrifying vortex swept, sweeping all the gold elements within a radius of dozens of miles. And the huge fluctuation spread out instantly. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Come again? Just a legend died, and it comes again? What the hell is it? When they heard that there was a legendary goshawk hovering somewhere, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Is this luring and killing the legend? In an instant, everyone calmed down, and even the meteorite family, who were about to come, couldn't help but stop. Legends are not cabbages, and even the strongest families are not made this way. And deep in the mountains, in the deep cracks, a being looked doubtfully in the direction of the wave. Little Eagle? What is it doing? He found a familiar breath. Although he was confused, he did not move. And the mountain giant, who was expecting Fangbai to come over, did not even look at him. Unlike the ups and downs when he forged legendary equipment for the first time, this time he failed to stir up any waves. Even the onlookers hid far away, and finally left disappointed. When the gold element frantically absorbed the gold element within a radius of dozens of miles, it fell with the last hammer. Ding! A rhythm reverberated on the liquid in front of Fangbai's eyes, and the dense runes on it danced with it, emitting a sharp aura. Although round, the sharp aura released had already crushed the thunder. Buzz! An attribute panel appeared on the golden sphere. Name, unnamed. Level, 4th order legendary, semi-finished product. Introduction. Forged by legendary forger Fangbai with 4th order fine gold alloy. Familiar equipment attributes. Familiar semi-finished product. Fangbai certainly knew that this equipment was still missing the final fame. 4th order equipment. Legendary equipment. Naturally, it must become a legend. Condense the legend, and then become a legend. It is so difficult to form a real 4th order legendary equipment. But once it is formed, its power is not comparable to the semi-finished products of today. That is the real legendary equipment. But this semi-finished product still has extremely strong capabilities. After all, it is an equipment forged with 4th order fine gold as the main material, and it contains powerful and effective runes. Looking at the sphere, Fangbai felt a little stinging. Fangbai said with a long breath, "Little Eagle, you can come in." The goshawk walked over awkwardly after hearing this. A moment later, Shiu, a dazzling golden eagle, turned into golden light and soared into the sky like a flying sword. The thundercloud fell. Chapter 499 King Cobra, I Bite. Shiu. The goshawk let out a long cry, and its dazzling body made of gold made it look like the golden winged rock in myths and legends. The sharp aura broke through the air, breaking through the cloud city, and his speed increased again. In the sun, the surface of the goshawk's body exuded dazzling golden light. Looking closely, the vigorous feathers, the layers of eagle claws like fine iron, and the eagle eyes were all covered with a layer of gold. The thin golden film did not change the aerodynamic shape of the feathers, but directly turned its eagle wings into a sharp long sword, and each feather was the sharpest weapon. The eagle claw part that gathered more materials became thicker, and the sharpness of the claw tip made people's eyes hurt. And the overall sharpness gathered and gathered directly in front of the goshawk into a sword blade, which was extremely sharp. Equipment. This is the equipment. No wonder the king won't let me leave the wilderness mountains. It turns out that the equipment of the outside world is so powerful. I heard that everyone has equipment. Wouldn't everyone be able to beat the old me to death? Too terrible. Too terrible. The goshawk said secretly, flapped his wings, and flew forward at a faster speed. Not long after, he flew to a familiar area. As soon as he turned to this area, the goshawk could not help but subconsciously turn to the location of the king cobra's nest. But he stopped as soon as he turned. That stinky snake is not at home. Forget it. When he sees that his home has been robbed by me, he will naturally come to find me. The goshawk muttered and turned to fly back to the cliff where he was. As he entered the inner area, the sharp edge immediately attracted the attention of many animals and plants. When he found out that it was a goshawk, he stopped preparing to attack and looked at him curiously, full of surprise. Where did this goshawk get the equipment? It looked so powerful, handsome, good-looking, and awesome, especially the pair of claws. Just as everyone was envious, they watched the goshawk fly to the cliff of its nest. And the next moment, they saw the king cobra with poor eyesight suddenly protruding from the ground. The gravel flew, and the king cobra with poor eyesight restrained its breath and perception in order to hide. When the myopic eye saw the abnormal color, he had already locked the pair of eagle claws along the breath, opened his mouth, and bit down with 2 ferocious fangs. Ding! With a crisp sound, many curious eyes turned into unbearable at this moment. At this moment, the goshawk and the king cobra were stunned. Bang! The 2 ferocious fangs broke at the same time, and the severe pain made the king cobra open its eyes wide, and the originally bent tail instantly swung straight, knocking the ground frantically, and there was only a shallow scratch on the golden eagle claw, and it was still slowly wriggling to recover. The king cobra was stunned, and the goshawk saw this, and looked at the gold covering his body with the king cobra. Suddenly, a trace of ferocity appeared in his eyes. Hee! The laughter and the mental fluctuations kept echoing, and the eye king cobra turned and ran away. The goshawk took advantage of the victory to chase it, and its sharp wings were like a heavenly knife, slashing down one by one, killing the eye king cobra and making it flee. At this moment, after chasing for a long distance, the goshawk really flew back to his hometown happily, laughing foolishly. The eye king cobra ran home with scars all over its body and spit out its tongue. He and the goshawk went from professional level to elite level, from elite level to master level, and from master level to now. And there has never been a time when they lost so thoroughly. It must be the level of the equipment. It's the smell of that, or goshawk must have asked someone to forge equipment for him. Damn bastard. Wait for Master Snake. Master Snake has much more ore than you, and I want a higher level ore. I will use more and higher level ore than you to find someone to forge better equipment than you. Then I show you how powerful I am. The king snake touched his broken teeth and immediately spat out snake tongue in pain. Just when he was thinking about how to find the forger, he had returned to the nest, but he saw that it had been pried open and nothing was lost. Only a pile of ore. The king snake was confused, and after a moment, "Damn eagle, I fight you!" The angry king snake rushed straight to the goshawk's nest regardless of the difference in equipment. For a while, the depths of the wilderness mountains suddenly became lively. As expected, the king snake was pressed to the ground and rubbed by the goshawk. The goshawk that got this equipment is like a big hedgehog, with feathers all over its body equivalent to divine weapons, strong defense and high attack. If the goshawk is deployed at a very fast speed, it will directly turn itself into a flying sword at a very fast speed, and no one dares to look directly at the edge. In front of this level of combat power, the king snake has not successfully resisted half the time. It is completely different from the previous 50-50 split. This was seen by a lot of eyes, and a lot of eyes could not help but show strange colors. Is this ore so strong? Will forging this ore into equipment improve their combat effectiveness so much? At this moment, everyone was excited. They all had a lot of this ore in their hands. If they could forge it, some beasts would start to look for goshawk. At the same time, outside the Thunder Valley, Fong Bai was still playing with this iron ingot made of 4th level refined gold. Only a small part of the 4th level refined gold in the ore was used, and most of it was kept by Fong Bai. The same was true for the 3rd level refined gold. Fong Bai directly intercepted a large amount. But Fong Bai can confidently say that goshawk only makes money, and does not lose money. To be precise, it should be a huge profit. He took these materials with confidence, and as it should be. His skills are priceless. Don't think that it took him a short time to forge a quasi 4th level legendary equipment. That's entirely because of him. If someone else came, he might not even be qualified to smelt refined gold. Even if they could barely melt and cast it, they would not be able to fine-tune the attack angle and direction of the refined gold. If they forged it without fine-tuning, it would be a lot of fun. And without alloy treatment, although the refined gold is strong, it may break during the high-intensity collision of the same level. That would be even more fun. Well, the 3rd level refined gold ore also contains a small amount of 4th level refined gold. After thinking for a long time, he finally shook his head helplessly. If you can't beat it, forget it. Let's buy it through trade. This quasi 4th level legendary equipment of the legendary goshawk should be enough to make a name for yourself. Right? Next, let other forgers in the pavilion take over. If it is just a simple 3rd level equipment, there will be no problem. As for the 4th level, it will not be a big problem after learning the 4 refining forging method. At most, it will be slower. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and then explained to Li Lei. Chapter 500 Thunder Field. In addition to forging, we can also try some other commodity transactions, Fong Bai said after a slight pause. Since these monsters have already developed higher intelligence, they will also have needs and more specific desires. Food, games, toys, TV and movies, houses, etc. There will definitely be needs. And if there is no demand, we can try to create demand for them. No matter what the demand is. As long as there is a demand, it is fine. Just like helping with forging. We will not cheat people. Just trade seriously. And fair trade is enough. We are enough for their refined gold mines. Of course, it would be best if we can directly obtain the mining rights of the minerals. This matter will be left to you to be responsible for. I will raise your authority by 1 level. And you can mobilize the resources in the pavilion within a certain range. Okay. Li Lei nodded. He was also very clear about the value of the elemental refined gold mine to the Tiandong pavilion. And naturally, he would not neglect it. After the explanation, Fong Bai stood there and thought slightly. If he was still distracted by the matter of the refined gold mine before, now he can basically be said to be fully immersed in the perception. However, although he used an earth spirit essence, what Fong Bai first perceived was not the power of the earth, but the slight movement of Fong Bai thoughts, and the body's magnetic field was awkwardly integrated into the thundercloud. After a pause, there was a rumbling sound in the thundercloud, and under Fong Bai control. Boom! The terrifying thunder as thick as a water tank fell down, blasting a big hole on the top of the mountain. Thunder. Power? Fong Bai pondered for a moment, then shook his head. If the authority of Thunder Valley can be called authority, then this can barely be called Thunder Authority. But obviously, no. This is at most the area of authority that I have dabbled in. Using this method, I have a certain degree of influence on the thunderclouds in Thunder Valley, and the power accumulated in the thundercloud field has been released in the form of thunder. Although the thunder that finally erupted was powerful, it took me dozens of minutes to integrate my body's magnetic field into the thundercloud field. It has no practical significance, and the thunderclouds are always pregnant with thunder, and the accumulated power is not huge. It also lacks the sudden process of collapse. Fong Bai pondered slightly. The longer it accumulates, the greater the accumulated energy, and the more sudden it collapses, the greater the power will be. And the thundercloud, which accumulates power in a short time and has little energy, it should be considered the authority with the lowest threshold, belonging to the entry level. The symbolic meaning is greater than the practical meaning. If you really want to talk about practical meaning, you must stay in this Thunder Valley for a long time. And you can quickly integrate the magnetic field when you are familiar with it, or even keep integrating it all the time. Then take this opportunity to leave your own mark in the thundercloud field to prevent your authority from being taken away by others. In this case, it can barely be considered to have practical significance and master this small authority. Whoever understands it next will guard the mine, and use the geographical advantages of the old nest to escort the transaction. Fong Bai gave up the thundercloud field after just one look. There was no way. He looked down on it. He left the thundercloud field without hesitation, threw it away after use, and returned his attention to the high mountain under his feet. He only paused for a moment, and left the mountain, in order to help Goshawk forge this 4th-level equipment to open up the situation. Fong Bai spent a lot of time here, estimating the time. When Fong Bai wandered to the fire tower, it was almost the agreed date. Without any delay, he set off directly. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai, who was multitasking, directly began to study the principles of earthquake generation, the diffusion of seismic waves, seismology, and other related subjects. Textbooks, tutorials, and literature were read one by one. If you observe carefully, you will find that Fong Bai did not just flip through them, but thoroughly understood them and turned to the next page after learning them. So that Fong Bai reading speed was slightly different depending on the density of information and the difficulty. While studying these seismology, he also slowly studied the power of landslides. Regarding earthquakes, although they cannot be predicted in reality, when and after earthquakes occur, the information collected is comprehensive. There are also a lot of deductions about the process and causes before the earthquake. These data are invaluable to Fong Bai. Fong Bai can even simulate and deduce directly based on these data, and replay the real appearance of the earthquake in the fantasy space in a state similar to illusion. In this process, It is only necessary to call the computing center as computing power resources. And this is basically equivalent to a series of completely different earthquakes constantly echoing and replaying in Phong by mind. In the process of deduction, Phong by understanding of its principles, changes, development, and even the landslides caused in the end gradually became clear. If there is no real-world data, it is only in the game to perceive the changes of earthquakes and landslides. I'm afraid I have to run around the world to find it. And I must have the opportunity to encounter an earthquake. Even if I encounter it, I can only use my mental power to perceive it, and my body to perceive this fluctuation. Smack. Phong Bai's mouth curled up slightly, and he walked forward quickly. At this time, Phong Bai's body weight was already nearly 300 tons. The terrifying weight of 300 tons walked on the ground, and the powerful magnetic field swept across, disturbing their field. In Phong Bai's perception, the critical feeling became stronger and stronger. About 360 tons. Phong Bai's previous perception was not wrong, and the premonition of this change became stronger and stronger. Once the body reaches 360 tons, the body reaches this density, which will inevitably cause some changes. What exactly is the change? Is it that the magnetic field becomes stronger again? Phong Bai muttered, feeling the density of his body. It can't be that it starts to emit radiation. Right? Phong Bai couldn't help but laugh at himself. He felt the magnetic field slightly and continued to deduce the earthquake process. The projection calls the computing power of the computing center in the Tiangong Pavilion, and delivers the computing power resources through the connection between the projection and the main body, so as to continuously deduce in the fantasy space. Again and again. Over and over again. Phong Bai even stood in it, and used his body to feel the earthquake, the huge energy from the depths of the earth. In this process, Phong Bai quickly moved towards the direction of the fire tower. At the same time, with the thundercloud tempering in his body, and the ground veins pouring in from his feet, Phong Bai's body weight continued to increase. 300 tons, 305 tons, 317 tons, 320 tons, getting closer and closer to 360 tons, until one morning, the changes in his body made Phong Bai suddenly open his eyes. 360 tons. Chapter 501 Magnetic Field Transformation. Buzz. As if crossing a critical point, Phong Bai found that his magnetic field was rapidly getting stronger and expanding. At the same time, a trace of properties began to change. With a thought, the magnetic field shrank in front of him and turned into a shield. Even the elemental power was excluded. With another thought, the magnetic field expanded to the extreme, and between the movements, electric sparks flashed, and powerful energy was born in it. As it rotated, the energy release became more and more huge, cutting the magnetic field to generate electricity? This thought came to Phong Bai's mind, but he immediately rejected it. No. This energy is not electricity. Phong Bai looked at the energy stored in the magnetic field and in the body, and it looked familiar, but it was definitely not the electricity generated. The magnetic field rotates? Although Phong Bai has never read Hong Kong comics, he has heard a little about the legendary high-level martial arts magnetic field power generation. Thinking of this, Phong Bai couldn't help but check it out. Although it is funny to use comics as references for things that happen in reality. But such things that happen in reality are not very realistic. So it doesn't matter if you check it out. However, after checking, he was a little disappointed. He did not find too many principal descriptions. But through some summaries in the encyclopedia, it can be seen that whether it is electric current driving or magnetic field rotation, it has nothing to do with the conventional sense of rotating magnetic field power generation. Magnetic field rotation is a mysterious concept, and even fate can be distorted by it. It has little reference value. And since the mecha master profession was created by Phong Bai, and the practice method was developed by Phong Bai himself, he is the strongest. So Phong Bai has no experience to check, and there is no precedent to follow. He can only explore bit by bit like before. After trying for a while, Phong Bai suddenly found some clues, and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. This energy seems to be the power accumulated in the field? Phong Bai was confused. Isn't the field power very abstract? A flower, a tree, a grass, and a tree can form a field. It is not like electricity or an element at all. It is power itself. Field power is just a pronoun that is easy to understand. If you have to compare, then the field power is roughly similar to the original power. The best example is the world. In field theory, the world is the largest field. Every person, every substance, and every energy is the field force of the world. That is, the original force, and the power that his magnetic field continuously draws during the rotation process. It can't be born out of thin air. Right? Fong Bai muttered, looking at the forest, and was a little confused in his heart. I don't know if it's an illusion. Fong Bai always feels that this forest is a little repelling him. In order to try whether it really rejects him, Fong Bai tried to integrate the field into it. Damn. It really rejects me? So the energy that seemed to be generated out of thin air just now was really pulled out from this field. Fong Bai was shocked. Although the power pulled out was insignificant to the forest, it was so powerful in his body. Gurgle. Fong Bai swallowed slightly. This forest field is also part of the world field. Wait. The world won't reject me too. Right? Fong Bai suddenly shuddered when he thought of this. But then he found out that it was a false alarm, because he himself is also part of the world field. The power of the world field flows inside the field, and will not affect the world field itself in any way. Naturally, there is no such thing as disgust and rejection. This made Fong Bai breathe a sigh of relief. And then he became really excited, because, after reaching the critical point of 360 tons, his magnetic field can directly absorb the power of the field from other fields. And at the same time, his body and his magnetic field can store the power of the field. In other words, at this moment, he can be regarded as a separate field. At this moment, Fong Bai suddenly discovered that his own mass at this moment has also become part of the field power, and as long as the mass exists, this part of the power can be slowly restored even if it is consumed. This means that Fong Bai power will no longer be limited to the physical power exerted by the body's muscles. His power is transformed from the physical level to the energy level through the field theory, relative to the total amount of mass and energy. However, there is a prerequisite, which is, how can I master the authority of my own field and transform this field power of mass accumulation into a destructive force similar to a landslide or tsunami? Thinking of this question, Fong Bai was silent. If it cannot be transformed into power, no matter how much energy there is, it will be useless. And it is not easy to transform stable energy into destructive power. Of course, Fong Bai was not too worried. He has now mastered some of the transformation techniques of the thunder field, and has also explored some things in the earth field. Although this is difficult, it is not unsolvable. It was another problem that made Fong Bai feel a little ominous. There are also tsunamis, landslides in mountains, and even the most common earth has earthquakes. These fields naturally have a destructive side. And from these perspectives, we will naturally master the method of explosive transformation. But, what about people? What is the direction of human explosive transformation? Sudden death? Fong Bai shook his head slightly, his face quite serious, and then turned the magnetic field to absorb it in this forest field. A steady stream of field power was born at the edge of the magnetic field, and this energy poured into Fong Bai's body and was stored in the magnetic field. It took a long time to fill the body and the magnetic field, and the terrifying amount made Fong Bai feel a little incredible. Too much. So much that it was scary. Suddenly, Fong Bai realized that the power that a normal person can control and the power of the field itself are completely different things. And they are not at the same level at all. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times are not enough to describe the gap between them. Perhaps this is the true source of demigods. The power of this field is also called authority. Fong Bai thought of many things and kept thinking, although the change in the magnetic field did not seem to increase his strength much. For Fong Bai, this was more important than a breakthrough in strength. However, this also made the field formed by this forest more disgusting and repulsive to Fong Bai. And many snakes, insects, ants and beasts chased Fong Bai and beat him. Well, chasing Fong Bai to commit suicide. This made Fong Bai understand more about the field. As for the field of this forest, anyway, it has been disgusted and repulsive. And it can't be wasted if it is empty. When the energy is insufficient, come here to absorb it. It is more practical than offending other fields again. Fong Bai muttered as he looked at the forest. Night language forest? Well, remember. Chapter 502. Fong Bai. Fong Bai. Here. Fong Bai arrived at the entrance of the mage branch of the Royal Academy of the Yabong Kingdom not long after leaving the night language forest. As soon as he arrived, he heard a familiar call. He turned his head and saw that it was Fei Rui. I can sense the token given to you. I found you coming, and came here to wait for you. As Fong Bai approached, he heard Fei Rui's enthusiastic words. Fei Rui was always so enthusiastic. As enthusiastic as a ball of fire. But the man dressed as a mage next to him was quite indifferent. After looking Fong Bai up and down, he said lightly, "Is this your follower? It looks like that. But you are asked to come and greet him in person? What a big deal. Jason, don't be like this. Fong Bai is very strong. And although he is my follower, we are still equal friends in personality." "Friend?" Poochie. The mage sneered, as if he was very disdainful. This made Fong Bai very puzzled. And he looked at himself twice. What happened to me? Was I being ridiculed? This has never happened before. As he watched, Fong Bai suddenly realized that the powerful magnetic field seemed to have blocked all the breath, so that it could only enter but not exit. And he didn't have any equipment on him. Now, Fong Bai finally understood why and shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect that Fong Bai would be looked down upon one day, and Fei Rui would be looked down upon as well. Don't do this. Fong Bai will be angry if you do this. Angry? What's wrong with being angry? Angry? Fei Rui said. He has killed legends. The mage was about to say something when he suddenly felt a breath of death. The cold feeling enveloped him, as if he was facing the terrifying pressure of a legendary professional. Following the pressure, Fong Bai smiled at him. This, Fei Rui is really playing it. Pa! The mage knelt on the ground. He was stunned. Fei Rui actually has a legendary follower? Why? Why? Seeing him like this, Fei Rui shrugged slightly. I told you a long time ago, but you didn't listen. Now you know what's going on. Fei Rui muttered, and then looked at Fong Bai. Fong Bai. Ignore him. Let's go. The portal will be open in a few days. I take you around first, Fei Rui said in a dripping voice, not affected by Fong Bai's legendary strength at all. Perhaps in Fei Rui's eyes, no matter how powerful Fong Bai is, he is just his follower. Talking to your own followers. Why are you nervous? Fei Rui's attitude made the mage behind him completely dumbfounded. This Fong Bai is really Fei Rui's follower? Legendary follower? People were stunned and dumbfounded. The next moment, it was as if a lemon garden came out of their mouths. Sour. I don't envy you. I don't envy you. Woohoo. I don't envy you at all. Woohoo. In front, Fei Rui took out a box and handed it to Fong Bai. What is this? Fong Bai was slightly puzzled. And Fei Rui said immediately, Oh! A 4th level incomplete book. Only 1 page. The profession of pharmacist is basically extinct again. It's not worth much. So I gave it to my follower Bai Xiao as a gift, Fei Rui said casually. And Fong Bai raised his eyebrows when he heard it. 4th level? 4th level is legendary. Although Fei Rui said that it was not worth much, Fong Bai meant it. As long as it is related to the 4th level, there is no low-value thing. It doesn't exist. This can only mean that Fei Rui probably emptied his pockets again to prepare a gift. This habit is simply, if it were someone else, Fong Bai would think it was to please him. Fong Bai. But as Fei Rui, Fong Bai understood that this was really just preparing a gift. A gift for new followers. He really has good stuff to give, Fong Bai muttered secretly, and immediately followed Fei Rui into the academy. Although it was just a branch, it was still very lively here. Among the towers standing on the ground, on the strange buildings, the neon lights constructed by the magic array flickered, adding a bit of visual impact. And the sound of the sound array echoed in my ears. Clearance sale. Clearance sale. Fireball spell scroll. Don't pay 998. Don't pay 998. Come and take a look. Super prizes are waiting for you. Draw 10 copper coins once, and you can get the highest master level extraordinary equipment. Don't miss it if you pass by. Fong Bai opened his eyes, turned his head, and looked at Fei Rui. Only to see Fei Rui said happily, This is the most bustling booth area of the academy. These are all the players who follow the mages. Some of them are very powerful, but none of them are as strong as you, Fei Rui said proudly, and continued when he saw that Fong Bai had not recovered from his shock. This is the place with the highest density of players in the entire capital. The players here are not only the followers of the academy mages, but also players from the entire capital, and even the surrounding cities will come here to buy and sell items. Very lively. I sometimes come here to shop. Speaking of this, Fei Rui lowered his voice and said, There are often heirloom-level treasures of nobles in the black market here, which are passed down. Many of them are very precious and rare. But the prices are low, and you can basically make a profit if you buy them. Fei Rui was talking excitedly, but Fong Bai heard some meaning in it. As far as he knew, there were very few players in the royal capital, and they were doing very poorly, because the indigenous forces of the royal capital were too strong and there were too many masters. The living environment in the royal capital was very difficult. There was very little living space, perhaps only here in the Mage Tower, because the mages recruited a large number of player followers, and the players were experimental products. Many players were protected by the Mage Tower, and could exist legally. The gathering of players attracted other players to come and trade. And at the same time, they would kill nobles by various means. And the spoils obtained by killing nobles were sold here at a low price. And then purchase supplies for replenishment and continuous combat. The Mage Tower may know these things, or may not know them. In fact, most of them know, but they will definitely not tell others. I know. This should be the logic of existence here. At this moment, Fong Bai heard a very familiar voice, and turned his head to look. Armor fusion. A familiar mechanical sound sounded, and then a person walked, and pieces of armor appeared on his body. Ding! 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 Buzz! In a few steps, he turned into an armored warrior, exuding a master-level aura. And this transformation process instantly attracted everyone's attention. Almost everyone opened their eyes to look at the armor, and couldn't move their eyes away. Fong Bai also glanced at it. This person was not a member of Tiandong Pavilion, and the armor on his body was not the internal model or the external gift model of Tiandong Pavilion, but the light armor of the foreign trade industry. Fei Rui looked at it, and couldn't move his eyes away. Chapter 503 Spendthrift? A set of armor. Once you put it on, you will have master-level strength. Of course, this is secondary. The real main thing is to ask if everyone is handsome enough after the transformation. This is really handsome and powerful. Pre-order and draw speed. I still have 3 here. So handsome. Fong Bai heard Fei Rui say this. A smile gradually appeared on his face. And then he put a black gift box in front of Fei Rui. Fei Rui looked at Fong Bai in confusion. What is this? Open it and see? Fong Bai gestured slightly. Fei Rui took the gift box, opened it, and saw a small metal belt head inside. The black and gold color combination looks calm and luxurious. There are also many small round chips in the card slots next to the belt, and a black leather rope that looks like a necklace. Fei Rui looked at Fong Bai in confusion. And then, with Fong Bai encouragement, he hung the leather rope with a small round chip around his neck, and stuck the belt head around his waist. When the belt head fell to the waist, silently, a metal belt slowly took shape. This was their anomaly and attracted the attention of many people. Even the player who sold armor couldn't help but look over. He was slightly stunned when he saw it. Someone in the capital actually bought armor. What a coincidence. I met him. But speaking of it, why haven't I seen this belt model before? And this chip looks. When he was stunned, he and many players and natives saw Fei Rui pull the chip from the necklace and insert it into the belt awkwardly. Buzz! The black and gold card was projected in front of him, and a black and gold armor was drawn on the card. Buzz! The card was pulled open, and it was pulled from the plane to a 3-dimensional portal, and the illusory armor slowly rotated in it. Fei Rui hesitated and stepped forward and passed through the shadow. The moment the man and the shadow intersected, the shadow turned into starlight and dissipated with the wind, and the armor on Fei Rui's body, who passed through the shadow, spread silently and emerged. Armor fusion. Finally, a metallic sound rang out in the void, startling everyone. The man selling armor opened his eyes wide when he saw this scene. This was a model he had never seen before. A unique model, a different chip, and a unique transformation action. His. The custom-made armor that represents the Tiandong Pavilion and the legendary friendship of the Tiandong Pavilion. Each one has its own characteristics, and each one is the essence of the materials and technology of the Tiandong Pavilion. Level 3 peak strength. Legends can't beat it, but masters can't beat it. It belongs to heavy armor, defense optimized version, and magician optimized version. In short, it has strong defense, can output from a standing position, and can amplify spells, and can output from a standing position with greater power. You can switch to melee mode at any time. In addition, the chip stores light mode, flight mode, and comprehensive mode respectively. You can adjust it freely according to your needs. In addition, the weapons and equipment equipped are classified into melee, long range, and group combat. It is equipped with a combat assistance system, which can calculate trajectory, pre-aim, lock, assist in casting, weak point lock, action assistance and other effects. And it has a very foresight installation of a remote proxy function. However, this function is still under development, and the network has not been fully rolled out, so you can ignore it for the time being. Fei Rui was so excited that he couldn't speak after hearing this. He tried various functions with joy, and soon turned into a comprehensive form. As the wheel turned, a pair of black and gold wings slowly flapped, and Fei Rui soared into the sky in the howling wind. Fang Bai, squinting his eyes, he looked at Fei Rui, who was flying at high speed with his armor, and constantly changing the armor shape and flying posture in the air. He suddenly felt that the design of this flying function was somewhat redundant. Who was involved? Look back to see which foot he entered Tiangong Pavilion first. Following the flying Fei Rui, he left the market. After they left, two people came out secretly. The two were about the same age as Fei Rui. One of them was dressed quite luxuriously, and the mage robe on his body exuded a regular rhythm of elements. The one next to him was dressed normally, but his face was a little more flattering. Is this the Fei Rui who you said was a loser? This. The man who saw Fang by giving the transformation armor was speechless. And the luxurious young man saw that the man next to him didn't speak, and he gritted his teeth. He recognized this player. Fang Bai, the distinguished guest of their fire tower. I heard that Fei Rui had exchanged treasures to give to others before, so people stared at him, but I didn't expect it. A piece of 3rd level mulch. Still a fragment. A 4th level pharmacopoeia. Still a fragment. In exchange for a legendary follower. A few 4th level spiritual medicines. And a 3rd level peak armor. Damn! Is there such a good business in the world? This kind of business. This kind of ruin. As many as you can get. The elegant young man muttered in his heart. But he didn't dare to speak out. A lot of this information was top secret and couldn't be told. Fuck. The noble young man felt a sour taste in his mouth. As far as he knew, the attention paid to Fei Rui in the tower was far beyond his imagination. He cared so much and invested so much. But he was not as good as a fool who threw money everywhere and recruited followers everywhere. Fuck. Thinking of this, he immediately became ruthless. I don't believe it. What Fei Rui can do, I can't do? If he gives it to me, I will give it to him. If he gives it to players, I will give it to players too. If he gives something worth more than 300 contribution points, I will give it to him too. He only gives one thing. Right? I have contribution points. I will give 10 things. The noble young man turned away angrily, and left with a sour taste. Only many players and natives were left looking at the direction where Fei Rui left. After they could no longer see his shadow, they were immediately excited. Countless people waved banknotes and swarmed towards the man selling armor. I want a set of armor. I want black and gold. I want the one that can transform while walking. I want that set. Give me one. No. Give me 10 sets. The player who sold the armor hurriedly explained. Everyone. The armor just now is not for sale in Tiangong Pavilion. It is. I pay more. A chubby player waved a bunch of money, and when he saw him looking over, he immediately frowned and said again, double the price. The player who bought the armor had a thumping heart when he heard it, but his face was full of helplessness. That's really not for sale. Similar scenes happened in every corner of the kingdom, although there was no customized armor show like Fei Rui in other places. The ordinary template-based transformation of the armor for sale was enough to cause a sensation among all players and attracted fanatical pursuit. The only problem is that the quota for each city is basically only 10 or so. And depending on the city, it may even be less than 5. Due to the rush and scarcity, all of these armors were auctioned off in a flash. Chapter 504, Relics of Ancient Mage Civilization. It's really cool. Fang Bai. The flying function of your armor is so exciting and comfortable. Fei Rui said excitedly. 2. This word was repeated countless times in his mouth. Dive. Jet acceleration. Turn. Rapid climb. I don't know how much faster than flying. Fang Bai. You must be very good at flying. Otherwise, how could you design such a great armor? The flying design is simply amazing. People's joys and sorrows are different. Fong Bai just thinks Fei Rui is noisy. This Fei Rui. It's better not to follow. Thinking about it, Fong Bai's eyes aimed at Fei Rui's neck. His eyes were dangerous. Fei Rui felt a chill on his back and shrank his neck. Fong Bai. I have a premonition of danger. As if someone wants to kill me. You must protect me well. When the time comes, we will fly to the sky together. With the flying speed of the armor, the enemy will definitely not be able to catch up. Fei Rui couldn't help but speak out. Fong Bai said expressionlessly when he heard it. Don't worry. It won't happen. Fei Rui felt more dangerous, confused, and could only subconsciously move closer to Fong Bai. But it was useless. He walked back with a chill on his back and walked to a wizard tower. This wizard tower was exactly the towers that Fong Bai had seen in the outside world. The tower was huge, like a landmark. Several towers together formed the area of this wizard branch. Standing under the tower, looking up, the tower soared into the sky. But although it was high, Fong Bai counted carefully and found that it was only 6 floors. Without saying much, he looked at the tower quietly. There was a word, or a rune, on the first floor gate of the tower. Looking at this rune, a thought emerged in his mind. Fire. Perhaps this is why this place is called the Tower of Fire. Each floor of the wizard tower has a height of more than 10 meters, or even dozens of meters. So although there are only 6 floors, it is still towering into the sky. But Fong Bai didn't care. Height is not important. If he wants, he can build a wizard tower of any height. Based on his understanding of the wizard towers of ancient wizard civilization, the number of floors is the real key, not the height. In addition, the gathering of energy is also very important. There is no connection between the 4 element realms, and no element pool is built. The accumulation method is used to collect elements. At the top of the fire tower, a vortex full of fire element power slowly rotates, attracting nearby fire elements. After layers of compression, the fire element power turns into fiery red droplets and falls inside the wizard tower. Fong Bai also noticed that there were elemental storms sweeping over several other towers. The towers are not far away from each other. Each tower absorbs different elemental power. There are slowly rotating vortices above each tower. The power between them is intertwined and staggered. Fong Bai seemed to see countless intersecting lines in an instant. These lines together form a figure. It looks familiar. Where have I seen it before? Fong Bai muttered slightly. At his level, his memory is naturally extremely strong. Recalling slightly, a clear memory immediately came to his mind. And this familiar feeling immediately found its source. Trial space. This pattern is clearly the same as the arrangement of the array in the trial space. Although they are 2 completely different arrays, there is no connection at all. But these 2 arrays are definitely the product of the same concept. In other words, these towers are definitely the remains of the ancient wizard civilization. Fong Bai thought in his heart, catching the traces of the invisible lines in the sky. There is actually an elemental vortex as a node, and the elemental force driven by the elemental vortex as a node, so as to form a formation or field. This is simply amazing. Fong Bai is very interested. Fong Bai? Fei Rui interrupted Fong Bai just after taking a look. Fong Bai lowered his head, but found that several older wizards came out. The mage in the front had 4 lines on his robe, and if he remembered correctly, the 4 lines corresponded to the legendary mage. Fong Bai shuddered when he realized it. Legendary mage. Fong Bai didn't use the word level because every legendary mage is a living legend. So it is an independent level among all professionals. This is a level with a very high lower limit and an even higher upper limit. The lower limit is an ordinary legendary professional, but the upper limit is as high as a high-level legend, a demigod. It is even said that some knowledgeable legendary mages have power comparable to that of gods. So the unique title of legendary mage was formed. This is the profession that can really beat him, the strong man who can defeat him. However, Fong Bai keenly discovered that the rule fluctuations of this legendary mage were a little unstable. It seems that he has just broken through to the legendary level and just completed the cleansing. At this moment, Fei Rui came forward. Master. He is Fong Bai. Fong Bai. This is my master Ferdinand. Fong Bai looked at the enthusiastic legendary mage in Fei Rui, and he understood immediately because he had just broken through. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Ferdinand speak to Fei Rui. You can call Fong Bai too? Call him Mr. Fong. Fei Rui was stunned, and Fong Bai didn't react at once. He was a little uncomfortable hearing the word Mr. from an aboriginal. And then he saw Ferdinand continue. Be more respectful to Mr. Fong in the future. Mr. Fong's indifference is Mr. Fong's generosity, not your capital for presumption. Treat Mr. Fong as you treat me in the future. Do you understand? Ferdinand's attitude made Fong Bai a little puzzled. But after a moment Fong Bai understood everything. Ferdinand had indeed just broken through to the legendary level. He was originally in seclusion to complete the shaping of the legendary combat system and the transition of combat power. He heard that Fong Bai was coming, so he interrupted his seclusion and went out to receive him. As for his breakthrough, the Fourth Order Dream Lotus brought back by Fei Rui played a crucial role. Fong Bai immediately understood this attitude. This is not helping to break through the legend. How can he not be enthusiastic? He was also enthusiastic. So Ferdinand led Fong Bai all the way into the Mage Tower. And Fei Rui could only follow behind with a small step behind. His eyes full of resentment, Ferdinand pulled Fong Bai to visit the Mage Tower. And walked, attracting many surprised eyes, looking at Fong Bai with curiosity. Some people who knew Fong Bai looked at Fong Bai with a little strangeness. But when they saw the enthusiastic Ferdinand in front, their expression suddenly became more curious and solemn. However, Ferdinand did not stay for too long. Just a simple walk around the Mage Tower. Finally, Ferdinand's warm reception ended with a token symbolizing his identity. And he went to retreat again. Only Fong Bai held the token, looked at the token, and then looked at Fei Rui. Chapter 505 Mage Academy. Is that your master? Yes. Who has a higher status? You or your master? This must be my master. Does this token represent your master? Can it directly summon your master? Fong Bai held the token, hinting at something. Yes. Wait. What do you want to do? Fong Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, holding the token. Xiao Fei. I'm thirsty. A moment later, Fei Rui brought a cup of coffee, staring at Fong Bai with resentment. Fong Bai took the coffee, took a sip, and moaned comfortably, feeling Fei Rui's resentment. Finally comfortable. It's not that he targeted Fei Rui, who made him fly away in armor before, and let him chase after him. Fly. Fly. You fly. But fortunately, Fei Rui didn't know Fong Bai's thoughts. Otherwise he would definitely ask Fong Bai in confusion. Well, Fong Bai rationally restrained his retaliatory behavior. Can't say it, or I'd be laughed to death. But at this moment Fong Bai suddenly had a psychological resonance with the mountain giant. Hey, it's not hard to understand the mountain giant's idea. He has been unable to fly for so long, and has watched others fly around every day. Anyone would have some ideas. But Fong Bai is different. He can't fly only temporarily. The mecha in the Tiangong Pavilion is already being tested, and he will be able to fly in the sky again soon. He looked up at the sky, then gathered his thoughts, and stopped teasing Fei Rui. No matter from which angle, Fei Rui is definitely very considerate. He resumed his follower status, and continued to play role-playing games with Fei Rui, wandering around and visiting the Mage Tower. Ferdinand only took him around, but didn't look closely. Now he simply communicated with the mages one by one under Fei Rui's leadership. When these mages learned that he was Fong Bai, they looked at Fei Rui with more envy, and looked at Fong Bai with more enthusiasm. She was so passionate that she didn't hide anything when communicating. She said whatever she wanted to say, and tempted Fong Bai at every turn. Fong Bai felt that he was very popular here, and was very popular. Why? Wait. It turns out that I am the one who gives money away. Fong Bai suddenly became alert. Forget it. It's me. I am happy to give it to Fei Rui. Looking at Fei Rui's appearance. And his master is a legendary wizard. He will definitely not be bullied. And I can keep the money I give away. As for how to deal with it, it's up to you. Anyway, Fei Rui will definitely not suffer any loss. Fong Bai muttered. Before he came, he sometimes imagined a big drama in his mind. For example, Fei Rui brought the legendary elixir back to the tower, and was found out by others. And Fei Rui was forced to call out the elixir. And Fei Rui's master and parents were murdered. And Fei Rui also has an underage sister. The two depend on each other. Everyone can bully. And the act of giving money away is ridiculed in every way. Then Fong Bai came, punched and kicked, smashed the tower, made a big fuss in the capital, made everyone pay the price and compensate. And then he threw a bunch of legendary elixirs to Fei Rui. And the world was shocked. Slurp. What are you thinking about that is very rude? Fei Rui stared at Fong Bai. What a pity. Fong Bai looked at Fei Rui, with a trace of pity in his eyes. His master was so strong. And he broke through successfully. Why didn't he break through and lose? Then, cough cough cough. Fong Bai quickly interrupted his impolite thoughts. Looking at Fei Rui again. He seemed not to hear the meaning of poaching from the mages. Or maybe he heard it. But he was still as confident as before. Confidence and sincerity can be exchanged for sincerity. It's good to be protected. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. Naive. I will stab you in the back and let you taste the power. Hey, Fong Bai. Didn't you say you wanted to walk around more and communicate with other mages? Hurry up. There are so many mages. I'm coming. Fong Bai quickened his pace and followed. Fei Rui seemed to have a good relationship with everyone. And he could find every mage. Fong Bai met more and communicated more. And he had some understanding of the general personnel structure of the fire tower. The fire tower is very large. And it should be the application of space technology. It is like a small city. And there are environmental simulation equipment on each floor. Although it is huge, it does not seem depressing at all. There are also sunrises and sunsets. And plenty of light. In the fire tower. Even the first floor is full of formal mages. Only formal mages can live in the tower. And setting up laboratories in the tower is the privilege of formal mages. And the mage apprentices, except for those who are apprentices of formal mages, are all outside the tower. This is the Mage Academy with 12 towers. The space surrounded by the towers is the scope of the Mage Academy. All mage apprentices learn the basic mage knowledge within this scope to prepare for job change. At the same time, they serve the tower mages. Planting, breeding, manufacturing, etc. In this process, the mages in the tower will go to the Mage Academy to give lectures and impart knowledge. Mage apprentices can freely choose courses except for the required courses. They often enter the tower in the end according to the courses they choose. After changing their profession to mages, they will continue to study in this field. In this process, some outstanding mage apprentices will be selected in advance by the mages in the tower and enter laboratories to study during the mage apprenticeship stage, which is enviable. The mages in the tower study spells alone or in a small team. They are keen on creating and transforming spells and naming them after themselves. In addition, there are all kinds of strange research projects. Some study the blood inheritance of Warcraft. Some study the inheritance of innate spells. Some study the constancy of body magic arrays. Some study the summoning of beasts. And some study how to turn Warcraft into human form. Many of them make Fong Bai say that he is eye-opening. Of course, Fong Bai can visit these laboratories and communicate with them. According to Fong Bai guess and some of Fei Rui's performance, Fong Bai understood. He couldn't get close to the real top-level laboratory. Apart from other things, Fong Bai knew that there must be a project. That is the technology related to building the domain of law with the legendary element life crystal core as the core. Obviously, these are the forte of these magician towers and their real foundation. Although Fong Bai was curious, he obviously couldn't get in touch with them. So he didn't force it too much, and instead communicated with these magicians who could get in touch with them. They may know less. And who said they couldn't get in touch with secrets? Any cutting-edge technology will not be a castle in the air. It must be the crystallization of the technology tree at a certain stage. While the cutting-edge technology is dazzling, there must be a flourishing basic technology and advanced technology underneath. Finally, it will transform into cutting-edge technology. Chapter 506 Servant Core. It doesn't matter what kind of fruit is produced. The branches that produce the fruit are the most important. So Fong Bai is keen to communicate and learn. For him, learning here does not necessarily mean researching the cutting-edge technology of the fire tower. It's just cutting-edge technology. Every kind of knowledge he learns is a root, and it will eventually nurture the most precious fruit tree. In this way, communicating and learning all day long. A few days passed. Finally, the agreed date arrived. This day, Fong Bai was also full of expectations. During this period, there were people communicating every day. Although Fong Bai was a little reluctant to leave, he still did not forget the main purpose of his trip. Fire Elemental Realm. On this day, Fong Bai came to the west of the first floor of the fire tower, under the leadership of Fei Rui. Here Fong Bai saw a series of portals and military camps. Fei Rui had never brought him here before. Can't come. Now Fong Bai knew that this was a military camp. Looking at the military camps, and the mages who led them, Fong Bai suddenly realized a problem. A mage has never been a profession that can only be fought alone. And Fei Rui's love of collecting followers could not have come out of thin air. At this moment, Fong Bai finally saw a mage in his prime. Elite, master, and even legendary slaves, including aliens, monsters, and humans. Without exception, they were all armed to the extreme, and each individual was full of murderous aura. During this process, Fong Bai even saw a behemoth that was more than 10 meters tall. More than 10 meters tall, with thick long hair, a heavy battle armor, and a mace in his hand. It was even more eye-opening. So fierce. It was amazing. The murderous aura emitted by thousands of strong men directly stagnated the air in this area. At this moment, Fong Bai understood that although these armies were not overall extraordinary armies, if a strong man fell into them, he would definitely not be able to get away with it. This is the slave army of our fire tower. There are 3 legends, dozens of masters, and more than half of them are elites. They usually live in the demi-plane and do not show up. They will only show their ferocious fangs when they really face a strong enemy. And equipped with a slave army and fighting with mages as the core. This is the peak moment of a real mage. Beside him, Tim, the deputy tower master of the fire tower, said proudly, because of the token of his master Fei Rui. Fong Bai was directly welcomed to the first row of the rostrum after he came here. Tim sat next to him, and Fong Bai was really shocked when he saw the scene. Indeed, a team was specially formed with mages as the core, so that the mages can maximize their auxiliary and main attacking roles. To achieve the effect of 1+1 greater than 3, Fong Bai has already started taking notes. Although he is full of confidence in his Tiandong Pavilion, this confidence is not blind. They have strong and excellent places, so they are confident. But they also understand that they must have shortcomings. So learning to become stronger is not shameful, but worth showing off. This is the difference between confidence and arrogance. So, Fong Bai said good things and complimented Tim, while recording in a notebook, and calculating the composition of the servant army according to the characteristics of Tiandong Pavilion in his mind. How to build the most powerful servant army. At the same time, Fong Bai also paid attention to a huge portal at the core of the military camp. The portals of other military camps have been opened long ago. This is the only closed portal, and the largest portal. All the servant armies stand around this portal. Obviously, this is the location of the portal to the fire elemental world. But it is not ready yet, so it has not been opened. Fong Bai immediately looked forward to it. A large-scale interdimensional teleportation array. Although it is to go to the inner plane and does not need to cross the world barrier, it is still an extremely difficult move. To be able to open such a large-scale, long-distance portal, the scale of this array must be huge. Time passed by minute. Fong Bai talked about mountains with Tim while paying attention to the location of the portal. Finally, an hour after arriving here, at Tim's command, the portal slowly opened on the built portal, revealing the fiery red world inside. But at this moment, what Fong Bai saw was not a spell model, let alone a magic array. Fong Bai did not see any magic array or spell model appear during the opening of the entire portal. The entire portal seemed to appear out of thin air. This was the case for other people, but not for Fong Bai. The fluctuations emitted by this portal and the characteristics when it was opened made Fong Bai very sure of one thing. What kind of magic array or spell is this? This is the interdimensional portal that comes with the ancient wizard civilization wizard tower. My magic tower also has it. My magic tower even has an automatic lock-on function, which can automatically track the evil god plane according to the evil god mark. I just don't have enough energy to activate this function. As long as I can gather 4 elemental crystal cores with the same attributes, I can get the coordinates of the elemental world. Then I will go to any elemental world that is fun. I thought others were powerful, but I found out that there was a more powerful one in my family. This feeling was really amazing. Fong Bai didn't recover until many mages entered the portal with their servants. Tim, who was standing next to him, saw the scene and thought that Fong Bai was frightened by the effect of the portal, and laughed immediately. How is it? Awesome. Although Tim had never heard Fong Bai say this, he knew from the context that he was praising him, which made him happy immediately. Shall we go too? Tim said, and Fong Bai nodded immediately. It was only then that Fong Bai discovered that one of the servants belonged to Tim, and there was a legend among them. As they moved forward, their auras were connected, and there were clearly traces of a formation connected. Obviously, this servant army seems to have only one legend. But if they really fight, They are at least equivalent to the strength of 2 legends. In addition, there is the existence of Tim, the master of the master-level peak mage. Fong Bai looked at this servant army equipped with heavy armor, which was obviously mainly for defense. If on the battlefield, Tim was guarded by such a servant army without being disturbed, giving him enough time to arrange rituals, magic arrays, and prepare spells. No one knows how terrible the killing he can burst out, if he really prepares for several days and nights, and pays the price of bankruptcy. The entire god-killing forbidden spell may come out. After all, people's strength is insufficient. But there is no limit to knowledge. If a person masters the technology of nuclear bomb manufacturing, and also has the equipment and materials for nuclear bomb preparation, who can say that he can't grow a gorgeous mushroom? Chapter 507. This is the horror of the mage. It is not just fighting alone and casting a few spells. Normal mages are considered as higher-level professionals by default. Is this the privilege of mages? No. This is a tragic lesson learned by other professionals. Listing mages of the same level as higher-level professionals will make it less likely for you to be beaten by mages of the same level, as long as you don't provoke them. After all, mages are more face-conscious. Of course, the mages here refer specifically to regular mages who have graduated from professional schools or received higher-level mage education, and regular mages who have been assessed by the Mage Association. Not the wild mages in the mercenary group who only cast a few fireballs and call themselves mages. Although they do have the spiritual power of mages and the profession of mages, it is well known. Mages are really credible only when they are evaluated by people. It doesn't matter if the heaven and the earth recognize them. When walking towards the portal, Tim glanced at Fong Bai and Fei Rui, and there was no one behind them. Although the fire elemental world has no entry restrictions, only masters who have formed a corps of servants will enter alone to hunt legendary elemental life. Mages below the master level either follow the master level mages to help and gain experience, or they do some experiments and collect some materials at the entrance of the fire elemental world portal. Given Fei Rui's status and his way of dealing with people, if he asks who he wants to go in with, then others will give him some face. He doesn't have it now. Tim thought Fei Rui would not go in, but seeing him with Fong Bai, Fei Rui, are you going in too? Well, I catch a few professional elemental life nearby and see if there are any master level ones. I'm about to start forming a corps of servants. Not in depth. They usually start to gradually form a corps of servants at the master level, but it's not too early to start preparing at the late elite level. As mages of the fire tower, they mainly attack fire elements. So fire elemental life, which is almost immune to physical damage and has fire element reserves, is naturally a good choice. Oh, so then you should be careful. Tim turned his head and looked at Fong Bai after he finished speaking. Fong Bai's purpose was very clear. That is, to hunt legendary elemental life and obtain crystal cores. The purpose was clear. Although Fong Bai was rumored to have legendary strength, he was alone. Fong Bai, if you go in, you will not have the help of the servant army. Do you want to come with me? I can trade you one of the crystal cores I hunted. You can exchange it with the 4th level fantasy Dream Lotus. Fong Bai pondered slightly after hearing this. This is indeed a good choice. But then he shook his head. Thank you, Tim Tower Group. Then I will reserve a crystal core first. It just so happens that I still have some fantasy Dream Lotus. But I will not go with the Tower Group. This fire elemental realm is strange to me. It is also my first time here, and I want to go around. Okay. Then you should be careful. Tim patted his head when he said this. Hey, look at my head. You are a player. You will not die. I will not remind you to be careful. Just remember that the portal will open again in a month, and we will leave together at that time. Just don't miss the time and get stuck in the fire elemental world. Tim was not surprised by Fong Bai's refusal. He is a young man, and he has legendary strength at a young age. Although he is a player, he is still a human being, a little arrogant, thinking that he is better than others and can hunt crystal cores. We all went through this stage. Who was not a genius before? So Tim understands very well. For him, it is enough to befriend Fong Bai with the right to exchange a crystal core. What? You said before that the legendary fire element life crystal core is a strategic resource and cannot be traded to the outside world. That's not what I said. Besides, don't you see what is being traded? This is the 4th level spiritual medicine Dream Lotus that allows Ferdinand to break through the legendary level. It's not just Ferdinand who is stuck at the legendary level. Isn't Tim the same? It just so happens that the breakthrough of a mage is different from that of other professions. Mental power is secondary. It must be a breakthrough in the field of knowledge. So even if the mental power is broken through, the knowledge field can still be stuck. It just so happens that ordinary legendary elixirs and semi-divine elixirs are useless for this. Functional 4th level legendary elixirs, like the Dream Lotus, are rare in the world. This is a 4th level elixir that can really help mages break through to the legendary level. He also wants to break through to the legendary level. Besides, didn't Ferdinand give his token to Fong Bai? The degree of preference is so obvious. And Ferdinand has already broken through to the legendary level. He wants to improve so much. Tim looked at Fong Bai and smiled a little more. Fong Bai probably can't get the crystal core. But, okay. You can play. I help you get the crystal core. After Tim finished speaking, he happily led his servant army into the fire elemental realm. Fong Bai was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. Fei Rui, be careful. I'm going in too. Okay. Before he finished speaking, Fong Bai stepped into the portal leading to the fire elemental realm. It was as if he had stepped over an invisible film. On one side was the normal elemental environment, and on the other side was the hot fire elemental realm dominated by the fire element. The fire element was extremely rich and active, as if it was in a volcano that could erupt at any time. Such active and rich fire elements did not flow into the outside world, where the fire element was relatively sparse. Obviously, this was all blocked by the film. To avoid a series of problems such as backflow of fire elements and seawater caused by the opening of the portal. Standing in the fire elemental realm, the mental power was released to sense the atmosphere here. Here, Fong Bai felt that the fire element was extremely rich, and other elements were very thin. When the spirit power explored the sky, it was found that the higher the fire element was, the denser it became, and the proportion of other elements became less and less. At a height of tens or hundreds of meters, other elements had already disappeared, leaving only pure fire elements surging, forming a thick, like real fire cloud in the sky. Is the fire element denser as you go up? Is the fire element life stronger as you go up? Do you have to fly up? Fong Bai just walked into the fire element with full confidence, and he was still ambitious just now. But he was stunned in an instant. Fly! His face darkened a little bit, and Fong Bai had an urge to turn around and leave. Fire element world? Bad review. However, when he saw that other mages did not fly after entering, but walked to other areas, he felt hopeful again. It's a waste not to see it. At most you can just take it as a view. After all, since you're here. Chapter 508 Fire Element Life. It seems that the fire elements in this fire element world are not evenly distributed. Fong Bai muttered in his heart while walking on the ground. Here, normal air no longer exists, and the air is filled with sulfur. And all the elements that ordinary people need to survive are missing here. If an ordinary person comes here, even if he is not harmed by fire element life or burned to death by magma, the oxygen demand alone can suffocate him to death. It's not that there is no air here. There is air here, but the toxic components are so high that they have not changed. And there is basically no oxygen. Although there are flames everywhere here, there is indeed no oxygen here. There are no plants to produce oxygen here. And these flames are all elemental fires. With the existence of the energy of fire elements, the state of flames can naturally be maintained. This seems unscientific. But in Fong Bai's view, this is just that he has not understood the fire element enough and has not added the fire element to the process of flame combustion. This is science. Happiness. Fong Bai doesn't care. But he is no longer a normal person. No spells are needed. And you can't die at all. In addition to the air, there is basically no real land under your feet. Magma. All magma. And because of the existence of the fire element, some of these magmas are ordinary, and some are terribly hot. These magmas with terribly high temperatures are golden and shining on the ground. Normal land is rare. This is an endless magma sea, and the piece of land next to the portal. I didn't think of it before. Now think about it. It should be the spell released by the mage. A platform for children below the professional level to play. While thinking, Fong Bai mental power spread out in full, capturing the flow of fire elements, and at the same time going deep into the magma sea to capture the situation in the depths. The magma sea is bottomless, and it seems that the deeper it goes, the more violent the fire elements become. which directly leads to higher magma temperatures and more active activities. And what surprised Fong Bai was that the density of fire element life gradually increased as he went down. And his strength also increased. Just like a fire element life that Fong Bai scanned with his mental power at this moment. It was a lizard made of lava. The boulders formed after the lava solidified were assembled one by one. And the viscous magma flowed in the gaps. Between breaths, the magma was swallowed and spit out, driving a piece of magma to surge. The body, which was comparable to the size of a small passenger car, exuded a professional-level aura. Professional-level elemental life. This was the fourth one he had seen in the magma sea. And he had not seen any on the surface of the magma sea. At this time, Fong Bai couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. That's right. The magma sea is also a sea. The fire elemental life is the fish that lives in the magma sea. In the sea, are there more fish on the surface of the sea or in the water of the ocean? It must be in the magma sea, Fong Bai suddenly realized, and immediately did not use his strength to vibrate the magma to make himself stand on the surface of the magma. Instead, he let go completely. Plop. Fong Bai fell into the magma and sank at a very fast speed. At the same time, Tim had already found a fishing spot and started to arrange baits to prepare for fishing. Just as he was preparing, a flash of inspiration suddenly popped up in his mind. Wait, does Fong Bai know that fire elemental life must be fished? Does Fong Bai have bait? Tim thought about it. Fei Rui had never come into contact with it, and Ferdinand hadn't mentioned it. So he didn't know? Forget it. Fong Bai is just going to look around anyway. It's okay if he doesn't have any air force. Can't he just go back and trade with me? But then again, if Fong Bai can't find elemental life on the sea level, it's not possible. Tim looked at the extremely dense fire element above his head. He won't fly into the fire cloud to find it. Will he? Tim was slightly stunned. Forget it. Just fly. Don't dive in the magma sea, Tim muttered, looking down at the hot magma sea. No one should go down. Right? It can't be since below. So it's not a sure thing. Right? Tim shook his head and used bait and specific spells to make nests first. During the nesting period, various magic arrays and various means are arranged on the surface to ensure that the fire element life will receive the warmest greeting as soon as it is caught, instead of trying to fish it down. When Tim was making a nest, Fong Bai had sunk to a very deep position. The rich fire element alone cannot block the mental power at all, and the mental power can easily penetrate. Simple soil, magma, etc. cannot isolate the mental power detection, but can only weaken the strength of the mental power detection and the speed of the mental power penetration. It often takes a very large thickness to meet this requirement. But when the fire element and magma are combined together, the fire element contained in the magma begins to block the mental power. Fortunately, these magmas are not elemental materials. So although they can isolate mental power, they cannot completely isolate it. However, even so, Fong Bai mental power still makes it dark, as if his vision is closed. It's like being in the thundercloud in the Thunder Valley. The only difference is that the mental power will be hurt there. Here, the mental power can't extend at all. In this environment, touch and vibration gradually build a set of perception fields for Fong Bai to replace mental power. Use the mental power around the body and the sense of touch of the body to capture every wave in the magma. Then analyze the wave in the mental power. After collecting a certain amount of data, put the data into the computing center. Use projection to remotely mobilize the computing power of the computing center, and trace the source of each wave. At first, the error was large, but as more and more data was collected, the calculation accuracy gradually improved. When Fong Bai invested more computing power, he traced the source, and the source of each wave was analyzed. Then, according to the influence of different substances in the magma on the wave, he reversed what items the wave encountered during the propagation process. The waves intertwined, tracing back to the source, inferring, and constructing in the mind. Soon, the specific situation of the 10 meters around Fong Bai emerged in his mind. After a while, 20 meters, 40 meters, 100 meters, Fong Bai started to move again after regaining the 200 meters of vision. This is almost enough. After all, he is not a fragile mage or other professional who has to worry about elemental life sneak attacks. He is not afraid of this thing, as long as he can see the road clearly. Besides, for this level of calculation, the waves will collide and interfere with each other. Although Fongbai does not need a very high degree of precision, but even a rough calculation requires a huge amount of computing power. 100 meters is enough. No matter how far the distance is or how large the range is, his current computing power is not enough. If he squeezes out the computing power of others, Su Shiping, Chi Peng, Ding Xiu and others will not curse. And at this moment, huh? Chapter 509. What is this? Suddenly, Fongbai discovered a block that was different from magma through the wave detection method. Strip. 2 meters long. About 40 centimeters in diameter. Elemental life? Fongbai had this thought in his mind. And then shook his head. It shouldn't be. Elemental life is so small? It has the shape? It's not elemental life. But it can be kept from melting in magma? What elemental material? Fongbai muttered, and pressed his palm backward. Buzz! A wave of power spread out, and the reaction force pushed Fongbai forward. The distance was not far. Only a few dozen meters. It didn't take a moment on the surface, but it took Fongbai a lot of thought in this sticky magma. After some effort, Fongbai came to the side of this object and looked at it with his mental power at close range. Stone? Elemental stone? Fire element? Fongbai muttered. Metals have elemental metals, and stones naturally have them. And the stock is more than elemental metals. It's just that stone is not as functional as elemental metal, and the stock is large. So although they are both elemental materials, but the price is very different. Although it's not cheap, the price is really not high. Elemental stone of fire element. It can probably be used in the field of refractory bricks or fuel. If used reasonably, it may be able to create high-temperature flames. And Fongbai was surprised to find that the flame derived from the power in this elemental stone contained a different inspiration. This flame seems to have a little special power. Fongbai completed the comparison test in the fantasy space in an instant. If the flame of this were as used in forging, the power in the flame can make the metal material forged rise a little. According to the test results, it can currently be used for forging equipment up to level 3. The metal itself does not change much, but after being forged into equipment, this power can improve the overall effect of the equipment a little. It is useless for level 4, so it should be a level 3 elemental stone placed in the fuel. It is impossible to forge level 4 equipment with level 3 metal, but it may allow level 2 metal to reach the level 3 threshold. To be precise, the greatest significance is to use ordinary steel to forge a true level 3 refining and forge level 3 equipment that meets the standards. Although Fongbai has not forged ordinary steel for a long time, he will never forget it. There is a quasi-level 3 refining between the second and third refining. The reason is that ordinary steel is not an elemental material and cannot withstand the elemental power absorbed during the 3 refining process and thus collapses. This level 3 elemental stone can solve this problem, which means that the biggest problem limiting level 3 equipment, the material problem, can be solved. This means that Fongbai can use the metals from the 3 refinements to replace the elemental metals, and to a certain extent solve the problem of the scarcity of elemental metals. That is, technology plus steel plus third-order elemental stone fuel to obtain elemental metals. Although this third-order elemental stone is third-order, its value is not high. At least it is basically impossible to exceed the same grade elemental metal of the same weight. Of course, the premise is that the stock of elemental stone for this fuel is large. Otherwise, it will be useless. Go back and ask Fei Rui if there is such elemental stone for sale on the market. Fongbai thought so, and the projection far away in Tiangong Pavilion had already issued the task through the local area network. Search for elemental stones that meet this characteristic on a large scale and make purchases. It has to be said that the projection technique of the Lord Steel is simply against the sky. In the past, it only ignored the distance information, but now it has begun to ignore the plane isolation. It's really outrageous. What level of magic is this projection spell? Who developed it? Fongbai couldn't help but mutter. But when he thought about the confidence of the Mage Tower in locking the evil god plane, and the luxury of building a supporting element pool that required 4 legendary element life crystal cores of earth, fire, wind and water, if he thought about it carefully, it seemed normal. He shook his head slightly, cleared all the distracting thoughts in his mind, and then continued to cruise in this magma, looking for elemental life. And by the way, see if he can find some elemental metals or something. If there are elemental stones, they are also unknown elemental stones. This also feels like a lottery. Although most elemental stones are not very useful except for element isolation and mental isolation. But there are always special ones. But Fongbai thought too much. Maybe it was the misjudgment caused by the elemental stone he encountered just now. The most in this magma sea is magma. In addition, elemental stones and elemental life are very rare. At least the density is not as dense as everywhere. In addition, Fongbai perception range is only 100 meters in radius. And it is not very accurate. His search was probably like a ball with a diameter of 200 meters running rampant in this ocean full of magma. The density of elemental stones and elemental life is very low. So it is even more difficult to encounter them. In this regard, Fongbai can only calm down and dive deeper into the magma lake. At the same time, he always pays attention to the element fluctuations and the fluctuations of magma. The higher the concentration of fire elements is, the more chaotic and violent the fire elements are. If the fire elements on the surface are gentle ladies, then the fire elements in the depths are violent gorillas. This is not caused by any spell, nor is it the aftermath of a spell. But it is originally violent? This thought emerged in Fongbai's mind. And then the question came. Why is the fire element below so violent? However, before Fongbai could think about this question carefully, Fongbai noticed a fluctuation. Although the detection range of his fluctuations was only 100 meters. But he could always tell the general direction of the strong fluctuations coming from a distance. While rushing along the fluctuations, he thought, not long after sensing a moving object more than 2 meters long through the wave, Fongbai approached it and found that it was a red rock like fire elemental life. It was only an elite level. And Fongbai took it away and took out the crystal core as soon as they met. Then he continued to search. Identify the magma fluctuations from a distance. And then approach it little by little to explore. Elemental stone and elemental metal will not move. And will not create strong fluctuations. But active elemental life will. If the elemental life with a larger body just swims, it will create a large magma fluctuation. And the distance is far beyond Fongbai pitiful 100-meter detection distance. Fongbai searched like this, harvesting some elemental life crystal cores from time to time, all of which were elite level. He did encounter a master level elemental life. But Fongbai was reluctant to kill it. He remembered that Fei Rui said he would start preparing a servitor army. So he caught it and kept it. And this is Tim's place. What? The goods are on. Chapter 510. Wow. The goods are finally delivered. Tim was very excited when he saw the warning array that was beeping. And he immediately prepared. Due to the obstruction of the fire element magma sea, Tim could not observe the specific situation below through his mental power, and could only guess the situation below based on the sound emitted by the warning array. The fundamental principle is to detect the fluctuations below through several arrays in different directions. Generally speaking, only larger fluctuations can be detected. And then, the situation below can be inferred based on the warnings of different arrays and experience. Then activate the arranged fishing net at the critical moment to catch the big fish below. Due to the particularity of the magma sea, and the strength must meet the standard of catching legendary elemental life. Each net is extremely costly, and the price is extremely high. Each net must be very cautious. Generally speaking, there is only one condition to set up a net. Otherwise it is extremely difficult to make a profit. In other words, there is only one chance to catch the net. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The warning arrays in different directions sounded. And Tim waited excitedly. All of this indicates that this big fish is very likely to be legendary. And this big fish is approaching the direction of his bait. Listening to the sound of the warning array, Tim silently calculated in his heart. And finally start, Tim shouted. And the arrays arranged around him were instantly activated. The elemental materials that were much more valuable than gold of the same weight quickly turned into ashes. This is throwing money into the furnace continuously. In an instant, the entire property of a small noble evaporated. These elemental forces merged together to form the rule power. And the light pillars as thick as fists appeared in the air. And one after another sank into the magma sea. In a blink of an eye, all 7 interlaced light pillars sank into the magma sea. And rays of light refracted and intertwined between them. And in an instant, a sealed network was interwoven between the 7 pillars. Roar! The roar like an ancient beast sounded in the magma sea. Bang! 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 Just the roar made the surrounding magma turn into water columns and rise into the sky. And then sprinkled in the sky, like a magma meteor shower. Tim casually held up a few shields to block the magma fire rain falling from the sky. At this moment, all his energy was focused on the light column and light net in front of him. Obviously, there was a real legendary fire element life below. It was also his goal. The big fish was caught. But this is not the end. On the contrary, this is just the beginning. The real difficulty has just begun. If they can be killed once they are caught in the net, then they will not be so short of legendary crystal cores. Then legendary crystal cores will be everywhere. After all, the fire element world is least short of elemental life. Tim's face was serious, and all his energy was on controlling the magic circle and controlling the magic circle's power release. At the same time, he divided his mind into two parts and began to extract the fire elements and magma within the magic circle's blockade range. This is a wrestling match with the legendary fire element life. Whoever is exhausted first will be the final winner. But if the magma and fire element are not extracted, then Tim is wrestling with a monster with infinite physical strength. Isn't this asking for trouble? At the beginning, it was smooth, and the legendary fire element life, with a large piece of dueling bait, did not resist strongly. But when Tim extracted the fire element and the magma, it was a little uneasy. Boom! The fire element life that sensed the unrest tried to escape, but was immediately blocked by the magic circle. This made it more manic and madly hit. Bang! 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 The light column flashed quickly, and the light network composed of rays of light continued to twist and recover. In this process, the light column gradually dimmed, and Tim's expression became more and more serious during this process. And the storage ring in his hand was not open for a long time. This is the resource he prepared. As long as the storage ring is opened and the things inside are added and replenished, the magic circle can be greatly enhanced, both in terms of strength and endurance. But Tim hesitated. The elemental materials in the storage ring are more expensive than the materials used to set up the magic circle. Dozens of times more expensive. Once thrown in, it would be fine if the legendary elemental life was successfully killed, and all the costs could be recovered. But if it was not caught, it would be a complete loss. And this legendary elemental life, it's a bit too strong. Tim's face looked a little ugly. Then he sighed, shook his head, and put the ring in his hand away. Missed the best window. After dozens of collisions, ping! The magic circle composed of light columns and light nets shattered after an extreme burst of light. Drip, 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 drip. The warning magic circle beside his ear was frantically alarming. Tim listened to the alarm sound, just shook his head slightly and sighed. Legendary elemental life also has strong and weak points. Elemental life has amazing vitality and fighting power, and they are in the absolute home field of the fire elemental world. Generally speaking, they only hunt the weaker legendary elemental life. For the slightly stronger ones, they usually stop losses in time. It is too difficult to catch, too difficult to kill, and the failure rate is too high. If they don't stop losses in time, they will get too excited. Then although their fire tower is rich, they will still go bankrupt in a minute, watching this legendary fire elemental life leave. But at this moment, suddenly, boom! The magma in front of Tim turned into a pillar of fire and soared into the sky, and turned into a rain of fire. What's going on? Two legendary fire elemental life are fighting? Tim couldn't help thinking so. Thinking of this possibility, Tim was instantly excited. It was even more exciting than hearing about two beauties fighting. He decisively took out the materials that he was reluctant to give up just now, and began to arrange the magic circle. Boom! 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 During the process of setting up the magic circle, a terrifying collision occurred in the magma sea. The viscous and calm magma sea suddenly became turbulent at this moment, and the magma exploded again and again. During the battle, there were collisions again and again, and the depth of the collisions became shallower and shallower. They are all floating up, still fighting. Tim excitedly set up the magic circle quickly. At this moment, he only hated that he only had two hands and couldn't set up the magic circle fast enough. Faster! 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 If these two legendary fire elemental lives are both injured, I will take them all down. It's a big deal. Then it's a big deal. I will definitely be the most dazzling mage in this year's fire tower. No. 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 The entire Mage Academy. I can brag about this record from this year to next year. Tim's hand has left a residual image, and the aura of the servant army next to him has been completely connected under the effect of the magic circle. Ready to go. Chapter 511. The mage is weak in melee combat? Boom! A thick tail appeared in the lava rain, and one of the small people was thrown into the air. I catch it. Tim was about to catch it when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait. How come this legendary fire elemental life has no fire element? And why does the breath look so familiar? Then, Tim was silent. Fong Bai? Hey. What a coincidence. Master Tim. Fong Bai was not surprised to see Tim. He had already discovered it. So he just smiled. Then countless gold elements surged on his body, and several giant thrusters appeared on his body. Boom! The moment the thrusters ignited, they pushed Fong Bai downwards. Although he couldn't fly, there was no problem with accelerating to fall. Boom! Fong Bai slammed into the lava sea again, and Tim's eyes widened. Fuck. You players won't die. But you can't do this. Tim was full of envy and lemons, diving directly into the magma sea and fighting with the legendary elemental life. This is too cool. I do it too. Wait. What do I want to do? Tim, who was a little excited, said a little excitedly, and just as he was about to release the melee spell to strengthen his body, he stopped, regaining calm. A master-level mage fighting a legendary fire elemental life in close combat. Isn't this courting death? The mage's melee combat is weak, and he is not a player, and he does not have a second life. Tim sighed and looked at Fong Bai enviously as he dived into the magma sea and rushed towards the huge fire elemental life in it. It is worth mentioning. The mage's melee combat is weak. This is indeed common sense. Common sense that everyone knows. There are two sources of this common sense. First, some mages deliberately wrote the story description. Second, the common sense passed down in the battle of professionals. The mage is weak in melee combat, and the opponent's mage needs melee combat. This is indeed well known. But this is only the first half of the sentence. His second half of the sentence is that the mage's melee combat is weak compared to the melee professionals of a higher level. After all, in the default rules, a mage is equivalent to other professionals of a higher level, so his melee strength is also comparable to that of a melee professional of a higher level. Is this reasonable? That's how everyone compares. As for whether there is a big enemy who really goes to fight a mage of the same level in close combat, just go ahead. If you can fight a mage of the same level in close combat, you may die more decently. After all, long-range deaths are faster and more miserable. Time passed by, and the battle below continued. It seemed that there were torpedoes exploding in the magma sea every moment, causing a steady stream of magma to gush out and the surrounding magma to surge. In this process, weak elemental life or some elemental materials surged up from time to time. Fong Bai was not dead, nor was he defeated. This made Tim take a deep breath, and at this moment, a golden rope suddenly rushed out of the magma, and there was a voice coming with it. Don't watch the show. Join forces, half each. These words were naturally said by Fong Bai. Tim's eyes lit up when he heard this. Okay, it's a deal. Before he finished speaking, Tim immediately locked onto the golden rope and asked the servant army to catch it. He had wanted to help for a long time, but Fong Bai didn't say anything. He didn't want to get close to Fong Bai, and he didn't want Fong Bai to misunderstand that he wanted to snatch the spoils. After all, the value of a legendary fire element life crystal core is no joke. The fire tower may not get a few of them even if it organizes a hunt every year. Now that Fong Bai has spoken and promised to give each of them half, he will naturally not hesitate. The moment he grabbed the golden rope, Tim felt a slight numbness, and his mental power seemed to be paralyzed by the electric current. But the feeling was fleeting, and the next moment, the thunder power wrapped around it was restrained. 4th level legendary equipment. Qingmu Vine? Lightning? And a special forging process? As a knowledgeable regular master level mage, Tim saw the origin of the golden rope at a glance. But even so, he couldn't hide his surprise. But without thinking too much, he directly asked the servant army to grab it and pull it up with Fong Bai. He quickly arranged the magic circle, and the precious elemental materials fell like rain. There was no saving at this moment. As long as Fong Bai was sure to keep this legendary fire elemental life from running away, he would be able to get back his investment. Get up. The power of the servant army of various colors gathered, and the elements of heaven and earth responded and burst out. A powerful force acted on the golden rope and pulled it up. Tim sighed. Elemental dispersion. Elemental chaos. Water element blessing. Fire elemental life is inherently immune to spells such as weakness and entanglement. But some elemental spells have miraculous effects on it. Spells fell along the golden rope one by one. Fong Bai, who was still in the magma sea, grabbed the golden rope with one hand and clenched his fist with the other hand and smashed it hard below. The legendary fire elemental life without wisdom kept roaring and struggling frantically. During this period, one spell after another fell on Fong Bai and the fire elemental life through the golden rope. However, Fong Bai was immune to all these spells, and even received a certain amount of water element blessing. And the fire elemental life was fully effective and had excellent results. After all, although the fire elemental life has legendary resistance, the master level wizard who dares to hunt the legendary fire elemental life is not a vegetarian. These carefully arranged spells can not only penetrate its legendary armor and legendary resistance, even with years of hunting and targeted improvements, the effect of these spells will be better. Fong Bai was slightly happy when he saw this. Tim's strength is indeed extraordinary. The next moment, Fong Bai fought with this legendary fire elemental life again. The terrifying body strength allows it to be beaten and bidden. And no matter how high temperature or powerful force, it cannot hurt it. The legendary armor engraved on his body, the resistance runes shine, and at the same time, it allows it to carry the mass and power of the inner space. The terrifying mass superposition. The already strong magnetic field on the surface of the body erupted again, turning into a thick invisible armor to resist every attack, continuously borrowing power from the magma, directly fighting with the most brutal close combat, blocking the fire element life from destroying the golden rope. In other words, the golden rope originally belonged to the wood element of the Qingmu vine, and the thunder paralysis power attached to it was ineffective against the fire element life without a physical body, originally weakened fire, and targeted by the lack of a physical body. In desperation, Fong Bai could only use it reluctantly, and at the same time, he kept taking action to maintain it to prevent it from really breaking free and escaping. Just keep tying it up and trapping it here. Although there was nothing he could do about it for a while. Fong Bai noticed that the surrounding magma and fire elements were being drawn out. Tim was not watching the show. Chapter 512 Legendary Fire Element Life Crystal Core. Come up! Breaking out of the magma and standing on the surface of the magma sea, Fong Bai grabbed the tail of the fire element life with both hands and threw it up. The magma under Fong Bai's feet sank as a whole, and a black shadow was thrown out from a hole and hit the surface of the magma. Boom! Magma splashed. There was basically no difference between hitting the magma surface and hitting a stone at high speed, and the fire element life roared. Tim, who was splashed with magma, blocked the magma. Really rough guy. Although he complained, he couldn't hide his smile. This legendary fire element life was actually brought up by the two of them. And until this moment, the two people saw the true face of this legendary fire element life. This is a life made purely of magma, and its appearance looks like a big lizard, with 4 legs on the ground, roaring at Fong Bai. This legendary fire element life has no intelligence at all. Thinking of this, Fong Bai couldn't help but frown slightly. This really shouldn't be the case. Could it be because of the extremely violent fire element in this magma sea? Thinking in his heart, his hands did not stop moving at all, directly resisting the fireballs, magma, and firestorms it spewed out, and rushed to it and beat it wildly. In the crazy attack, magma was constantly blown out, and these magmas were taken away by Tim before the elemental life could merge again, including the magma sea under his feet. All were sealed, cutting off the recovery path. However, the size of this elemental life of more than 10 meters here, it can't be consumed in a short time. For the elemental life, all physical consumption is useless. As long as it is allowed to touch the magma sea, it can be fully recovered in just a moment. And neither Fong Bai golden rope nor the small piece of magma sea frozen under his feet can last so long. Nor can it defend without loopholes. Although it has no intelligence, its fighting instinct is extremely sharp, knowing that it is disadvantageous. It will naturally run away. However, at this moment, the magic array prepared by Tim was finally completed, and the long chanting had ended. Under the supply of the magic array of the vast water element and ice element. In this world without ice element and full of fire element. In this world where the ice element is completely suppressed, the power is only 1/10 of it. Tim relied on the natural resources to supply ice elements to maintain the operation of the spell, and relied on the extraction of fire elements to forcibly arrange the casting space. A snowflake slowly fell on the head of the fire element life. Tim's legendary frost spell. Ping. When the snowflakes touched the fire element life, the thin snowflakes not only did not melt, but spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, this fire element life that had been deprived of the terrain and the fire element was extracted turned into an ice sculpture. The fire element world can suppress ice element spells, but also fire element life, naturally weak to ice. Ping. Tim came over and knocked lightly, and the fire element life shattered into a piece of ground, revealing a completely thinner fire element life. Roar! The moment the fire element life was exposed, it rushed directly towards Tim. But before it got close, it was pinned down and beaten by the servant legend next to it. When the fire element life barely struggled to retreat, it bumped into a person. Looking back, Fong Bai grabbed the tail and swung it up. Heaven and earth return. Boom boom boom. Boom. Tim's legendary frost ray. Swish. The azure light fell, and the fire element life was frozen again, shattered to the ground. And when it struggled out, it was more than 1 meter long. But neither Fong Bai nor Tim dared to relax their vigilance. These were just superficial injuries to the fire element life. As long as it was exposed to the fire element or magma, it would recover in the blink of an eye. Or if it was given a certain amount of time, enough fire elements would naturally surge out of the element crystal core to restore its body. Then, they strictly guarded against it, and did not let this legendary fire element life touch the magma or escape from the magic circle area where the fire element was extracted, before it could use the crystal core to recover on its own. Fong Bai smashed it with one fist, until Tim's magic circle was ready again. Under Tim's prepared spell, the body of the fire elemental life was completely shattered and turned into a small crystal core suspended in the air. Looking at the crystal core, Fong Bai and Tim were all smiling. Just when they were about to talk about the distribution of the crystal core, Fong Bai suddenly found a problem. Tim did take a look at the crystal core at first, but what really made him smile was him. Fong Bai? Fong Bai was shocked. Tim saw Fong Bai's expression and said immediately, "The crystal core belongs to you. The crystal core belongs to you. The 50-50 split you just said still counts, right?" Fong Bai was slightly stunned. "It counts? What's wrong? It counts? It counts? Let's go. Quickly collect the crystal core. Let's go to the next place. I have made a nest in other places. Hurry up. Hurry up. Let's go over there quickly," Tim said excitedly, not even looking at the crystal core again, as if he was disdainful. Fong Bai understood what he meant. This was to cooperate with him to hunt down legendary fire elemental life, and then split it 50-50. In other words, one per person, taking turns. It's just that. The price is too high? Fong Bai was a little confused when he saw Tim's excitement. "Didn't you say you would sell me one when you entered the fire elemental world? Are you so enthusiastic now?" "I'm not used to it," Fong Bai muttered, and then stretched out his hand to hold the crystal core suspended in the air. Legendary fire element life crystal core. Fong Bai held the crystal core in front of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up little by little. The crystal core was fiery red, like a pure ruby, as if it had endless fire elements. In fact, it was indeed so. It was connected to the fire element world, and there was only a limit on output efficiency, not quantity. And the output power was legendary. This crystal core looked like a ruby, and holding it in the hand was like a red-hot iron block. Extremely hot, but Fong Bai held it in his hand, and even his skin didn't turn red. After looking at it for a few more times, he threw it away. Enter the inner space. Only the legendary wind element life crystal core is left, Fong Bai said softly, full of expectations. Gathering the 4 legendary element life crystal cores of earth, fire, wind and water means that he can build the energy structure of the magician tower. The element pool. Once the element pool is built, it can provide a continuous supply of energy to the magician tower. Not only can the fantasy space continue to operate at a high time rate, but the portal of the magician tower can also be fully operational. This means that he can not only enter the major elemental realms and major planes after obtaining the coordinates, but also directly open the portal to the evil god plane. 2 evil god planes. 2 evil gods. 1 alive and 1 dead. Chapter 513 Raging Element. Fong Bai. Let's go. Let's hurry up. Tim waved at Fong Bai. Fong Bai gathered his thoughts and walked towards Tim. Let's go. I've made a few nests. Let's go together. Whenever a fire element comes, you go down and hold it. I be responsible for killing it. We split it 50-50. That is, 1 crystal core per person. Tim was very excited at this moment. He had never thought that hunting legendary fire element life would be so simple. He had never thought that the servant army responsible for protecting him didn't have to take action at all, and had no contact with the enemy at all. It was incredible. No matter how he prepared the magic circle, he would not be disturbed. This feeling. Invincible. Tim's heart was surging. And he took Fong Bai to the next point. Fong Bai learned that he had set up many nests. And there were 2 nearby. But those 2 nests were already abandoned. According to past experience, there would generally not be a second legendary fire element life nearby. After all, these legendary fire elemental creatures have no wisdom. If they rely on instinct, they will separate from each other. So the legendary fire elemental creatures here have been hunted. So naturally they need to go to a farther place. On the way, Fong Bai also learned that they originally hunted fire elemental creatures by making nests and setting up magic arrays in advance. It's a pity that he always felt that it was difficult to find targets in the magma sea. Hey, Master Tim, I have a question to ask you. You say, Tim said straightforwardly. Why are these fire elemental creatures at the legendary level, but still have no wisdom? Even the master level magic beasts in the main material world have considerable wisdom. And the wisdom of legendary magic beasts is no less than that of humans. It feels a bit abnormal. Tim paused slightly after hearing this, and then said, We have also done relevant research on this issue. After research, it is believed that this is related to the violent fire elements in the magma sea. In the fire element realm, the deeper into the magma sea, the more violent the fire elements become, the more difficult to control, the greater the destructiveness, and even directly cause elemental erosion to living things. And the higher you go, the more stable it becomes. It is said that the fire elements at the top are basically as stable as those in the main material world. Even if they are extremely dense, they will not cause direct harm to living things, and can basically be regarded as non-existent. All fire element life born in the violent fire element has no reason. And the fire element life born in the fire element cloud layer above has spiritual intelligence. We generally call it fire spirits. They are also real intelligent life forms, and have cluster characteristics. Generally speaking, the fire elemental lords and fire elemental elders you heard about in the novels are powerful fire elemental life forms among the fire spirits. They form territories in the upper layer of the fire elemental cloud layer, fight each other, or invade other planes or the main material world. Generally speaking, don't provoke fire spirits. They are very powerful and very intelligent. They are very difficult to deal with, and many of them have signed summoning contracts with mages or warlocks, and can accept summons from professionals. And some of them can find powerful professionals as backers. Fong Bai couldn't help but realize it when he heard it, and he felt that he had learned something new. When Tim saw Fong Bai's expression and saw that he was listening carefully, he was in a very good mood and immediately became very interested in talking, and continued to talk. These are all off topic. Let's get back to the point. This is not only the case in the fire elemental realm, but also in other elemental realms. Elemental life is also divided into 2 types. One is intelligent, and the other is irrational. The elements in other elemental realms also change from violent chaos to stability. So there is no need to be too surprised. In fact, whether it is the inner plane or the outer plane, even the main material world has a large number of elemental chaos areas. The elements in this area are often very rich, and it is easy to give birth to powerful magic beasts and elemental life. But because of this, it is also because of this kind of magic beast and elemental life are born quickly, and their strength increases. They are fast, but they often have no reason, no wisdom, only the desire to destroy and kill, just like the legendary fire elemental life without wisdom. So you don't have to be too surprised. But be careful in this area. Once this kind of monster forms a monster tide, if you get caught in it, you will be attacked one after another, and you may even forget the fear of death. Be careful. Once you get caught in it, it's okay if you don't get exhausted. But once you get exhausted, Tim spoke quickly, just like when teaching the younger generation to make up some serious consequences to scare them. But when he recalled Fong by just resisting the attack of the legendary fire elemental life, he suddenly paused. Once you get exhausted, you may be bitten by the monster, even if your defense is not broken. Even if your defense is not broken, your clothes will be damaged and your body will be dirty. Right? Fong Bai blinked his eyes. He didn't know if he would break the defense, but it seemed that Tim had broken the defense. Tim was silent under Fong Bai's gaze. After a moment, Tim stopped and looked at the early warning array in front of him. The early warning array did not move, and he immediately continued to the next hideout. No words along the way, one after another. When he found that the early warning array of a hideout was activated from a distance, Tim immediately perked up and gestured to Fong Bai. It's just spiritual communication. Why gesture? What's wrong? I'm also a mage. For this point, Tim really forgot, or really ignored it. Aren't mages all long-range cross-level battles? And melee battles are ordinary. You are a melee cross-level battle, and long-range battles are ordinary. You are a mage? Are you a serious mage? Tim complained in his heart. Very serious, Fong Bai said faintly, and Tim, who was complaining in the mental link, paused. Ahem. Fong Bai. Go down and entangle it first. Give me half an hour to set up the magic circle and prepare for the ceremony. Fong Bai stared at Tim dimly, and as soon as he gathered his strength under his feet, he fell silently into the magma sea without a single bubble. You have such strong control over your strength, and you still say you are not a warrior. First, warriors can't control their strength as well as I do. Second, I can still hear it. Tim quickly shut up and took out various elemental materials to start setting up the magic circle, using the magic circle to accumulate power and turn it into a ritual field. Even a powerful magic circle is just a part of the ritual field. Standing in the ritual field, Tim chanted a spell in a low voice, and his strength accumulated quickly. At this moment, Fong Bai shuttled through the magma sea like a swordfish, restrained his breath, and quickly moved towards the direction of the den. There was no fluctuation in front, but when he almost entered the den, a huge monster finally appeared in Fong Bai's perception through the fluctuation. Chapter 514. Each takes what it needs. Boom! A legendary fire element life in the shape of an ape was completely shattered after being frozen. A red crystal core was suspended in the air, and the fire element inside it surged, trying to condense again. But the next moment, it was grabbed by a hand and sealed in a box. Fong Bai saw Tim put away the crystal core and then approached, and his attention was mostly focused on the ritual field arranged by Tim. I didn't pay much attention before, but this time Fong Bai was very interested in hunting, and carefully observed how Tim, a master-level mage, exerted his legendary strength. He is also a mage. Why can't he do it? Even casting is subject to the strength of mental power and the constructed spell model. But after watching it, I suddenly felt it. The spell model is the foundation of the spell. But how can a legendary spell be subject to the spell model? Based on the magic circle, the ritual field is constructed with specific symbolic materials, and then supplemented with spells to pry the power of heaven and earth, and pry the power from the field of heaven and earth to attack the enemy. This is the essence of Tim's legendary spell attack. Different paths lead to the same destination, Fong Bai said softly. From the magic circle to the ritual field, and then to the field. Authority. The path taken by a mage like Tim seems different from Fong Bai, but in essence, they are surprisingly similar. This is also the reason why Fong Bai can glimpse the essence of some legendary spells with a simple observation. And this made Fong Bai think again. So how does Tim leverage the field power? And how does he transform the field power into spell effects? And how can I leverage the power contained in my own field and release it in the form of attack spells? After the magnetic field underwent a qualitative change, Fong Bai's own magnetic field contained amazing field power. A considerable part of it was plundered from the forest field. Of course, once it entered Fong Bai's magnetic field, it would naturally be Fong Bai's field power. This power is extremely huge, but it is constrained in Fong Bai's field, and it exists with Fong Bai and belongs to Fong Bai. But Fong Bai cannot use it at all, and cannot use it at all. It's like a cannon, with shells and barrels. But Fong Bai just can't fire it, so he can only watch. Tim's method is to borrow power from the field of heaven and earth. The field of heaven and earth can borrow. But can I borrow it? Others can borrow it. So can I borrow it myself? Fong Bai looked at the remaining ritual field on the ground, and had already made a decision. A legendary crystal core was actually obtained. And Tim, who had no air force, was in a good mood. Seeing Fong Bai's attention to the ritual field, he immediately said directly, "It's a small ritual field arranged temporarily. A disposable item. Nothing to see. If you like to watch it, I will take you to see those large ritual fields that can grow permanently. That's what is called a spectacular sight. And the power that can be aroused is called terrifying. The top ritual field even involves a trace of authority. Enough to release forbidden spells and kill gods. Tim said proudly. A trace of authority? Killing gods? Fongbai couldn't help but repeat it after hearing this. Tim was slightly proud of what he said, and was about to bring back the scene of the fire tower. When Fongbai spoke up, "True God?" Tim's face darkened. Fongbai immediately understood after seeing this. Oh, demigod. It also refers to evil gods. After all, evil gods are all demigods. And it's fun to think about whether there are true gods among the evil gods. How can a true god be an evil god? Fine. However, if he could kill a demigod, Fongbai couldn't help but recall the scene of killing the evil god in the trial space. God fell with one blow. Forbidden spell. Mortals killing gods? Even if it was just a demigod. Fongbai still felt excited when he thought of this. Okay. I must visit it if I have a chance. Also, Master Tim, can I study and communicate in the fire tower for a while? Fongbai said aloud, and without waiting for Tim to reply, he said it again immediately. In-depth learning and communication. Communication directly to the level of legendary spells. When Fongbai spoke, he couldn't help but look at the remaining Dream Lotus in the inner space. He had already made plans to exchange some Dream Lotus for learning opportunities. But before he could say it, Tim said without hesitation, "Sure. I'm very interested in your professional inheritance of melee legends. We can communicate then." Tim was also very interested in Fongbai's career path, relying purely on physical strength. Master-level hard fight against legends. It's outrageous. If he had 100 or 80 such servant legions, if he could have such physical strength, he would at least walk sideways when he went out. Melee cross-level fight legends. Spell cross-level fight legends. He can beat legends alive. And he can make those assassins who try to rush and smile and walk away lying down. Before, he was curious but embarrassed to ask. Now he opened his mouth as soon as he had the chance. He was not afraid that Fongbai would ask for too much. But he was afraid that Fongbai would ask for too little. So he was embarrassed to ask. Legendary spells? He gave me all the knowledge of the ritual field. The two of them were so close. Oh, well, let's have a good discussion after we get out. Fongbai nodded immediately after hearing this, and gave up the idea of exchanging it with the Dream Lotus. The Dream Lotus is also very precious to him. In other words, it is very precious to all mages, magicians, and scientific researchers, and its preciousness is far more precious than the normal 4th level legendary elixir, especially after accumulating a lot of knowledge, summarizing experience with the Dream Lotus, and the moment when inspiration bursts out. That is an opportunity to summarize all existing knowledge and bring forth new ideas. This is used to break through the threshold and develop products. And it is always beneficial. When Fongbai uses the acceleration of the fantasy space on it, Fongbai is generally reluctant to waste it. Only the legendary and more meaningful Fongbai is willing to take action. Of course, knowledge is in the ranks. However, Tim was not informed of this. Otherwise he would know that he had missed a piece of Dream Lotus. Well, for the sake of his heart, Fongbai would not tell him this. Let's talk about the exchange after we go out. Let's go to the next point now. Okay, let's go. Tim also reacted after hearing this and nodded repeatedly. He wanted Fongbai professional knowledge. But that would be a matter for the future. And even if he had professional knowledge, it would take a lot of time to use it. As for now, since Fongbai is still here and they have joined forces, then cherish this precious opportunity and continue to hunt legendary fire elemental life. The more the better. Great harvest. Great harvest. Tim smiled. And the two immediately moved forward again, changing the area to fight. Boom. 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 The fluctuations of the legendary battle spread in the fire element world, and clusters of magma shot up into the sky like fountains. Boom. Chapter 515. Hey, what's your harvest? Let's go down a little. Fongbai said happily as he watched Tim collect a crystal core. I can hold the monsters, but someone can hold the damage perfectly. This is simply perfect. Fongbai was so happy. But Tim, who had been leading the way before, suddenly stood still, with a strange expression, as if he was constipated. Let's go. What's wrong? Nothing. What? Nothing. Fong Bai was stunned. The ritual materials for setting up the trapping field and the legendary ice element ritual materials are all gone. Nothing at all. Fong Bai was stunned when he heard this. At this moment, Tim also felt very uncomfortable. He was enjoying the monsters. But the blue bar couldn't keep up. And because of this, he couldn't beat the monsters. And he couldn't continue to get the priceless legendary element life crystal core. How could this not be uncomfortable? I've never encountered such a scene before. In the past, I was worried that I had not hunted down a legendary elemental life when the materials were almost used up. Now, there's a legendary fire elemental life that I can't finish hunting. But there are no materials. All the legendary elemental life crystal cores are wasted. Can't you prepare more? Fong Bai complained helplessly. And Tim said faintly, guess why we only open the portal once a year and conduct collective hunting once a year? You think hunting legendary monsters is easy and cheap? Tim looked at Fong Bai and was suddenly stunned. Wait. Fong Bai did not seem to spend a penny. Just working with his body. With endless energy. He was silent for a while. And then his mouth felt slightly sour. I am. Fong Bai said confidently. Tim was silent immediately. And said silently after a moment. It's okay. It's okay. I'm a noble mage. I'm a noble mage. Yeah. It's really expensive. Fuck. Tim was a little upset. And then said unhappily. It's expensive. You get what you pay for. The more powerful it is. We can't use time to accumulate elements and energy when setting up this temporary ritual field. So we can only use various high-level materials that are directly equivalent to expensive to construct the ritual field in order to pursue the fastest casting speed. And these materials, especially the legendary main materials, are often not available. And even if they are available, they have to be sold at auctions. And the output of this level of materials in some of the production areas we control is also very low. And it basically takes years to collect and accumulate. So we usually open it once a year. And it's a waste of energy even if we open it at other times. Fong Bai shrugged helplessly when he heard this. And immediately stopped talking about hunting legendary fire elemental life. He didn't know it very well before. But now he has figured it out. If he relied on himself alone, he would not die. But it was impossible to successfully hunt down the legendary fire elemental life. It was not that he could not bear it. The main thing was that he could not kill it. For the fire elemental life, the fire element was the blue bar, which was basically the health bar. In the fire elemental world, there was a lack of everything, but not the fire element. If the fire element was not isolated and extracted by the ritual field, unless the fire elemental life was killed instantly, they would keep fighting. They would not be tired to death or worn out. And he could wear it out. But if he really talked about attack power and explosive power, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Don't humiliate yourself. Unless he killed the fire elemental life instantly, this kind of physical damage might not cause any damage. Muttering to himself, Fong Bai began to catch the master level fire elemental life. He caught one after another, and soon strung them into a long string with a golden rope. Tim was stunned when he saw this question. What are you doing? You want the crystal core to kill them, right? Why are you catching them? Oh, isn't Fei Rui preparing a vassal army? I heard that the fire element life is okay. So bring him some. After all, we are here, Tim suddenly said after hearing this. Wait, you are Fei Rui's follower? Yeah. After Fei Rui repeated it over and over again, Fong Bai was too lazy to refuse now. When Tim heard it, hiss. Tim's eyes turned red, like rabbit eyes. How can he deserve it? Tim was wailing wildly in his heart. But he didn't say it out loud, and didn't say such words that were similar to degrading Fei Rui in front of Fong Bai. Just, how can he deserve it? Fong Bai looked at Tim's wonderful expression, and suddenly became happy. He turned to catch the master-level fire element life, and strung them up with golden ropes when he caught them. Although the golden rope is not very powerful for tying up legendary fire elementals, it is very easy to use to tie up master-level fire elements. Just like stringing together candied haws. There are many of them in one string. With Tim's remaining detection array, Fong Bai captured everywhere. And as he caught more, he began to round up the numbers. How beautiful it would be to have a round number, Fong Bai muttered. And in the days when Fong Bai was busy and Tim envied him, a few days passed by in a flash. The two of them also went directly back to the place where they first came in. And Fong Bai's face was normal. As for Tim, he didn't know why he became depressed when he approached here. Just like when he found out that there was no material before. But his mood had clearly been adjusted. This is... Hey, Tim, why do you look so dejected? Is the harvest not ideal? Or have all the materials been used up? A voice sounded. Fong Bai looked at Grover, who was walking over. Listened to what he said. And then looked at Tim's faintly suppressed mouth corners. And suddenly realized. Looking again, Tim's face was depressed. Grover, the other deputy tower master of the fire tower, is a fat and big-eared wizard who looks rich. He wears a fiery red robe, which makes him look like a fire dumpling. Yes, all the materials are used up. Accumulated over a year. Used up. All used up. There is nothing left. Tim was frustrated. But his words and expression at this moment, well, didn't look like acting. Grover came to the same conclusion. And his heart was completely relieved. His eyes, which were as big as green beans, were almost invisible. He looked at Fong Bai, who was following Tim, and the long string of fire elemental life, and immediately took out a crystal core and slowly rotated it in his hand, saying with a smile on his face, "Oh, if you had told me earlier, I would have given you some materials. But unfortunately, I accidentally hunted one. Well, it's just average. Just a legendary fire element life crystal core. Oh, by the way, what was your harvest? It can't be just this bunch of master level and elite level fire element life?" After the words fell, Fong Bai's smile froze. Chapter 516. Fong Bai's smile froze. How did he get the melon? At this moment, Tim almost couldn't hold back his laughter. And he looked at Grover with a strange look. Grover suddenly had a bad feeling and wanted to retreat immediately. But then he heard Tim's voice. "Ah? One?" Grover's bad feeling became stronger. "You guys divided it." What do you mean?" Grover was stunned and asked curiously. "I said you guys divided it. Why only one?" "Only one? Only?" Tim's adjective made everyone else stunned. "Only? Did Tim get more than one? Two? But what does this division mean?" "What do you mean?" "No meaning. It just feels a bit strange," Tim muttered, grabbing 3 crystal cores and circling them in his hand. Looking at the 3 crystal cores that looked like fiery red gems and exuded a legendary aura, the scene fell into a dead silence. "Oh, I accidentally took the wrong one," Tim said in surprise. "Oh, by the way, Grover, my crystal core is pretty good, right? 3? It is equivalent to 3 legendary fire elemental life forms. It is more difficult to kill them than to surround and kill 3 legendary life forms in the main plane. There are actually 3. Grover was stunned. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The scene was silent for a while. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Only the sound of Fong Bai walking could be heard. He led a dozen master-level fire elemental life forms, and dozens of professional-level fire elemental life forms to Fei Rui. He said in Fei Rui's stunned eyes. "Aren't you organizing a servitor army? It's for you. If you want it, keep it. If not, kill it and take the crystal core." Fei Rui nodded repeatedly, took the golden rope with peace of mind, and began to seal these fire elemental lives one by one in the envious eyes of others. The followers are paying tribute to his servitor army. But as Fei Rui was sorting it out, he remembered something and said, "Fong Bai, does catching these fire elemental lives affect your hunting of legendary fire elemental lives?" Fei Rui frowned and said immediately, "This way. I asked Tower Master Tim to sell it to you at a low price. It must be cheap, and it's best to give it to you. Well, I have it. I go and change it for you." "Tim, ? Fei Rui muttered, and before he finished speaking, he saw Fong Bai take out 3 legendary fire elemental life crystal cores and toss them around in his hands. 3. 3 more. A total of 6. Hiss. At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. 6. This is equivalent to what they had gained in the past few years. Grover also widened his eyes and looked at the 3 crystal cores with rapid breathing. And Fong Bai's voice also rang out. "Well, it did affect us a little. We only got 3. And it's all your President Tim's fault. He was so petty that he only prepared a few materials for the ceremony. Otherwise, we would have gained more than this." Tim shook his head helplessly and then glanced at Grover. Well, I was in a good mood again. And at this moment, everyone realized what Tim meant by running out of materials. Until the portal opened again. Until the mages returned to the mage tower and returned to their own laboratories. They all looked dazed. The shock they had endured was too great. And Tim happily returned to the laboratory with Fong Bai. All the way, Tim kept talking about how uncomfortable it was that he had no gains before. And this time, he finally got proud of himself. And obviously, Fong Bai was the biggest contributor to this pride. Looking at the great hero, Tim pointed to his bookshelf and said happily, Fong Bai, what kind of spells do you want to read? What kind of magic array? Legendary? Just say it. As long as I have it here, I will be a fool if I say anything. Fong Bai smiled when he heard it. It's okay. No hurry. No need to go straight to the legendary level. I may not understand it for a while now. Give it to me first. Fong Bai originally wanted to go to the Mage Academy outside the tower to follow the class and study for a period of time, starting from the Mage Apprentice stage. After all, in Fong Bai's opinion, he has never learned spells in a systematic way. In terms of spells, he is a real Wild Wei. As a Wild Wei, he should have the self-knowledge of a Wild Wei. It's not that you can't read the legendary books now, but you may be able to use them in the end. But you will definitely not gain much. With time and opportunity, it is better to seize the time to make up for the basics and learn from the bottom bit by bit. But he has a foundation after all, and his mental strength is so strong. There is no need for him to follow the real beginners to learn some enlightenment things. That would be a waste of time. Although if he doesn't go, he won't be able to play games like Hidden Identity. Hit the younger one and the older one comes. Reveal the identity. And shock the whole audience. It's really a pity. Fong Bai smacked his lips and said, Please prepare for me a set of all attribute. All version Mage Apprentice knowledge introductions. What? Tim was stunned for a moment, but then nodded. Such a simple question would naturally not be a problem, even if they were in the fire tower. After a command, not long after, a Mage Apprentice came in carrying a thick stack of books. In addition, there were a pile of fist-sized crystal balls. The books contained the most basic things, such as meditation, spell nodes, explanations of mage structure, etc. Fong Bai could sense a sense of system at a glance. Like the technological system in reality, the extraordinary also naturally has such a system. And the mage system is called typical and essence in it, which is exactly what Fong Bai wants. These did not surprise Fong Bai. What really surprised Fong Bai was these crystal balls. The crystal balls were only the size of a fist, and their interior was pitch black, with only dense stars and colorful colors. What surprised Fong Bai was not the appearance, but their function. This is a kind of information storage medium, using a special magic array. You can load knowledge into it, and you only need to master a certain decoding method to read it directly with mental power. The starlight inside is basically a form of information. A fist-sized crystal ball can store a considerable amount of information. At the same time, it can store text, graphics, photos, and even audio and video. Although their smelting crystal core also has these functions. But seeing that the basic textbooks use this crystal ball for storage and teaching, Fong Bai immediately understood. The cost of this thing is quite low. So low that it can be mass-produced and popularized throughout the college. The meaning contained in it is completely different. Chapter 517 I've learned everything. This is just ordinary crystal. Not worth much, Tim said casually after taking a look at the crystal ball. By chance, we discovered that although crystal has no elemental power and cannot retain elemental power, but it is very sensitive to elemental power and can sense very subtle elemental fluctuations. Generally speaking, the higher the purity and the closer the shape of the crystal ball is to a sphere, the higher the degree of its reaction to elemental power, and it will record the traces of changes truthfully on the crystal ball. Therefore, although the truly top-quality crystal ball is not made of elemental materials, it is also priceless. It is a treasure that research-type mages and prophet masters strive for. But it is only the top quality of crystal that is priceless. The crystal of ordinary quality contains impurities and uneven ripples. The elemental fluctuations that can be reflected are not subtle enough, and the reflection is prone to large errors. Even in terms of sensitivity, it is not as good as our mental power. So ordinary quality crystal balls are all cheap. At most, they are used by apprentices of mages whose mental power has just been born. and ordinary people use them to enhance their perception of elements. And it was during this process that we discovered that the crystal ball was prepared with certain materials. The crystal ball after preparation once again strengthened the effect of retaining element fluctuations. And the effect of retaining element fluctuations was further strengthened, so as to be utilized. The various elemental forces arranged in an array are fixed inside the crystal ball, and the information stored in it can be interpreted as text, video, audio, and other forms through a fixed decoding method. Even if you don't master the mental power and can't learn the decoding method, you can output information through some devices with a well-arranged magic array. Achieve the effect of playing video, audio, and text, because the crystal ball is not an elemental material, and there is no need to arrange a magic array. You only need to use a specific magic array to scan it to store the information. So it is promoted and widely used in our college. Listening to Tim's words, Fong Bai subconsciously wanted to call the traverser, and subconsciously thought that the player played an important role in it. However, after comparing the invention note of this crystal ball, Fong Bai could only sigh. He marveled that the behavior of the traverser or player was simply the greatest insult to the native magician of this world. According to Tim, this crystal ball was completely developed by them independently, and evolved bit by bit, with a complete evolution history and promotion history. This made Fong Bai reflect. He felt that he was a player, and that there was a technological system behind him. And then he felt that the plateau residents were superior. This was too arrogant. People can be confident, but they must not be arrogant. Are the indigenous people necessarily stupider than you players? No. Some players were killed by the indigenous people and didn't know how they died. And in the end, they might even thank the indigenous people. The difference between players and indigenous people is only in knowledge, not in IQ. It lies in the foundation of civilization, not whether they are players or indigenous people. The indigenous people can naturally create something with similar functions and principles to those in reality. Don't let arrogance blind your eyes. At this moment, Fong Bai was more and more convinced that his move to stay and study this time was extremely correct. His research ability is indeed not weak, and his knowledge level is quite deep. However, the knowledge system he built is a system of books in reality, plus experimental results in the game. Although the research ability is not weak, there is still a big gap in the mage system. Is this crystal ball for sale? And the production technology? Fong Bai asked, and Tim shook his head. The production technology is a top secret of the Earth Tower. They can't sell it to the outside world, and it's impossible to communicate. But if you want crystal balls, I will send you a batch in small quantities. If you want a large quantity, I can help you contact the mage in charge of this matter in the Earth Tower. Okay, I want a large quantity, but don't rush to contact now. I ask someone to come and take charge of this matter. Let's wait for someone to come. After all, I can't go to negotiate and connect with large quantities myself. That's true. Tim nodded, then glanced at the crystal balls piled in front of Fong Bai and said, then you should learn it first. This standardized textbook is one of the top research results of our Mage Academy. At that time, almost all the master mages and legendary mages of the 12 mage towers participated in it. They studied this foundation with a far-sighted attitude and different perspectives. And I happen to be a member of the research and development team, Tim said proudly. Fong Bai immediately showed a respectful expression to Tim when he heard it, which immediately made him feel very comfortable. He recognized Fong Bai's ability, but it was precisely because of this that he enjoyed Fong Bai's admiring eyes even more, especially in the fact that he has the greatest sense of achievement. Fong Bai is not pretending, nor is it a show of high emotional intelligence, but it is indeed admiration from the heart. However, this admiration may be a little different from what Tim imagined. Fong Bai does not admire him because he participated in the development of this matter. It is simply a matter of developing the foundation and teaching it out. Developing the foundation may not be easy, but it is not difficult in Fong Bai's opinion. It is a very normal thing among the research projects of master mages and legendary mages. This can even be said to be the simplest. It can be used to adjust the mentality and relax. At most, it is developed with a serious and rigorous attitude and in a relaxed state. The matter itself does not highlight the ability, but the creation of basic teaching materials and the dissemination of it are of great significance. To put it bluntly, this is a betrayal of the extraordinary class. This is the spread of extraordinary knowledge, and this is worthy of admiration. Okay. Take a look. You just flip through it. right? Tim remembered that before speaking. Fong Bai curiously flipped through all the crystal balls. He probably scanned all the content, and then made and modified the learning order and progress according to the content, instead of just simply learning according to the textbook. This way of learning is better and faster than direct learning for the verified person. Tim was the same. Thinking of this, Tim spoke directly. Start learning quickly. Although it is not difficult. There is a lot of content. I think you still need some time. What? Fong Bai scratched his head. Learn? He has finished learning. Isn't it possible to learn this kind of thing by just looking at it once? Besides, he has a fantasy space. He just glanced here and learned everything inside. Fong Bai didn't even need to look at it a second time. Fong Bai couldn't help muttering. Ahem. What's wrong? Tim, who was about to conduct an experiment with the legendary fire element life crystal core, was slightly stunned when he saw this. What's wrong? Well, is there a more advanced book? Tim frowned when he heard this, and looked at Fong Bai with displeasure. Before, although Fong Bai was invincible in close combat, although Fong Bai's physical defense was unparalleled, his strength control skills surpassed that of a warrior, and his spellcasting ability was ordinary. But he still regarded Fong Bai as a magician, because he felt that Fong Bai had a special aura similar to them. So he was very happy to communicate with Fong Bai. But he didn't expect Fong Bai to start reading the book. Just glanced at it and stopped. Just like those melee professionals who want to change their profession to a magician. They have no patience to learn and don't want to learn at all. And Gao Yuan always wants to learn advanced knowledge and advanced spells, and says these things are useless. They want to be powerful. This is an insult to knowledge. And it is an insult to them, the developers. Tim's face suddenly darkened. Fong Bai, if you don't want to learn, don't learn. These are the basics of a mage. And these are everything for a mage. All advanced spells originate from these basics. What do you want to do now? You want to learn advanced spells without learning the basics? You are insulting knowledge. Even if I give you master level spells and legendary spells, you can learn them. But can you cast them? I don't have them here. If you want to learn, please find another job. At this moment, Tim's rapid change of attitude made Fong Bai confused. Wasn't it fine at the beginning? This is like breaking a taboo. And it just broke out. This Tim loves spells and knowledge so much. Or is it that he attaches too much importance to the basic knowledge system that he participated in developing and compiling? Fong Bai was unsure for a moment, just looking at the angry Tim and pondering slightly. Is it possible that I have already learned it all? Do you think I'm stupid? Or do you think I'm easy to bully? Are you insulting my IQ? You just glanced at it. You told me you learned it? If you said you remembered it, I would believe it. What did you say you learned it? Tim looked at Fong Bai with a slightly gloomy face. Sorry. You are not welcome here anymore. What if I really learned it? It's endless. Right? Okay. If you have learned it, I will give you whatever you want. I want to see where you get the confidence from. Tim raised his eyebrows and said angrily, without even looking at the crystal ball next to him, and started asking questions directly. Fong Bai shrugged after hearing the question and answered it immediately. Tim often answered immediately after he asked the question, without thinking. After a while, Tim was stunned, looking at Fong Bai in front of him. He looked at the crystal balls piled up like a small mountain next to him. Through previous communication, it can be confirmed that Fong Bai has never been exposed to the systematic knowledge in these textbooks. He had never been exposed to it before he gave him the crystal ball. But, Tim suddenly couldn't speak, looking at Fong Bai. Stunned. All the words just now echoed in his ears at this moment. Loud voice. Angry expression. Tim didn't react for a long time, and smiled awkwardly after a long time. Sorry. I spoke a little louder just now. By the way, what did you say just now? Advanced spell knowledge. Right? I get it. I get it now. Tim didn't wait for Fong Bai to reply, and walked out of the room directly. Until he left, Tim's head was still buzzing, and he didn't react, and his face was embarrassed. Fong Bai shrugged helplessly at this. He didn't want to do it. Who made Tim so emotional all of a sudden? It made him jump. Shaking his head, Fong Bai waited. After a while, Tim came in again, as if nothing had happened before. His face was normal, and he said after a moment of silence, these basic knowledge are the simplest things. Not difficult. They are all what a mage apprentice needs to learn. Every spell apprentice in the Mage Academy can fully master them during the entrance examination and directly advance to a mage. Although you learn a little faster. It is not surprising. Tim ignored the fact that a normal mage apprentice only needs to fully master 1/12 of the knowledge. And the learning time is often 10 years between the ages of 6 and 16. And it is the 10 years with the strongest learning ability and the strongest acceptance ability. Is it important? It's not important. Then he heard Fong Bai say it sincerely. Well, that's true. Tim decided not to repeat this topic, and instead pointed to a new batch of crystal balls next to him. This batch of crystal balls is no more than my previous crystal balls. Apprentices lay the foundation. Master the mainstream spell structure. Master all low-level spell models. Master some basic spell casting knowledge and skills. And become mages after their mental strength reaches the standard. The learning content of professional mages is the composition and distance of spell structure. Mastering the ability to deduce high-level structures from low-level structures. And mastering all mainstream mid-level spell models. That is, 4-, 5-, and 6-ring spells. And at the same time have the ability to develop 4-ring spells. So as to become elite mages. These are the learning materials. Including spell structure, model deduction formulas, etc. You should study for a while first. And I will take higher level ones after you finish learning. Tim looked at Fong Bai and silently raised the requirements for the promotion of mages. A little bit. After saying that, he looked at the crystal ball that was several times larger than before. And the most important thing was the content inside. In terms of complexity, these contents are not at the same level as before. It will take some time to study now. Right? If you have the ability, you can continue to study like this, Tim muttered in his heart, but did not show it on the surface. But he was stunned the next moment. I saw the crystal balls passing in front of Fong Bai forehead one by one under his mental control, reading the information in them with his mental power. Then, like a jugglery, they passed one after another, and the average stay time was less than a few seconds. If they just passed by, Tim would not be so worried. They can stay for a few seconds. It takes less than a second to read the information. No way. No way. Tim's heart couldn't help but beat, and his eyes stared at Fong Bai. His mind couldn't help but be drawn to Fong Bai. When all the crystal balls were passed by him, Tim's heart almost jumped into his throat. The next moment, he heard Fong Bai say with his own ears, I've learned it. He couldn't help rubbing his ears. Yes, I heard it right. Chapter 518 The Beauty of Numbers. Tim was completely silent. After a long time, he sighed slightly. Whatever. Everyone has different physiques. He just learned a little faster. Tim was calm. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it at all. Tim felt that this reality was fucked up. To be able to learn so fast. Fong Bai thinking speed and computing power were probably among the top among mages. No, not among the top among mages, but far beyond the mage profession. Otherwise, it would be impossible to learn so fast. I don't know what Fong Bai profession is. Tim was curious. Fong Bai didn't know Tim's idea. If he knew, he would definitely reject him. He learned quickly not because of his strong computing power, but simply because of his innate magical powers. What? You don't have innate magical powers? Anyway, he learned because of his innate magical powers, not because of his strong computing power. Although, his own computing power can also be very strong. Just click on the spell slot for computing power specialization. Although he clicked on perception specialization. After a while, Tim brought some truly elite spell books and related books. However, Fong Bai did not take them and read them immediately, but mentioned his profession. Hey, Master Tim, don't your mages strengthen their physical bodies? Yes. We will use some spells and potions to strengthen the physical body at the most basic level. When needed, we will use various spells to strengthen the melee ability. Generally speaking, the combat effectiveness will not be worse than that of ordinary melee professionals of the same level. Oh, it will not be worse than ordinary melee professionals. Then can it withstand the burst output of thieves, assassins, and other offensive professions of the same level? Well, this one can't stand it. If it really takes a set of attacks, even warriors of the same level may not be able to withstand it. Then it seems that the rumor outside that mages are weak is indeed not a rumor. This is indeed a little weak. When others say this, Tim will refute it. But for Fong Bai, forget it. You are right. But at this time, Tim's curiosity was aroused. Hey, Fong Bai. How strong is your physique? What is your profession? My physique? Nothing. Fong Bai thought for a long time, and finally thought of a more appropriate way to describe it. That is, I can withstand the full output of the legendary thief. And then let him hit me until my hands are tired. And then I can kill him with my backhand. Tim's eyes widened slightly when he heard this. And he couldn't help but think of a legendary assassin attacking him. And he casually attacked and prepared spells in his mind. Not afraid of assassination or interruption. My goodness. It's outrageous. Then he heard Fong Bai follow-up words. As for my profession, it's just a mecha master. What is a mecha master? Well, it means not to cultivate yourself. You are just a rookie. And your combat power mainly depends on driving the mecha, which is a profession of large mechanical components. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, he saw Tim looking at him stupidly. If you don't improve your combat power, you're just a loser? Fong Bai thought about it, and felt that this was not quite right. He coughed twice, and started to talk about the real stuff. As a mecha master, let's not talk about the subsequent mecha and armor for now. Those are all external things. The main part of the training is to integrate metal into the body in a certain way. Let the body have the various characteristics of metal, the quality of metal, and the activity and growth of the flesh. After completing 100% metallization, forging methods are used to make the body harder and heavier. Just like forging equipment, and even various magic arrays or other effects can be added as needed. This kind of training runs through all stages of the mecha master. And the upper limit of the mecha master's weight, what is it? Tim couldn't help asking curiously. Fong Bai smiled slightly. No upper limit. Looking at Tim, who was very curious, Fong Bai suddenly had an impulse in his heart. Spread the mecha master profession throughout the Fire Tower and all the mage academies. He didn't have any bad intentions. He just wanted everyone to be safer in the future. It is definitely not to make everyone unable to fly. To pull them to the area he is familiar with. And then to be beaten by him who walks the fastest. Fong Bai encouraged himself and continued to preach. As long as your forging skills are strong enough, as long as you can increase the density of the metal, you can have a stronger, heavier body, and greater mass. And mass also means absolute power. In this process, the soul and the body can be integrated. And all soul attacks must hit my body first. Unless you can penetrate my physical defense, you can't hurt my soul. This is invincible defense in many senses. After practicing it, bathing in thunder, swimming in magma, and walking on the battlefield are nothing special. After listening, Tim's face was slightly strange and a little surprised. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Biased. Extreme biased. Giving up everything. All for the purpose of becoming heavier and harder. Absolutely invincible defense. This is like a deformed professional. Too weird. But for some reason, listening to Fong Bai words, he actually felt that this profession has a different kind of shock and beauty. This may be the ultimate beauty. This profession is easy to be restrained. But in a certain environment, there are only two words. Invincible. And at this time, if as a mage, the means of attack is not provided by his own profession, but by knowledge, then it seems that the premise of in a certain environment can be erased. It is invincible. Imagining the prospects of this profession, Tim looked at Fong Bai expectantly. And Fong Bai did not keep people in suspense, but directly told them one by one from the most basic practice process and the corresponding forging methods, without any secrets. Then, Fong Bai even copied a notebook about the mecha master profession and handed it directly to Tim, without reservation. And Tim did not disappoint Fong Bai. Worthy of being a master-level mage with legendary combat power, strong learning ability, acceptance ability, and comprehension ability. He mastered the ritual field required for job transfer and cultivation with just one glance. But he was a little slow to learn forging skills, which required practical practice after all. Otherwise, many things would be incomprehensible. So people could only prepare furnaces, corresponding iron, hammers, etc. Although Fong Bai said that standard iron ingots could also be used for cultivation and job transfer. But it is obvious that as the Deputy Tower Master of the Fire Tower, Tim could not use anything other than elemental metals for cultivation. As the richest professional mage, does he need these few dollars? Chapter 519 Spell. Elemental Metal. I must use elemental metal. I want to use the best elemental metal, Tim muttered. Although Fong Bai said he could help him practice and change his job. But he still decided to learn by himself. I just don't know if he can quickly learn this short method as a master-level mage with strong learning ability. He went to practice forging. Fong Bai taught Tim some content of the Mecha Master profession as promised. And then he felt at ease to browse the higher-level spell knowledge. Exchange knowledge. Everyone is not owed. Tim's laboratory returned to silence again. And Fong Bai studied master-level spells in depth. This knowledge is roughly divided into two types. The first type is spells that can be released using the mage model. This type is completely learned after reaching the professional level. For example, the professional level learns the first, second, and third ring spells. The elite level learns the fourth, fifth, and sixth ring spells, and so on. There is no leapfrogging learning. And the power is also the same. Standard. This is the most common magician. The advantage of this kind of magic knowledge is that it can be memorized in the magician's position and can be cast instantly. It can be constructed directly with mental power, without any chanting spells or any casting materials. As long as there is elemental power, it can be released directly, stable, effective, and a conventional means. But at the same time, this kind of knowledge is the basis of other skills. Without this foundation and without sufficient knowledge, all subsequent skills have no meaning. Regarding the part of the spell model, Fong Bai directly glanced at it, paused slightly, and then completed the study in the fantasy space. With the difference in the flow rate of time in the fantasy space and the huge computing power provided by the computing center, Fong Bai's learning ability has reached an almost extreme level. Often, the basic textbooks of an ordinary subject can be mastered in just a few seconds. And this also makes Fong Bai more and more willing to learn. The faster and easier it is to learn, the more he likes to learn. After learning the part of the spell model, Fong Bai directly took the latter part, the basis of the magician's cross-level combat power. Most of these contents record the magic circle and the ritual field. Through the preparation of external objects, such as preparing gunpowder powder and gunpowder particles for fireball spells, prepare aqua regia for corrosion spells, etc. Another example is to add special aiming and acceleration arrays for water arrow spells, etc. This is the simplest means. And a little more complicated, it is to deduce a complex array. Mobilize the elemental power between heaven and earth on a large scale to attack the enemy. A little more difficult is to arrange the array. The arrangement of various items to form a ritual field. And chant the spell to activate the power of the ritual field at the same time. And use the power of a certain field between heaven and earth to turn it into an attack force explosion. When Fong Bai saw these contents, he turned to the spell part as the first step. He never needed to chant spells when casting spells before. And he never figured out what the spells were positioned for, and what they did. After reading for a while, he suddenly realized it. So that's it, Fong Bai said softly. The ritual field is related to the field part, and he has a high level of attainment in the field. Although some things were not discovered and mastered before. At this moment, he instantly understood them. The ritual field simulates the field between heaven and earth, and mobilizes the power between heaven and earth. But as we all know, the power in the field is stable and orderly. It exists stably, just like the dark energy in the universe. It gathers here, but it has no effect on you. The function of the spell is lock the required field power. This is the coordinate. Guide it to transform in the required direction, and burst out the energy in the field without any harm. Let the mountain field collapse. Let the ocean field tsunami. Let the field collapse. Out. Fong Bai looked at these spells, and his breathing became rapid. The so-called spell is the word of rules, and it is a description of the way the field explodes. This is the key to truly explode the power of heaven and earth, and this is the core mystery of the mage. Looking at these spells, Fong Bai took a deep breath. He understood that these spells would be his greatest gain. At this moment, his body's magnetic field stores a huge amount of harmless, no sense of existence, and imperceptible huge energy. This energy comes from his mass, from his magnetic field, and from his plundering of other fields. This power is extremely huge. It just can't be used. And if it can be transformed with a spell, then his Mecha Master profession will not only mean extremely strong defense. At the same time, it will also have extremely strong attack power. That is to say, it also has the ability to leap one level in the field of spell attack. In that case, his profession will be flawless. Except that he can't fly. Defense and attack are both invincible. If he wanted, he could even develop a unique spell targeting him. He could use the ritual field to simulate his field, then point the ritual field to him, and finally transform and explode the power with the spell. Although this is an unnecessary consumption of his power. If you think about it from another perspective, this also means that as long as a specific ritual field is constructed, his power can be brought down thousands of miles away with the assistance of a specific directional spell. In a sense, this already has certain extraordinary characteristics. Legend? No. More than that. He? No. It's him. Fong Bai immersed all his mind in it. Carefully comprehended and studied carefully. In Fong Bai opinion, learning spells is very simple. It's nothing more than a specific pronunciation. And in the process of pronunciation, it is assisted by mental integration or corresponding element changes. Fong Bai can easily learn and master it like a parrot. In other words, at this time, it is no longer a problem to arrange a specific ritual field and release legendary power spells with a specific spell. This is very simple. And the slightly difficult ritual field arrangement did not cause him any trouble in front of Fong Bai field expertise. But Fong Bai expression did not change. This was not what he needed. Although learning a legendary spell was gratifying, what Fong Bai really wanted was to take the opportunity to develop his own field power. This meant that Fong Bai's study of the ritual field and the spell could not just stop at the stage of knowing how to use it. Fong Bai could not know the result but not the reason. I have a general understanding of the principle of the ritual field. The core lies in the characteristics and symbols. This is related to the directionality and similarity. But what about the spell? Is it directionality? Or is it a kind of communication? An exchange? Or even a contract? Fong Bai murmured in a low voice. Is this the language to tell the heaven and earth? In order to let the heaven and earth agree to borrow the power this time? Or is it to describe the details of the way the power comes? The specifications, etc.? Chapter 520. If you want to borrow the power accumulated in my field from my perspective, it is definitely not something that can be borrowed at any time. You must sign a contract with me in advance. Or you must provide conditions when borrowing power, which is my reward. In addition, you must tell me how much power you need, what kind of power you need, and how you want it to burst out. Fong Bai began to think from another perspective. For him, looking through the phenomenon to its essence, the ritual field is not that magical. It is just like borrowing money in mortgage. This may be similar to the existence of gods and believers. One party gains power, and the other party gains other benefits, judging from its essence, and then inferring the role of the spell. Fong Bai estimated that the content should be close to the truth. It may not be a contract. The objects of these ritual fields are nature and various natural fields. It is like building a hydroelectric power station on a river to borrow the power of heaven and earth. In this way, there is no need to sign a contract. This is to use the rules and borrow power. But it must also meet various specifications and conditions to conceal the power connection standards. However, these contents are of little significance to Fong Bai. I naturally do not need anyone's consent to borrow my own power. I just need to be able to burst out the field power. What I need is not the general meaning of the spell, but the specific meaning of each spell. What does each spell represent, and what role does it play? Fong Bai sat for several hours. Half a year passed in the fantasy space. Fong Bai finally put it down after analyzing it fruitlessly. He was the only one in the room, and the faint sound of forging sounded in his ears. Tim had already arranged the forging room and officially started forging. Fong Bai did not disturb him, but stood directly in front of a platform. And an idea came to his mind. The platform sank, and Fong Bai followed the platform directly to the third floor of the Mage Tower. The third floor of the Mage Tower is where the Fire Tower Library is located. Following the instructions, Fong Bai came to the front desk, where two wooden puppets stood. However, there were two shaggy-haired and dirty mages inside the wooden puppets. When Fong Bai passed by, the two mages didn't even raise their heads. Only a red light from the wooden puppet extended and swept over Fong Bai. Ding. VIP Fong Bai. Identity confirmed. Ding. Tower Master Authority. Ding. Identity and authority approved. Allowed to enter. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Obviously, the wooden puppet detected the identity token given to him by Ferdinand. And this means authority in the Fire Tower. This is not surprising. What really surprised Fong Bai was that Ferdinand actually linked his identity with the authority brought by this token before he went into seclusion. Otherwise, there would be mistakes when approving identity and authority. Is it so considerate? Fong Bai looked at the library door that had been opened in front of him and couldn't help muttering. The two disheveled mages couldn't help but look up when they heard the sound of the wooden puppet. They couldn't help but look at Fong Bai a few more times, but didn't say anything. Fong Bai saw that he seemed to want to say something, but he was embarrassed. But since he didn't say anything, Fong Bai naturally wouldn't go over. He went directly into the library, skipped the quiet reading area, and came to the bottom of the bookshelf that was several stories high. He looked up and looked forward. Row after row of tall bookshelves, each of which was full of books. Dazzling. Looking over, the weight of knowledge came to his face. Huh? Fong Bai couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The knowledge and heritage accumulated by the Fire Tower for many years were laid out in front of him in the form of physical books. Sir, what type of books are you looking for? A book spirit floated in front of Fong Bai and asked softly. However, the book spirit the size of a fingernail is like a small book, but the aura it exudes is no weaker than that of the elite level. This is a kind of elf that is easily born in ancient books. Since its birth, it has mastered some innate spells related to book knowledge, including some top-grade spells, which are very enviable and worth pursuing. However, the books that can give birth to book spirits must be ancient books that have experienced the accumulation of time and must be in a rich elemental environment. Otherwise, they are born randomly, and there is no pattern to follow. It is said that the more profound the knowledge contained, the easier it is to give birth to book spirits. However, there is no basis for this statement. Book spirits are completely unattainable. However, at this moment, Fong Bai looked around and saw that book spirits appeared and wandered on the bookshelves that were several stories high from time to time. Some of them looked like books, and you could see fine small words on them. Some looked like a barbarian. Some were a little fox, and some were in the shape of a tiger. All different, but the same thing was that they all exuded a strong bookish atmosphere. From time to time, a book spirit would jump down from a high bookshelf and jump in front of a wizard to guide him. From time to time, it would carry a large book with its small body and fly to the wizard in need. Fong Bai even saw more than one master-level book spirit, and there seemed to be stronger existences in the depths. Background. These two words emerged in Fong Bai's mind, and he had a little more respect for the organization of the Fire Tower. The Fire Tower, as far as it can be seen, is indeed a good wizard organization, worthy of awe. Coming back to his senses, Fong Bai looked at the book-shaped book spirit in front of him and said, I want to find a book about the principles of spells. Principles of spells? The small book suddenly turned into a little monkey. The silver little monkey scratched his head. Come with me. The little monkey ran in the void, looking back from time to time, and continued to move forward when he saw Fong Bai catching up. Fong Bai's mental power was restrained, but the scanning function of the fantasy space was always on and never turned off. Wherever he passed, all information was included in the fantasy space. Walking through several bookshelf areas, Fong Bai could clearly feel that there were fewer and fewer people between the bookshelves, and he also felt more than one kind of scanning, all of which stopped at the Tower Master token. After walking for a long time, he came to an inner area. The silver little monkey flew to a bookshelf and pointed to the summer vacation and said, Sir, this is the book about the principles of spells you are looking for. Read it by yourself, and call me if you need it. After the little monkey finished speaking, he climbed up along the edge of the bookshelf, then stood at the highest point and jumped down, falling into a book, and then disappeared. However, from time to time, the little monkey's tail and small claws could be seen on the corners of the book. Fong Bai was also happy to see this, and turned to the bookshelf to look at the books on it. The bookshelves in this area are all books about spells. Chapter 521 Divine Language. Mantra. Fong Bai swept his eyes and saw hundreds of books here, densely packed, obviously, as a key component of legendary ritual field spells. The Fire Tower has a large number of mages conducting targeted research on mantras. They want to analyze them, reduce the difficulty of learning, and improve them. Although theoretically only master-level mages are qualified to study and research them, but many excellent elite-level mages will also come into contact with ritual field spells, and thus come into contact with mantras, and try to learn. Many books here are experimental experiences from this, so much that Fong Bai was a little dazzled. Fong Bai glanced at it, and then directly expanded his mental power to scan the books. In an instant, the names and contents of all the books were reflected in Fong Bai eyelids. Then, Fong Bai fantasy space was quickly browsed. He did not study for the time being, but just roughly browsed and screened the contents, trying to find what he wanted. But Fong Bai finished screening everything in just a blink of an eye. But the result made him a little disappointed. There are so many books and experiences, but none of them can meet his needs. There are indeed books and experiences about the principles of spells, but they are either random guesses without any basis, or they are just assumptions and have not been confirmed at all. In short, there is no answer that Fong Bai wants. This made Fong Bai frown. And then he asked, "Little monkey, are there any other books about spells?" "Chirp. Sir, there are. I don't know what the little monkey is doing in the book." It chirps comfortably twice, then sticks its head out, falls down, and takes Fong Bai to another area. It's still this area. Fong Bai arrived not long after walking. He simply scanned it, and selected it with the help of the fantasy space. He shook his head slightly after just a few moments. "Are there any others?" "Chirp. Anything else?" "Chirp. Anything else?" "Chirp." One place after another. One place after another. Fong Bai kept wandering in the bookshelves under the guidance of the silver little monkey. Fong Bai often only stayed for a short time before going to the next place. Soon the whole area was turned around. But Fong Bai still couldn't find the information he needed. So the little monkey began to take him to the bookshelves of lower levels to look for it. Most of the books in the previous bookshelf area have specific spells or specific ritual sites. In other words, there is indeed dry goods, but the related books here may just touch on the edge and contain not much content. Fong Bai frowned slightly and immediately screamed quickly. But the result was still unsatisfactory. Next, Fong Bai thought for a moment and continued to search immediately. One area after another. One bookshelf after another. Fong Bai felt a little impatient after searching all the way. But he still calmed down and came to the last bookshelf area with the lowest level. This is the miscellaneous book area. Most of the books that mention the word spell here are vernacular novels. And these two words are the only ones related to spells in the whole book. Fong Bai couldn't help frowning until he was in front of a bookshelf full of church books. Many of the books on this bookshelf are books used by different churches for preaching. And there are even some cult books. There are a lot of brainwashing and distorted ideas in them. However, it is easy to brainwash and distort ideas for ordinary people. But it is not easy for mages. Fong Bai only glanced at these books. And when he was about to leave, suddenly, Fong Bai looked at occult doctrine. This book? Fong Bai was slightly concerned, and stretched out his hand to grab the black-covered book. He opened it, skipped some fabricated stories in the front, some ritual field layout methods with seductive nature, and turned directly to the middle page to look at the content above. God was born in nothingness, and the first sound God made explained the beginning of the world. This is the language of God. From then on, God's language has a regular response. The first symbol written by God gave birth to the birth of the world. This is the divine text. From then on, God's words can carry rules. Believe in the gods. Fong Bai automatically ignored the content behind, and stared at this short paragraph. Fong Bai naturally didn't believe the nonsense. Fong Bai didn't know whether this evil god was still there, under the crackdown of the major churches. This book appeared in the library of the Fire Tower, and the books that recorded the ritual field were placed in such a peripheral area, so as not to worry about people setting up the ritual field at will. The fate of this evil god can be imagined. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter whether the content is made up. Fong Bai naturally didn't believe these nonsense. But Fong Bai was willing to believe a little. The person who compiled this book at the beginning may indeed know something. For example, this divine text, divine language. Divine text is not necessarily divine text. It can be rule runes. Fong Bai said softly. So, divine language is not necessarily divine language. It can also be spells. Or, what is written here is not impossible. Divine language and divine text may really exist. And this may not necessarily be born because of gods. It is possible that this is a higher level and more efficient way of communication. It is reflected in the text and language that contain a huge amount of unit information. And it itself has magical power. I roughly know which direction to look for. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. Divine language. Spells. Fong Bai immediately searched in this library. But there was no harvest. There was no corresponding knowledge in the library. After failing to find it, Fong Bai simply found Tim, who was learning forging. First, he taught Tim forging and helped him answer some doubts before Fong Bai asked the question, "What is the principle of the spell?" When asked this question, Tim pondered for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. "If I knew the answer to this question, I would no longer be just a master-level wizard." At this point, Tim sighed. There are many ways to break through the legendary wizard. Legendary wizards may not necessarily master the principle of spells, but as long as they master the principle of spells, with the ritual field and the application of spells, they must be legendary wizards. And I am only at the application stage now. What about Master Ferdinand? The research route of the master is not in this aspect. Tim shook his head slightly, and Fong Bai was a little disappointed when he heard it. Then he sighed. At this moment, Tim frowned slightly and turned his head to look outside. Why is Grover here? Wasn't the blow he just gave him big enough? Tim originally thought that Grover would not come out before Fong Bai left. Chapter 522 Legendary Wind Element Life Crystal Core. He is so aggressive. Is he looking for trouble? Tim immediately looked at Fong Bai and patted his chest. Don't worry, Fong Bai. You don't need to say anything. I will deal with him. He must have just lost face. So he is looking for trouble now. I want to see what tricks he can play. Humph! Tim snorted coldly, and Fong Bai saw him start to prepare his magic circle. He raised his eyebrows. It is obvious that their internal communication is not rigid at all. After a while, Fong Bai saw Greenford walked in aggressively, holding a small wooden box in his hand. Greenford, this is my laboratory. What do you want to do? Greenford ignored Tim and walked directly to Fong Bai aggressively, looking at Fong Bai with his eyes. I heard you are still looking for a legendary wind element life crystal core. Tim was about to say something in front of Fong Bai, but Fong Bai raised his eyebrows and took the initiative to step forward. Looking at the angry Greenford, he raised his eyebrows. Yes. Do you know what the problem is? Pa! Greenford slammed the wooden box in his hand on the table in front of Fong Bai, hitting Fong Bai table with a crisp sound. Slap the table? Fong Bai frowned, but before he could get angry, he completely relaxed the next moment, and only heard Greenford said arrogantly, a petal of the dream lotus, plus your career change method. Change it or not. Duh. The wooden box opened. The wind whistled, and a small tornado formed in front of them in the blink of an eye. But at this moment, none of the three people in the room cared. Fong Bai, who was a little unhappy because of the arrogant tone, was also happy now, and his eyes softened when he looked at Grover. Give me a legendary wind element life crystal core? Arrogant. Arrogant. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you are a little more arrogant. I can accept it. Fong Bai was in a good mood. But Tim next to him was in a state of anxiety. It's over. It's coming for me. As soon as this thought came to Tim's mind, he saw Grover proudly picking a crystal core at Tim. After a while, Tim watched Fong Bai and Grover complete the transaction and exchange contact information. Then Grover whistled proudly and left. And before leaving, he looked at Tim provocatively. Wow. 3 legendary crystal cores. So many. So envious. Grover left. Tim also hurried to retreat. And then Fei Rui ran out from nowhere and raised his eyebrows at Fong Bai. My first follower. How do you think the Tower Master Grover knew that you needed a legendary wind element life crystal core? Fei Rui smacked his lips as he spoke. TSK. Oh my. How come I just happened to know that the Wind Tower has been asking for help from the Wood Tower recently? And the Wood Tower just happened to be asking for help from the Lord of Grover? This is just too coincidental. Fong Bai understood everything immediately after hearing this, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Great. The young Fei Rui raised his chin proudly, and said arrogantly, Don't you see who I am? I am the disciple of a legendary wizard. Even if he is a legend, he is still a follower under my command. For a genius like me, a follower's small wish is a piece of cake. Fei Rui showed off, and left with a hum after showing off for a while. Fong Bai looked at Fei Rui's figure going downstairs, and couldn't help muttering something in his heart. Then his mind focused on the legendary wind element life crystal core. Fong Bai took out the crystal cores one by one. Wind element life crystal core. Water element life crystal core. Fire element life crystal core. Earth element life crystal core. Earth. Fire. Feng Shui. For legendary elemental life crystals. Finally all here. The elemental pool can finally be prepared for construction. Fong Bai took a deep breath, then looked at the 2 legendary fire elemental life crystals next to him. 2 more fire elements have appeared. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and had an idea in his mind. Without wasting any time, he simply said goodbye and packed up his things and left. Back to Tiangong Pavilion. After hearing the news of Fong Bai's departure, Fei Rui did not want to see him off, but immersed himself in his own test field. In his mind, he recalled the scene in the trial space when Fong Bai shot a mountain with his bow and arrow. If the accuracy is not enough, the power will make up for it. As long as the power is strong enough, then I can hit it accurately enough. And as long as it is accurate and can break the defense, it is victory. So the source of everything is the lack of power, Fei Rui thought, and the spell model of the fireball in his hand quietly changed. They are the fire tower. Although they are also involved in spells of other attributes, they are best at fire attribute spells. Among all the fire elemental mages, the one with the highest learning rate is the fireball spell, which almost everyone has learned and used, and has the most improved versions. After thinking about it, Fei Rui still chose the fireball spell. Fireball? Fireball? If the fireball can't solve the problem, then it must be that the fireball is not powerful enough. If one fireball can't solve the problem, then it must be 2 fireballs. What did the group of players say before? Fei Rui recalled the group of players who flattered him. What did they say? What is 1 nitrate? 2 sulfur and 3 charcoal? What is nitroglycerin? What is fission? Fei Rui recalled carefully. He planned to improve the spell structure of the fireball spell, and then equip some spell materials to increase the power. After all, increasing the power of spells is nothing more than starting from the structure and spell materials. Thinking and thinking, Fei Rui suddenly snorted and said proudly, Fong Bai. Fong Bai. See how I catch up with you. After speaking, Fei Rui directly said to a servant outside, Come here. Go and find the player I met before. After speaking, Fei Rui couldn't help scratching his head and muttered, Wait, what's the name of this player? After thinking for a long time, Fei Rui shook his head. I can't remember. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Fei Rui muttered. Not long after, in a market of the Mage Academy, a player looked at the note in his hand and said excitedly, He found me. He found me. I've connected with Fei Rui. Don't be too excited. It's not stable enough yet. You must establish a deeper relationship with Fei Rui. Try to meet Fei Rui's requirements as much as possible. Understand? 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 Well, pay attention. Fei Rui's master has officially become a legendary mage, which is a core and high-level force in the entire kingdom, and he only has Fei Rui as his apprentice. Fei Rui will definitely be very favored, and will definitely be a celebrity in the future. So, don't be greedy for a little profit in front of you. Everything is based on making friends with Fei Rui. Understand? After a while, a player walked towards the fire tower with a batch of materials and entered Fei Rui's laboratory. And as soon as he entered, he instantly attracted the attention of many players. The mage is 1 level higher. Fong Bai is used to legends. With more exposure, he naturally doesn't feel much mystery. He has killed them all. So naturally he doesn't have much awe. And naturally he doesn't think they are that great. But in fact, any legend has a pivotal position for a force. And a legendary mage is a terrifying existence comparable to a demigod. This directly makes the Mage Academy and the Fire Tower instantly become demigod-level forces. This instantly makes the Mage Academy a force that matches the Royal Mage Tower. The Royal Mage Tower is the only mage tower with a legendary mage before the Fire Tower. You can imagine how powerful it is. When Ferdinand broke through to the legendary level, the eyes of the entire kingdom couldn't help but focus on him. As the only apprentice of a legendary mage, Fei Rui quietly received unusual attention. In fact, Fong Bai has successfully enjoyed a benefit. Otherwise, how could the legendary Wind Element Life Crystal Core be so easy to trade? How could such a transaction be promoted by a mere elite mage? Elite mages cannot promote it. But Fei Rui, who has the label of Ferdinand's only disciple, can. Originally, Fei Rui could only be called the young master of the Fire Tower. At the moment when Ferdinand was promoted, he became the young master of the entire Mage Academy. Of course, this change is only happening at the top level at present. However, the speed at which this trend spreads from top to bottom is not slow at all. Except for the indigenous forces. Even the players have once again given the fire tower an unusual status. Fong Bai didn't care about these. He was already on his way back to Tiandong Pavilion. While he was on his way, in Tiandong Pavilion, a rune dissipated in front of Fong Bai projection. The preliminary preparations for the element pool had been completed long ago, and only 4 legendary element life crystal cores were waiting. As soon as the crystal cores were in place, the element pool could be started immediately. Fong Bai did not need to prepare an element pool, so his focus was naturally on his own field. Runes were drawn in front of him, emitting fluctuations belonging to the rules. Runes carry rules, and this is the divine text. Fong Bai could not help but recall the sentence in his mind, as well as its description of the divine language. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head slightly, and still focused all his attention on the runes, and began to involve the ritual field pointing to himself. This key ritual is divided into 2 parts. The spell is one part, and the ritual field is also a crucial part. Although Fong Bai knows nothing about spells, Fong Bai has a high level of attainment in the ritual field, and it is not difficult to arrange it. With Fong Bai ability, Fong Bai can easily arrange the ritual field to simulate mountains, simulate oceans, and simulate rivers, which is even far better than Tim and others. This is Fong Bai's unique advantage, which Fong Bai has tried, and it is not an empty statement. Because Fong Bai studied the field too early, his observation of the field was too direct and too specific. The field in front of Fong Bai was like a naked little girl, allowing Fong Bai to observe and depict. But when Fong Bai was about to draw the ritual field of his body field, Fong Bai suddenly froze. "I'm almost there." Fong Bai paused and murmured, "How do I collapse?" Fong Bai paused slightly. Still the problem he encountered before. Mountains have landslides, seas have tsunamis, and the ground has earthquakes. But people... What? Stage crazy? Fong Bai did not laugh. His face was serious. Thinking seriously, there are 2 major barriers for him to develop a legendary spell directed at him. One is the spell. If he does not learn the principle of the spell, he cannot develop the spell. The second is the problem he is facing now. If the spell problem is not solved, the worst thing is that he cannot develop a legendary spell directed at him, which is harmless. But if the second problem is not solved, it means that not only can I lend it to others, even I can't release the power in the field. What is it? Fong Bai whispered softly. What is the essence of landslides, tsunamis, and earthquakes? If you have to find their commonality, it seems that the power accumulated inside them bursts out at once. Mountains rely on gravity to explode. Tsunamis and earthquakes rely on the medium to release the power of plate collision. What about people? What are people? Is it just a simple punch? That's not right. Landslides, tsunamis, and earthquakes are their characteristics. What are the characteristics of people? Bang! 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 There was a loud noise from next door, and the ground shook with it. Fong Bai knew that this was the Mecha project team testing the experimental model Mecha. Although the Mecha test field is in a semi-shadow space, and although there are sound insulation and shock absorption spells, it is still impossible to completely isolate it because of the loud noise. Fong Bai swept his mind, and the experimental site transformed by the project team with shadow space appeared in front of him. An unformed humanoid mecha that was 10 meters high walked on the dim experimental site. Regardless of the cost, the body cast with 3 refined elemental metal was covered with runes. Under the supply of liquid elements, the surging power generated by the runes maintained the operation of the mecha. Inside the body, the surging small mecha used a powerful magnetocrystalline engine, roaring inside the mecha, providing power for the waving fists, the slashing sword, and the dragon wings with a wingspan of tens of meters behind. After a test, suddenly, the runes on the dragon wings of the mecha lit up one after another, accompanied by the surging fire elements. Instantly, the rain of fire fell, turning the devastated area in front of the bomb into a sea of fire. Then the arms moved forward in parallel, and the metal armor on it quickly flipped and surged, extending, and in an instant combined into a huge track that was 7 meters long. Gold and thunder elements surged, and propulsion rings emerged one by one on the track. Swoosh! A shell emerged from the chest and exploded at high speed in an instant. Bang! Bang! A circle of sound barrier clouds dispersed, and the shell instantly penetrated the target. At the moment the shell was launched, the mecha turned over and jumped, and its arm surged into a giant hammer with runes flashing on it. Boom! The earth collapsed, and the mecha's smooth movements were full of beauty. Extremely smooth, and pleasing to the eye. But at this moment, Fong Bai had an inspiration in his mind. This made him suddenly open his eyes and murmur. Mountain collapses, ocean tsunamis, earth earthquakes, river floods, everything. The purpose of collapse is to explode the power in the most proficient and violent way. Mountains have landslides, oceans have tsunamis, and people have nothing. I know. Fong Bai eyes were only fixed on the mecha. Eyes as sharp as a torch. People have technology. People have mechas. Chapter 523 Test. Ding. Insufficient energy. A mechanical sound rang out inside the mecha. The mecha knelt on one knee. The machinery surged. The front cover opened. Qipeng walked out and sighed regretfully. From start to finish, the total operation time of the mecha was only tens of seconds. If low-power tests such as the mecha running test and activity test are excluded, the total time of high-speed movement, flight, attack, etc. that really enter the combat state is less than 10 seconds. The rune array inside the surface of the mecha is indeed powerful. Whether it is flying or high-speed movement, or the final electromagnetic cannon, the power is quite powerful, even not inferior to the legendary spell released by Tim. The runes are combined with the architecture designed under modern concepts, and the potential that bursts out is no worse than that of the ritual field. But similarly, the energy consumption of each of the runes that constitute the array is comparable to that of a master-level array. The array composed of runes is a complete energy consumer, and a complete bottomless pit. The elemental force compression technology developed by Tiandong Pavilion can liquefy the free elemental force after storage, or even store it in solid state. The elemental force stored in it can be regarded as terrifying. A small piece is enough to support the master-level armor to enter the combat state normally. The solid element plates that are enough to maintain the long-term operation of the master-level armor are a whole cabinet on the mecha. The mecha's energy warehouse is filled with densely packed solid element plate slots, all of which are filled with large solid element plates designed specifically for mecha. The elemental force stored in the energy warehouse, which is nearly 10 square meters, distributed in various positions of the mecha, can be called a huge amount. But the solid elements stored in such a huge energy warehouse are only enough to be extracted in 10 seconds in the mecha combat mode. Once the elements are exhausted, the mecha will directly become an iron coffin, and can only stand there stupidly, relying on the free elemental force to accumulate energy bit by bit, or replenish solid elements. 10 seconds. Qipeng pursed his lips. 10 seconds basically means no actual combat ability. It means that this is just a big toy, a decoration. Team leader? Other mages came over and called Qipeng, who shook his head slightly. This mecha consumes too much energy. If the energy is insufficient for one day, the mecha will not be able to leave the laboratory for one day. A mage next to him couldn't help but sigh. We use the elemental metal of the third refinement to overcome the material problem. We use the rune array that can contact the rules to solve the power problem. We clustered the mecha to solve the problem with the magnetocrystalline engine. But the energy problem, the rune level is too high. Carrying the rules, which is a legendary ability. Theoretically, this requires legendary fighting spirit or other legendary energy to activate. Although we used runes to forcibly replace high-grade energy with solid elements. But the loss during the period is also unavoidable. If the quality is not enough, we can only make up for it with quantity. The power has not been reduced much. It's already very good. Then how about enlarging the energy warehouse, and using the space ring to store solid elements? To increase the endurance? The energy warehouse must be safe enough, and equipped with various supporting facilities. Now it is close to the limit. Further expansion will only compress the space of other structures and other rune arrays. Moreover, even if it doubles, it still has no practical significance from 10 seconds to 20 seconds. And this will also bring the disadvantages of reduced power and functional tailoring. This road is simply not feasible. We only have one way. He didn't say it, but everyone else knew it very well. It's nothing more than repeating the old saying. Energy density. Increase energy density, and replace low-grade solid elements with high-grade energy. If a legendary energy preparation and miniaturized storage technology can be developed, there will be no need for such a large energy warehouse now. It can be further reduced. If this problem is so easy to solve, there will be mechas flying all over the sky in reality. In many books, The use of energy is a symbol of the migration of civilization. From no fire to fire. From fire to electricity. From electricity to nuclear. This is the path of civilization advancement. In reality, the reason why controlled nuclear fusion is epoch-making is that it basically means unlimited energy to a certain extent. Right? This shows how difficult the energy path is. Everyone was silent for a long time. And suddenly someone said, "Then do you want it to be smaller?" As he spoke, he suddenly closed his mouth. Smaller? The current 10 seconds is at least 10 seconds of genuine legendary combat power. Smaller? Even if it can last for 100 seconds. What is the meaning of 1,000 seconds of master level peak combat power? Is the master level armor not perfect enough? If it is not perfect, then continue to improve it and strengthen the master level armor. Why bother with this giant mecha? It's just for fun. The gap between the master level and the legendary level is too big. Although it suddenly increased from 2 meters to 10 meters. The volume has increased by who knows how many times. But this is already the minimum volume that can achieve legendary combat power. This is still compared to the spell model. The rune has undergone a qualitative change in miniaturization and high density. If it is a spell model, the volume will have to be increased by thousands or tens of thousands of times. No. The increase in volume brings about material consumption, deadweight, energy consumption over long distances, resistance, energy and other issues. The legendary mecha project based on the spell model is impossible to be established at all. And it does not even have the qualifications to be established. After this person finished speaking, they stopped talking about the spell model and turned their attention back to the issue of energy density. This problem has been stuck for them for a long time. They also found some high-grade energy, but the quantity was too small to start the mecha, and it was impossible to prepare it. If artificial preparation is carried out, legendary masters can refine the power of elements, fuse blood and chi, the power of rules, etc. to form legendary fighting spirit for the mecha to use, regardless of whether the fighting spirits of different legends can be integrated with each other, and whether the mecha rune array can be used. Let's say that multiple legendary professionals have to do hard work for a mecha with legendary combat power to accumulate fighting spirit. Don't be funny. We still have to find a way to prepare more advanced energy. For elemental power, we can't just pursue the growth of compressed quantity. We also have to look at qualitative changes. We have to figure out the difference between ordinary free elemental power and high-grade power. Is there a problem with the microstructure or a lack of God and the power of rules? We must prepare it. And the mecha made by us will eventually gallop on this land. Chi Peng's words sounded, brushing away the loss in their hearts. A group of people immediately called up computing power again and began to calculate the data that the mecha had just tested. Chapter 524 Exploding Microcosm? Energy. Fong Bai watched Chi Peng and others who were regaining their spirits and continuing to work. It is enough to carry authority. Is there any energy higher than the power of the field? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This is a match made in heaven. After Fong Bai understood the mecha, it was as if his eyes were opened. Based on the mecha in front of him, a huge ritual field was perfectly presented. The ritual field is generally similar to the field it responds to, and Fong Bai creation is no exception. Looking at this huge human-shaped ritual field, Fong Bai's mood suddenly became happy. However, Fong Bai discovered that although the current ritual field is perfect, it is only enough to mobilize the field power that his magnetic field does not have in Fong Bai deduction. But that's all. I understood technology and mecha. But these two are still too broad. Not specific enough. And not collapsed. It's like the finishing touch of a dragon. Although the dragon is perfect, it has a form, but no spirit. The field power accumulated in his magnetic field still couldn't come alive, and couldn't bloom in the way of collapse. However, Fong Bai was not in a hurry, because he found that he had already solved this problem unintentionally. Fong Bai, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, immersed his mind in the fantasy space and looked at the giant standing in a corner of the fantasy space. Roar! The armored giant seemed to come alive, roaring at Fong Bai, and a yellow light shot out from the short spear in his hand. Fong Bai groaned and was beaten out of the fantasy space, and his head was a little confused. Entering the fantasy space again, looking at the giant standing in a corner, there was no change, just like an illusion. However, Fong Bai didn't dare to look at it anymore. Of course he knew that it was not an illusion. If he stared at it again, he would really get beaten. Although he couldn't be killed, it would damage his will. That is to say, he has a fantasy space, and the inner space anchors the will. If it were an ordinary person, just one blow would be enough to defeat the will of a person while the soul is intact, and the will would be scattered and die, leaving a living dead in this world. Although the body is alive, it is no different from death. This giant in the fantasy space is naturally not imagined by Fong Bai. Although it is in his fantasy space, Fong Bai cannot make any changes to it, nor can he copy it. This is not a fantasy at all. This is a trace of chi that Fong Bai used the fantasy space to reflect when he faced the afterimage in the dust plane. Although it has no substance and no energy, even a mere chi is enough to erase a person's will. Of course, although this can be used as a one-time attack, Fong Bai obviously will not waste it like this. This is not a weapon. This is soul. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai drew a few strokes on the ritual field and loaded the chi of the dust titan. It's alive. Bang! Damn it. Fong Bai's head was as heavy as a weight after being kicked out of the fantasy space, and he felt dizzy. But even so, he couldn't hide the smile on his lips. The smile became more and more intense. And finally, ha ha ha. From the projection to the real body, from the Tiangong pavilion to the road, Fong Bai's excited laughter rang and echoed. After the excitement, Fong Bai's projection in the mage tower dissipated, and then recondensed in the mecha project team next to him. Pavilion Master, Fong Bai, Boss. All kinds of names were called out. They were not surprised by Fong Bai's appearance. Seeing Fong Bai greeted, the things in his hands did not stop. A set of array-based printers next to them was spitting out paper continuously under the control of mental power. It recorded various data of this mecha experiment. After these data were printed, they were taken away for archiving. One copy was stored online, one copy was stored offline, and one copy was stored on paper. As for the corresponding report content, it had already been transmitted to Fong Bai mind through the mental power computing network and received by Fong Bai with mental power. This was when Fong Bai just appeared and they greeted Fong Bai. They seemed to have not said a word, but in fact they had already communicated countless times. The information content they communicated in an instant was converted into text. Pictures, videos, and microscopic content must be measured in GB as the minimum unit. In any aspect of information density, convenience, accuracy, etc., this mental power communication method based on the computing network beats normal speaking communication in seconds. After simply browsing the data, Fong Bai mental power gently vibrated in the network, attracting everyone's attention. And then the information flowed. The production of high-grade energy has formed a separate project team for research, independent of the mecha project team. The mecha project team has suspended energy research. Sensing this information, everyone was slightly stunned and reacted the next moment. Has Fong Bai found a method for mass production of high-quality energy? No, that's not right. If it's really researched, there won't be a need to set up a separate project team. At least it won't be so urgent. Since it's not mass production, it must be small-scale production, or a new energy source has been found that can be used. Thinking of this, everyone frowned slightly. If this is the case, doesn't it have replicability? Solve some problems first, and then solve the problem of mass production? This is the same as when it was the master armor, which is acceptable. This idea echoed in their minds. But the next moment, the information flowing in the network interrupted their thoughts. What? Redesign the structure of the mecha and reduce the energy warehouse. Only 5% to 10% of the energy warehouse is retained as the basic functional energy. What energy is used to drive the mecha? Chi Peng asked without knowing it. And Fong Bai smiled slightly when he heard it. People, driver, mecha master. Fong Bai looked around at everyone and said softly, "Do you remember that our profession has always been called mecha master?" Chi Peng and others opened their eyes slightly when they heard this. Thinking of something, their breathing became a little rapid. Fong Bai said with a smile, "We used to just exercise and lay the foundation for driving mechas. Now that we have mechas, we naturally drive mechas. Mecha masters and mechas are one, which is the complete form of our profession. In this process, mechas and mecha masters naturally complement each other and complete each other. Energy naturally comes from mecha masters." Fong Bai continued, "In the new mecha design, after reducing the energy warehouse, we will arrange the ritual field and the magnetic field rune array, arrange the energy conversion device, and reduce the energy warehouse. Turn the cab into a new energy warehouse for me. All the energy required for the mecha battle will be provided by the mecha master himself. As for the way of providing it. At this point, Fong Bai paused slightly, then smiled slightly, and said with a bad taste, "Maybe you can refer to it. Exploding Small Universe?" Chapter 525 The Origin of Mecha. Everyone was confused and looked at Fong Bai suspiciously, doubting the information they received. The information was fine. So the problem was with Fong Bai? Don't look at me like that. I'm serious. Not kidding. So, after you finished playing armor at the master level, you started playing Gold Saint at the legendary level? Chi Peng joked. But even if a mecha master drains all his fighting spirit, it is still not enough to operate the mecha. After all, the end point of the mecha master's career lies in the strength of the physical body, the defense, and the mental strength, which are all improved a little after the fusion of the soul and the body. As for energy, it can only be said that it is better to have it than not to have it. It is true before the master level, or before the density of the physical body reaches a certain level. After the weight of the physical body reaches 360 tons. Well, this number may fluctuate depending on the height and body shape. This is a density indicator. After the density reaches the standard, the field and magnetic field will undergo a qualitative change. They will merge and materialize. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly and continued. The field power can be mobilized. The most important thing is that this magnetic field can also store the field power of other fields. And the density is very high. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, Chi Peng, who was sitting down, stood up suddenly. The shock and ecstasy in the hearts of others were no less than his. They figured it out in an instant. The field was not unfamiliar to them. And Fong Bai's preliminary explanation of the field theory was a must-read book for them. They had seen the tsunami field that Fong Bai observed in the storm sea, the landslide field that he occasionally discovered, and the earth field, mountain field, and lake field under normal circumstances. It took a lot of effort to build the experimental instruments just for observing the field. They knew clearly about the changes in these fields, and the violent power contained in the fields. They knew how high the power level of this field was that was not obvious. They knew how terrifying this energy without any harm would be once it erupted. If the mecha carries this power and bursts it out, it will be perfect. In Fong Bai's words, it is to use the strength of the body to pull all the shortcomings to the strength of the body. However, even if you can control the field power, this power is stable. No, the word should be stable. It is very safe. Even if we can touch it, we can't change the nature of its power and turn it into the most ferocious and surging energy. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly when he heard it. Come and see this. Fong Bai stretched out his hand and lightly tapped, and a projection of a ritual field appeared in front of everyone. The biggest characteristic of a person's field is that it has no characteristics. If it has no characteristics, then we will give it characteristics ourselves. Fong Bai's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone looked at the nearly perfect human-shaped three-dimensional ritual field and was stunned in a trance. Although there was no test, they inexplicably felt that this ritual field would not be wrong and would definitely work. Just like the saying goes, advanced things and developed things are always beautiful. Just like the fighter jet flying in the sky, it will naturally be very beautiful and have a fatal temptation without special aesthetic design. The framework of the existing mecha has been built. We only need to reduce 9/10 of the energy warehouse. Chi Peng nodded. Simple. Modify the cockpit again. It's a bit complicated, but not difficult. Load this ritual field in. Make sure it can operate normally and will not be interfered with by other equipment and interfere with other equipment. And ensure safety and combat is not easy to damage. Chi Peng suddenly felt something was wrong, and a question mark popped up silently. Fong Bai continued to speak excitedly. Then modify the energy lines and rune arrays to ensure that their energy is compatible. Modify the mecha soul C to ensure that it can accommodate the soul we give it. Then design the body and weapons and armor based on the intercepted dusk energy. Then I will forge the main structure, armor, and other parts of the mecha 4 times, according to the requirements of legendary equipment of the defense type. We recalculate the structural strength, reanalyze the force, and redo. Wait. Chi Peng couldn't help but interrupt. What's wrong? Fong Bai looked at him in confusion. Are you sure what you said is a modification? Fong Bai blinked and realized something immediately. Ahem. Although there are a few more modifications. Isn't it still the same as the original? Are you sure? Chi-Peng said faintly. Besides still calling it a mecha. What else is there to do with the original mecha? You might as well just say that you're going to redesign a mecha and start all over again. Well, then. Start all over again? Fong Bai said cautiously. And the next moment, the project team was filled with resentment. Ahem. Fong Bai coughed twice awkwardly, looked at Chi-Peng's resentful eyes, and shrugged slightly. Do you want to drive a mecha? Yes. Do you want to wear your armor in public? Pull out a gun from your waist and shoot forward. A round chip rolled on the ground. And after drawing a large summoning array, a mecha slowly rose from the shadow of the earth. You slowly floated into the mecha control room under the cover of the mecha spotlight. Then control the mecha to kneel on one knee. Hold up your new girlfriend with your hand. Put her gently on your shoulder. And take her away in front of everyone. Gurgle. Chi-Peng swallowed slightly. And under Fong Bai description and projection, all the bones in his body were soft. I don't want to. Women will only affect my one-handed mecha. Before he finished speaking, Chi-Peng was squeezed away. You don't want to. But I have a friend who does. I'm his friend. Hypocrisy. If you want to, what's there to be embarrassed about? I want to. Can I only bring my girlfriend? Can I bring someone else's? I'm driving a mecha. They shouldn't be able to beat me. Right? The originally excited scene was suddenly interrupted, so that it fell into a dead silence. After a long time, Fong Bai slowly raised his thumb. They probably can't beat me. When do we start building it? Fong Bai heard this, looked around at the people around him, and saw that their interrupted emotions were excited again. And he smiled slightly. When do we start building it? Of course now. It's done. Pick up someone else's girlfriend. Ha ha ha. In the epic of time, this cave, these people, and this time have recorded a bold and colorful stroke. Mecha originated from this. This picture, this sentence, is frozen in history. Everyone present was very excited and proud of this. Except Fong Bai. Chapter 526 Technology Freeze. What did I just say? Fong Bai, who was so excited, calmed down and looked at the ground suspiciously. You said you wanted to build a mecha to pick up other people's girlfriends. Fong Bai, who was forced to recall, wanted to slap himself in the face and strangle himself for saying this. Such a big occasion actually said such a thing. This might be a historical occasion, since Fong Bai and others had boasted before, saying that they were making history, and they all believed it. Fong Bai often developed them to use magic arrays to record some photos and videos. In their words, it is to keep materials for future documentaries and memoirs. Just now. No way. No way. Everyone is so excited. How can there be time to take photos and record videos? It's okay. Fong Bai, don't take yourself too seriously. You can't go down in history just by saying a word. Don't worry. Don't worry. Before Fong Bai finished speaking, he suddenly noticed the fluctuations of the projection magic array. And the next moment, the repeated sound rang in different corners. It's done. Take someone else's. It's done. Take someone else's. Make. Fong Bai suddenly heard the overlapping and reverberating voices, and his eyes widened suddenly. The next moment, he reacted and howled. Delete. Delete all. Okay. Got it. I delete it right away. Next time for sure. Master. It turns out that you have the same hobby as me. Get lost. Fong Bai was anxious. He had a hunch that his serious words might not be recorded in the history books. But this one definitely will. If the official history doesn't record it, the unofficial history will surely spread. This. Will Chow the Thief be called Fong the Thief from now on? Fong Bai's eyes went dark, and he suddenly felt that the whole world had dimmed. Live? It doesn't seem to make much sense anymore. Tiangong Pavilion? It seems that there is no need for it to exist. Fong Bai began to consider whether there was any way, any explosion that could make the entire Tiangong Pavilion ascend to heaven at once, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, Chi-Peng's eyes went dark, and he wanted to slap himself. What did I promise? Chi-Peng looked at the details Fong Bai had just said. He read and studied again, and saw 4 densely packed small words between the lines. All over again. His eyes went dark. He sighed faintly, and immediately began to designate plans and assign tasks. The only thing that didn't have to start over was perhaps the experience accumulated from these thousands of mecha experiments. While busy, Chi Ping's mouth suddenly curled up slightly. So, the world's first mecha will be born under our hands? After a moment, Fong Bai, Chi Peng, and several other team leaders and backbones gathered together immediately after quickly sorting out their emotions. First, Fong Bai pulled out all the extreme speed lists of the entire Tiandong Pavilion, and at the same time listed all the content learned in the Fire Tower, knowledge, ritual field, and some content scanned in the library, and added them to the list. In an instant, the length of the list increased by a small section. The knowledge from the Fire Tower is somewhat different from that of the Tiandong Pavilion in terms of concept, but they have the same goal. Many of these spells and arrays can achieve functions that are quite impressive, which to a certain extent makes up for some of the shortcomings of the Tiandong Pavilion's technology library. Fong Bai didn't say much. First, everyone entered the fantasy space of the Mage Tower, and then quickly went through the technology list and the effects that can be achieved at a very fast speed. After just the first time, some of the problems encountered before had a vague idea. Some problems may have been solved long ago, but this technology may have been ignored. After going through it several times, everyone was familiar with these technologies, at least the effects that these technologies can have. And Fong Bai started the technology freeze. The development of mecha will be carried out from the current technology list, unless there is a huge breakthrough and revolutionary changes may occur. No new technology will be adopted. Technology freeze does not mean not developing or researching other technologies. Instead, only the technology used in existing projects is developed up to this moment, and it is frozen at this moment. Although this may result in the final product being slightly weaker than the technology at the time, but if we don't do this, there will be technological progress every moment, and new technologies may be born every day. If we adopt every technological progress and new technology, it will only lead to the structure designed today being overturned tomorrow, and the parts cast in the morning being discarded and recast in the afternoon. Then this project will never be successful, and will always be a waste of effort. Chi Peng and others naturally understood this truth, nodded immediately, and then entered the formal plan formulation. First, Chi Peng took out his rough draft. First of all, thank our great pavilion master for not being a human being, allowing us to start researching new mechas. Chi Peng's words drew laughter from the crowd, and Fong Bai was also happy. Secondly, thank our pavilion master for at least doing something useful. Give us a framework and a new definition of mecha. Chi Peng pointed to the humanoid ritual field and said softly but seriously, mecha has transformed from a large-scale armor-like to a mechanical component. Mecha will be a way to interpret the mecha master's own power. Mecha master and mecha. The protagonist before was the mecha, and the mecha master was just a driver. But now, the role has quietly changed. The mecha master has become the protagonist, and the mecha is just a foil. This point, this people-oriented concept must run through our mecha history and throughout the entire process of our mecha design. We must be familiar with and understand the mecha master's empowerment of the mecha. In the future, even if it is the same mecha, it will exert completely different power in the hands of different people. Everyone remember this, Chi Peng said, looking at Fong Bai. Master, can you tell me about the main structure and the realization of the ritual field, and the embodiment of the dusk energy? Fong Bai nodded and asked a question. Legend? What is a legend? Legend spread all the way to legend, and that's belief. This is a widely spread and commonly used way to promote legends. As he spoke, Fong Bai pulled out a projection, and the dense light spots were like stars. This is the structural diagram of the trial space. Although our mecha is a different way, I think the mainstream way also has its merits. First of all, I want to talk about the embodiment of this trace of dusk energy. Fong Bai looked around at everyone, because, in my design, this trace of dusk energy is the source of the legendary characteristics, and it will also be the symbol of the power of this mecha. Chapter 527 Super Base. Gather your thoughts to turn the ethereal dusk energy into the qualities we need. This trait will naturally become a legendary power when it is integrated with the field power of the mecha master's own magnetic field. The way to gather thoughts is simple. Let's see. This is the overall structure of the trial space at that time. The trial distance is to gather the sights, and the peoples watching will form a wisp of faith power. Gather them together and integrate them into the winner, so as to achieve the legendary road of the trialer. Generally speaking, if the full trial of the entire continent is opened, the first one will definitely step into the legend without any difficulty. and the gold content will be quite high. There is no threshold for the top 10 to achieve legend. Fong Bai shook his head slightly when he said this. At that time, the trial space was only at the intercity trial stage. I don't know if there is a loophole or the trial space has expired. Until now, the trial has not been opened again. Fong Bai estimated that it would be difficult to open it again. Otherwise, if you go in and fight a circle, the power of faith is simply taken for nothing. Although he has a lot of faith power, he doesn't mind a little more. In fact, Fong Bai suspected that if he could fully integrate the faith in the title of Mecha Master, let alone legend, he would probably be close to becoming a god. Maybe after accumulating for a period of time, spreading it a little, and integrating it, he could become a god right away. God of Mecha Masters. It's just that Fong Bai is not happy about it. The power of faith? Fong Bai doesn't want to become a god this way. In Fong Bai's opinion, this faith power that can make people become gods is best used to forge mechas. He is a mecha master to drive mechas, not to be a mecha. Of course, this is just a plan in Fong Bai's mind, an ambition in his heart, and it doesn't mean that it will be realized now. Dusk mecha? Dusk? Fong Bai feels that it is not worthy of it, and he doesn't think Dusk can bear this amount. This is a near god level belief power. How can any cat or dog bear it? How can any structure bear it? This level of belief power must be left to Fong Bai to think about, with a slight smile on his lips. In addition, the belief power of the rune title has not yet taken shape, and the scale is not enough. At that time, it will be used as the main body, the mecha title as the basis, and the ever-changing runes to construct flesh and blood. No hurry. No hurry. Take it step by step. Press this thought back to the depths of the mind, and put it back on the structure in front of him. It's a pity that it was stopped. Otherwise, in the name of Dusk, the power of belief would be gathered, and this trace of energy would naturally take shape. Comparatively, it's much more troublesome now. Fong Bai sorted out his thoughts a little, and then continued to speak, saying his own idea. Build momentum for the Dusk mech, and develop the Dusk model armor based on the Dusk mech as a template. The weapons and equipment in the armor refer to the Yellow River model armor, and use public opinion to guide. Don't say it directly, misleading them into thinking that we have a legendary Dusk mech. I want to push the legendary mech of Tiangong Pavilion to the forefront, and then through some momentum, I want people to have solid evidence. I want to gather their power of faith. And more than that, I also want this wisp of chi to take the form needed by the power of faith, and turn the false into the true. It doesn't need to be too much. Just take the chi into a ready-made breath, Fong Bai said. The latter is also the fundamental reason why Fong Bai must use the legendary method of faith, although it may take a certain amount of effort to find the legendary breath on the scene, such as the momentum of tsunamis, landslides, and thunder, the existence that Fong Bai is spied on, although it is hard to find and rare, can also be used, but Fong Bai still believes that tailor-made ones will be the most suitable. But the manifestation of the aura can only be carried out after the overall framework and weapon system are determined. We will discuss the manifestation at that time. Chi Peng nodded after hearing this, and then turned his head to look at Fei Hong next to him. Fei Hong, you tell me about the energy conduction part. Fei Hong, who was already very smart in his 30s, pushed his nose subconsciously and nodded. Okay, but before making a plan, I want to communicate with the Pavilion Master about the nature of energy. I want to conduct a comprehensive conduction and power nature test. Fong Bai pondered slightly after hearing this. If it is the real power of Dusk, ordinary materials probably can't withstand it. Legendary equipment is another matter. So my idea is to forge it with the power of Dusk. At the beginning of forging, the power of Dusk is integrated into it to create the body of the power of Dusk, and integrate the power of Dusk to avoid the erosion of the carrier by the power of Dusk. In this case, all the components of this mecha, or all the components that need to contact energy, must be specially customized. Right? That's right. Fong Bai nodded, and seeing that no one continued to ask questions, he continued immediately. I think that before material technology reaches a certain level, this highly specialized solution based on energy is the best solution to a certain extent. As for maintenance and logistics issues, we can mass-produce Dusk armor and turn customization into an assembly line, so that there will naturally be no problems with logistics. Or we can analyze the 4 refinements with rune arrays and complete the 4 refinements in an assembly line manner, so that there will be no worries. But let's not discuss this now. Let's first solve whether there is a problem. Regarding the power of dusk, it comes from the dust plane, and the situation is as follows. Fong Bai stretched out his hand, and the memory picture of the dust plane was projected in front of everyone. And some properties of the dust power also appeared in front of everyone. Fong Bai and Fei Hong discussed for a long time, and finally decided to conduct a field experiment in the fantasy dust plane in the fantasy space. And the discussion entered the next process. Weapon system, shield system, armor system, power system, energy system, rune, chief engineer, mobile system, perception system, soul, sea system, maintenance system, self-repair system, operation control system, balance system, internal and external isolation system, own task division after another. Overall division of labor again and again. Extremely complex. Gathering countless technologies, parts, and runes. It is estimated that hundreds of thousands of mechas will be divided out and turned into parts, which will be in charge of different people. After completing the rough division of labor, they have transformed themselves into team leaders, and began to explain the group tasks in front of their respective team members, and once again carried out a more detailed division of labor between the teams. Finally, within the team, the development details of the mecha will be assigned to individuals, and then enter the research and development work. In the entire project group, there are more than 1,000 participating mages, and each of them has profound knowledge. In the outside world, each of them is enough to host a laboratory of a large guild. Everyone is absolutely excellent, and behind them, there are often real masters and colleagues who support them silently. In addition, there is a computing power center that can be directly connected to the mental power and can be called at any time. The pure computing power is comparable to that of ordinary supercomputers, but because of the fuzzy computing ability, the actual effect is far beyond. Behind it stood the resources of the entire Tiangong Pavilion, the manpower of the outer pavilion of Tiangong Pavilion, and the response of the Red Maple City Player Alliance. Unconsciously, this is no less than the legendary national-level project. Whether in terms of technical content, influence, personnel scale, or resource conditions, for such a large-scale project, it is a huge problem to coordinate and communicate with each other. However, the experience of coordinating and tackling key problems accumulated in the past has made Fong Bai not completely ignorant. Although the scale is large, Fong Bai, Chi Peng and other experienced managers have enough ability and experience to deal with it. From this perspective, even if the game disappears suddenly, their management ability will definitely not make them disappear from the crowd. The existence of the mental power LAN allows everyone to communicate with a thought, regardless of the spatial distance, without looking for it, and face-to-face communication. Whether it is data transmission or technical communication, it can be completed in an instant. Indistinctly, it seems to have become a whole. Everyone is a neuron, and under the connection of the mental power network, the wisdom of everyone is gathered together. It was like a precision machine, turning quickly, fast and seamlessly, and even the process of operation was full of beauty. While taking into account the overall arrangement, Fong Bai also joined in the research. With the help of the 1,000 times flow rate of the fantasy space, he could easily handle everything. Fong Bai, who was multitasking, completed his own research while accepting the experimental requirements of the project team, completing the experiments in his own fantasy space, and then feeding back the data. He used his own talent to forcibly double the effect of the fantasy space of the Mage Tower. Even the situation of the dust planes. The nature of the dust power was imagined in the fantasy space to conduct various test experiments. Soon, the specific nature of the dust power had complete and detailed data. In this way, with the wisdom of all people, various technologies and data seemed to be transformed into light points, and a brick was piled up bit by bit on this creation called the Dusk Mecha. This may not be perfect. In other words, all creations are not complete when they are just born. In this world, no one can get the optimal solution when anything is just born, unless he can predict the future. Otherwise, things themselves are a process of continuous optimization and improvement, because there will inevitably be loopholes and various inconveniences. Only through continuous use and the development process of countless people can it be discovered little by little, improved little by little, and tended to the optimal solution little by little. So, this may not be perfect, but it doesn't matter. Just need to be usable, and reach near perfection under existing conditions, existing technology, and existing experience. In this progress, Fong Bai real body finally returned to the Tiangong Pavilion. I'm Fong Bai back, Fong Bai shouted, full of pride. A passing wizard scratched his head in confusion. Pavilion Master. Have you been there? The projection of Inai has been in the pavilion. Have you been there? Fong Bai couldn't help scratching his head after hearing this. He thought about it for a long time and didn't figure it out. So he went in angrily. The door was open. And the door filled with elemental power was much thicker than before. The dozens of meters of elemental material walls can isolate all external perception and attacks. Dense perception, appearance, and detection arrays. Even with laboratory precision field change perception arrays. Anyone who enters without permission will instantly trigger the enemy trap array. And then the nearly 100-meter thick passage will be completely blocked. Being trapped in such a wall, there is no way to heaven. In the past, a mere shadow mage could use shadow magic to sneak into the interior of Tiangong Pavilion. But now even if a space mage comes, he can't get in. Even if a legendary space mage comes, it's useless. This is the last bastion that is truly armed to the teeth. Fong Bai mental power resonates with the magic circle. After passing the authority verification, he enters it. No magic circle is triggered. The appearance looks like it is undefended. He walked through several maze-like bends in the wall, and walked about hundreds of meters before entering the outer area of Tiangong Pavilion. The moment he stepped out of the passage, his eyes suddenly opened up. The sky is high and the river is wide. The wind is clear and the breeze is gentle, which is very pleasant. However, with Fong Bai mental power, he can see through the illusion magic circle that creates the environment. However, although it is an illusion, this place itself is not small. The environment and layout here are relatively comfortable. It is an area for reception and internal contact. In the dense array, Fong Bai walked straight into it along the passage, passing by military camps, self-circulating farms, pastures, medicine gardens, orchards, fisheries, etc. In addition, one after another highly automated array factory was running at full speed, producing armor parts, or perhaps some laboratory customized items, some experimental parts of mecha, etc. under the control of a few scattered mages, passing by one factory after another. It is hard for the outside world to imagine that there is such a large factory in this mountain. No one knows that this small cave has exceeded the size of the city of Hongfeng City in scale, and has completely realized self-circulation except for elemental power. As long as the reserve of elemental power is enough. As the last bastion, the gate of Tiangong Pavilion can be closed until the end of time. To be honest, Fong Bai feels that this is useless. But it's cool. Fong Bai muttered. This is a consensus of almost all members of Tiangong Pavilion, including him. Dig deep holes and store food. Anyway, you are idle anyway. Anyway, you can build here and outside. Who can refuse to build a super large scale, indestructible, invincible defense, completely self-sustaining, and capable of production and manufacturing? No one can refuse. It looks comfortable. As far as Fong Bai knows, there are still people digging underground, continuing to pile up walls, thickening walls, and trying to build some factories, facilities, defense measures, and countermeasures that may or may not be useful. It doesn't take up the time for normal research. This is purely a leisure activity and chat content in spare time. As we chatted, we started to work and expand it. Fong Bai also likes to play this, and he plays it occasionally. It's very comfortable. Chapter 528 Element Pool. The most important thing is that Fong Bai doesn't know what crazy things they have built. But anyway, in the process of self-checking using the magic array self-check function, it can be found that the wall is getting thicker and thicker, and the defense array and attack array are connected more and more densely. Thousands of genius-level mages, with enough time and enough resources. Of course, the above 2 points are not important. At most, they are some auxiliary conditions. What is the most important? It can be said that it is important, or it can be said that it is fatal. Thousands of technical geeks have enough knowledge, enough hands-on ability, and are bored. In addition, they are more or less self-indulgent in the game, not so cautious, and not so restrained. It's enough to conquer the world in ancient times. Sometimes Fong Bai doesn't know what ideas they can come up with, or what they can do when they are chatting. These are thousands of unstable factors. Fong Bai doesn't dare to let them idle. But fortunately, he can find enough projects for them to keep them busy. Otherwise, Fong Bai is also afraid. As for the rest of his free time, although he didn't know what this group of people could do. Since by chance a trend of building a base and strengthening the foundation was formed in Tiandong Pavilion. Fong Bai was also happy about it, and was willing to add fuel to the fire, even if it consumed a little extra resources. The idea of building a city on the surface before was also dispelled. Although the Yunqi Chaofan city can be called a safe zone, it can suppress the research projects of Tiandong Pavilion while suppressing Chaofan. With the current scale and existing projects of Tiandong Pavilion, every rise of the cloud will cause huge losses. So much so that let alone actively raising the cloud, they are trying every means to strengthen the element material layer to isolate the influence of the cloud through this physical thickness and elemental resistance. In this case, it is even more impossible to artificially build a Yunqi Chaofan city. But in this case, the defense work of Tiandong Pavilion cannot be ignored. Fong Bai will never overestimate people's hearts. So, go ahead. Do whatever you want. You guys do it. I do it later too. As the saying goes, the lair of a mage can't be touched. So what about the lair of these thousands of genius mages? TSK. I don't know which handsome guy will be able to make a good start. Fong Bai knows all about these guys in the pavilion. If someone really breaks in, their first thought is definitely not to defend or escape, but to open a bet on how long this person can last. Then, based on the performance of the magic array they set up, they will immediately compete with each other. Fong Bai shook his head and went deeper in a happy mood. He greeted his father when he met him. His father was busy, so he replied casually and ignored him. And his mother didn't know where she went for a stroll. She likes to go out and play, see the scenery, and wear a master-level armor. In the Red Maple City area, when players will not provoke Tiandong Pavilion, she can basically walk sideways. Of course, if she really dies, she dies. It doesn't matter. Happy. Fong Bai was cheerful. But even so, he couldn't count how many weapons and equipment, spell scrolls, triggered shields, etc. he gave his mother. Hey, if others don't know who my mother is, then she will be hunted down. When I received the news, I immediately raised my lips and led 100,000 troops to support her. Hiss. It seems not bad. Fong Bai simply couldn't refuse to show his prowess in front of his mother. After thinking about it, he muttered to himself and entered the Mage Tower. The projection of the project team was still conducting experiments. After the main body arrived at the Mage Tower, it directly controlled the Mage Tower to open the passage in the underground floor. Duh. 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 With crisp footsteps, Fong Bai followed the passage from the first floor to the inside of the tower base. There was a small space inside, and in the center of the small space was a circular pool with a diameter of 10 meters, which was full of patterns and runes. The pool made of various precious materials exuded a strong elemental fluctuation. The specially made soulless bricks are tightly sealed, isolating the power of the elements while having no non-existent properties. This is a cluster of rune arrays, but it is not complete yet, with 4 gaps in the center. Click! The legendary Earth Element Life Crystal Core is inserted into the groove, making a crisp sound and locking. Click! The legendary Fire Element Life Crystal Core. Click! The legendary Wind Element Life Crystal Core. Click! The legendary Water Element Life Crystal Core. The 4 elements of Earth, Fire, Wind and Water gather at this moment. And at this moment the array emits a light sound, and the 4 colors flow. Fong Bai left the element pool, stood on the edge, and looked at the array with an idea. Buzz! The array hummed. Yellow, red, cyan, and blue. The 4 colors occupied 4 directions respectively, and the 4 colors flowed, and the array hummed. Suddenly, the Earth Element Life Crystal Core emitted a yellow light, and the rich Earth element flowed into the array emitting yellow light. Buzz! The Fire Element Life Crystal Core glowed red, and rich fire elements flowed into the magic circle. Buzz! Buzz! The Wind Element and Water Element followed closely behind, and the elements continued to surge, and the rune magic circle was lit up step by step. In the process of continuous flow, the rich elemental power gradually permeated the element pool. Although the element pool was not capped, there was no trace of elemental power overflowing from the space above, but it was just permeating in it. As the elemental power formed and became rich, 4 colors of mist gradually appeared in the element pool. This was the extremely rich elemental power. The elements surged, and in this process, the mist slowly rotated. The 4-color mist gradually mixed, and the vortex formed by the rotation also changed from flower color to gray. Whoosh! 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 The vortex rotated faster and faster, and gradually a pressure was generated in the core of the vortex. And in this process, the elemental power, with the throughput of legendary elemental crystal cores, was still continuously added to it. Time passed by minute by minute. 1 hour. 2 hours. The pressure in the element pool seemed to have reached its limit, and the elemental power in it seemed to have reached its limit. The high-speed rotating element vortex was like a phantom, and it was not clear. At this moment, finally, ding-dah, a light sound. Fong Bai looked down and saw a round drop of gray liquid falling into the element pool. Tick, tick, tick. The gray liquid fell drop by drop into the element pool, gradually gathering into a small pool. And Fong Bai noticed that during this process, on the panel of the Mage Tower, energy +1, energy +1, energy +1. The energy numbers rose rapidly, which made Fong Bai excited. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose the fantasy space in the Mage Tower, which could only be limited to 50 times, and directly increased the multiplier. 1,000 times. Chapter 529. Max it out. 1,000 times. Max it out. Max it out for me. I have energy now. I can't accept the slow pace of 50 times. Fong Bai muttered happily, and it didn't take long for this to directly cause a mage reaction. The fantasy space on the first floor of the Mage Tower is used by people all the time. 10 rooms. 24 hours a day. Every minute is full. There is no idle waste, including this moment. At this moment, Zhang Wen nodded to a player who was calculating in the waiting room. Lao Wang. I go first. Well, how long did you apply for? 30 days. Wow. So much? It seems that your project team is highly valued. Not bad. Not bad. How much did you apply for? Oh, 1 year. I have to wait for another hour. You are still good. You can go in now. Zhang Wen suddenly felt that he was too nosy, knowing that the other party is a key project. He still had to ask. Without talking, he entered as usual. He was already familiar with it, and without wasting any time, he entered the fantasy space directly. In the fantasy space, one side was a bookshelf that stretched from sky to ground, covered with books, experimental records, experiences, etc. Zhang Fei first called up his previous experimental records, and began to record the experiment with a new notebook. While on the other side, he imagined a laboratory table in the fantasy space. On the laboratory table, a large magnetic crystal rotor rotated at high speed, and a strong magnetic field burst out from it, causing the rotor to tremble rapidly, and finally flew out directly. When the money constraint was added and the element supply was strengthened, boom! The laboratory table was blown into a mess. But the power of the explosion disappeared instantly when it spread to the bookshelf area. With a thought, the laboratory table returned to its original state, and the engine as big as a truck reappeared. With a thought, its parts were disassembled, and everything inside was exposed. At the same time, the process of its explosion was repeated here, and every detail was directly exposed in front of Zhang Wen. In the outside world, a failed experiment may require the entire engine to be scrapped and all its parts to be recast. Here, you only need a thought, and you don't need to pay any price or time to directly repeat the experiment. Here, you can even repeat the experimental accident to see every detail clearly. I don't know how much time, manpower, material resources, and funds have been saved. It is very pleasant to do any experiment here, and it can even be said to be a kind of enjoyment. Long live the fantasy space. Zhang Wen's mouth curled up slightly, and he recorded it in the experimental record book. The 37th experiment of the large magnetocrystalline rotor engine for mecha failed again and again. New experiments again and again, and harvested again and again. Time passed quickly in this way. In a blink of an eye, a month was up, and Zhang Wen slowly exited the fantasy space. Well, how come a month is over? It's so fast. Zhang Wen shook his head slightly and walked out of the door of the fantasy space. When he passed the waiting area, he glanced and suddenly froze. Lao Wang, who had just greeted him, was still sitting there calculating. Old Wang, why are you still waiting here? Waiting so long? Zhang Wen counted it out. He had been in there for 14 hours. And Old Wang, who he just met, was still here. Didn't you say you would only wait for an hour? Who is shirking time? And you've been shirking time for so long. Ah? Old Wang, who was calculating, was stunned when he heard the words, and asked Zhang Wen curiously, "Why did you come out? Is there something urgent?" What? What? The two were a little confused by each other's words, but they were both quick-thinking, so they couldn't help but ask in unison, "How long has it been outside? How long have you been in there?" 30 days. More than half an hour. About 40 minutes. The two looked at each other, suddenly widened their eyes, and reacted instantly. Has the multiplier increased? Because of energy problems? Didn't the pavilion master limit it to 50 times? Is there a bug? When the two were puzzled, a mage next to them suddenly said, "The pavilion master is back today." After speaking, he added, "The main body." When he came back, he was still shouting and yelling at the door, full of emotion. At this moment, everyone understood, looked at each other, and their hearts were beating. The next moment, everyone said in unison, "The pavilion master has solved the energy problem, and the multiplier has been fully released and locked at 1,000 times." The next moment, everyone couldn't help but get excited. This is 1,000 times. What does this mean? It means that this resource called fantasy space has instantly become 20 times the original. Thinking of this, Zhang Wen couldn't help but feel excited. But no one was surprised. Everyone was like this. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Zhang Wen's mind. He looked at Lao Wang in front of him, and said immediately, "Lao Wang, your time is coming. Right? I remember you waited for an hour." "Oh, yes. It's my turn. Okay. I won't delay you. Go quickly. I have something else to do. So I leave first." "Oh. Take care." "Yeah." Lao Wang watched Zhang Wen leave. He waited happily. There was only 1 minute left for his time. 1,000 times. 1,000 times. Wouldn't it be just a few hours a year for him? That's great. Just when Lao Wang was happy, Zhang Wen, who slowly walked outside and out of everyone's sight, suddenly ran and flew up. Lao Wang didn't notice anything. While waiting, he suddenly found someone got up and left. Is there something wrong? Lao Wang suddenly felt something was wrong. But after thinking about it carefully, he didn't think of anything wrong. It was normal to leave for something temporarily. And at this moment, another person left. Before he could wonder, another person walked away in a hurry, as if he had something urgent to do. At this moment, the feeling of something being wrong became stronger and stronger. And suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Fuck. Lao Zhang. You are not righteous. Thinking of a possibility, Lao Wang suddenly widened his eyes. And the next moment, he no longer hesitated, and immediately got up and left. He knew what Zhang Wen was doing. And he knew what this group of people were doing. This was to support others before they found that the energy was sufficient, and take advantage of the gap to write a report to apply for the right to use the fantasy space. Fuck. Lao Wang was anxious in his heart, but his face did not change at all. He stood up and walked out casually. Suddenly, when he reached the door, another person also came to the door. Paused slightly. I have something to do. I leave now. I have something urgent to do. I go first. As soon as the two finished speaking, they looked at each other in an instant, and sparks flew. The next moment, charge. Bang. The two of them bumped into each other, then quickly stood up and ran all the way. Chapter 530, Expanding Outside. Master, have you built the element pool? This incident finally alarmed Chi Peng and others, causing Chi Peng to ask directly to the projection of Fang Bai next to him. Yes, that's right. Before Fang Bai finished speaking, he saw Chi Peng handing over an application for the duration of the fantasy space. Please sign it. Fang Bai rolled his eyes, left his own mark, which was a unique and anti-counterfeiting extraordinary signature, and then continued. The element pool has started to operate, and the energy is sufficient. So the duration limit of the fantasy space is lifted, and the multiplier is directly increased to the maximum. Now it's only 1,000 times. Slurp. Fang Bai heard the sound of drooling, and immediately laughed, and then continued. In addition, I pulled out a piece of the energy channel of the element pool and connected it to the main magic array cluster, which can be used as a backup energy source. After all, if other energy sources are damaged, this energy source will not be damaged. Okay. After chatting with Chi Peng for a few words, His attention returned to the element pool in front of him again. Fong Bai was quite curious about the gray energy formed by the convergence of 4 elements in the element pool. However, he did not study it directly, but used his mental power to sweep it and included it in the fantasy space. In the fantasy space, in addition to the bookshelves that connected the sky and the ground, Fong Bai also set up sample areas and specimen areas, and left a hyperlink in the relevant records. You only need to touch the corresponding hyperlink in the records on the bookshelf to see the sample. The specific experimental record library is also being improved. But for this, Fong Bai directly connected to the 10 fantasy spaces in the Magic Tower, with common data, and used the experimental processes of thousands of magicians to improve this database. In this process, Fong Bai felt that the weight of the fantasy space was getting heavier and heavier. Fortunately, with the inner space carrying consciousness, the fantasy space is no longer enough to oppress consciousness, which is enough for Fong Bai to accumulate bit by bit, whether it is useful or not. It is like a hamster, storing this knowledge bit by bit, and storing it in his own fantasy space. After ensuring the normal operation of the element pool and the orderly accumulation of energy, Fong Bai activated the warning array here and turned away. As he was leaving, a screen appeared in front of him. The interdimensional teleportation array is charging. Charging progress, 19 per thousand. The interdimensional teleportation array is charging heavily. Charging progress, 20 per thousand. Fong Bai looked at the number jumping continuously, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't forget this evil god plane. The evil god has been killed by the trial space, which means that this is an evil god plane without an evil god. This means that this plane has at most legendary combat power. Such a plane, let alone as an evil god plane. How many evil god treasures are stored in it? And how many evil gods' followers are there? Even if there is nothing, even if it is just an empty plane, this plane itself is an extremely precious resource. It is an insult to it to describe it as priceless, and it is of immeasurable value. Fong Bai spent a lot of effort to collect these 4 legendary elemental life crystal cores mainly for this evil god plane. Of course, it is also for other evil god planes. This is the inevitable development. Of course, this is also inseparable from the development plan of Tiangong Pavilion designated by Fong Bai, Qi Peng, Su Shiping and others. Regarding the positioning of Tiangong Pavilion, Fong Bai has always positioned it as a scientific research institution, not being hostile to anyone, and immersing himself in research, and then feeding back the overall players with technology. Or in a broader sense, feeding back to humanity and the entire world. Of course, Fong Bai and others are somewhat proud of the positioning issue. Regarding the status and positioning of Tiangong Pavilion, they position it as extraordinary and out of the ordinary. It is superior to all players and indigenous forces, and exists in the form of a holy land. But although Fong Bai and others are proud, they are not brainless. They know deeply that without the support of transcendental military force, any extraordinary thing is rootless duckweed and a castle in the air. In addition, even the most transcendent forces are built on the ground, need food and drink, and need a large amount of ordinary and precious resources for experiments. The consumption will be far greater than that of ordinary player guilds. And there are many things that cannot be seen in the short term, but have to be done. Once the scale is expanded, it will need a country, a superpower as a backup support to operate. Where does this resource come from? Fight with other indigenous peoples? Fight with other players? They do have this ability. And Fong Bai also has this strength. As long as he wants, he can control a large number of players in a very short time and open up a large piece of land. But in this way, enemies are everywhere. What is the point of transcendence? In this way, all manpower and energy are spent on conquering the world. What is the point of scientific research institutions? Fighting is laborious, unable to transcend, and making enemies everywhere. If you don't fight, that penny will make a hero fail. And no matter how good the utopian concept is, it is just a castle in the air, barely supporting operation for a few days before it collapses. With this kind of thinking, Fong Bai and others took the initiative to seek change, and they set their sights on making the pie bigger. Make the pie bigger, rather than competing for existing interests. In this way, disputes can be avoided. With this, Fong Bai, Qi Peng, Su Shiping and others determined the guiding ideology of Tiangong Pavilion's operation. Under the strong guidance of advanced guiding ideology, Tiangong Pavilion, led by Fong Bai, Su Shiping, Chi Peng and others made a 3-expansion plan to expand underground, to the wilderness, and to the outside of the main material world. Ask for space from the underground, ask for space from Warcraft, and ask for space from other planes and the world. The first step is for the outer pavilion of Tiangong Pavilion to lead players to explore the underground world. And the results are not yet apparent. And this evil god plane without the evil god is the second step of the 3-expansion plan. In this way, Tiangong Pavilion can maintain its transcendence in the main material world. Such transcendence naturally has a basis for operation. In this way, looking around, Fong Bai naturally sees smiles from the heart among the players. Strength that can continuously obtain benefits. A way to continuously obtain technology. And will not affect the main interests of any force. Is naturally welcomed and loved by everyone. Of course, it is inevitable that there will be people who are jealous, harm others and not benefit themselves, and have strong jealousy. For such people, Tiangong Pavilion naturally has enough force to deal with them and purify the human thought environment. So, Fong Bai looked at these words seriously and watched the charging progress. So, this time is very important. If you can find a way out, you will naturally have self-confidence in the future. But if you are frustrated in the first step, the pioneering spirit will be hit. It will not be easy to form such a vigorous mental state in the future. Fong Bai pondered slightly. Although this evil god is dead, what if he is resurrected? What if other evil gods take over the nest? You still have to be cautious and plan carefully.